Your confession failed, and you were struck and killed by a car on the street. When you opened your eyes again, you found yourself unscathed, but with a mirror in your mind. A vast, hazy, boundless space. At your feet lay a massive, crystal-clear mirror reflecting your stunned expression. Before you could even process that fatal car accident, a cold, mechanical voice exploded in your mind. Ding. Initial soul mana collected. Mirror system activated. Lines of pale blue data streamed frantically across your retinas. Unlocked basic ability, illusion skill. Unlocked talent ability, replication skill. Your pupils contracted sharply. Replication skill? That meant you could replicate the talents of every superpowered individual in this world. Chapter 1: The World's Greatest. Wait until I get there before you start the team fight. I've got them locked down. Charge. Hey, don't go in. Damn it, why are you the only one charging in? Damn it, retreat. Don't go in, for fuck's sake. As the streetlights came on, the food stall was bustling and noisy as usual. The neon lights from the karaoke bar across the street flickered, casting a dazzling glow over the scene. At that moment, at a table in the corner of the food stall, several teenagers sat with grim expressions, engulfed in a deathly silence. Smack! Tao slammed his fist on the table and glared at the teenager next to him. I'm not saying this, but how dare you, a support player, go 1v5? Who gave you the guts, Fei Liang? I bet it was Cherry who gave me the courage. Whoa, look at GS face, he's all red. The teenagers burst into laughter and started teasing him. GS face flushed, but he didn't argue. Instead, he stole a glance out of the corner of his eye at a graceful figure at the next table. She wore a snow-white dress and had the face of a goddess. Her entire demeanor was elegant and ethereal, and under the neon lights, she exuded an added air of allure. Every smile and frown tugged at his heartstrings. G steeled his resolve, raised his glass, and spoke in a deliberately louder voice, looking expectantly at the group. Come on, let us have a toast, guys. The young men exchanged glances, their expressions puzzled. When had G become so bold? He never touched a drop of alcohol normally. Tao was the first to snap out of it. With a look that said, "Bro, I get it," he shouted, "G, I can't take it anymore. I really can't drink anymore. Please spare me." As he spoke, he winked at the others and nodded toward Cherry. Spare your little brother, G the wine god. Bro, G has a bottomless stomach. I really can't take it anymore. Ugh. G's mouth twitched violently. Man, your act is way too over the top, it's just too much. Cherry heard the commotion and looked at G with curiosity in her beautiful eyes, seemingly surprised that the seemingly frail G could hold his liquor so well. You guys are already done? I haven't even started yet. G sensed Cherry's gaze but kept his composure, speaking calmly. At the same time, he quietly slipped his hand behind the table and gave a fierce thumbs up. Time flew by, but everyone's enthusiasm remained undiminished. G looked at his close friends before him, a bittersweet feeling welling up inside him. Time flies, those 3 years of high school had passed in the blink of an eye. After this farewell party, they would scatter to the 4 corners of the country, and who knew when they would meet again. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, a surge of emotion welled up inside him. He downed beer after beer until his face was flushed red. To brotherhood. Everyone clinked glasses. The farewell party was drawing to a close, and people began to leave one by one, leaving behind only tables strewn with empty bottles and plates. When G saw Cherry get up to leave, his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly said goodbye to his friends, grabbed his backpack, and followed her out. You guys, do you think G is planning to? A guy watched G's hasty retreat, deep in thought. I bet he is, Tao chuckled. I saw him sneak a rose into his bag with my own eyes. Whoa! Everyone exchanged looks that said, I knew it. G had had a crush on Cherry for 3 years. Now that they were about to go their separate ways, he had to bring closure to this relationship and to himself. Look, he left his unfinished bottle of alcohol here. You're right. Should we take it to him? Let us go, let us go. We'll sneak up on him. He. The group exchanged glances, their grins turning increasingly lecherous. They grabbed the bottle and followed after her, just as furtively. The night was deepening. Most shops along the street had already closed. Colorful neon signs illuminated the sidewalk, and the surroundings were silent. G trailed far behind Sherry and her friends, his heart pounding. In his mind, he kept rehearsing the confession scene, carefully crafting his words. Not far ahead, Sherry and her friends were chatting animatedly, their silvery laughter ringing out from time to time, completely oblivious to G and his entourage trailing behind them. Hey, you guys, why hasn't TG made his move yet? I'm getting tired of waiting. That guy's just too slow. Why don't we just go up and stop them? Forget it. Let us just leave this to him. Just as the entourage was getting anxious on G's behalf, the group had already reached an open square. The area was sparsely populated, with only a few streetlights casting a hazy, dreamlike glow. The entire square was bathed in half-light, making it a rare, tranquil spot. G's heart sank. With such an open view, if they turned around even once, he'd be exposed. If they mistook him for a stalker, there'd be no explaining it. He gritted his teeth, emboldened by the alcohol, and pulled a single rose from his bag. He'd gone out of his way to pick it out at the best florist nearby. A blue rose. A blue rose symbolizes sincere love. Just as G was plucking up the courage to launch into a grand confession, a crowd surged toward Sherry and her friends, surrounding a young man. The young man was dressed in a crisp suit, his hair meticulously combed, and he held a large bouquet of red roses in his hands. He radiated a sunny, handsome charm and possessed an air of exceptional elegance. Sherry, I've had a crush on you for 3 years. From the moment I first saw you during military training, I was completely smitten. I knew I wasn't good enough for you back then, so I've spent these 3 years constantly improving myself. Now I finally feel worthy enough to stand before you. These 99 roses represent my feelings. Sherry, I want to tell you. The boy gazed deeply at Sherry, held out the 99 roses before her, and in his deep, resonant voice, said word by word, I like you. Be my girlfriend. G froze. Why did those lines sound so familiar? Aren't those my lines? Sherry stared blankly at the boy before her, her face flushing with shyness. She took the roses from his hand and nodded slightly. The group of friends and family behind the boy erupted into enthusiastic cheers, swarming around the two of them like a crowd surrounding a star, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. G's friends and family. G stood frozen in place, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. He knew this guy, a well-known figure in high school, with a string of accolades like top of the class, soccer team captain, and student council president piled high. He was the bright moon, while G wasn't even a starlight at best, he was just a stardust. A rival had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and this rival happened to be a tall, rich, and handsome guy who snatched away Snow White. A wave of bitterness welled up in his heart, so bitter it turned sour. The entire G family entourage, lurking in the background, froze in place. Tao glanced at his phone screen, where the words, G is #1 in the world, were written in dazzling lights. Why don't we go up there and beat that guy up, he said, silently deleting the text as he spoke. Never mind. Let us not cause trouble for G. Just as everyone was celebrating the union of the talented young man and the beautiful maiden, Sherry suddenly spotted G standing all alone on the sidelines. G? What are you doing here? Chapter 2, The Blue Rose. Everyone turned to look at G, who was holding a blue rose, their expressions puzzled. G paused for 2 seconds. I see your floral aura isn't quite right, too much fire. This blue rose can cool the flames and soothe the inflammation. It'll also help it return to its original state, completing the cycle. With that, he thrust the blue rose right into the center of the 99 red roses. Then he strode off, his movements crisp and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. He even exuded a certain air of a sage. Sherry? Golden boy? Relatives and friends? Do you know that sage, ugh, that lunatic? Cherry stared intently at G's receding figure, shook her head, and lost herself in thought. Amid the 99 crimson roses in her hands, a single blue rose stood alone. A gentle breeze swept by, and a petal lifted into the air, drifting off into the distance. As soon as he turned the corner, G broke into a sprint, bitterness welling up in the corners of his eyes, only to be carried away by the wind. Damn it, what a load of bullshit about beginning and end. He shouldn't he have read all that self-help crap? Didn't he know his own limits? Why did he have to go and make a fool of himself? It was a mistake. It was a mistake after all. The streets receded frantically before his eyes. He didn't know how long he'd been running or where he'd ended up, until, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, he finally slowed to a stop. G rested his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Starting and finishing, he'd certainly seen this through to the end, hadn't he? Even if it wasn't a happy ending. His emotions gradually settled along with his breathing. Cherry was just a passing figure in his high school life. There would be better options in the future. What isn't meant to be shouldn't be forced. Why make things hard on himself? After resting for a while, he finally began to look around. There wasn't a single open shop on the unfamiliar street, and streetlights were few and far between. He guessed he was nearing the suburbs. There wasn't a taxi in sight, let alone a soul. G let out a wry smile and had no choice but to obediently head back the way he came. Suddenly, a sports car sped toward him from the other side of the street. Inside, a young man dressed in flashy clothes was driving while holding a voluptuous woman close, his eyes occasionally glancing at the peaks of her chest. "Wha, there's someone up ahead," the woman suddenly screamed. The young man froze, turned his head, and saw a teenager walking slowly along the sidewalk. He slammed on the brakes. G heard the sports car's engine roar. Just as he turned his head, the blinding high beams rapidly filled his vision. It was moving far too fast. Squeal! The piercing screech of tires grinding against the pavement echoed through the night, followed by a dull thud. A frail teenager was flung through the air, landing and rolling several times before coming to a stop, motionless on the ground. Damn it, where did that guy come from? The young man cursed as he got out of the car. His expression changed when he saw G lying on the ground. He cautiously held his hand under G's nose, then collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. "Wha? What's going on?" the woman's voice called from inside the car. "It's over. He is dead," he muttered blankly a few times, then scrambled back into the car and slapped the woman across the face. "It's all your fault, you useless bitch," he glared at her. "Act like you didn't see a thing that just happened, or you know what I'm capable of." The woman was terrified as well, whether from having killed someone or from Hua's threat. Her crimson lips trembled as she nodded frantically. The sports car's engine roared to life once more, and they sped away, leaving only the lifeless G lying alone on the ground, blending into the night. They didn't notice that a silvery light was quietly enveloping his chest, where an intricate pattern was slowly taking shape, ancient and mysterious. Ding dong! The crisp ring of the doorbell sounded. The man in black, who had been resting his eyes on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of alertness flashing through his icy gaze. "Who is it?" "Sir, room service." A man's voice drifted in from outside the door. The man in black furrowed his brow slightly, rose slowly, and walked through the luxurious living room to peer through the peephole. Outside the door stood a man dressed as a waiter, heavy set, with a kind face and a good-natured appearance, pushing a food cart as he waited. The man in black hesitated for a few seconds, then opened the door. "Sir, this is a complimentary late-night snack from the Hyatt Hotel for guests in the presidential suite," the portly man said with a smile as he pushed the cart into the room. "Oh?" The man in black raised an eyebrow. "What's on the menu?" The portly man reached out to lift the lid as he replied, "We have steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed venison tail, and braised Peking duck." The man in black. "Are you telling a comedy routine? How could those measly plates hold all that food?" Just then, the portly man lifted the lid of the cart. The man in black's eyes narrowed, and he recoiled sharply. It was a black handgun. The man in black reacted quickly, but the fat man was even faster. In a flash, he grabbed the gun, raised his arm, aimed, and pulled the trigger all in one fluid motion. Bang! 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 There was almost no pause between the 3 gunshots. 3 high-velocity bullets flew toward the man in black in a triangular formation, cutting off all his escape routes. A master! Those 2 words flashed through the man in black's mind. He had no time to think further. A spiral pattern on the back of his hand glowed, and a massive safe materialized before him. The bullet struck the safe's sturdy alloy door, sparking briefly before being deflected elsewhere. Thud! The heavy safe landed on the ground with a dull thud. The man in black stood his ground, gazing coldly at the fat man, the murderous intent in his eyes completely unmasked. The menacing pistol glinted under the lights, sending a chill down the spine. The fat man toyed with his own gun, watching the man in black brimming with killing intent, and grinned like a chrysanthemum. Illusionist class, rune threat level A, rank 37. Truly a wondrous ability. Hearing the fat man casually expose his ability, the man in black showed not the slightest surprise. Instead, he eyed his opponent with keen interest. Interesting. Do you folks at the Astrid Guild actually rank runes? Are you a mentor? Take a guess. The fat man pulled a cigarette from his pocket. By the way, how did you figure out I wasn't a waiter? The man in black paused for a moment before speaking slowly. You guess? The fat man chuckled, took a deep drag on his cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and adopted an expression that suggested he'd seen right through everything. You must have memorized the faces of every waiter in this hotel while you were scheduling shifts at the front desk. That's child's play. Anyone could do it. No. How could a high-end hotel like this have a waiter this fat? Isn't that obvious? The man in black chuckled wryly. The fat man's hand holding the cigarette trembled. His face turned ashen, and he glared at the other man in frustration. You're finished, kid. The fat man took a deep breath, his entire being growing profound. Darkness spread from his feet, devouring all light and shadow. Instantly, the entire room felt as though it had plunged into an ice cave, a bone-chilling cold. The man in black's face paled. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. You're the Nether Lord. Chapter 3, Mirror System. Where am I? G slowly opened his eyes. A strange street, a bloodstained road, and the faint glow of dawn on the horizon. He froze for a few seconds, then jumped to his feet, his hands frantically searching his body. My head's still here, my guts haven't spilled out, my legs are fine and down there. He unzipped his pants to check. Thankfully, it was still there. Strange. Wasn't I hit by a car? How come I don't have a single scratch on me? He furrowed his brow and looked down at his chest. A silver pattern lay quietly on his left breast, a complex design composed of tiny rhombuses, seemingly with 6 points, which from a distance resembled a snowflake. What is this? What's going on? Just as he was closely examining the mysterious pattern, the world spun, and he felt as though he had been transported to another realm. It was a vast, hazy expanse, stretching endlessly. Gray mist swirled through the space, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. G reached out and touched it. The gray mist seemed no different from ordinary fog. He looked down but could see nothing but mist, yet he felt a solid ground beneath his feet, as if something were there. Strange, where exactly is this? He muttered, bending down as he spoke, trying to touch the ground with his hand. The moment his hand touched the ground, a blinding light shot out from beneath his feet, or, more accurately, from every inch of the floor in this space, filling the area with dazzling radiance. The swirling gray mist dissolved instantly upon contact with the light, and in the blink of an eye, the mist throughout the entire space vanished completely. This was... After the light faded, G forced his eyes open, his heart pounding wildly. Beneath his feet lay a massive mirror. Its surface was free of even a speck of dust or a single scratch, as clean as crystal, clearly reflecting his stunned expression. What's going on? How did a mirror like this end up in my mind? Is this a dream? Just as he was completely baffled, he noticed several lines of small text appearing on the mirror beneath his feet. Initial soul mana collection complete. Mirror system activated. Unlocking basic ability, illusion skill. Unlocking innate ability, replication skill. Soul mana materialization function activated. G read the lines of text carefully, stared blankly for a few seconds, then burst into wild joy. A system. This must be a system. This is the standard issue tool for male protagonists, a combination of luck and a weapon for picking up girls. Mirror system? This must be related to the mysterious pattern that suddenly appeared on his chest. The name sounds pretty artsy, but where's the user manual? How is this thing supposed to work? Give me the lowdown, he ventured tentatively. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The voice he imagined didn't appear, and the text on the mirror remained unchanged. G didn't lose heart, though, and mysterious commands popped into his head one after another. Open the manual. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? Hey, Siri. G stared intently at the mirror's surface. It was still the same few lines of tiny text, but he seemed to have discovered something. Furrowing his brow slightly, he tentatively tapped the words illusion skill with his finger. Instantly, a pop-up window appeared next to his finger. So it's a touchscreen, damn it? No wonder the font colors were different. This thing actually has pop-ups? Illusion skill, alter the laws of physics on the surface of reflective objects. Level 1. Comment, you can even use it to look in the mirror, well, you know. G. I think I get the ability description, but what the hell is that comment? I'm so innocent, how am I supposed to understand that? Huh, this is kind of interesting. G pursed his lips. Everyone else's abilities are all about fire, thunder, and teleportation, so damn cool, but why does mine feel so useless? At least I have a talent ability. Talent ability, just the name sounds awesome. Excitedly, she tapped replication skill, and another pop-up appeared. This. G's pupils contracted, and she sucked in a sharp breath. Replication skill, after maintaining contact with a rune for a certain period of time, the replication skill activates. Note 1, the duration of the replication skill depends on the complexity of the rune. Note 2, after using the replication skill, the ability resets to the current system version level. Note 3, each level of this ability unlocks one replication skill slot. A maximum of 6 runes can be replicated. Note 4, when the system version is upgraded, the replicated abilities will also be upgraded accordingly. Level 1. Comment, damn it, how did you just stumble upon such a god-tier skill? The replication skill sounds like a god-tier ability, but what exactly is this rune? Does it refer to the pattern on one's chest? G suppressed the joy in his heart and furrowed his brow. And even if he did come across the owner of a rune, how was he supposed to get his hands on it? Was he supposed to kill the person first? With what? By using a mirror to show them a movie? Don't be ridiculous. G let out a long sigh. He had a god-tier skill but couldn't use it. It was like a stunning beauty willingly offering herself to him, only to find he couldn't perform. Feeling frustrated, he tapped on Soul Mana Materialization, and another pop-up appeared. Soul Mana Collection. When a person's emotions fluctuate violently, their 3 souls and 7 spirits become unstable, causing their soul mana to leak out. Collecting it can be used for version updates. Current progress, 0-1000. Notes, shock, fear, ecstasy, and, damn love. Soul mana? G pondered. He often heard the elders say that humans have 3 souls and 7 spirits. When stimulated, these spirits fluctuate. If the stimulus is too intense, the spirits leave the body. If they aren't summoned back in time, the consequences range from a serious illness to death. G remembered how, as a child, he had come down with a high fever after being chased by a wild dog. No hospital could help, and just as the whole family was running around in a panic, his grandmother summoned a famous local shaman. After examining him, the shaman declared that the child's soul had been frightened away. She instructed the family to gather his personal belongings, then went to the scene of the incident to summon his soul. At that time, G had a dream in which he wandered through a pitch-black void. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name, and a yellow light appeared out of nowhere. When he woke up, his fever had subsided. The system can absorb the energy emitted by souls to power version updates? Does that mean I can grow stronger by scaring people, tricking them, and manipulating the emotions of innocent young girls? G suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. The first 2 points were manageable, but the last one was a bit far-fetched. Oh well, I'll just take it one step at a time. G shook his head, gave a wry smile, and slowly made his way home. Hey, have you guys seen the news? There was an explosion on one of the floors of the Hyatt Tower. I know about that. Electrical overload, right? It's not that simple. Tao lowered his voice. I have a friend who was checking into a room on the floor below at the time. He said he heard gunshots right before the explosion. And he saw a dark figure jump off the building that's the 38th floor, you know. Chapter 4, First Test of the Illusion Skill. As soon as G walked into the rental apartment, he heard Tao talking mysteriously with another roommate, his eyes wide as if he'd just heard some earth-shattering secret. Hey, G, where did you go last night? We were really worried about you. Tao asked as soon as he saw G return. This rental apartment was a place G and Tao had specifically rented to prepare for the college entrance exams. They also shared it with a roommate named Wang. I spent the night at an internet cafe. G certainly wasn't going to tell the truth. G, my bus leaves at 2 p.m. today, and Tao is heading back this afternoon too. When are you going home? Wang pushed his glasses up and asked. I haven't packed my things yet. I'll have to stay a little longer, G replied vaguely. He had never told anyone that he was an orphan who had grown up in an orphanage. This rental apartment was his only home. If he were to move out, he would likely end up sleeping on the streets. After all, he couldn't very well go back to the orphanage with a straight face, could he? Even half the rent for this place was subsidized by the government, the other half came from his own part-time job. Sometimes he really envied Tao and Wang. No matter what happened, they always had a home waiting for them. As for him, he had only himself. Tao patted G on the shoulder and said earnestly, be careful living here on your own. Things aren't exactly peaceful these days. They've even come up with Superman. Superheroes? G froze. If this had been before, G would have just laughed it off as a joke. But after obtaining the mirror system and learning of the mysterious rune, he realized that superpowered individuals truly existed in this world. So could the explosion at the Hyatt Tower that Tao just mentioned really be related to this rune? He thought of the abilities he'd just acquired. The replication skill was completely useless right now, but the illusion skill. Maybe he could find an opportunity to test it out first. He thought. But ideally, someone would have to stand in front of the mirror. He watched his two busy roommates longingly. Neither seemed to have any intention of checking their reflection in the mirror, and he couldn't help but feel discouraged. Perhaps the heavens had heard his earnest plea, for the opportunity he'd been waiting for so desperately finally arrived. At that moment, Tao was standing in front of the bathroom mirror, preening as he combed his hair, humming a tune and swaying his whole body to the beat, a sight that was truly cringe-worthy. G's eyes lit up as he secretly activated his ability. Whose heart is it? Left all alone, Tao was standing in front of the mirror, debating whether to go with a center part, a 3:7 part, or just slick it all back into a pompadour. Suddenly, a woman in a long white dress appeared behind him in the mirror. Her long black hair covered her entire face, and her pale hands were reaching toward Tao's neck. A blood-curdling scream echoed from the bathroom. Wang heard the noise and rushed over, with G close behind. They found Tao slumped on the floor, his face deathly pale, his finger trembling as he pointed at the mirror, his lips quivering. There's Sadako. The two looked in the direction of his finger. The mirror clearly reflected the three of them, along with the birdsong and flowers outside the window, but there wasn't even a trace of Sadako to be seen. Wang kicked Tao in the shins and cursed, "You idiot, Tao, what the hell are you screaming about? Sadako? Why don't you just scream zombie?" Tao scrambled to his feet and scrutinized the mirror, muttering to himself, "Damn it, have I been pulling too many all-nighters lately?" G stifled a laugh, But just then, he noticed a line of small black text pop up on the mirror's surface in his mind's eye. Tau soul mana collected +5. In the pop-up window where soul mana was visualized, the progress bar had changed to 5-1000. So that's how soul mana is collected, G thought thoughtfully. It seemed he'd figured out the trick. His eyes grew brighter. He patted Wang on the shoulder and said with a half-smile, "Let us go. Nothing's wrong." Just as the two stepped out of the bathroom, a blood-curdling scream rang out once more. A zombie. In the mirror, Tao had transformed into a pale, gaunt zombie clad in Qing Dynasty official robes, hopping out of the mirror. Tao's soul mana gained +7. This terrified Tao. He scrambled out of the bathroom, muttering as he ran, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, banish the evil spirits. Please protect me. I'll go to the temple to pray as soon as I get back. What kind of weird stuff is this? Tao Yuan had a 5 p.m. bus, but he forcibly changed his ticket to 2 p.m., insisting on leaving with Wang. Before leaving, he solemnly took Jia's hand and said earnestly, "Ji, you have to be careful here on your own. This house is haunted." Jia's mouth twitched violently. "Good buddy, I'm sorry to put you through this." That afternoon, after Ji saw Tao and Wang off, he was left all alone in the house, the perfect opportunity to test his abilities. In fact, in just that short morning, his mind had already been brimming with ideas. He pulled another small mirror out of his drawer, tossed it into the air, and the rune on his chest flickered faintly. As if by magic, the mirror hovered steadily in midair. G's eyes lit up. Just as he suspected, altering the laws of physics included altering gravity. He used his ability to reverse the mirror's gravitational pull, causing it to float in the air. The problem now was that he wasn't yet proficient in using it. It was like a baby just beginning to get used to its own body. He still needed more practice. He concentrated, continuing to slowly control the mirror as it moved left and right, then up and down. Soon, the mirror began to struggle as it tried to flip over in midair. Just as it flipped, however, the mirror suddenly shook violently. It lost its balance and crashed to the ground, shattering into countless tiny pieces. Ji shook his head and sighed softly. He had been a bit too impatient. Reflective properties, reflective properties? He pondered for a few seconds, then fetched another basin of water. After activating his ability, a seductive beauty faintly emerged in the reflection on the water's surface, none other than a famous Japanese adult film actress, her pose alluring, her curves voluptuous. Ji's face flushed, and he waved his hand to dispel the image. Since the water's surface also possessed reflective properties, could he control water? The thought flashed through his mind. He stared intently at the water's surface, his expression contorted from the strain. However, no matter how hard he tried, the water's surface did not rise like a mirror at most, it merely rippled slightly. He then tried the window, the floor tiles, and the TV screen in turn, eventually identifying a pattern. Not all reflective surfaces could alter the laws of physics. The power he could channel depended on the strength of the object's reflective properties. For instance, he had previously been able to effortlessly move a mirror with his mind, but on the water's surface, he could only create ripples, while the floor tiles and TV screen remained completely motionless. Not only that, but the realism of the illusions diminished as the reflective quality decreased. He could perfectly materialize Sadako and zombies on a mirror's surface, but on a TV screen, he could barely sketch out their outlines. Well, this ability would probably be great for magic tricks, but it's pretty useless in combat. Ji felt a bit discouraged. Was this an inherent limitation of the ability, or was it simply because he hadn't mastered it yet? He couldn't help but ponder. Wait a minute. His eyes lit up. He picked up a shard, turned, and ran outside. He hauled over a rock the size of a watermelon, placed it on the ground, clenched the mirror shard tightly in his hand, and took a deep breath. A faint blue glow flashed along the shattered edge of the shard. The tiny fragment radiated a sharp aura, giving the impression of a peerless treasure blade sharp enough to split a hair, so sharp that merely looking at it caused a stinging pain. Swoosh! A sharp sound cut through the air, leaving a deep gash in the stone 5 centimeters deep with a smooth, clean edge that didn't look like it had been made by a mirror at all. Chapter 5, The Crisis Approaches. Whoa, G sucked in a sharp breath. This sharpness enhancement is incredibly powerful. Doesn't this mean I can become a flying dagger master like Li Xiaodong? He could even adjust the lens's flight path to take people by surprise. A flurry of thoughts raced through G's mind, and he couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. He finally had a means of attack after all. Trying to scare people to death with illusions was still a bit difficult. Though, he thought, this meant he'd have to go out and stock up on more mirrors. Dusk was falling. Rush hour had passed, and the few remaining pedestrians on the streets hurried along, eager to reunite with their families. Traffic in this small town grew increasingly sparse, and the streets gradually grew quiet. Cough, cough. Damn it. I never imagined that Fatso was actually the Nether Lord. If I don't find a place to treat my wounds soon, I'm really going to die. At that moment, a black figure staggered out of a secluded alley, his brow furrowed. The inside of his black coat was stained with large patches of blood, blending seamlessly with the black fabric and making it hard to spot. The streets had been teeming with people during the day, making the risk of exposure too great. Rennie had gritted his teeth and endured the wait in a corner of the alley all day, only finding an opportunity to emerge now. He scanned his surroundings, chose a direction, and shuffled along, following the shadows of the street. Oh, descendants of the great mountains, I love the sun. G carried 2 large bags, hopping along as he walked, humming a tune. His spirits were high. The college entrance exams were over, and a teenager with extraordinary abilities was about to embrace a bright future. What could be more joyful than that? G felt as if he were about to float away. A dilapidated little building came into view. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, a dark figure darted out from the shadows of the staircase, pressing tightly against his back. Before he could even react, a cold gun barrel was pressed against the back of his head. Don't move. This is the real deal. A deep voice rang in his ear, dripping with murderous intent. So fast. Cold sweat instantly broke out on G's forehead. The man in black was too fast. All he saw was a blur, and before he even had time to react, he was instantly subdued. The smug satisfaction he felt from gaining his new ability vanished in an instant. His dream of invincibility was crushed before he'd even taken his first step. At the same time, the faint scent of blood wafting from behind him told him this man would absolutely not hesitate to pull the trigger. Superpowers? With a gun pressed against his neck, what good were they now? G swallowed hard and spoke in a hoarse voice. Hey, buddy, I didn't bring any cash today. Can I pay via WeChat QR code? Rin-es prepared line caught in his throat. WeChat QR code, my ass. Do you really think I'm here for your measly few dozen bucks? Stop talking nonsense. Open the door and go home. Don't do anything stupid, or else. His voice grew lower and lower. G felt a tremendous force pressing against the back of his head through the barrel of the gun, as if it were trying to pierce right through his neck. Okay. Sir, please don't do anything rash. G stiffly climbed the stairs, not daring to make a single unnecessary movement. By the time he reached the door, his hands were still trembling. He fumbled with the key several times but couldn't get it into the lock, driving Rennie up the wall. Can you hurry up? I'm bleeding to death here. I'm not here to embroider. With a creak, the door finally swung open. The two entered the house one after the other. Rennie closed the door behind him, locked it securely, then quickly drew all the curtains and cut the phone line. The gun in his hand remained trained on G. Once everything was done, he glared at him and snarled, Do you have any alcohol and gauze? Hurry up and bring them here. G didn't dare breathe a word as he frantically rummaged through drawers and cabinets, pulling out alcohol and gauze and even a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao and a bottle of trauma relief liniment. Rennie watched from the side, his eyebrows arching in surprise. Wow, you're better prepared than I am. G silently thanked Tao for leaving these supplies behind. As a soccer player, Tao inevitably got injured during training, so he kept a well-stocked first aid kit at home. If G hadn't had what this man needed, who knows, he might have killed him to silence him. Stay put and behave yourself. I'm warning you, don't try any tricks. Watching G nod his head like a chick pecking at grain, Rennie gradually let his guard down and began treating his own wounds. Just as he was concentrating on his injuries, the meekness on G's face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of complete composure. His earlier timidity was 3 parts real and 7 parts fake, all to lull Rennie into a false sense of security. Although G was indeed timid and weak, he was by no means stupid. This man was waiting downstairs at his own building, covered in blood and armed with a gun. Moreover, the way he subdued him earlier was far beyond what an ordinary person could manage. As for why it was right outside his own building, G had a vague idea. Having been injured in a fight, he needed a place to recover that was far from the crowded city center, somewhere inconspicuous, with minimal security, no surveillance cameras, and preferably inhabited by the elderly, the infirm, or the disabled, so he could easily maintain control of the situation. Coincidentally, the rundown building where G was staying perfectly met all these criteria. Most importantly, G had just caught a glimpse of the pattern on the man's left-hand. Bore a striking resemblance to the mirror system emblem on his own chest. In fact, if the man had been nothing more than a common gun-wielding criminal, G could have easily neutralized him after a brief skirmish. But the moment he saw the pattern on the man's hand, he immediately backed down, warning himself not to act rashly until he had a clear understanding of the situation. As if this gun-toting tough guy was also an unknown ability user, charging in headfirst would be like walking into a trap. So how could he confirm whether the symbol on the man's hand was a rune? After a moment's thought, G's eyes lit up. "My friend, let me help you out," G said with a fawning smile, his hand darting swiftly toward Rennie's wrist as he spoke. Rennie froze, apparently not expecting G to reach out so suddenly. A flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes, and the moment G's fingers touched the pattern on his hand, Rennie's right foot shot out with a violent kick. The kick was lightning fast, landing squarely on G's chest. G felt a massive force surge through his chest, and in the next instant, he was sent flying through the air. Thud! G went flying like a punching bag, knocking over the coffee table before rolling several times on the floor. He clutched his chest and let out a wail. "Damn it, he hit me that hard." His face was pale, beads of sweat the size of peas beating on his forehead. His expression was one of genuine pain. This wasn't an act. If that kick had been even a little harder, it would have shattered his ribs. A flash of anger and murderous intent flickered in G's eyes, but he quickly turned to Rennie with a pleading look, speaking in a pitiful tone. "Hey, man, why do you kick me? I was just trying to help you apply some medicine." Rennie wasn't feeling great either. He used too much force with that kick, and the wound he barely managed to staunch was now bleeding again. His face paled, but his expression remained ruthless. "I told you, don't do anything unnecessary." He raised his arm, and a handgun materialized out of thin air, landing firmly in his hand. His cold eyes fixed intently on G. G's heart skipped a beat. He clearly remembered Rennie placing the gun on the table just moments ago. How could another one have appeared out of nowhere? He glanced at the table out of the corner of his eye. The gun that had been lying there was now gone. Chapter 6, This House is Haunted. Thank goodness I didn't act rashly, G thought to himself with relief. The gun appearing out of thin air proved this man must be a psionic. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Rennie looked at G, who stood before him like a frightened little rabbit, hesitated for a moment, then lowered his gun. This kid looked like a total wimp no matter how he looked at him. "Don't come near me again. This time it's just a warning. Next time." Rennie's face was as cold as ice, and his words sent a chill down G's spine. In his eyes, G was nothing more than a disposable tool, and if that tool didn't obey, killing him wouldn't make the slightest difference. Having just narrowly escaped death, G was drenched in cold sweat. His consciousness sank into the mirror within his mind, where several lines of small text had now appeared. Detected contact with Rune Illusionist class. Proceed with replication skill? Yes, no. Replication skill progress, 0-120 seconds. Illusionist class? G fell deep in thought. From the name, it seemed capable of turning illusions into reality? But if that were the case, why didn't he simply conjure alcohol and gauze himself, instead of risking his life by waiting outside someone else's door. And judging by the pistol that had just vanished and reappeared, perhaps he could only materialize one object at a time. As one appeared, the other would vanish. Suddenly, another thought occurred to him. If this man in black was a psychic, then who had beaten him into this state? Another psychic? A battle between psychics, the explosion at the Hyatt Hotel, gunshots, the figure jumping from the building. G's eyes grew even brighter. Everything seemed to be falling into place. He'll need to observe a bit longer, he thought. By now, Ren's wounds had been treated. He slowly sat up and began peering through the slits in the curtains to survey the surroundings. Do you live here alone? He asked, glancing at G, who was waiting obediently by his side. Yes. Where were you going earlier? I went to the supermarket to buy some things. Where are the things? G pointed to 2 large plastic bags on the floor. Rennie crouched down and rummaged through them for a moment, then froze for a while before asking in confusion, why did you buy so many mirrors? G's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I'll tell you this, there is something weird about this place. Ren's expression immediately turned strange. Weird? Could this house be haunted? Bro, don't you dare doubt me. G's expression was exaggerated, his voice growing lower and lower, his eyes filled with fear. I rented this place for a really cheap price because people have died here before and not just one. I heard it from a neighbor. Apparently, a family of 3 used to live here. On Christmas Day, they were happily having dinner at home when someone suddenly knocked on the door. The man opened it, and a psychopathic killer burst in. He stabbed the man and woman to death, then skinned them right in front of the child. It was absolutely gruesome. Just as he was about to skin the child too, the police arrived and rescued her. The child was still very young and didn't understand what was happening. She wouldn't say a word no matter what the police asked. Just as the police were about to take her away, the child suddenly started singing a nursery rhyme. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Mommy and Daddy love Nuonua the most. Santa Claus is here to bring presents. Mommy and Daddy go to open the door. Daddy turned into Santa Claus. Mommy turned into Santa Claus too. Oh. Nuonua turned into Santa Claus too. Rennie shuddered at the sound of this, feeling the temperature in the entire room drop sharply. He immediately asked, then what happened? G glanced at the mirror's surface. Lines of tiny black text were constantly floating up. Rennie's soul mana collected +6, +7, +9. I'll ask you this, are you scared? The police didn't understand it at the time either. They just took her back to the station. The next morning, everyone realized Ñoño was missing. Guess what happened? G paused. Later, the police found Ñoño's body at home, a bloody mess, half her skin peeled off. There was a fruit knife beside her, with only her own fingerprints on it, so she skinned herself? Rennie blurted out before he could stop himself, then snapped back to reality, his face full of disbelief. Are you making this up? Can a person even skin themselves? Put those crazy ideas out of your head. He snorted coldly, sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and began meditating. G said nothing. He silently stood up, pulled a mirror out of his bag, and hung it on the wall, muttering as he did so, the bright mirror wards off evil demons and monsters, be gone. Ñoño, oh Ñoño, you 3 met such a tragic end. I'm just an ordinary person, please don't come bothering me. This infuriated Rennie, who was about to enter a meditative state. Was she actually taking a ghost story seriously? And what did she mean by I'm just an ordinary person, don't come bothering me? Wasn't she practically inviting them to come after him? Shut up. Oh. Time ticked by second by second. Rennie slowly opened his eyes, a flash of anger crossing his gaze. That fat bastard, he cursed under his breath. If it weren't for the Yomi power that Fatso had left lingering inside him, he would been able to regain at least some of his strength. He never imagined this Yomi power would be so brutal. It had forcibly locked away 80% of his abilities, and he couldn't break free of it even through meditation. As he cursed, he suddenly froze. He looked around to see the room hung with over a dozen mirrors of all shapes and sizes, round, square, Hello Kitty themed. What are you doing with all these mirrors? At that moment, G was scrubbing the floor tiles with a rag, sweating profusely like a busy bee. The marble tiles, which had originally been hazy, were now shining brightly under his hands. He wiped his face and said with a sheepish grin, "Oh, I heard mirrors ward off evil spirits, so I just hung a few extra." Ren's eyelid twitched. "I know mirrors ward off evil spirits, but Hello Kitty mirrors? Isn't that a bit much?" "Never mind that. What the hell is with you cleaning so diligently? You're being held hostage by me right now, little brother. Do you look down on me?" Rennie stared at him coldly. After a long moment, he spoke in a low, ominous tone, "Just stay put. I'll leave once I've rested. I won't hurt you. Consider this compensation." With a wave of his hand, a gleaming gold bar materialized in his palm, shimmering under the light. G swallowed hard, his eyes wide with awe. "That ability is so flashy spit, that ability is so cool, I've gotta get my hands on it." In reality, he knew full well that a desperate man like Rennie would never leave any survivors once his injuries were healed. Once he was back on his feet, G would be the first to die. "We'll see who lives and who dies," G sneered inwardly, tightening his grip on the ground a few notches. At that moment, on the rooftop of a building not far from the small house, a portly figure stood with his hands behind his back, carefully surveying the surroundings. "Damn it, that bastard got away. The underworld power can only track him within this area. How am I supposed to find him now?" Gazing down at the dense cluster of apartment buildings below, the fat man looked utterly exasperated. Over the mountains and across the sea, there's a group of Smurfs. They're lively and clever, they. A pleasant ringtone echoed through the night. The fat man pulled out his flip phone and pressed the answer button. "Your Majesty, I've lost him." Chapter 7, Murder in the Dark. "How many times have I told you, don't call me Your Majesty?" A deep voice came from the other end of the line, tinged with exasperation. He. The fat man gave a sly grin, then his expression turned serious. "Old Zhang, my underworld power has tracked him to a residential area. I'm afraid he has taken hostages. If we handle this poorly, innocent lives could be lost." There was a moment of silence on the other end before he replied, "The Sky Eye isn't with you right now, so I can't pinpoint his exact location. You'd better proceed with caution. Wait until the Sky Eye is overhead in 26 hours before taking action." The fat man furrowed his brow. He was afraid that Ratren might not even last 26 hours. He knew a thing or two about Rennie, a cold-blooded, brutal man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He feared Rennie might have already silenced the witnesses before the Heavenly Eye arrived. "By the way, once this is done, head straight to Zhenjiang. We need someone there to hold the fort. I might not be able to get there for another 2 days." "Zhenjiang? Is that thing about to emerge?" "Yes. You must hurry. Shang Yi's gang of scum has already arrived." "Got it," the fat man replied readily. "Oh, right." The man on the other end suddenly remembered something. "The last time the Heavenly Eye reached your location, it detected new fluctuations. It seems a new rune has emerged, apparently a teenager. Go check him out. If he has the right disposition, bring him to our academy. The Heavenly Eye is verifying his identity. I'll send the details to you shortly." "Ha! Counting the one from before, that makes 2 in this area recently. I never would ve thought such a small place would produce 2 at once. Interesting." The fat man hung up the phone, looking somewhat surprised. 2 runes emerging from the same place, that was a rare occurrence. He shook his head. Now wasn't the time to dwell on that. The most important thing now was to track down Ren Laoshu before he could be silenced. The cold wind cut through the air. A figure sat quietly in the night, looking down upon the world like a guardian deity of the mortal realm. "Go turn off the lights," Rennie said, glancing out the window. It was already midnight, and theirs was the only light still on in the entire dilapidated building. It was really quite conspicuous. Rennie thought for a moment, then pulled his phone out of his pocket and dialed a number. No, the Nether Lord appeared. I'm injured. I found a place to tend to my wounds. Junjiang? Is that thing about to emerge? Got it. I'll head out as soon as possible. Those few brief sentences provided G with a wealth of information. Nether Lord? That sounds pretty cool. So that's the guy who injured him. When Junjiang was mentioned, G froze. Isn't that the city right next door? What are they going there for? What is about to emerge? He had a vague feeling that he was beginning to touch upon that world, but he felt no joy in his heart. The fact that the other party had made this call without the slightest regard for his existence meant that his earlier judgment was correct. The day that person left would be the day he met his end. He couldn't delay any longer. G crouched in the corner, his eyes burning with intensity. Just as Rennie hung up the phone, G caught a glimpse of a red figure darting past out of the corner of his eye. He leaped to his feet from the sofa. "Who's there?" he asked, his voice sharp with alertness. His gaze swept slowly across the room, searching inch by inch in the dim moonlight, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply, and the hairs on his body stood on end. In the full-length mirror in the bedroom, a blood-soaked figure stood there. Not very tall, most of the skin on its body had been peeled away, flesh and blood clung to a little dress. One eye bulged out nearly entirely, while the other was a black void, nothing but an empty socket. The little girl's mouth twisted open, as if in a smile, but the corners stretched all the way to her temples. Her remaining eyeball was forced out of its socket, and white maggots scrambled out of the empty eye socket one after another, a truly horrifying sight. Rennie felt a chill run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His heart felt as if it were about to leap out of his throat. Damn it, that kid was actually telling the truth. He wasn't just anyone either. The rune in his hand flickered, materializing a pistol. Without a second thought for whether he'd be exposed, he fired 3 shots in rapid succession, shattering the mirror into pieces. Gunshots! At that moment, the fat man, who had been sitting in the night, shot to his feet. His ears twitched slightly, and he immediately fixed his gaze intently on a single direction. I've found you. Yet the fat man felt no joy in his heart. What did those gunshots signify? Even if Renie's abilities had been largely sealed by him, he would never need to resort to such a conspicuous weapon as a gun against an ordinary person. What on earth was happening over there? He had no time to think. His entire body transformed into a pitch-black shadow, darting at top speed in a single direction. Phew! Renie exhaled deeply, his face darkening like a block of iron. The gunshots had been fired. The fat man would surely come running. He couldn't stay here any longer. Just as he turned to leave, the bloodied, mangled little girl appeared once more in a mirror across from him. This time, a man and a woman, both equally bloodied and mangled, materialized in the 2 mirrors to his left and right, grinning as if mocking his helplessness. Damn it, are there really ghosts in this world? Renie's scalp prickled as he stared at the scene before him. In his decades of roaming the underworld, he had never encountered anything like this, and fear began to well up inside him. Wait a minute. His eyes suddenly lit up. The mirrors, where had that boy gone? Renie wasn't stupid. These mirrors were all bought by G and hung up by his own hand. The story about Ñoño was also told by him. Yet these ghosts just happened to appear tonight. How could that be such a coincidence? There's something wrong with that boy. Once he pieced together the truth, the illusions no longer affected him in the slightest. He couldn't help but regret firing that reckless shot at Woon be long before that fat man tracked him down. Damn it! His face twisted with rage. Just as he was about to search for G, the entire room plunged into darkness. Before, he'd at least been able to make out the scene inside by the moonlight streaming through the windows, but now there wasn't even a glimmer of light. Renie's heart sank. This utter darkness felt so much like the Nether Lord's domain. Could that fat bastard really be here already? No, that's not right. He shook his head. If the Nether Lord had arrived, he certainly wouldn't be standing here unscathed. It was that kid's doing. His guess was spot on. Just moments ago, G had used his ability to alter the transmittance of every window in the room, blocking all outside light from entering. With no light source inside, a space of utter darkness had been created. Follow me, left hand, right hand, slow motion right hand, left hand, slow motion replay. Loud singing filled the room, startling Rennie so much he fired several shots in the direction of the sound. Oh, this song brings you joy, have you fallen in love with me? The sound remained undisturbed. That kid must have hidden the speakers in one of the rooms. Rennie's mind raced. Just then, a sharp object sliced across his lower abdomen. Chapter 8, The Devil's Right Arm. The moment the sharp object made contact with his skin, Rennie twisted his body in a flash, narrowly avoiding being sliced open. He pressed his hand against the wound. With no time to think, he immediately dropped to the ground. Whoosh! Two sharp objects narrowly grazed his scalp, snipping off a strand of hair. Damn it, what the hell was that? Razor blades? His mind raced. This was a premeditated ambush. G had used the ghostly shadow to distract him, and the moment he sensed something was wrong, he instantly created a space of absolute darkness. Then he used music to mask the sounds of his movements and the whirring of the projectiles slicing through the air. G had known his position all along, yet he had no idea where the other man was hiding. He figured out the logic behind it and began crawling slowly along the ground. Whoever is spotted first dies. This is a jungle of darkness. Follow my nose, move your eyes, wiggle your ears, act cute, look cool, switch up your style. G furrowed his brow. He listened intently for a while but heard no sound from his opponent. Either he was already dead, or the other had guessed his intentions. Judging from his observations of Rennie over the past period, it was most likely the latter. He dared not make a move, and the two remained locked in a standoff. G could afford to wait it out, but Rennie could not. The Nether Lord was on his way and could appear at any moment. Rennie gritted his teeth. The spiral rune flickered, and a bright orb of light appeared in his hand, instantly illuminating every corner of the room. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged to his side. Three gleaming objects streaked past, embedding themselves deep into the wall. He finally saw the projectiles that had been aimed at him, shards of broken glass. Sure enough, this kid's ability was related to mirrors. The bright light illuminated G, who was hiding in the corner. Rennie's reaction was lightning fast as the light in his left hand faded, a submachine gun materialized in his right, and he began firing wildly at G's position. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. G's pupils contracted sharply as he scrambled and rolled across the floor. Orange flames spewed ceaselessly in the darkness, while bullets swarmed toward him like a swarm of bees. One of them whizzed past his ear. Thankfully, his speed was fast enough and the light had gone out just in time, allowing him to narrowly dodge it. You've got a submachine gun too? That's cheating. No way, if this keeps up, I'll end up a honeycomb. G gritted his teeth and flung a shard at random. Amen, please let this hit. He prayed silently. The gunfire stopped abruptly. Rennie felt a searing pain shoot through his thigh. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the shard of glass. Blood gushed down his thigh, and his face turned deathly pale. He couldn't delay any longer. If this kept up, he'd die at the hands of this kid before the fat guy even arrived. Rennie's eyes were filled with rage and resentment. As a proud Tier 3 ability user, it was bad enough to fall to the Nether Lord, but to be reduced to such a sorry state by a mere kid was unbearable. Suddenly, the rune in his hand burst into brilliant light. Just as G caught his breath, he saw deep blue lightning suddenly appear on Rennie's right hand. It grew more and more intense, spreading until it covered his entire arm. Now, Rennie's right hand was wrapped in lightning, his hair standing on end, his expression one of furious rage as if the god of thunder had descended from the heavens. But that wasn't all. Thin black threads began to emerge from the electric glow, coiling around his hand, gathering into strands, and then into a mass. A black glove slowly took shape, then spread up his arm. When it reached his elbow, Rennie suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the black spread came to an abrupt halt. The black arm, shrouded in swirling lightning, looked utterly monstrous, its brilliant glow banishing the darkness completely. Rennie slowly turned his head. His face was haggard and drained of color, yet a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Only 1/10 is complete, but it's more than enough to deal with you. G was completely dumbfounded. This wasn't cheating, this was downright inhuman. Most importantly, though the arm looked hideous, it was damn handsome. Just as Rennie was about to make his move, G pulled a pair of sunglasses out of nowhere and snapped his fingers. Whoosh! Mirrors, windows, and floor tiles all erupted with blinding light in an instant, as if 100 powerful flashlights had been turned on, bathing the entire room in a dazzling golden glow. Rennie felt as if his corneas had been pierced. Having spent so long in the dark, his eyes had grown accustomed to the darkness. The sudden burst of such intense light caused excruciating pain, forcing him to cover his eyes tightly. This was one of G's trump cards. The dark room earlier had served not only as a setting for the assassination but also as a setup for this move. G had tried making a mirror burst into intense light himself before, an experience he would never forget. It was like a miniature sun. You think you're tough? You think you're powerful? Well, I'll start by blinding you. Rennie sat on the ground in agony, 2 streams of blood and tears flowing from his eyes. He knew he was blind. There was almost no chance he could escape the Netherlord's clutches now. He could already faintly sense the scent of the Netherworld. The Netherlord was about to arrive. He was at the end of his rope. Damn it! Damn it! That little bastard! He roared like a madman. A flash of lightning erupted from the demoness' right arm, and a small black ball of lightning coalesced in his palm, its terrifying aura spreading rapidly. Crackle! The TV, computer, and other appliances in the house were instantly fried. Sheets of white paper on the table began to float into the air, and all metal surfaces became charged with static, sparking repeatedly. Since you're so eager to die, let us go down together. Run's face twisted into a hideous grimace. He had completely lost his mind. Holy shit! G sensed the aura of the black orb. Every hair on his body stood on end, and even his hair bristled from the static electricity. Without a second thought, he bolted to the bathroom, ripped down the mirror, which was nearly as tall as a person, and sprinted toward the balcony. Ha 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 ha! The black orb had swelled to the size of a walnut. Rennie coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood, tinged with wisps of black mist. His hair had turned completely white, and his face was gaunt and haggard. At any cost, he desperately channeled his power. His mind had already been consumed by the power of the underworld, and his life force was severely depleted. Rennie laughed maniacally as he gently clenched his right hand. Boom! 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 A blinding white light illuminated the night, followed by a thunderous explosion. In the instant of the blast, terrifying energy shattered the furniture inside the house into fragments. The shockwave spread visibly, causing the large trees below to rustle violently. A terrifying crack appeared in the wall of the dilapidated building, and massive flames burst from the balcony, painting the sky red. Cough, cough, cough. A coughing fit erupted from the lawn as a pitch-black figure struggled to its feet. It was G. Just before the explosion, he had set the hardness of the mirror in his hand to maximum and leaped directly off the balcony, avoiding direct contact with the blast. Even so, his internal organs felt as if they had been shattered, causing him excruciating pain. He looked at the mirror shattered into pieces beside him, his dark face etched with relief. If he'd been even a split second later, he would have lost his life right there. Suddenly, his gaze fell on something in the distance, and his eyes instantly flashed with intensity. Ren's right arm. Chapter 9, Replication Skill, Illusionist Class. Rennie had been right at the epicenter of the explosion, bearing the brunt of the force. Had it not been for the demonic right arm covering him at the time, that hand would likely have been reduced to ashes. Although his abilities had dissipated after his death, the arm remained intact. On the back of the severed arm, a spiral rune lay quietly. G jogged over, picked up the severed arm, and placed his right hand over the rune's surface. Detected contact with the rune illusionist class. Do you wish to activate the replication skill? Yes, no. The small text appeared on the mirror's surface once more. Without a moment's hesitation, G selected yes. The instant his finger touched the mirror, a progress bar appeared at the bottom of the pop-up window, moving inch by inch. Ugh! She finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Clutching the severed arm, he vomited uncontrollably. He was just an ordinary teenager who never even slaughtered a chicken. When had he ever witnessed such a bloody scene? Not to mention that he was now in close contact with a blood-soaked severed arm. The mere smell of blood made his stomach churn. After all, just a few minutes ago, it had been attached to a living, breathing man. Even so, he still clutched the severed arm tightly. The replication skill required 2 minutes. He had to hold on no matter what. Just then, he felt the temperature around him drop instantly. A mass of darkness streaked toward him like a meteor, whizzing past his face. The dark silhouette gradually shifted, and a plump figure emerged from it. G's pupils contracted sharply. The aura of the netherworld sent a shiver down his spine. Another ability user. And judging by this ability, it was most likely the Nether Lord who had beaten Ren-yi to a pulp, though this Nether Lord looked quite different from what he imagined. Ah, I'm still a step too late. The fat man looked at the mess on the floor and the raging fire upstairs, his face full of frustration. Just as he turned his head, he froze in shock. A filthy teenager, clutching a severed arm, was kneeling on the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. Every now and then, he'd glance up at him amidst the retching. Having roamed the underworld for so many years, Chui had never witnessed such a bizarre scene before, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Kid, what are you doing holding onto that mangled arm? Oh, I'm scared. Holding onto something gives me a sense of security. G wiped the mysterious liquid from the corner of his mouth and replied earnestly. Chui's mouth twitched. If you're scared, why not hug something else? What the hell are you doing clutching a bloody severed arm? Don't you realize people might get scared just looking at you? You must be that new rune bearer, right? But how did you manage to take down an illusionist class when you're so weak? Chui looked at the frail-looking G and asked curiously. Rennie might be a coward, but he was a bona fide Tier 3 ability user and one of the top-ranked ones at that. Even with most of his powers sealed by Chui, he wasn't someone a greenhorn who just obtained a rune could take down. G's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't mentioned this to anyone, not even Rennie had figured it out earlier. How did this guy know? With his biggest secret exposed, G's expression remained innocent. Uncle, what are you talking about? I'm just an ordinary Communist Youth League member. Since he didn't know if this strange, chubby man was friend or foe, he certainly wasn't going to admit it outright. Chui rolled his eyes. First, put down that severed arm you're holding, and the lens in your other hand. An ordinary Communist Youth League member? Are you trying to fool a fool? Oh. Seeing that the fat man had seen through him, G promptly tossed aside the severed arm and the lens. The man had beaten the formidable Rennie into such a pitiful state. If he wanted to kill Chui, he wouldn't stand a chance. Most importantly, the 2 minutes were up. Don't worry, I'm not a bad guy. Chui glanced around. Figures were already hurrying toward them from the distance. We can't stay here long. Let us find somewhere else to talk. G rolled his eyes. People who say lines like that are usually up to no good, but he obediently followed anyway. His gaze flickered toward the mirror's surface, and a hint of delight flashed in his eyes. Illusionist class replication skill complete. Current level, LV1. The progress bar on the mirror had filled completely, and a complex symbol had appeared on the replication skill pop-up window, slowly rotating. It was Rennie's illusionist class rune. Splash, splash, splash. Ripples spread across the water as steam rose gently from the pool. Upon reaching the ceiling, it condensed into droplets, filling the entire bathhouse with warm, humid air. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A stream of bubbles emerged from beneath the surface of the bathwater, followed immediately by a mass of pale flesh bursting up from the depths. That flesh, oh no, that person flung their hair back with a flourish and wiped their face. There is nothing more relaxing than soaking in a bathhouse. Chui looked utterly content, letting out a comfortable moan. So when you said let us go somewhere else, you meant bringing me to a bathhouse? G, sitting nearby, rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Look who is talking. Chui shot him a disdainful glance. Look at how filthy you were before, covered in dust and reeking of blood. I couldn't stand it. G paused for 2 seconds, then pointed at the pool and spoke slowly. Then why did you drink my bathwater? Chui froze, then turned pale as a sheet. He jumped to his feet and scrambled frantically toward the edge, sending up huge splashes of water. Gah! Is this guy really the Nether Lord? G seriously began to doubt his earlier judgment. Chui retched for a while before slowly sitting down at the edge of the pool, refusing to go back in under any circumstances. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and blew out a smoke ring. Kid, I know you've got a lot of questions. Ask away. Why did you drink my bathwater? Is it too much to handle? G clearly saw Chui's massive body shudder, followed by a fierce glare in his direction, and couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. At least this fat guy doesn't mean me any harm, he thought. But then his brow furrowed slightly. He had so many questions, he didn't know where to start. What exactly is a rune? After pondering for a moment, he finally asked the question that had been on his mind from the very beginning. Chui chuckled, turned his back, and pointed at his snow-white buttocks. Look at this. What is it? G's face darkened, and he felt an immediate urge to get up and leave. I never expected you to be this kind of fat guy. Sorry, I pointed to the wrong spot. The fat man realized his mistake too. He lifted his finger slightly and pointed to his last coccyx vertebra. There was a black, crescent-shaped pattern there. Just like the one on your chest, that SA rune. The fat man turned back around. You'll have a special class to learn about them once you get to school, but I can give you a brief overview. Each rune represents a specific ability. From ancient times to the present, WeVe recorded a total of 361 runes. WeVe classified them based on their level of danger: Class C low risk, Class B moderate risk, Class A high risk, and Class S extreme risk. G nodded thoughtfully and asked again, since every rune is unique, does that mean when a rune's host dies, the rune disappears as well? Not exactly, Chui shook his head. Within 1 to 24 hours after the host's death, the rune will vanish on its own. After a period of rest, it will seek out its next host. This time frame is not fixed. It could be a year, or it could be 1,000 years. Chapter 10, Astra Guild. G suddenly felt as though he had missed something. He froze for a few seconds, sensing that something was off. Wait, what did you mean by you'll learn it once you get to school? My college entrance exam scores haven't even come out yet, and when do they teach this stuff in college anyway? G raised an eyebrow, realizing the matter wasn't as simple as it seemed, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. The fat man looked at him with a half-smile, and his affable face sent a shiver down G's spine. G, 18 years old. You were found at the orphanage gate in 1999 and raised there. Average grades. Previously worked part-time at a factory. No criminal record. Single for 18 years. Chui gave G a sympathetic look, then grinned slyly, still a virgin, ha ha ha. G was startled. They thoroughly investigated his entire background. But how did they find out so quickly about the rune he acquired just 2 days ago? G. Chui stood up, staring at G as he spoke, enunciating each word clearly. I'm officially notifying you that you've been accepted into the Astra Guild. Your acceptance letter will arrive in the next couple of days. Oh. Surprisingly, G only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Now that he possessed such abilities, was he really willing to settle for getting into an ordinary university, finding a job anyone could do, and spending the rest of his life scraping by on a meager salary? Everyone has their share of adolescent fantasies. G was just a teenager, and ever since he actually acquired the mirror system, he'd been harboring a burning desire to become someone extraordinary. After 18 years of silence, he was tired of it. Besides, judging by this fat guy, the organization behind him didn't seem bad at all. With connections reaching far and wide, they must have all sorts of ability users, right? Astra Guild, it sounded decent enough. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. What would have happened if I refused just now? G asked curiously. Chui gave a mysterious smile. Trust me, you don't want to know. G's mouth twitched slightly. Instantly, scenes of bloodshed flashed through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. By the way, what's your ability? Seeing G nod, Chui finally asked the question he'd been holding back for so long. What kind of god-tier ability could allow him to take down a Tier 3 illusionist class while still at level 1? G waved his hand, and a series of images appeared on the shimmering surface of the pool. The women in the scenes were all dressed provocatively, striking seductive poses that made anyone's blood boil. Chui stared intently at the water's surface. Having seen countless such images, he could almost recognize every single one of their names. His nose was practically bleeding. G, Chui stammered, that ability of yours is so cool. G rolled his eyes and waved his hand, dispelling the adult-only scenes from the pond's surface. Seeing the images vanish, Chui's enthusiasm immediately waned, and his confusion only deepened. Is that it? Don't tell me he just got so worked up watching them that he exploded from excitement. Of course not. G almost laughed out loud. He had to admit that for a split second while devising the battle plan, that thought had actually crossed his mind. My ability is to control the physical laws governing the surface of a mirror, including manipulating its trajectory. G only mentioned the capabilities of the illusion skill, saying not a word about the replication skill. That was his ultimate trump card. Chui nodded thoughtfully, yet his brow remained furrowed. He still couldn't fathom how this ability could possibly defeat an illusionist class. He shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. He stood up and walked toward the door. Time to go. We got a schedule to keep. Where to? Junjiang. Crack. A flash of lightning streaked across the dark clouds, leaving a menacing trail in its wake. Dense rain poured down, engulfing the entire city of Changzhou in a torrential downpour. On the lakeside, more than 20 kilometers from downtown Changzhou, a luxurious estate stood quietly in the rain. Damn it, when is this rain ever going to stop? It's driving me crazy. Inside the security booth at the estate's entrance, a middle-aged guard stared out at the downpour and muttered a curse. Come on, oldly. Another burly guard lit a cigarette and casually crossed his legs. You've got such a cushy job and you're still not satisfied. You don't have to do a thing all day, just guard the gate and they pay you 10,000 a month. What's there to complain about? Old Lee chuckled. You're right. Rich bosses sure know how to throw money around. What's there to guard out here in the middle of nowhere? Did you see those young ladies who just went in? They were absolutely stunning. As he spoke, a lecherous gleam flashed in his eyes from time to time, as if lost in some lewd fantasy. Oof. Do you really think you're good enough for women of that caliber? Just stick to guarding the gate. The burly man snorted coldly, but suddenly his brow furrowed slightly as he narrowed his eyes and looked outside the guardhouse. In the pouring rain, a figure clad in a black raincoat stood motionless, staring in the direction of the guardhouse. Oldly, what's up with that guy? Go check it out. Come on, old Zhao, maybe they just want to check out a rich person's house. You're overreacting. Oldly curled his lip, unimpressed. Bullshit. Old Zhao cursed. In the middle of nowhere like this, who would come here just to look at a house? With that, he grabbed his stun gun, opened his umbrella, and walked out. The rain was heavy, and the wind was fierce. An umbrella offered little protection. Not long after stepping outside, the rain had already soaked his clothes. He wiped his face and shouted loudly. What are you doing here? As he approached, he could finally see clearly. Beneath that black raincoat was actually a teenager. The boy was strikingly handsome, though his expression was as cold as ice at that moment. His beautiful eyes stared at old Zhao without a trace of emotion. I'm going in. Kid, this is private property. You're not allowed in. If you don't leave, I'll beat you up. Seeing that the visitor was a boy, old Zhao let down his guard considerably and said menacingly. Shut up. The boy furrowed his brow slightly, then strode straight toward the iron gate, paying old Zhao no mind. Old Zhao's temper flared instantly. You little brat, thinking you're too good for me, are you? Fine, whatever. It's the middle of nowhere, no one's gonna see me teach you a lesson. His courage grew with his anger, and he pressed the button on his stun gun. Zzzzzzzzz. Sparks flashed along the baton, accompanied by a piercing screech, as old Zhao swung it straight at the boy. Just then, a golden light burst from the boy's left eye. The charging electric baton came to an abrupt halt, stopping a mere centimeter above the boy's head, unable to advance a single millimeter further. Old Zhao froze, gritting his teeth and straining with all his might. His face turned bright red, but he simply couldn't bring the baton down. The boy slowly turned his head, tilting it to look at old Zhao. It was then that old Zhao finally saw the true nature of that golden light. Inside the boy's left eye, a golden rune was actually flickering. This is crazy, old Zhao felt a chill run straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Who on earth was this guy? Just then, the boy raised his right hand. A tremendous force suddenly surged through the electric baton in old Zhao's grip, wrenching it from his arm so it hovered silently in the rain. Rainwater splashed onto the baton, sending sparks flying in all directions. Suddenly, the baton jabbed violently into old Zhao's body. A powerful electric current surged through his entire body, causing him to convulse uncontrollably. Aya. He let out a series of agonized screams, his face turning deathly pale. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Old Li in the security booth witnessed the entire scene. He grabbed another stun gun, preparing to rush over and save old Zhao. Just then, the teenager in the rain glanced at him and twitched his finger. Bang! The security booth door slammed shut, followed by a click as the bolt locked tightly into place. Monster! Monster! Old Li's eyes widened in terror, his whole body trembling. Then his eyes rolled back, and he too passed out. The teenager turned his head and walked straight toward the massive iron gate. With a screech, the gate over 3 meters tall seemed to be squeezed by an invisible giant hand, twisting and warping until a gap wide enough for a person to pass through appeared. The golden light in the boy's eyes slowly faded. His face, hidden beneath the black raincoat, showed no emotion as rainwater trickled down the fabric onto the ground. Splash, 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 splash. Like a black specter in the rain, he walked step by step toward the estate. Chapter 11, The Guardian. No. Don't be a killjoy. The boy stood at the doorway. Waves of lewd sounds drifted out from within, filling him with rage. It's all your fault, you bunch of beasts. You all deserve to die. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the massive door fell straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The room was lavishly decorated. A massive round bed took up most of the space, while the corners were filled with all sorts of strange and bizarre objects. The walls were covered with pictures of women in various poses. The woman lying on the huge round bed was so frightened she began to scream, burrowing under the covers. Who the hell is so bold? The young man was thoroughly shaken, his face deathly pale as he shouted viciously. A teenager in a black raincoat stood silently in the doorway, a golden light flickering in his left eye. Rainwater dripped from his coat onto the expensive floor, and the teenager looked at him as if he were a corpse. Security! Where's security? Stop shouting. They won't be coming. The boy replied indifferently. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my uncle is? Seeing that security was slow to arrive, the young man's arrogance began to fade. Whoosh! A sharp dagger flew from the boy's side, coming to a halt just in front of the young man's face. If it had moved even a fraction of an inch further, it would have pierced his eyeball. The young man was petrified with fear. A foul stench wafted from the bed, and the expressions of the women huddled under the covers instantly turned grim. Do you remember Lu Feng? The teenager stared intently at the young man, making no attempt to hide his murderous intent. I don't know her, the young man replied, his voice trembling with fear. He never encountered a situation like this before. The teenager furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. What is your name? Xiang Yunj. You're lying. Brother, my name really is Xiang Yunj. If you don't believe me, you can check my ID. The corner of the teenager's mouth twitched slightly, then he regained his icy composure and asked, "What is your relationship with Xiang Lenfeng?" "He is my uncle." The young man looked completely bewildered. Why was he asking about his uncle? "Oh." The teenager said indifferently, "Sorry, I got the wrong person." "Xiang Yunj? You bastard, I was scared shitless, and that's all you've got?" Xiang Yunj's expression was as if he swallowed a fly. It couldn't have looked any worse. The boy extended his arm, and the dagger hovering before Xiang Yunj flew back on its own. Xiang Yunj's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. Even if you aren't him, you deserve to die. Everyone in the Xiang family deserves to die. The icy voice rang out once more. Is this ever going to end? Huh? Is this some kind of circus act? Xiang Yunj really wanted to charge forward and beat the crap out of him right then, but he kept it to himself. However, the youth paused. I promised someone I wouldn't kill innocent people anymore. He then shook the rain off his raincoat, turned, and walked away. Before leaving, he shot Xiang Yunj a cold glance that made him jump. Phew, he has finally gone. Xiang Yunj breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, right. The youth suddenly reappeared at the doorway. Do you know where Xiang Lenfeng went? I heard he went on a business trip to Zhenjiang. Xiang Yunj didn't dare to play any tricks and answered honestly. Oh, got it. His figure flickered, and this time he really left. The black raincoat walked back into the rain and vanished. Trash Astra Guild, your intel is really unreliable. A faint mutter of curses drifted from the rain. Attention, passengers. The train is about to depart. Next stop, Zhenjiang Station. An elegant voice echoed through the carriage as the train slowly began to move, heading toward its next destination. By one of the train's windows sat a heavy-set man and a teenager. Chui, dressed in casual clothes, had reclined his seat all the way back and was lying comfortably asleep, snoring softly. The teenager wore a gray hoodie and held a magazine in his hands, reading it with great interest. If one ignored the fact that the magazine was upside down, he looked every bit the artsy youth. G's mind was nowhere near the magazine. His attention was focused on carefully analyzing the changes in the mirror's reflection. Replication skill. Illusionist class, materializes imaginary objects in the real world. Note 1, materialization is determined by the user's ability level. Note 2, materialization is determined by the host's level of familiarity with the target. Note 3, if the check fails, the object the host is most familiar with will be materialized. Level 1. Comment, what are you waiting for? Go daydream. G studied the skill description carefully, furrowing his brow slightly. The conditions for using this ability were quite strict. He couldn't materialize objects beyond his ability level, nor could he materialize things he wasn't familiar with. However, the things materialized here aren't necessarily real-world objects. The light orb in the demon's right arm that Renee materialized earlier didn't seem to belong to this world. Does that mean, once the level is high enough, one can materialize things from one's imagination? Just thinking about that cool demon's right arm made G's blood boil. What an amazing ability. But the changes to the interface didn't stop there. A few lines of small text had also appeared in the soul mana materialization pop-up window. Renee +5, Renee +7, Renee +6. Over 20 entries regarding Renee's soul mana collection had appeared, providing G with nearly 200 points of soul mana. However, the font colors varied, a small portion was black, most were red, and one was deep red. That deep red entry alone granted G a full 50 points of soul mana. G fell into deep thought. Previously, when he had frightened Tao, the text had been black likely represented fear. So red must represent anger? G carefully analyzed Renee's emotional fluctuations at the time and reached this conclusion. As for the deep red, it must be the soul mana released by his soul as it left his body before death, right? Looking at the progress bar, which had only reached 1/5 completion, G couldn't help but smile wryly. One Rennie had only provided him with 1/5 of the required amount. When would the system ever upgrade? G exited the mirror world and tapped Shui, who was fast asleep. The chubby guy squirmed for a moment before slowly opening his eyes. Are we almost there? Yeah. Shui yawned, gazing at the scenery outside the window, when something suddenly occurred to him. Oh, right. Your acceptance letter has already arrived in Zhenjiang. You'll have to go pick it up yourself. G nodded. He had a vague feeling that something big was about to happen on this trip to Zhenjiang, not just for them, but Ren-Es organization behind the scenes seemed to be heading there to search for something as well. What was about to emerge? Zhenjiang, could it really be hiding something? He couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. After all, he was still a greenhorn. If the sky fell, someone taller would hold it up. Why should he worry? By the way, what exactly does your school do? Train students to be heroes? G suddenly realized he knew nothing about the school he was about to enter and couldn't help but ask. It's not your, it's our. Shui rolled his eyes. The purpose of the Astrid Guild is to protect. Protect what? Peace? You could put it that way, but it's not quite what you're thinking. Our purpose isn't to eliminate evil power users, but to fend off an invasion, or rather a horde of things. Shui seemed to be thinking of something. A sudden flash of anger appeared in his eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly, causing the temperature in the entire carriage to drop sharply. G swallowed hard, feeling an involuntary wave of tension wash over him. Defend against what? Shui realized he had lost control of his emotions, took a deep breath, and the chill in the carriage gradually dissipated. He looked at G with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. It's too early for you to know the details right now. All you need to know is that protection is the reason for our existence, and it's also the reason Rune was created. This is something worth giving our lives for. G nodded, not quite understanding. What exactly was the reason Rune was created? And what exactly was the Astrid Guild defending all of humanity against? The train came to a slow stop. Passengers grabbed their luggage and prepared to disembark. Shui was standing in line with his bags when, out of the corner of his eye, G suddenly noticed something. On the tray Shui had just used, a single small character was carved. G wasn't sure if Shui had carved it intentionally or if it had been an accidental mark left during his emotional outburst. G narrowed his eyes. It was a character everyone recognized. God. Chapter 12, The Girl and Zhenjiang Station. We have arrived. Passengers disembarking, please do so promptly. Once we get to the hotel, stay there on your own. I have a mission to carry out. Shui dragged his luggage and instructed, if anything urgent comes up, call this number. If you can't get through, go find me at Jinshan. Also, I've written down where to pick up your admission letter. But things have been a bit unsettled in this city lately, so try to stay indoors as much as possible. With that, he handed G a room key and a note. G paused, then asked, Aren't you staying at the hotel? Shui shook his head and gave a wry smile. The situation here is pretty serious. I've got too much to do, so I probably won't be back for a while. The two walked to the exit of the high-speed rail station. Shui suddenly stopped, glanced at his watch, and seemed to be waiting for something. That little girl is never on time. He snorted and muttered under his breath. They waited in the crowded station for over 10 minutes. The hum of an engine came from the distance, growing louder and closer. A red Ferrari sports car streaked toward them like a bolt of red lightning, kicking up clouds of dust and roaring with noise. Loud music blared from the open-top car, exuding sheer arrogance. It's the Lunar New Year, it's the new year, ah. Squeal. The red sports car traced an elegant arc as it swept past the entrance to the high-speed rail station, followed by a screech of tires as it came to a smooth stop right in front of a stunned G. A woman with golden hair stepped out of the car. Tall and slender, her sexy leather jacket perfectly accentuated her stunning curves. Her face, hidden behind sunglasses, was delicate and charming. She had the unmistakable aura of a Korean actress. The combination of the sleek car and the beautiful woman had the attention of nearly everyone in the high-speed rail station, with the sound of people swallowing their saliva echoing all around. Sorry, Director Chui, I'm late. The blonde beauty looked at Chui and flashed a playful smile, sending ripples of excitement through the crowd of men around them. Never mind, never mind. I'm used to it by now, Chui said with a helpless smile, waving his hand dismissively. Who is this? The blonde beauty asked curiously, noticing Ji standing nearby in shock. This is Ji, a prospective freshman, Chui said with a grin, patting Ji on the shoulder. Ji, this is your senior, Park Ji-min. Ji froze. Park Ji-min? Korean? Hello, senior, Ji said, bowing respectfully. Freshman? Park Ji-min paused, took off her sunglasses, and narrowed her captivating eyes into crescent moons as she scrutinized Ji closely. After a moment, she flashed a sweet smile, extended her right hand, and said, Ji, welcome to the Astra Guild. If anyone bullies you at school, just mention my name though there aren't many people here anyway. Ji's face flushed as he stiffly reached out his hand. A soft, delicate sensation washed over his palm. It was the first time he'd ever touched a girl's hand, and right in front of everyone at that. It would be a lie to say he wasn't embarrassed. Alright, Ji-min, stop teasing him. We got business to attend to. Chui, noticing Ji's awkwardness, said with a chuckle. Park Ji-min nodded, and the two of them got into the car. Ji froze. Wait a minute, this sports car only had 2 seats. He had a vague sense of foreboding. Hold on, there is no room for me, Ji blurted out. Chui raised an eyebrow and grinned mischievously. Who said you were getting a ride? I gave you the address, you can take the bus yourself. Ji. Park Ji-min looked at his bewildered, helpless expression, burst out laughing, and waved at him. Then, the sports car's engine roared to life again, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped away. Ji watched the taillights fade into the distance, feeling completely disoriented in the wind. What dire situation! What troubled times! I think you just want to ditch me so you can enjoy yourself, don't you? Ji cursed under his breath. Fine, I'll just take the bus. He held up his room key and glanced at a black and gold card with crystal engraved lettering in the center. Fuxalai Hotel, room 2101. That freshman is quite a character. It's been ages since I've seen a new student. Inside the sports car, Park Ji-min's lips curled into a slight smile. The convertible top was now up, and the music that had been deafening moments ago had faded away. He is a good kid, Chui smiled. What is the situation? Park Ji-min's expression turned serious. Not good. Intelligence reports indicate that the Shangye sect has sent over 200 thugs, this time some armed along with 3 core members. Plus, the puppet master is on his way. Humph, those sneaky bastards, Chui said, his brow furrowed and his expression grim. Our people had a run-in with them a couple of days ago, and Yun even got injured. A flash of anger crossed Park Ji-min's eyes. Those bastards. The god is on the verge of a full-scale invasion, and they're still here stirring up trouble. But since I've come to pick you up so conspicuously this time, they must all know you're here. They'll probably tone down their activities. Now that I'm here, it won't matter how much they tone it down. This time, I'm going to make sure they don't make it back alive. Chui spoke coldly, exuding an air of overwhelming confidence. He turned his head to look out the window, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Ji craned his neck, gazing up at the towering hotel building before him, a sigh escaping his lips. Looks like the Astra Guild really is loaded sports cars and top-tier hotels. I wonder when I'll get to live the good life like this. After an hour of bumpy driving, he finally found the Fuxalai Hotel. The ride had nearly shaken the life out of him, and he cursed the fat guy 1,000 times in his mind. Passing through the lavish lobby, he pressed the button for the 21st floor. As the elevator shot upward, Ji felt his ears pop. 21st floor, arriving. A sweet female voice rang out, and the elevator doors slowly opened. There were only 6 rooms on this floor. Ji found room 2101 at the very end. Just as he was about to swipe his card to open the door to the adjacent room, 2102, suddenly swung open. G turned to look and froze in his tracks. A young girl stepped out. She wasn't very tall, but her long, silvery white hair cascaded down to her waist like a silver waterfall. It wasn't that G had never seen a girl with silver-dyed hair before, but the girl's hair was so natural, so silky as if she'd been born that way. The girl seemed to sense his gaze and turned her head slightly. G felt his breath catch, his heart skipping a beat. Her snow-white skin and face, carved from ice and jade, seemed like a gift from God to the mortal world. The girl before him was like a silver-haired fairy, gripping G's heartstrings tightly. The girl merely gave him a cold glance before turning away, and immediately afterward, another figure emerged from the room. She was a young woman with a noble, aloof air. Time seemed to have left no trace on her exquisite features, yet she unconsciously exuded an aura of authority. Yes, authority. It took G a long time afterward to find the right word to describe that feeling, as if an emperor were looking down upon his subjects, causing one's heart to tremble involuntarily. She noticed G standing nearby, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 13, Fan. Under the beautiful woman's gaze, G's hair stood on end. He quickly averted his eyes and swiped his room keycard across the door. With a click, the door opened, and G's figure vanished behind it. "Master, is there something wrong with that man?" the young girl asked, noticing the pensive expression on the beautiful woman's face. Her voice was like the sound of heaven. The beautiful woman shook her head, cast a lingering glance at the door, and turned to leave. Inside the room, G watched them depart through the peephole, and his heart finally settled. He let out a long sigh. "Today has been really weird," he muttered. Only then did he have a chance to take in the room, and his eyes lit up instantly. Wow, this is a presidential suite. The luxurious living room was furnished with a neat set of European-style furniture, and the wine cabinet on one side displayed several rows of red wine, each bottle priced in the 4-digit range. A home theater, an oversized bathtub, and even an Xbox. Do Astra Guild employees get such great perks on business trips? He stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, taking in most of Zhenjiang, and couldn't help but feel a deep longing for Astra Guild. Excited, G looked here and there, touching everything, having the time of his life. When he had his fill, he flopped onto the huge round bed and closed his eyes in pure bliss. As an orphan, the most luxurious place he ever stayed in was a 3-star hotel back when he shared a room with Tao for a subject competition, which had cost a whopping $50 silver. Oh, right, G suddenly remembered. I haven't tried out my illusionist class ability yet. He leaped off the bed, closed his eyes, and silently activated the illusionist class rune. Something within his capabilities, something familiar. G thought for a moment, then began to sketch the shape of an object in his mind. In the pop-up window, the illusionist class rune was glowing. Suddenly, his hand grew heavy, and an object materialized out of thin air. He opened his eyes to see a backpack lying quietly in his lap. It worked! G was delighted. As a student who had just endured the grueling days of high school, he knew his backpack all too well. Materializing at this time required almost no effort. His playful spirit was instantly ignited. He materialized a pen, a pillow, a desk lamp, and other items one after another. However, just as he had predicted, whenever a new object appeared, the one that had been there before vanished. Could I materialize the demon's right arm right now? G suddenly wondered. The thought lingered in his mind. Although he knew the chances were slim, he still wanted to give it a try. He closed his eyes and began to meticulously sketch the image of the demon's right arm in his mind. A moment later, he opened his eyes again and froze in surprise. Just as he suspected, the demon's right arm hadn't materialized, but what had materialized was something he never could have imagined. It was a familiar, long-missed blue rose. G sat quietly on the bed, staring at the rose like a statue. Was this rose really the image most deeply etched in his subconscious? A tinge of bitterness welled up in his heart as memories of the past flooded his mind. Though they had happened only a couple of days ago, they felt like a lifetime ago. But it was only a fleeting feeling. He knew full well that ever since he'd chosen to leave with Shui, there was no going back to an ordinary life. After all, they belonged to two different worlds, so what was there to be sad about? He shook his head, pushing those distracting thoughts aside, and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. On the front was a string of phone numbers, on the back, an address. Number 43, Chile Alley, Zunza Road. G quickly gathered his things and prepared to open the door and leave. Suddenly, he paused, as if remembering something. He turned, pulled 3 small mirrors from his backpack, and slipped them into his pocket before stepping out with a sense of relief. The door clicked shut, and the room fell into silence. It was dusk. Pale yellow sunlight spilled onto the streets, where a tide of pedestrians hurried by. The roads were gridlocked, and the shrill sound of car horns echoed ceaselessly. A young boy stood at the entrance of an alley, looking up at the street sign. Chile Alley, this must be the place. G walked down the alley, counting the house numbers one by one. The alley was extremely old. The gray bricks on the walls were uneven and jagged, entwined with large patches of vines. Few shops were still open in the alley, mostly dilapidated tobacco and liquor stores or hardware shops, while the rest had their roller shutters tightly sealed, covered in patches of moss, clearly indicating they hadn't seen a soul in a long time. He had seen almost no other pedestrians along the way. The entire alley seemed lonely and desolate in the twilight. Suddenly, G stopped in front of a shop. The small metal plate above the entrance was heavily rusted, but the numbers 43 were still faintly discernible. The shop's doors were tightly shut, and a large piece of gauze covered the transparent glass door. Through the gauze, a faint pink glow could be seen emanating from inside. On either side of the door, 4 large characters were plastered in bright red letters. Adult health, sex toys. 1,000 curses raced through G's mind. His face turned ashen, and all he wanted to do was beat the crap out of that fatso. What the hell is this? Why on earth is my admission letter at a place like this, for crying out loud? Forcing himself to suppress the urge to turn and walk away, G wrestled with his inner demons for a moment before finally steeled himself and walked inside. Jingle, jingle. The doorbell rang, and G was hit by a strange smell. Then, he finally saw the true face of this shop. Under pink lighting, a small counter sat in the middle of the shop, flanked on either side by rusty metal racks displaying a dazzling array of unspeakable merchandise. G's eyelids twitched. This really was just an ordinary adult novelty shop. Just as G was about to turn and leave, an old man in a white vest, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, emerged from a small side door. Young man, what are you here to buy? We've got everything here, guaranteed satisfaction. The old man's voice boomed with vigor, tinged with a hint of mischief. G's face flushed instantly, and he stammered, "No, I'm not here to buy anything. I'm here to pick up my college acceptance letter." He really wanted to slap himself right then. Who would believe he came to a place like this to pick up an acceptance letter? Oh? The old man raised an eyebrow, scrutinized G for a moment, then pulled 2 packages from under the counter. "What is your name?" G answered honestly. "Here, this is your acceptance letter." The old man put on his reading glasses, studied it for a moment, then handed him a package. G. Damn, it actually exists. Storing acceptance letters in an adult novelty shop, what kind of crazy school is this? Gripes aside, G obediently took the package. You're a good kid. Work hard. The old man patted him on the shoulder. If you ever need to buy anything, come see me. I'll give you a discount. The old man winked at G with a lecherous grin, his expression saying, "You know what I mean." This was so awkward. G felt like he was about to burst from embarrassment and just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. Just as he turned to leave, the doorbell rang again. Ding dong. Both men looked up to see a handsome young man walk in. He glanced around the shop, his stern expression not changing in the slightest. This guy's got guts. He can walk into a place like this without batting an eye. He's a pro, G thought to himself. I'm here to pick up my acceptance letter, the young man said coolly. The old man raised an eyebrow. Name? Fan. Chapter 14, Puppet Master. The old man nodded and handed over another package, his eyes fixed intently on the boy's left eye. Extraordinary talent. Truly extraordinary, the old man muttered to himself. G looked at the boy before him, a thought flashing through his mind. Is he also a freshman at the Astra Guild? Fan took the package, checked it over, then turned and walked out the door. Whoa, so aloof. G felt that Fan gave off the vibe of a 1,000-year-old block of ice. Keep your distance. He hesitated for a moment, then followed him out. Are you a freshman at the Astra Guild too? G ran up beside Fan and asked curiously. Fan glanced at him and nodded. Then we must be classmates. G enthusiastically held out his right hand. My name is G. Fan furrowed his brow slightly, hesitated for a moment, but finally shook G's hand and said flatly, Fan. Then he turned and continued walking forward without looking back. Fan, that name sounds pretty fierce, G thought to himself. You're a new recruit in the Astra Guild too, so you have a rune, right? Yeah. How much do you know about the Astra Guild? Nothing. Where do you live? G kept close behind Fan, firing off question after question, looking every bit the curious kid. Fan's eyelid twitched. Finally, he stopped abruptly, looked G in the eye, and spoke earnestly. You'd better stop following me. The place I'm going is dangerous. All right. G sighed and stopped in his tracks. It seemed impossible to get any more information out of Fan, but what exactly was he up to? He watched Fan's retreating figure and fell deep in thought. Downtown. A skyscraper stood silently in this prime location. Its entire exterior was made of reflective glass, resembling a giant mirror that glistened brilliantly in the sunlight. On the roof of the skyscraper were 4 characters, Chengyuan Group. Creak. The conference room door creaked as a man wearing a dark blue mask slowly walked in. The mask was painted with a fanged demon, looking utterly terrifying. You're late, Qing Lao, said another man in a hoarse voice from the sofa in the conference room. This man also wore a dark blue mask, featuring a 6-pointed star. Qing Lao said impatiently. It's just a lousy 3-person strategy meeting. What's there to be late for? A soft chuckle drifted from the window. A woman wearing a mask adorned with rose patterns sashayed seductively toward Qing Lao, extending a hand to brush against his chest as she writhed like a water snake, utterly alluring. Oh my, sorcerer, why must you speak so harshly to our adorable new recruit? Just look at that sturdy build, even I can barely keep myself in check. Qing Lao suddenly reached out, gripping the woman's arm tightly, and snarled, Flower Ghost, if you dare touch me with those filthy hands again, I'll chop them off. Oh? Go ahead and try. Hua Gui's voice grew icy, radiating a murderous aura. Enough. The sorcerer on the sofa rose slowly, his hoarse voice echoing through the conference room. Shang Yi, didn't he send you here to bicker? Get this strategy meeting started immediately. The special envoy will be here any minute. Qing Lao and Flower Ghost both snorted coldly, suppressing their hostility, and each found a seat. The sorcerer took out a map and spread it on the table, circling a location with a red pen. According to headquarters calculations, that thing's emergence point is right here. Jin Shan? Flower Ghost gave a soft isn't there a Jin Shan temple there? The sorcerer nodded. That's right. Jin Shan temple is no ordinary place. Legend has it that it was built by a great sage in ancient times to channel the dragon vein energy of the entire Jiangnan region, specifically to suppress that thing. The Astra Guild has already begun setting up a barrier near Jinshan. To complete the mission, we'll need to take a 2-pronged approach. First, we need to stir up a riot in the city center. Qing Lao, you'll handle that. Qing Lao snorted coldly. Why not just have those brainless thugs do that? I don't want to waste my time on such a boring task. Haha, of course, because you're the weakest rookie. With your 2nd-tier strength, are you planning to go to Jinshan and hand them an easy victory? Hua Gu spoke lazily, her tone laced with sarcasm. You! Qing Lao's anger flared, and he glared at Hua Gu. Woman, do you want to die? Bang! The sorcerer slammed his palm down on the table, the thunderous sound echoing through the empty conference room. Whoever causes trouble next, get the hell out of here. He shot a cold glare at the two of them, enunciating each word clearly. Continue. The sorcerer cleared his throat. I'll go to Jinshan. Hua Gue, you take a group of thugs to guard this place. The key to completing our mission is hidden within Chengyuan Heavy Industries. You must guard it well. Fine, I get it, Hua Gue snapped. Xing Lao frowned deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up, I hear the Nether Lord is here. Do you really think we can hold him off on our own? Before the sorcerer could respond, a deep voice echoed from the conference room doorway. Leave the Nether Lord to me. All three turned to look. A man wearing a white crying face mask stood in the doorway, his invisible aura pressing down on them so heavily they could barely breathe. A single name flashed through all three of their minds at the same moment. The Puppet Master. G, clutching a piece of hand-pulled flatbread, strolled through the night streets. It wasn't that he particularly liked hand-pulled pancakes. He had much money on him when he followed Chui out. Before leaving, Chui had left nothing but a room key and a note. G had rummaged through his backpack for ages before finally pulling out 7 yuan, just enough for a single hand-pulled pancake. Chui, he thought to himself, you took me out here and you're not even taking responsibility for me? G grumbled to himself, suddenly feeling as if he'd been lured into eloping by Chui's sweet talk. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, several motorcycles zoomed past him like bolts of lightning, sending a splash of water that landed squarely on his hand-pulled pancake. G blinked, momentarily unable to process what had happened. Fuck! Half a second later, G felt a surge of rage welling up inside him. I spent my last $7 on this hand-pulled flatbread, and you just ruined it for me? If that fat guy didn't come back in a few days, he'd starve to death. Did people have no humanity left, huh? You've got some nerve not to leave. Come back here. G whipped his head around, gave the nearly out-of-sight motorcycles a big middle finger, and shouted curses. Suddenly, the motorcycles stopped. They seemed to exchange a few words, then turned around in unison and headed back. G was dumbfounded. No way, man, you guys can hear me from this far away? Watching the motorcycles get closer and closer, G turned and ran. But within seconds, the bikes easily caught up to him, skidding to a stop right in front of G. The long-faced guy got off his bike, glared at G, and snarled, Kid, was that you yelling just now? Guys, what are you talking about? G blinked, looking at the long-faced man with an innocent expression. Boss, I'm sure of it. I clearly heard someone call us cowards. A guy with yellow hair stopped his bike and said in a raspy voice. Maybe we should just let it go. Don't you guys remember that kid from this afternoon? He took down over 80 of our guys all by himself. It's freaky. I get the creeps just seeing kids his age now. The tattooed man spoke up, his eyes betraying a hint of fear as he looked at G. Chapter 15, I have a bold hypothesis. G froze. For some reason, Fan's face suddenly popped into his mind, and before he knew it, he blurted out. Bro, let me take a wild guess here. Wasn't that kid super handsome, with a cold demeanor, and a mouth that just begs to be punched? All three turned to look at him in unison, their faces filled with shock. The tattooed man began to tremble all over. See? I told you. This kid is definitely no ordinary guy. What is your relationship with that teenager? The man with the long face asked cautiously. Oh, he is my boss. Seeing the other's expressions change at his words, G couldn't help but puff out his chest and say with a strong, resonant voice. Whoa! The three sucked in a sharp breath and exchanged glances. The guy with the yellow hair whipped a walkie-talkie out of his pocket in a flash and started bellowing into it in a raspy voice. We spotted that kid as accomplice. Repeat. We spotted that kid as accomplice. We're across from China Mobile on Guanxian Street. Brothers, hurry over. Copy that, we're chasing that kid near Bauta Mountain Park. Send a squad over immediately. Reinforcements are on their way. Repeat. Reinforcements are on their way. G. His entire face twitched uncontrollably. He never could have imagined things would turn out like this. The three watched him warily, pulling out steel batons, brass knuckles, and a golf club from who knows where, slowly forming a circle around him. This is way out of hand. I'm not fan. I can't just take out a whole bunch of people like that, you know? G gritted his teeth. It's come to this, let us do this. The three men saw a flash before their eyes as a mirror flew toward them, hovering in midair and spinning slowly. Before they could react, the mirror suddenly burst into a blinding golden light. The three felt as if their eyes were about to be blinded by the glare. They covered their eyes, doubled over, and started wailing. Ah! What is this? My eyes. Wha, Mom? A wooden stick materialized in G's hand, and he smashed it down hard on the three men's heads. After a flurry of blows, all three collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads and rolling around. The tattooed thug, in particular, had tears and snot smeared all over G's wooden stick. G felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the stick and immediately dispelled its material form. Just then, he faintly heard the roar of numerous motorcycle engines rushing toward them. He looked out to see a dark, dense crowd of bikers racing toward him, wielding all manner of weapons and looking ferocious. G's hair stood on end. He hurriedly jumped onto a motorcycle and sped off toward Bowda Mountain. At a time like this, he could only rely on his brave boss, Fan. In G's mind, the image of Fan, whom he deemed met only once, was growing infinitely larger. Boom! G gripped the motorcycle's handlebars tighter and tighter. By now, his speed was on par with that of a regular car, yet the biker gang remained hot on his heels, their numbers growing by the second. Thankfully, this was the suburbs, otherwise, he would have been chased by traffic cops long ago. Damn it, why hadn't he heard about so many bikers in Zhenjiang before? He cursed under his breath. Suddenly, G's pupils contracted. At the intersection ahead, several more motorcycles were speeding toward him from the side, clearly intent on cutting him off. The rune on G's chest flickered faintly. A mirror slid out of his pocket, pointing directly at the oncoming motorcycles, and burst into a blinding golden light. I can't see a thing. What the hell is that thing? It's so bright. A chorus of curses erupted, followed by the screech of brakes. Several motorcyclists, unable to stop in time, went flying off their bikes. G's eyes lit up. The other two mirrors in his pockets slowly rose, surrounding him. The three mirrors blazed with golden light. My sunglasses. Where are my sunglasses? Mom, I can see the sun. My eyes. G was like a sun in the night, streaking through the streets like a meteor. The bikers behind him dared only to trail far behind, afraid of being blinded by the glare. Just as G was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized a serious problem. So, where exactly is Bowda Mountain? Chengyuan Heavy Industries. A vibration sounded, and the sorcerer slowly rose to answer the call. What is it? The boy? All right, I understand. After a few cold replies, he hung up the phone and rested his head in his hand, seemingly deep in thought. What's wrong? Hua Gue asked curiously, noticing the sorcerer's silence. Something has happened with the thugs, the sorcerer's hoarse voice carried, tinged with a hint of confusion. Apparently, a teenager broke into their hideout and injured half of them. Now there's another fight going on over at Bowda Mountain. Hua Gue burst out laughing, her body shaking with mirth, her surging curves sending ripples through his mind. A bunch of useless fools, Qing Lao said dismissively. Over 200 of them can't even catch a single teenager, and they still have the nerve to call themselves thugs? Don't they have guns? The sorcerer shot him a glance, as if looking at an imbecile. Use guns? The moment a gunshot rings out, the whole situation changes completely. Right now, it's just a brawl among street thugs, but if a gun goes off, it'll be called a terrorist attack. The sorcerer pondered for a moment before continuing. Before the plan begins, we absolutely cannot have any complications. Qing Lao, go to Bowda Mountain and bring that boy back. Remember, don't make too much of a scene. Qing Lao's face darkened, a flicker of anger passing through his eyes. Sending me to deal with a kid? You all look down on me, don't you? Just wait till I hit tier 3. I'll slaughter every last one of you with my own hands. He clenched his fists, snorted coldly, and strode toward the door. What are that boy's distinguishing features? Suddenly, a deep voice rang out from the other side of the conference table. The puppet master was leaning against the window, moonlight casting an eerie glow on his deathly pale weeping mask. The sorcerer paused briefly before answering. I heard a golden light emanates from the boy's left eye. He must be a rune user as well, though his exact ability remains unclear. Why didn't you warn Ching Lao just now? Hua Gui asked with a smirk. A cold gleam flashed across the sorcerer's icy mask as he replied indifferently, it's never a good thing for a newcomer to be too sharp-edged. A golden blow from the left eye? The puppet master suddenly thought of something, turned to look out the window, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly beneath his mask. Could it be him? G was in a real bind. His motorcycle was running low on gas, yet a dark, dense crowd of bikers was still hot on his heels. If this dragged on any longer, he'd be left with nothing but a beating. Fortunately, he remembered looking down on Zhenjiang from the hotel and seeming to spot a mountain with a pagoda faintly visible atop it. As it turned out, G might not be good at much else, but he had a decent sense of direction. A mountain was now faintly visible ahead, with the outline of a pagoda sketched against its peak. The motorcycle pulled up at the foot of Pagoda Mountain, and G promptly abandoned it, sprinting toward the summit. Over 80 motorcycles followed close behind, and a group of menacing, burly men came down from the mountain, clutching a variety of weapons. That kid went up, shouted a burly man wielding a hoe, pointing at G's retreating figure. He actually dares to run up the mountain? He really doesn't know when to quit, sneered a gaunt man twirling a butterfly knife. Charge, all of you. No one is going back until we catch that bastard today. The crowd roared in response, a dark, surging mass pouring up the mountain. G shuddered at the deafening shouts behind him. Boss, you've really screwed me over, G thought, feeling like crying but unable to shed a tear. It was a grueling test of endurance. G wasn't exactly in top physical shape to begin with, and the biker gang behind him was running on pure adrenaline. The gap between them was closing rapidly. Just as G was on the verge of despair, the stone steps finally came to an end. There, at the entrance to a park, stood another dense crowd of figures, another group of bikers, and their numbers were easily double those chasing G. Standing before this crowd was a handsome young man. Lying around him were a group of bikers, some clutching their heads, others clutching their stomachs, their cries of agony rising in waves. The young man stood beneath the moonlight, his left eye shining like a star as he looked down upon the crowd. Chapter 16, A Single Man Holding the Pass. The crowd on the mountain heard the commotion and turned in unison to look at G. Stared down by 100 or so pairs of fierce, menacing eyes, cold sweat broke out on G's back. He swallowed hard and took off running toward Fan. Classmate, no, boss. What kind of people have you managed to provoke? Seeing Fan, who looked like a god descended from the heavens, G felt as though he'd found a lifeline. With enemies on all sides, Fan, his future classmate, was the only person he could fight alongside. Fan was also taken aback when he saw G. He never expected to meet him again under such circumstances. He watched as G sprinted over to him, looking at him with pleading eyes. Fan was a bit baffled. When had he become the leader? Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly turned his head to see another group of bikers charging down the stone steps, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Humph, just as I thought, you two are in cahoots. You're the leader, aren't you? I'll see just what you're capable of. The gaunt man ignored G entirely and said coldly. Fan's eyes hardened, and the golden light in his left eye grew even more intense. Since they'd come, not a single one of them would leave alive. An overwhelming confidence radiated from Fan. Facing over 200 bikers, his presence didn't waver in the slightest. If anything, it faintly overshadowed theirs. Several bikers swallowed hard, intimidated by the demonic aura of the young boy. We've got over 200 of us, why should we be afraid of two little brats? Charge, everyone! The gaunt man wielding the butterfly knife bellowed, and the biker gang surged forward, radiating murderous intent. G had never seen such a massive confrontation before. His face went deathly pale as he whispered, "There are too many of them. Let us run." Fan stared coldly at the thugs before him and shook his head. We can't escape. Once we're down the mountain, they have their motorcycles. We have to take them all out right here on the mountain. With that, he darted into the crowd like a phantom. Fan made a grabbing motion with his left hand. The butterfly knife in the gaunt man's hand suddenly stalled, then flew uncontrollably toward Fan. The butterfly knife spun rapidly through the air, whirling around Fan, causing the bikers at the front to stumble in fright. What the hell is this? Fan charged into the crowd with the whirling knife, which spun wildly, sending spatters of blood flying. My fingers. My face is ruined, I'm disfigured. Damn it, don't let it fly down here. Wails rose one after another, echoing through the empty park. A burly man raised a thick iron bar and swung it viciously at the back of Fan's head, his face contorted with rage. Fan shifted slightly to the side. The golden rune in his left eye flickered, and the burly man felt the iron rod in his hand suddenly veer slightly out of his control, missing Fan's body and crashing heavily into the ground. A massive recoil surged through the iron rod, numbing the web of his hand. His vision blurred as a fist loomed larger and larger before his eyes. Thud! Before the fist even touched his face, an invisible force slammed into the bridge of his nose. With a dull thud, his nose snapped in two. Blood gushed out. The thug let out a scream, clutched his nose, and collapsed to the ground. One thug had fallen, but thousands more charged forward, howling. Fan snorted coldly. The rune in his left eye suddenly blazed with intense light. With a sharp flick of his right hand, the weapons held by over a dozen thugs shot skyward. Baseball bats, beer bottles, machetes, combat knives, a dense array of weapons hovered in perfect order before Fan, aimed at the swarming crowd. The thugs stood frozen in their tracks, momentarily unable to react. Holy shit, run, someone suddenly shouted, their voice still trembling. Only then did the crowd snap out of it, taking off in all directions. Go! Fan's expression was icy as he gave a sharp command and swung his right hand forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of tearing air filled the air as the suspended weapons transformed into streaks of lightning, shooting toward the crowd. Screams of agony rang out from the crowd, piercingly shrill. Large spurts of blood sprayed onto the ground, pooling into a crimson stream that trickled down the stone steps. The handsome youth stood silently in the pool of blood, gazing coldly at the rioters scattering in all directions. His pale golden left eye betrayed not a shred of emotion. He slowly raised his right arm once more, like a ferocious demon raising a slaughtering blade. The crowd was utterly terrified, their faces ashen. They dropped their weapons to the ground and fled down the mountain in a frenzy. G stood by, speechless. He'd known Fan was strong, but this was beyond belief. In the moonlight, that invincible figure was etched deeply into his mind. So cool, so incredibly cool, this was a true leader. Compared to him, his own mirror system was light years behind. Still, he firmly believed in the system's potential. With it, he was certain his future would be no less impressive than Fan's. Seeing that most of the crowd had fled, Fan's golden glow in his left eye faded as he slowly walked toward G. So powerful. G looked at the scattered bikers on the ground and swallowed hard. Was this the average level of an Asteroid Guild probationary member? Compared to that, his own ability, which currently only allowed him to control mirrors, was utterly pathetic. However, he knew deep down that with the mirror system, the weaker he was in the early stages, the more powerful he'd become later on. Fan's ability was so strong, maybe he should just copy it next time? Just as G was pondering this, Fan stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. In the moonlight, G could finally see that Fan's face was pale, and he looked completely drained. Boss, what's wrong with you? G was alarmed and hurried to support Fan. I'm fine. I just overexerted my mental energy a bit. Fan furrowed his brow slightly, beads of sweat beading on his temples. Hurry up and run. They'll be back soon. No matter how strong he was still only a level 1 ability user. Manipulating so many weapons at once was already a stretch. Raising his arm again just now was merely to scare off the remaining attackers, otherwise the two of them would be in danger. Besides, even after fighting for so long, they'd only managed to take out 70 or 80 of them. Over 100 thugs remained. They'd merely been momentarily cowed by the spectacle Fan had created. Once they regained their composure, they would surely come back to kill them. G nodded repeatedly, supporting the weakened Fan as they made their way down another mountain path. Humph, just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Can't even handle two greenhorns. Just then, a contemptuous voice drifted from the distance. G's heart skipped a beat, and the two turned to look in that direction. In the darkness, a man wearing a deep blue mask was walking slowly toward them. On the mask, a fanged demon grinned menacingly in the moonlight. Zhenjiang, an unnamed alley. It was late at night. Most of the shops in the alley had their doors tightly shut, and the dim streetlights flickered on and off. A fragrant aroma drifted out from the depths of the alley. At the end of the alley, a noodle shop was still open. It wasn't large, just a few tables took up most of the space, with large chunks of plaster missing from the walls and the furnishings looking very old. Slurp. At one of the small tables, a middle-aged man was slurping noodles with gusto. Steam rose steadily from the soup, filling the air with the aroma of noodles. Ah! That's the life. The middle-aged man set down his bowl, licked clean, his face beaming with satisfaction. Zhenjiang may not be a big place, but their pot-lid noodles are truly one of a kind. The middle-aged man wore a beige trench coat, his hair was a mess, and his jawline was covered in stubble, making him look like a scruffy, greasy middle-aged guy. Across from him sat a young man in glasses, dressed in a suit, looking refined and well-mannered. He pushed his glasses up and spoke with a hint of resignation. "Your Majesty, is it really okay for us to just walk out like this in broad daylight?" Chapter 17, The Green Ghost Under the Moon. The middle-aged man smacked his lips and chuckled, "With that fatso in charge, why should I worry?" That's true. Though the teacher is usually a bit of a scatterbrain, he is still reliable when it counts. The bespectacled man nodded, then suddenly remembered something and pulled two documents out of his briefcase. "Your Majesty, here are the files on those two new students. Please take a look." The middle-aged man waved his hand and teased, "Hey, you chatterbox, you've been with me this long and still don't know I hate reading these tedious documents? Just skip to the highlights and read them to me." "Yes." The bespectacled man replied respectfully, clearing his throat. Fan, 20 years old. His father passed away when he was 3, and he was raised by his mother, Lu Feng. He was once hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy and received an early admission offer from MIT when he was 16. The bespectacled man raised his eyebrows slightly. Such a prodigy was indeed extremely rare. That same year, he was diagnosed with a rare and mysterious illness. His family spent their entire fortune on his treatment, forcing him to put his studies on hold. At the age of 19, unable to bear the excruciating pain and unwilling to continue being a burden to his family, he jumped to his death on September 4 while the nurse wasn't looking. Whoa, the man in glasses sucked in a sharp breath. Jumping to his death? So was a ghost applying to the school now? Suppressing his curiosity, he read on. Early on the morning of September 20th, the gravedigger discovered the coffin lid had been pried open, but the coffin was completely empty. According to reports, the coffin lid was found lying more than 20 meters away from the coffin. Fan, having returned from the dead, came home to find his mother, Lu Feng, missing. According to his uncle, Lu Feng had gone to borrow money from her high school classmate Xiang Lungfeng and had not been seen since. After that, Fan's file was covered with black lines, as if someone had altered it. The man in glasses narrowed his eyes. Typically, this kind of redaction was used by higher-ups to conceal classified information that must not be disclosed, but this was the first time he'd seen it on a freshman's file. What were they trying to hide? What had this Fan done that warranted being classified as top secret? Xiang Lungfeng. Why did that name sound so familiar? The man in glasses pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Xiang Lungfeng. It's Xiang Lingfeng, one of the special envoys of the Shanye Society, the puppet master Xiang Lungfeng. The man in glasses looked at the middle-aged man, hesitated for a moment, then spoke up, "Your Majesty, this Xiang Lingfeng." The middle-aged man's expression hadn't changed in the slightest from the start. He cut the man in glasses off and said indifferently, "Don't read Fan S anymore. Read the other kid S instead." Seeing the middle-aged man's expression, a thought flashed through the bespectacled man's mind, but he didn't ask any further questions. Having served this official for so long, he knew exactly what to ask and what not to ask. 19 years old, found at the orphanage gate in 1999, a high school graduate with average grades and no criminal record. A moment of silence followed. The middle-aged man stared blankly for a while before tentatively asking, "That's it?" "That's it." The man in glasses looked puzzled as he flipped through the file repeatedly, but there was nothing else, just that one sentence. "Did they visit Old Master Chin?" "They did." "What did Old Master Chin say?" Old Man Chin's assessment of Fan was, exceptionally gifted, exceptionally gifted. The bespectacled man mimicked Old Man Chin's tone earnestly. "And G?" The bespectacled man's mouth twitched. Old Man Chin said yes, a good kid. "Keep up the hard work." "All right, I get it." Staring at the eerie masked man before him, G felt a chill rise from his feet, and the hairs on his body stood on end. "Run!" Fan's face paled even further at the sight of the green-haired demon. "Damn it, why did we have to run into a core member of Shang-Xia at a time like this?" G snapped out of it. Without a moment's hesitation, the two of them took off running. A gale whipped past his ears, kicking up a cloud of sand and gravel. G's vision blurred for a moment, and suddenly, a mask of a fanged demon loomed before his eyes. "Run? Do you think you can get away?" A mocking voice came from beneath the mask. In the blink of an eye, a green arm suddenly jolted out from under the cloak. G's pupils contracted sharply. He threw his body backward just as the illusionist class rune lit up on the mirror in his mind. A metal rod suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swung it diagonally at the green arm. The green arm was slightly deflected by the blow, grazing G's lower abdomen as it passed. Having exerted too much force, G lost his balance and fell straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. G coughed once, then quickly scrambled to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on the man before him. In the moonlight, he finally got a clear look at the arm that had just attacked him. The arm was entirely blue, slender and long, with bulging muscles. Sharp barbs protruded from the joints at the palm and elbow, giving it a hideous, menacing appearance. "That's Qing Lao, a core member of Shang-Xia." A weak voice came from the ground. Fan propped himself up on one hand, his gaze fixed intently on the deep blue mask. "Shang-Xia?" G froze. It was the first time he'd heard that name. "A den of jackals," Fan said coldly, making no attempt to hide his murderous intent. "Their core members are all ability users, at least tier 2. Every one of them has at least a dozen lives on their hands. They deserve to die. This Qing Lao is a new recruit to the Shang-Xia Society, with only tier 2 strength. We still have a chance. A tier 2 ability user." G furrowed his brow, bracing for a formidable foe. True, he had previously indirectly killed Ren, a tier 3 illusionist class, but that was 99% luck. Even so, he hadn't actually defeated him. Had Ren not sensed Chui's approach and self-destructed, it would have been G who died. But the man standing before them was a genuine tier 2 ability user at the peak of his powers, a cold-blooded killer. How could two tier 1 teenagers like them possibly stand a chance? "You think there's a chance? With you too?" Qing Lao sneered. "I didn't even use 1/10 of my power just now. Where does your confidence come from?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than his body began to contort. Large patches of his skin turned blue, and bulges shifted beneath his clothes. Yuan's originally slender frame grew noticeably more muscular, and his entire height shot up by half a meter. Snap! A faint sound came from the mask on his face as a crack spread rapidly from the center. In the blink of an eye, the entire mask shattered cleanly and fell to the ground. Moonlight fell upon Qing Lao's face, revealing a hideous, green demonic visage before the two of them. Two long fangs jutted out from his mouth from a distance. He looked like a hellish demon, eerie and terrifying. Whoa! G sucked in a sharp breath. He never would have imagined that a living, breathing person could transform right before his eyes into a green-faced, fanged demon. Even Fan, standing nearby,
frowned slightly, not because he was frightened by Qing Lao's transformation, but because, in his calculations, the odds of victory had just dropped further.
Qing Lao's strength was far greater than he had anticipated. Now, do you still think you stand a chance?
Qing Lao's blood-stained mouth twisted into a cruel grin, the corners of his lips stretching all the way to his ears, sending a chill down Ji's spine. Qing Lao's massive right leg slammed down on the ground, and his entire body charged forward like a sharp sword, his momentum unmatched.
Fan snorted coldly.
With a slight flick of his finger, a sharp steel pipe sprang from the ground and flew straight toward Qing Lao's face. Qing Lao watched the flying steel pipe, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes, but his charging form didn't slow down in the slightest. The steel pipe closed in on Qing Lao at breakneck speed. Just as the tip was about to pierce his forehead, a clang of metal on metal rang out.
Clang!
The tip of the pipe seemed to strike the surface of solid rock, unable to penetrate even an inch. It flew back out entirely.
In the blink of an eye, Qing Lao had already surged forward to stand before Fan. Chapter 18, Fierce Battle.
Qing Lao grinned savagely, shifted his body, twisted his waist, and lashed out with a green-hued leg strike aimed squarely at Fan.
So fast.
Fan's pupils contracted sharply. Since his transformation, Qing Lao's speed, strength, and defense were far beyond what an ordinary person could match. No matter how strong Fan's abilities were, he couldn't compensate for his physical limitations, especially since the two weren't even in the same league. In a moment of desperation, he shielded his chest with both hands. A golden light flashed from the rune in his left eye, and an invisible barrier of mental energy spread before him.
Boom!
A dull thud echoed as a figure was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing directly into a massive tree.
The immense force snapped the trunk clean in half. Cough, cough, cough.
Fan struggled to his feet, coughing up mouthfuls of blood.
His handsome face was drained of all color. Qing Lao's power was truly terrifying.
If he hadn't desperately channeled his ability to shield his body, that blow would have broken several bones, if not killed him outright.
Boss!
Ji shouted, rushing frantically toward Fan.
Kid, in such a hurry to die?
Seeing Ji charging toward him, a savage glint flashed in Qing Lao's eyes, radiating a murderous aura. Ji remained utterly calm, his mind racing. He slapped his right hand against his pocket, and a mirror shot skyward. With a crisp snap, the mirror shattered into 7 pieces mid-air, cold glints flashing from the sharp edges of the shards. The rune on his chest glowed silver as the 7 shards shot toward Qing Lao at breakneck speed. The Ji of today was no longer the same person who had first obtained the illusion skill. After his battle with the illusionist class and countless hours of practice, his mastery of the ability had advanced by leaps and bounds. Qing Lao stood there on the ground, coldly watching the flying shards, showing no intention of dodging.
You think a few shards can hurt me? Ji's heart leapt with glee.
Qing Lao was being incredibly overconfident. These shards, enhanced with the Feng Rui technique, were far superior to any ordinary blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 shards cut through the air with a piercing whistle, effortlessly piercing his blue skin and sinking a full 2 centimeters deep. Qing Lao's face twitched slightly, but he had no time to pull out the shards already embedded in him, for the remaining 2 were now hurtling straight toward his eyes.
You vicious little bastard! Qing Lao cursed under his breath.
If he were hit by those, he'd definitely go blind. No matter how much his abilities had been enhanced, his eyes remained his weak spot. He dared not take any chances.
The nails on his right hand rapidly grew longer, resembling 5 sharp bayonets.
As the muscles in his right hand tensed, 5 streaks of cold light flashed by, slicing the 2 shards into pieces that flew off in unknown directions.
You dare hurt me?
Qing Lao pulled out the shards embedded deep in his flesh one by one, speaking with venom. A red glow flashed in his eyes. He was clearly furious. Seizing the opportunity, Ji sprinted over to Fan's side.
Boss, are you okay? Cough, cough. It's not too bad.
Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke weakly, his eyes fixed intently on the enraged Qing Lao.
Roar! 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 Roar!
Qing Lao let out a long, piercing howl to the heavens. His eyes turned completely red, and his body swelled another size, bursting through his shirt. Massive blue muscles, as hard as rock, pulsed with explosive power. Not only that, but his forehead suddenly bulged as two crimson horns pierced through his skin, faint red light flickering within them.
Damn it, this guy can actually transform into a second stage? Both of them paled in unison. Very well, you've thoroughly enraged me. A chill emanated from Qing Lao's mouth as he spoke viciously. I'm going to slice your bodies to pieces right in front of you, then devour your brains bite by bite. Superhuman speed, overwhelming strength, and defense that made one's scalp crawl. How were they supposed to fight this? He had only 2 mirrors left in his pocket, and his most powerful attack seemed to have little effect on him. The boss was also seriously injured. What should they do next? Ji stared intently at Qing Lao, his entire being in a state of absolute calm as his mind raced. Fan noticed that Ji seemed like a completely different person at that moment, a stark contrast to his carefree demeanor earlier that day. Now, his gaze was like that of a wolf. A wolf that was patient, ferocious, and constantly on the lookout for an opportunity to tear its opponent to shreds. Boss, can you still control those machetes and bottles? Yes. Good. I have a plan. Ji leaned close to Fan's ear and muttered something indistinctly. Fan furrowed his brow slightly and said, "It's too risky. Without taking risks, we don't stand a chance." Ji gazed at Qing Lao in the distance and spoke calmly. For some reason, looking at Ji's impassive expression, Qing Lao's heart skipped a beat. This kid actually makes me sense danger? It wasn't the first time Qing Lao had encountered this. After transforming, he seemed to possess a beast's instinct, with a keen premonition of danger, a warning that had saved his life more than once. He hesitated. Should he trust his instincts and turn away? Just then, Ji suddenly charged toward him, flipping him off as he ran, with a cleaver, broken bottles, and butterfly knives trailing behind him. A surge of inexplicable rage welled up inside him. Already in a state of fury, he was extremely agitated. Provoked like this, he cast his premonition aside. Did these two punks really think they could threaten him? He roared, stomped hard on the ground, and left a trail of afterimages as he sprinted toward Ji at breakneck speed. He is even faster than before. Ji thought to himself. Beneath his clothes, the rune on his chest flickered, and a faint blue glow flowed through the weapons around him, all of which he had imbued with sharpness enhancement. The reason he had Fan control the cleaver, the broken wine bottle, and the butterfly knife was precisely because they all possessed reflective properties, and it had already been proven that weapons enhanced with sharpness could inflict damage on Qing Lao. In fact, he could have manipulated them himself, but first, the reflective properties of these objects weren't particularly strong, making them difficult to control with precision. Second, the maneuver he was about to perform was extremely dangerous, and he couldn't afford the slightest distraction. Fan sat on the ground, his face pale, a golden glow radiating from his left eye as he carefully controlled the 3 weapons. Ji, success or failure hinges on this one move. His fingers twitched slightly, and the 3 weapons instantly accelerated, forming a straight line as they flew past Ji toward the menacing Qing Lao. This time, Qing Lao dared not take any chances. He swung his sharp claws, slashing viciously at the shattered wine bottle, leading the charge. Whoosh! The razor-sharp claws sliced through the air at high speed, creating a series of piercing whistles. A afterimage swept past, and the shattered wine bottle was instantly cleaved into several pieces. Qing Lao's arm swung again, and the butterfly knife met the same fate. However, just as the claws were about to strike the cleaver, it suddenly vanished into thin air. Qing Lao's pupils contracted sharply. His arm swept through the empty space ahead, and his entire body continued forward on sheer momentum. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji sidestepped, clenched his right hand into a fist, and swung with all his might at Qing Lao's neck. The illusionist class rune erupted with a blinding light in his mind. In the split second Qing Lao was distracted, the cleaver reappeared in Ji's hand, bursting with deep blue light that sharpened its edge to the absolute limit. At the same time, Fan's right hand snapped violently through the air, golden runes blazing in his eyes. An identical cleaver shot out of the darkness behind Qing Lao, also radiating blue light. The entire sequence seemed complex, but in reality, it took less than half a second for both cleavers to strike Qing Lao's neck simultaneously. Whoosh!
With a soft thud, a hideous head was flung high into the air, rolling with a gurgling sound onto the ground, its eyes wide as copper bells, refusing to close in death. Perhaps even in his final moments, he never fully grasped how this bizarre sequence of events had unfolded. The entire plan was actually quite simple. While the two were whispering to each other, G had materialized an identical machete, which he controlled himself. As long as he timed its disappearance and reappearance perfectly, he could catch Chang Lao completely off guard. Meanwhile, Fan controlled the other machete, sneaking around behind Ching Lao to wait for the right moment to strike and finish him off. However, the crux of the entire plan lay in G's ability to time everything perfectly. There could be no margin for error. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, Ching Lao would have sliced him to pieces. Seeing Ching Lao completely dead, G's taut nerves finally relaxed, and his whole body went limp as he collapsed to the ground. I was wrong, Fatso. I was really wrong. I should have listened to you and stayed put at the hotel. Thinking back to Chui's warning, G nearly burst into tears. What a mistake! What a terrible mistake! Just for a hand-pulled pancake, he'd come this close to death. Wasn't he that just asking for trouble? The corners of Fan's mouth turned up slightly. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Boss, are you okay? Should we call an ambulance? G scrambled to his feet and jogged over to Fan's side. I'm fine, Fan waved his hand. I just need to find a quiet place to rest for a bit. G nodded, helped Fan to his feet, and said excitedly, then let's south go to my place. I'm not bragging, but that presidential suite. After a grueling night of battle, the two teenagers supported each other as they slowly made their way down the mountain. The eastern sky was beginning to lighten. Chapter 19, The Four Chosen Emperors, Passed Down Through Generations. Much later, a figure suddenly appeared on the stone steps on the other side. He looked at the chaotic scene on the ground and the decapitated corpse of Ching Lao lying nearby, resting his chin on one hand as if deep in thought. Under the morning sun, the white crying face mask glistened. Jinshan Temple. A group of people in white uniforms was bustling about. Some were scanning the area with instruments, others were exchanging data in makeshift tents, and still others were planting small flags into the ground one by one. On the temple roof, a rotund man was looking down at the orderly crowd below, holding a ceramic teacup and yawning from time to time. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of hurried high heels echoed, and a blonde beauty in a fiery red long dress appeared at the top of the pagoda, her brows furrowed and her face anxious. Professor, something has happened. She handed the tablet in her hand to Chui and said solemnly. Ah, young people are so impatient. Just tell me what's going on calmly. Chui took a sip of tea and spoke leisurely. The tech team's calculations show that the thing's emergence has been brought forward by 48 hours compared to Yuan's prediction. What? Chui's hand trembled, nearly dropping the teacup, his face turning pale. For 48 hours. How much time is left now? 14 hours and 26 minutes. Park Ji-min reported the time precisely. The fat man's face turned ashen as he muttered to himself, that shouldn't be possible. It's not scientific. How could it be so much earlier? Master, what should we do next? The three talents mysterious traces formation is set up, but the four symbols chaos heaven formation is only halfway done. We haven't even started setting up the six harmonies Taiwei formation to trap the enemy or the seven stars formation to kill them. If this keeps up. Park Ji-min didn't continue. He was certain his teacher understood the consequences all too well. Chui pondered for a few seconds, then spoke quickly, send out the order, everyone stop what they're doing immediately. Forget about the four symbols heavenly array, everyone go set up the seven stars array. Make sure it's fully deployed before it emerges. Yes, Master. Park Ji-min received the order without the slightest hesitation and quickly went downstairs to assign the tasks. This time, we're in big trouble. Chui frowned, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Fuxalai Hotel, room 2101. Ring ring. The alarm went off. A hand emerged from under the covers, fumbling around for a while before finally turning it off. A moment later, a teenager slowly sat up in bed, looking around in confusion, his messy hair resembling a bird's nest. G stared blankly for a while before finally coming to his senses. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and slowly got out of bed to wash up. "Boss, why are you sitting on the floor?" G walked into the living room and saw Fan sitting cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, breathing slowly in a peculiar rhythm.
A few seconds later, Fan opened his eyes and said casually, "I'm meditating." Meditating?
G froze, suddenly recalling that Renee had done the same thing back then.
What's that for? Meditation can quickly restore your mental energy and strengthen it.
If you stick with it, it'll help you break through your rune abilities. Fan replied succinctly.
G nodded.
So it's just a training method to boost abilities, he thought, his eyes lighting up.
Can you teach me?
G looked at Fan with wide, eager eyes.
Sure. Fan nodded. Meditation is actually quite simple.
Sit cross-legged, clear your mind, and visualize a crystal-clear gem in your mind's eye. At the same time, control your breathing. Don't use your lungs, breathe from your abdomen instead.
Inhale for 7 seconds and exhale for 8. G followed Fan's instructions, sitting cross-legged and clearing his mind.
A few seconds later, G's whole body began to sway slightly.
His head drooped uncontrollably, and faint snoring could be heard in the background.
Fan's mouth twitched, and he coughed forcefully. G jolted awake, looked at Fan intently, and said, "I successfully dreamed of a crystal-clear crystal."
Fan.
I told you to meditate on a crystal, not to dream about one. Fan instantly felt a wave of exasperation wash over him.
Was this same G really the one who had outmaneuvered a second-tier ability user so masterfully last night?
I've always had a question. Fan hesitated for a moment before speaking up.
Why do you call me boss?
G cleared his throat a few times, looking a bit awkward.
The origin of that nickname is a bit complicated. But think about it, if I just called you Fan or classmate, wouldn't that sound too formal? Calling you Little Fan or Little Zhang would be too clingy. Back in our hometown, big brother doesn't necessarily mean an older sibling. Friends can call each other that too.
It makes the relationship seem closer. At the word friends, Fan's heart tightened. He glanced at G, then turned away and said indifferently, "I've never been interested in socializing."
You can call me whatever you like. G finally let out a sigh of relief.
He couldn't exactly tell him he called him Big Brother because he pulled a fast one on him, could he? By the way, G suddenly remembered something. How did you end up getting into a fight with that group of bikers last night? They aren't just ordinary bikers, they're thugs on the fringes of the Shangxia society, calling themselves the Rioters. Fan paused, a rare look of embarrassment flitting across his face. I was actually looking for an enemy, but I took a wrong turn and accidentally stumbled into their lair, so I just beat them up. G was speechless. Getting lost and stumbling into their hideout, then casually beating up over 200 people, that was seriously hardcore. I heard Rune's danger levels are divided into 4 tiers.
You're so badass, boss, you must rank pretty high, right?
G looked at Fan with excitement, his eyes brimming with admiration. After all, seeing him take on over 100 guys single-handedly last night was just too cool.
Well, I'm not really sure.
Fan paused for a few seconds.
It seems part of my ability is sealed. I don't have any specific information about Rune in my mind.
Right now, I only know I can control objects with my psychic power. It might be B98, telekinesis.
B rank, medium danger. No way. A power this strong is only B rank?
G found it hard to believe.
If this was only B rank, what on earth would an extremely dangerous S rank be like? Then what do they mean by first tier and second tier?
G blinked, looking like a curious child. You couldn't blame him for that. Chui had given him so little information that he knew absolutely nothing about the world of runes. Not even the most basic training method, like meditation, had been mentioned. Thinking of Chui driving off in style with a beautiful woman, G felt a surge of anger.
He wondered how Chui was doing now. Those refer to the levels of mastery over runes. The higher your mastery, the more power you can wield.
For example, our current level of rune development is 1%, a tier 2 user is at 5%, tier 3 is 15%, tier 4 is 30%, and tier 5 is 60%.
G waited a while, but seeing that Fan had no intention of continuing, he asked in confusion, and then? Is there no tier 6?
Tier 6 is a level that exists only in theory. It signifies 100% mastery of runes, meaning the user has completely assimilated with the runes and transcended the human realm.
G took note of this.
However, realizing that he had only unlocked 1% of the mirror system as potential, he couldn't help but wonder what the fully developed mirror system would look like. He began to let his imagination run wild.
Wait a moment.
Strictly speaking, his mirror system was granted by the system.
So, is the mirror system actually listed among the recorded rune types? If so, who was its previous owner? If not, what is its origin?
The more G thought about it, the more baffling it became. The vast mirror in his mind was simply too mysterious. Although the 6th tier exists only in theory, 5th tier rune users are very real.
Seeing G fall silent, Fan assumed he was taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, he continued.
The 5th tier is also known as the Imperial tier, but those who reach it are extremely rare. There are fewer than 10 people on the entire planet who have attained this level.
The entire planet? Fewer than 10? G's eyes widened.
This ratio made him question the very nature of existence.
How many people were there on the entire planet? And yet, there were only 10 Imperial tier practitioners? Then how many do we have in China? G asked urgently.
Fan slowly held up 4 fingers and said, China is the chosen nation. We possess half of the world's Imperial level powerhouses. The titles of these 4 Imperial level figures are the Flame Emperor, the Ice Emperor, the Wind Ancestor, and the Thunder God. The Flame Emperor, the Ice Emperor, the Wind Ancestor, the Thunder God. G muttered to himself, etching these names deeply into his mind. Unlike the Imperial level runes of other nations, these 4 possess their own consciousness and will never dissipate.
What do you mean? G was confused. Could runes really have consciousness? And what did never dissipate mean?
These 4 Imperial runes have existed for 1,000 years. Their purpose is to protect Huaxia, passed down from generation to generation, and they are exceptionally unique. First, ordinary runes return to the void to recuperate after their host's death, but these 4 Imperial runes require no recuperation. The moment a host dies, they appear on the next host.
Second, even if an ordinary rune reappears after many years, the new hostess rank still starts at level 1. But each of the 4 emperors, from the moment they obtain the Imperial rune, immediately enters the Imperial rank.
Although the method of inheritance differs for each Imperial rune, all inheritors share one common trait: they are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect something.
The 4 emperors, chosen by heaven, passed down through the generations. G was deeply shaken.
The powerful and mysterious image of the 4 emperors lingered in his mind. He felt he had glimpsed the true nature of this world.
Our ancestors decreed that all subjects of Huaxia must address the 4 emperors with honorifics. Honorifics? G tilted his head. What kind of honorifics?
Honor them according to ancient imperial protocol. Address them as Your Majesty.
Chapter 20, The Enemy Appears. Your Majesty.
What a majestic title, G thought to himself. Fan glanced at his watch, slowly stood up, and walked toward the door.
Where are you going?
Seeing Fan about to leave, G hurriedly stood up.
It's not safe out there. Don't forget the thugs are still hunting us down.
Fan took his black coat from the coat rack by the door and said calmly, I'm going to find someone.
To find your enemy? I'll go with you.
Fan paused, turned around, and saw G looking at him with a serious expression.
We're friends. You're my boss.
After last night's life and death struggle, the two had forged a bond of shared peril, and G had long since come to regard Fan as a friend. Though Fan was a bit of a loose cannon and never took himself too seriously, he was always a man of honor. Just yesterday, Fan had taken the brunt of a mob's attack for him. If he backed down now, he'd lose all respect for himself. A surge of passion suddenly welled up inside G, filling him with boundless courage. He couldn't wait to follow Fan out and slaughter everyone in sight, sealing their brotherhood with the blood of their enemies.
I don't need friends. Fan remained silent for a long time before speaking coldly.
G never expected to hear such a reply. It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe, and his soaring fighting spirit was instantly extinguished. Fan opened the door and walked out without looking back, but a faint voice drifted back over his shoulder.
My enemy is very strong. You'll lose your life.
G stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the direction Fan had left.
After a long while, he broke into a brilliant smile. Chengyuan Heavy Industries.
The click-clack of high heels echoed down the long corridor as a seductive woman walked toward the end of the hall. By the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, a man wearing a hexagram mask turned around.
A hoarse voice came from beneath the mask. Is everything arranged? He, Hua Guai chuckled softly. I've already taken care of everything.
Every floor of Chengyuan Heavy Industries' 51st floor is guarded by armed thugs. Not even a fly can get in.
What about that place?
Of course, I'll be guarding that place myself.
The sorcerer nodded and spoke calmly. Time's about right. The Astra Guild must be in a complete frenzy right now. I'm about to leave.
You must guard that place well.
It seems our little rookie hasn't made it back yet.
Hua Gui suddenly thought of something, her voice taking on a plaintive tone. I've been craving his body for ages.
That good for nothing.
The sorcerer snorted coldly.
Don't worry about him. That boy may be no ordinary youth, but completing the mission is more important right now.
Just then, the brows beneath the mask suddenly furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind.
Strange. Where had the envoy gone?
He hadn't seen a trace of the envoy since the last meeting, which caused him slight concern. After all, venturing alone into the heavily guarded Golden Mountain would be quite difficult. If the envoy were here, his chances of success would be 99%.
He shook his head.
The envoy's mission was merely to block the Nether Lord. As for the rest, he had neither the need nor the authority to interfere.
Noon. The bustling city was scorching under the sun.
Pedestrians flowed like a tide along the streets, and cheerful music blared from some shop, creating a lively atmosphere. In the shade by the roadside, a handsome young man stood quietly, seeming out of place in this world. Fan glanced at his phone, where a message received 2 days earlier was displayed. Sky Eye detected a puppet master at 2:43 and 19 seconds p.m. on July 26.
Location, number HUFU Road, Zhenjiang. 72 hours remaining until the next detection. He looked up.
It was an ordinary coffee shop, not very large, and from the outside, it looked quite old.
Above the glass door were several large brown characters. Man Mao Cafe.
Fan stood at the entrance observing for a long while before pushing the door open.
Ding! Welcome!
An electronic voice chimed, and instantly, the rich aroma of coffee beans washed over him. The interior was decorated in a standard Western cafe-style brown tones, a few scattered wooden tables, and at that moment, several customers were seated in small groups. A man in a suit reading a magazine, a programmer in a green plaid shirt, and 3 college girls chatting and laughing. Fan scanned the room, slowly releasing the blade he'd been clutching in his pocket.
He found a random seat by the window and let out a soft sigh. This really was just an ordinary coffee shop. Perhaps he had simply happened to pass by while monitoring the area with his heavenly eye, or maybe he had stopped to buy a cup of coffee. To say that this was the puppet master's safe house, the probability of that was far too low.
Squeak! The old counter door creaked open, and a young waiter walked straight over, smiling. "Sir, what would you like?" "A latte, no sugar," Fan said flatly.
"Sure." The waiter nodded and turned to leave.
Fan stared blankly out the window, lost in thought. Minute by minute, countless passers-by had come and gone outside the window. The sun was sinking lower in the sky, and dusk was approaching.
Something's wrong. Fan snapped back to reality. Why hadn't his coffee arrived after all this time? Why hadn't anyone come in or out for so long? When had the once bustling cafe become so eerily silent?
He turned his head, his pupils suddenly contracting. He saw that the only 6 people in the room had stood up at some point, their vacant eyes all fixed on Fan. Their faces were completely expressionless, stiff as if they were puppets. Fan's hair stood on end. He sprang to, "What did you do to her? Oh? What's your relationship with her? Are you the precious son she risked her life to save?" The puppeteer didn't answer, but spoke with interest. Fan didn't answer, just glared at him with intense hatred. "I'm truly sorry," the puppeteer said indifferently, spreading his hands. "She's dead. I killed her." Chapter 21, is that it? Boom! A thunderclap rang out in Fan's mind, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. He had mentally prepared himself for this answer. When the Astra Guild members had told him the news, though he had been furious and desperate, a sliver of hope still lingered in his heart. What if they were wrong? But when he heard the truth directly from the puppet master's own mouth, his spirit completely shattered. Mother! His mind involuntarily drifted back to when he lay in a hospital bed, suffering so terribly that life felt worse than death. It was his mother who gently stroked his head and lulled him to sleep. When the doctors had once advised giving up on treatment, it was his mother who had firmly refused, scrambling to raise money for his care. "Xiao Fan, Mommy will definitely raise the money to cure your illness." In his memory, his mother, her temples streaked with gray, sat by his bedside and spoke to him gently. "Mother!" 2 hot tears streamed down Fan's cheeks. Boundless power surged from his left eye. The golden rune spun wildly, faint black lines winding around it to form a miniature formation that absorbed the vast majority of the energy. Boom! A soft sound emanated from Fan's body, as if something had been shattered. A powerful spiritual force overflowed from him. The puppet master's pupils contracted slightly beneath his mask, then regained their composure as he spoke calmly. "So what if you've broken through to the second stage? The gap between us is beyond your imagination. Die!" Fan roared, his eyes bloodshot and frenzied, his fists clenched tightly. He could feel that his mastery of rune had improved significantly after breaking through to the second stage, and he immediately channeled all his mental energy to control everything in the room. He swung his right fist forward with all his might. Coffee cups, glassware, knives, tables, chairs, and even the massive coffee machine flew toward the puppet master in a dense, overwhelming barrage. The puppeteer took a step back, and a massive silver figure materialized before him out of thin air. The figure nearly filled the entire coffee shop, its entire body gleaming with a metallic sheen. A ferocious, giant eye on its head flashed with red light. It was a colossal ape forged entirely of metal. "Puppet number 6, One-Eyed Kong," the puppet master said calmly. "Stop. Your attacks can't even breach his defenses." With a slight twitch of his finger as if guided by invisible threads, the silver Kong's single eye blazed with red light. Its massive right arm swung violently, smashing every weapon in the air to smithereens. Boom! 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 The Vajra's massive steel jaws opened wide, as if in a silent roar, while its 2 arms pounded relentlessly against its chest, emitting a piercing hum. Fan's face turned ashen. He had just given it his all, yet the one-eyed Vajra had effortlessly thwarted his attack. And this was just number 6. What about number 5? Number 4? Or even number 1? The farce is over. The puppet master waved his hand, dispelling the mighty one-eyed Kong. "I have important matters to attend to. I don't have time to play with you." Seeing the one-eyed Kong vanish, Fan's eyes lit up. He channeled his spiritual energy throughout his body and charged at the puppet master with all his might. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The distance between them closed rapidly. Fan flipped his palm, and a blade in his hand emitted a chilling glint as he thrust forward like lightning. Ah! A soft sigh echoed in Fan's ears, and his entire body froze mid-air. Fan felt as though every muscle in his body was beyond his control. It was as if invisible threads were attached to every bone, holding his body firmly in place. At that moment, the blade in his hand was just a hair's breadth away from the white mask, yet he couldn't advance even an inch. This. Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes filled with disbelief.
I told you the gap between us is too great. Why wouldn't you believe me?
A resigned voice came from beneath the mask as the puppet master slowly held up 2 fingers. Fan's body began to move uncontrollably, twisting like a toy, before he stood perfectly straight on the ground, like a soldier about to receive a review from his commander.
A deep sense of helplessness welled up in Fan's heart. How could he possibly defeat such a terrifying enemy? Don't worry. Your ability is quite interesting. I won't kill you.
The puppeteer glanced at Fan and strolled leisurely toward the door.
However, your life from now on will be a living hell.
Fan's body moved slowly in tandem, following the puppeteer naturally, a bright smile still on his face.
Damn it! He can even control my facial expressions.
Fan struggled with every ounce of strength, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly futile. A sense of despair unlike anything he'd ever felt engulfed his mind.
Whoosh!
Just then, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted from the cafe's massive glass window. The puppeteer's eyes were stung by the glare. He instinctively clapped one hand over his eyes. Fan, standing nearby, reacted the same way, though he couldn't cover his eyes, nor could he even manage to shut them.
Ding, welcome, an electronic voice suddenly rang out.
Without a moment's hesitation, the puppeteer swept his right hand through the air, and the one-eyed golden warrior reappeared before the two of them.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The sound of metal clashing echoed as several shards of mirror glass embedded themselves deep into the one-eyed Vidra's hand. Through the gaps between his fingers, the puppet master could faintly make out the silhouette of a young boy. Behind the boy, 7 tiny suns hovered as he stepped out of the light.
Boss, I'm here to save you.
At that moment, Fan hadn't yet recovered from the blinding golden light. Everything before his eyes was still a blur of white.
Hearing that voice, his whole body jolted. What are you doing? In an instant, G's entire body shot upright, as if controlled by invisible threads.
His eyes were filled with disbelief.
What kind of ability is this? It can actually control a person's body directly? Was the boss controlled by someone too?
He recalled the state he'd seen the other person in earlier and suddenly understood, but why was he grinning like an idiot?
G wondered.
Soon, the puppet master answered that question for him. A moment later, the 2 teenagers, grinning like fools, followed the puppet master as they strode off.
Chapter 22, Yun. Changyuan Heavy Industries, 51st floor.
Hua Gui propped her head up with one hand, sitting idly in a chair. Behind her stood a massive metal door. The metal door stood 4 meters tall and 7 meters wide, its entire surface a dark gray. It was unclear what kind of metal it was made of, but thick iron chains coiled around it, as if restraining something. A faint chill seeped out from behind the door.
What the hell is in there? Hua Gui shivered and muttered.
According to the sorcerer, the object behind this door had been personally escorted here by headquarters a month ago.
Even he didn't know exactly what it was.
The special envoy who delivered it had strictly ordered that no one was to open the door. The object behind it was the key to this mission and absolutely could not be lost.
Could it be some kind of treasure?
Her eyes darted beneath the mask. She slowly rose to her feet and tentatively touched the massive metal door with a single finger. A bone-chilling cold swiftly spread from her fingertip throughout her body. It felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Hua Gui shuddered, stumbled back several steps, and exhaled a puff of cold air.
Why is it so cold?
Squeak! Just as she was pondering this, another secret door slowly swung open.
Hua Gui spun around abruptly to see the puppet master walking in, followed by 2 teenagers grinning like fools. Envoy, who are these 2? Hua Gui was taken aback by the bizarre scene.
The boys who took down Chang Lao, the puppet master said indifferently. Their abilities are quite interesting. I'll take them back to headquarters for research when I return.
You keep a close eye on them.
Hua Gui examined the 2 boys with keen interest, her eyes glancing briefly over the grinning Ji before fixing intently on the sunny, handsome Fan.
Little brother, you're quite handsome, Hua Gui said, walking over to Fan's side.
She slowly lifted his chin with one hand and spoke with a flirtatious tone. A flash of anger crossed Fan S' eyes as he struggled to turn his head away, a wave of revulsion washing over him. Seeing his resistance only excited Hua Gue further. His hands roamed up and down Fan S' body, as if exploring a newly acquired toy, his prominent chest pressing against Fan S' muscular frame, a sight that left Ji, standing nearby, speechless.
What a travesty! Am I really that invisible?
My boss is resisting this much. If you've got the guts, come after me.
Enough!
They are precious test subjects, not something a mere flower demon like you can handle. The puppet master snorted coldly.
The flower demon's movements faltered.
He snorted in turn, then reluctantly pulled his hands away from Fan S' face.
Understood, Special Envoy.
She pulled a walkie-talkie from her waist, pressed a button, and spoke in a drawl, "Send 2 men up to the 50th floor."
Before long, 2 fully armed thugs appeared before the iron door.
Both wore thick bulletproof vests, their pitch-black helmets equipped with state-of-the-art night vision goggles, and the submachine guns in their hands glinted with a sinister coldness. "Go, take these 2 little ones away and lock them up. Make sure someone keeps a close watch on them. These are the people the Special Envoy specifically requested," Hua Gue said in a sarcastic tone, heavily emphasizing the words Special Envoy. She glanced furtively at the puppet master, who stood there silently, his expression hidden beneath a white weeping face mask.
"Yes, sir," the 2. He had actually bypassed the tight security and entered the restricted zone with ease.
The sorcerer bent down and used a fallen twig to draw a complex pattern on the ground, composed of extremely regular geometric shapes, resembling some kind of alchemical array known in the West. The sorcerer pressed his palms together, then slammed one hand down onto the array.
Threads of yellow lightning erupted from the alchemical array, continuously coursing through it.
A blinding flash of light flashed by, and the sorcerer vanished. On the summit of Jinshan, figures clad in white uniforms were bustling about, planting small flags along the mountainside according to some mysterious pattern, some on the ground, some in crevices between rocks, and others directly into tree trunks. Inside a tent at the mountaintop, a young man with a cast on his arm was pacing back and forth with a grim expression. Suddenly, the tent flap was pulled aside, and a chubby man walked in with a grin, followed by Park Ji-min.
"Master!"
The young man's eyes lit up the moment he saw the chubby man, and he spoke excitedly.
"Yun, how is your injury?"
Chui noticed the cast on Yun's arm, and a flash of anger crossed his eyes before he spoke in his usual tone. The excitement faded from Yun's eyes, replaced by frustration, and he lowered his head slightly.
"It's just a simple fracture, nothing serious. It's just I won't be able to fight for the next couple of days."
As he spoke, a wry smile crossed his face. Chui nodded, patted him on the shoulder, and made no attempt to hide the admiration in his eyes.
"You're something else, kid. You actually managed to fight a sorcerer to a standstill."
Even though he is only a Tier 3 ability user, he is still considered one of the top tier among them.
"Teacher, don't flatter me. That wasn't a standstill at all. He didn't even get hurt."
Yun looked up, his smile looking more like a grimace than a smile.
"Yun, your ability isn't really suited for combat to begin with."
Getting the fight to that point was already quite an achievement, Park Ji-min said encouragingly with a smile from the side. A flush of color spread across Yun's face. He looked at Park Ji-min, and the sparkle returned to his previously dull eyes as he nodded firmly.
"Yun, I know this is an unreasonable request, but the situation is critical right now. We need your strength."
The fat man dropped his smile and spoke solemnly.
"Don't feel pressured. You have the right to refuse. You don't have to agree right away." "Teacher."
Yun suddenly spoke, his eyes brimming with resolve.
"I am a student of the Astra Guild. There are no cowards in the Astra Guild. Just tell me what needs to be done. I'm not afraid of anything." Chui shuddered and remained silent for a long moment before speaking. "Yun, that thing's emergence has been unexpectedly brought forward. We haven't had time to fully set up the 4 symbols heavenly array. If we let it emerge like this, it will cause panic in society. We need your power to create a massive fog." The fat man spread his arms wide, tracing a large circle in the air. A thick fog covering a 10-kilometer radius around the entire Golden Mountain. "It doesn't need to blanket every inch, just form a ring, like a barrel,"
so the outside world can't see what's happening inside.
Yun pondered for a few seconds, then nodded firmly. I understand. I'll make sure it's done right.
Chui said nothing, but gave Yun's shoulder another firm pat and looked at him deeply.
Good boy. With that, the two turned and left the tent.
Chui glanced back at the lonely tent and spoke coldly. That sorcerer must die.
Don't worry, master. A murderous intent flashed across Park Ji-min's handsome face. If he dares to harm my junior, I'll hunt him down to the ends of the earth. Chapter 23, Valkyrie.
Halfway up the mountainside, the sorcerer wearing a hexagram mask suddenly emerged from the ground, stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. Beneath the mask, the sorcerer's face was ashen. He frowned as he gazed toward the mountaintop, deep in thought.
So this is the Astra Guild's 3 talents maze formation?
The Astra Guild's 9 formations, their reputation is well deserved, he muttered to himself. Moments ago, he had attempted to use earth diving to sneak directly to the summit, only to plunge headfirst into this 3 talents maze formation. He had been trapped for a full hour before finally finding his way out, only to return to where he started. He pondered for a while, a flash of resolve crossing his eyes. Since he couldn't sneak up, he would force his way through. He pulled a vial of blood from some unknown creature from his pocket, smeared it on his fingers, and bent down to meticulously draw an alchemical array on the ground. It took him a full 5 minutes to complete the array, and the drain on his spiritual energy was immense. When the final stroke was finished, the sorcerer's body wavered, and he barely managed to keep from collapsing to the ground. A massive crimson pattern now lay silently on the ground, spanning a radius of 2 meters. Its lines were incredibly intricate, radiating an overwhelming aura of blood energy. A single glance would be enough to unsettle anyone. It resembled a blood-red pattern seeping from the depths of hell, sending a chill down one's spine. The sorcerer rested for a while, then slowly rose to his feet. After carefully inspecting the array, he placed his right index finger to his lips and bit down hard. Blood immediately flowed from his fingertip. The sorcerer clasped his hands together and slammed both palms down onto the alchemical array. Sizzle! A bolt of lightning struck from the clouds, striking the center of the array. Blinding flashes of light erupted from within, and a dark red, blood-red gate floated silently in the air. Countless screams and wails echoed from beyond the gate, sending chills down one's spine. Savage guardian of hell! God of blood and darkness! I summon you with the blood of 61 living beings. I pray that you once again bring disaster upon the mortal realm. Let the ignorant masses offer you their fear. Great Cerberus! The warlock roared in a frenzy, kneeling on one knee with arms outstretched, like a devout worshipper. Thud, thud, thud. A dull thudding sound came from behind the blood-red gate, as if something were relentlessly pounding against it, answering the warlock's summons. Boom! The blood-red gates burst open, and a massive black figure leaped out from behind them, landing heavily on the ground. It was a colossal creature, 6 stories tall, resembling both a dog and a wolf. Its enormous body was covered in long, steel needle-like fur. Its 3 ferocious heads snapped up simultaneously, letting out a piercing howl. Roar! 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 The deafening roar echoed all the way to the mountaintop, causing everyone to look up in unison, exchanging stunned glances. Inside Jinshan Temple, where Chui and Park Ji-min were discussing their strategy, they both whipped their heads around, staring intently in one direction. Teacher, I'll go, Park Ji-min said, a flash of determination in her eyes, turning to speak to Chui. Chui frowned slightly, just as he opened his mouth to speak, but Park Ji-min's delicate face broke into a radiant smile. Teacher, don't you have more important enemies to deal with? We're no longer the students we used to be, the ones who needed you to worry about everything. You go ahead, leave this to me. Chui stood there with her mouth agape, hesitating for a long moment. Finally, she sighed and said earnestly, be careful of everything. Park Ji-min gave a playful smile, pulled a silver briefcase from somewhere, and pressed a button on the handle. A series of mechanical grinding sounds emanated from the briefcase. Click! The briefcase transformed rapidly, like a transformer. 2 seconds later, a long silver spear was firmly clenched in her hand. The shaft was 5 feet long, with a spindle-shaped tip. A strand of red tassel fluttered in the wind below the tip, and a glint of cold light flickered at the very point.
Teacher! I'm off!
Park Ji-min gave a dashing smile and charged down the mountain like a bolt of lightning.
Chui stood on the yuan ground, watching Park Ji-min depart, a look of satisfaction playing on his lips. Mid-slope.
A massive black shadow leapt into the air, blocking out the sun, then landed deep within the forest.
It charged straight ahead, snapping the dense trees in half and kicking up a massive cloud of dust.
The sorcerer stood firmly on the back of the hellhound, gazing up at the faintly visible mountaintop, yet his brow furrowed beneath the hexagram mask. At the hellhound's speed, reaching the summit from the mountainside should have taken no more than a few dozen seconds, but they had been sprinting for nearly 5 minutes now, and the mountaintop still stood firmly above them, as if they hadn't advanced at all. This Sankaimi zone formation is such a pain, the sorcerer muttered under his breath. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the formation was to blame.
His mission was to thwart the Astra Guild's plans, but if he couldn't even reach the summit, what was the point of the mission? He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Just as he was about to make his move, a cold gleam shot down from the summit. The hellhound seemed to sense something.
It slammed its forepaw against a massive boulder, reducing it to dust in an instant, but it also managed to use the momentum to change direction.
Boom!
A silver spear struck like lightning right where the hellhound had just been, and after a thunderous crash, a crater over 5 meters deep suddenly appeared on
the ground. What terrifying power!
The sorcerer's pupils contracted sharply. Had it not been for the hellhound's beast-like instincts, he would likely have been gravely wounded on the spot. Just then, a slender figure leaped down from the air, landing lightly.
Lance! The figure gave a sharp command, and the silver spear buried deep in the ground suddenly began to tremble violently before transforming into a streak of silver light and returning to her hand. Park Ji-min, clad in a red gown, pointed her spear at the ground. Her golden hair flowed in the wind, and the playful charm from moments ago had vanished without a trace. She stared coldly at the warlock, radiating an air of heroic resolve. You're the clang!
A sharp crash echoed through the mountainside. The ground beneath the man and the beast could not withstand such immense force, and a deep crater was instantly gouged out. A howling gale surged from between the claws and the spear, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. The hellhound was forced to retreat several steps by the single blow, while Park Ji-min took only 2 steps back before regaining her balance. In this clash of strength, Park Ji-min had actually gained the upper hand. The sorcerer had leaped off the hellhound at some point, and the corner of his mouth twitched beneath his mask.
What kind of monster is this woman? To actually go head-to-head with the hellhound in a contest of strength and win.
Park Ji-min raised her spear, a hint of contempt flashing in her eyes, and spoke calmly, "So this is the extent of your power."
Chapter 24, Possession by the Martial Soul.
Ha ha ha! The sorcerer's hoarse laughter emerged from beneath his mask, like a venomous snake flickering its tongue, sending chills down one's spine.
So what if you're a Valkyrie? I haven't even made my move yet.
As he spoke, he pulled a pair of white gloves from his pocket and put them on with deliberate slowness. The backs of each glove were inscribed with distinct, alchemical runes, mysterious and profound.
Park Ji-min raised an eyebrow.
Her spear hummed as she arched her back slightly, gathered her strength, and charged forward once more. The sorcerer stood on the yuan ground, muttering something under his breath. The red rune on the back of his right hand flashed to life, and a fireball the size of a soccer ball materialized in his palm. The flames on the fireball's surface churned ceaselessly, their glow turning the hexagram mask crimson. With a flick of his right hand, the sorcerer sent the fireball hurtling toward Park Ji-min.
But that wasn't all.
After a brief incantation, the sorcerer conjured 2 more fireballs, forming a pin formation to block all her escape routes.
Park Chui snorted coldly and replied calmly, "That's pointless. Your true body is too far away. You can only control this puppet. You're no match for me."
Oh? The young man drew a pistol in a flash and pressed it against his temple.
Doesn't it matter to you if your men lose their lives over this? Watching Chui's face turn ashen, the puppet-controlled youth burst into laughter. I don't need to fight you at all.
As long as I know your weakness, you'll have no choice but to comply.
And your greatest weakness, Nether Lord, is your sentimental weakness. You cowardly, underhanded scoundrel.
A surge of rage welled up within Shui. His eyes were filled with inner turmoil as he clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, absolute darkness spread from beneath his feet, and the entire temple roof instantly felt as though it had plunged into an ice cellar, the cold piercing to the bone.
After a long moment, he slowly unclenched his fists.
The darkness gradually receded, and he looked toward the direction of the explosion, his eyes filled with worry.
Jiming, please be safe.
The sorcerer looked at the ruins left by the explosion before him and let out a cold laugh.
So what if she is a Valkyrie?
She is still nothing more than a puppet in my hands. Just as he was basking in his triumph, he noticed that the three-headed hellhound beside him was still staring intently ahead, every muscle taut as if facing a formidable enemy. The sorcerer's heart skipped a beat. He immediately turned to look at the ruins, a vague sense of foreboding welling up inside him. The dust-filled sky seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, gradually swirling faster and faster until it formed a tornado. The immense centrifugal force caused the surrounding leaves to rustle, and tiny pebbles on the ground were swept up by the wind, sucked into the vortex. Within the tornado, a slender figure in a red dress, holding a silver spear, stood motionless.
With a flick of the spear, a faint dragoness roar emanated from its tip. The entire tornado suddenly dispersed. The fierce gale snapped the thick trees in the vicinity in half, and even the clouds in the sky were torn open, as if the heavens had been pierced by a single strike. The gale howled as the ferocious three-headed hellhound crouched slightly, its four sharp claws digging deep into the ground, snarling incessantly at the front.
The sorcerer was blown back several steps. Only by swiftly tracing a rune in the air with his fingers was he able to steady himself. "What kind of monster is this woman?" he muttered under his breath, his face ashen. As the gale subsided, large swaths of her red dress were torn away, exposing her snow-white skin. Park Ji-min, however, paid it no mind, merely gazing coldly at the man and the beast.
Is this the best a Tier 3 ability user has to offer?
She shook her head, a hint of scorn curling her lips.
Very well, then.
I'll show you what true strength looks like. The rune behind her burst into brilliant light, and her aura surged relentlessly. The statue of the martial gods slowly materialized behind her once more.
Unlike before, this time the statue was more solid, and its aura of intimidation was even more terrifying. Summon the martial soul.
She pointed her spear at the ground with her right hand, formed a mystical seal with her left, and bowed slightly toward the statue behind her. A beam of white light shot from the statue into Park Ji-min's body, and her entire aura shifted abruptly. Tremendous power surged from her body, and a terrifying aura engulfed the entire area. Her expression was solemn, and the look of utter dominance in her eyes sent a chill down the sorcerer's spine. She stood there silently, yet her presence alone was enough to make him unable to lift his head. Information about this high-risk rune flashed through the sorcerer's mind. Threat level A14, Martial Soul. Allows communication with deceased martial masters. If their approval is gained, one may receive the protection of a martial soul, utilize their most proficient techniques, and even have the martial soul possess one's body directly. However, the conditions for using this ability are extremely stringent. First, the powerful figure must have killed countless people in life, with their blood essence lingering in one place for years without dissipating, before communication is possible. Second, gaining recognition is a highly ambiguous concept in itself. It's often a life or death ordeal. If it fails, the host will be utterly annihilated, body and soul. This woman must currently be in a state of martial spirit possession, the sorcerer thought to himself.
But what kind of being could possibly possess such power? May I ask your name, sir?
The sorcerer forced himself to lift his head and spoke aloud. The figure in the red dress showed not the slightest change in expression. Raising her spear, a deep, masculine voice emerged from her mouth.
Zhao Zilong of Chanshan. I request to fight.
Chapter 25, Spear Piercing the Clouds.
Zhao Yun?
The sorceress's face beneath her mask twitched violently.
She had actually found the martial soul of Zhao Yun, one of the 5 Tiger generals, and even gained his approval?
Before the sorceress could speak, Park Ji-min's figure blurred and vanished into the Yuan realm.
So fast. Completely on a different level from Yuan.
The sorceress's pupils contracted sharply. The three-headed hellhound beside her let out a furious roar, about to strike, when the left head suddenly exploded. A spear shot out from within the mist of blood. Blood splattered across Park Ji-min's face, yet her expression remained utterly impassive, like a cold-blooded, blood-soaked demon.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
The other two heads roared madly, their menacing fangs snapping viciously at her. But the figure in the red dress flickered, leaving trails of afterimages in the air as she flawlessly dodged every attack.
Two dragon-like roars echoed through the air.
Park Ji-min thrust her spear twice with lightning speed. Two sharp, icy beams struck the snarling heads, causing two more bursts of blood mist to explode. The three-headed dog, now headless, collapsed limply to the ground. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and soon, specks of black mist drifted from its entire body before it vanished into the horizon.
3 shots.
She had actually taken down her greatest trump card in just 3 shots.
The warlock's body began to tremble, a deep sense of helplessness welling up from within. How could he possibly fight such a terrifying enemy?
Park Ji-min expressionlessly flicked her blood-soaked spear through the air. Droplets of blood splattered directly onto the sorcerer's hexagram mask, as if she had just casually swatted a bug. The sorcerer shuddered, bit down hard on his tongue, and a massive alchemical array instantly formed beneath his feet.
His entire body sank abruptly, vanishing into the earth.
His courage had long since deserted him. He didn't hesitate to expend his life force to instantly cast a long-range earth-burrowing spell. He silently swore to himself that he would never provoke this woman again.
The mission? To hell with it. With a god of death like this here, what's the point of any mission?
The ground receded frantically behind him. Just as he was secretly rejoicing at having escaped with his life, a familiar silver spear pierced out from his chest.
WH? What?
His face was etched with shock and disbelief. He forced himself to look back and saw that, at some unknown moment, a terrifying spear mark over 20 meters long had appeared behind him, as if someone had thrust a spear into the ground, piercing the earth with precision and passing right through his chest. He let out an agonized groan, clasping one hand tightly over his chest, where a black alchemical array was etched. As a core member of Shangse who had roamed the martial world for decades, he had long ago used his abilities to augment his body. 2 hearts had been forged within him, so this spear thrust alone could not kill him. Gritting his teeth, a glimmer of hope flared in the sorcerer's heart as he endured the excruciating pain and attempted to pull the spear out. Suddenly, his movement froze. At some point, a figure in a red dress had appeared beside him. A slender hand gripped the spear shaft as she stared at him coldly.
Thud.
The spear was yanked clean out of his body. The sorcerer's face contorted in agony before he could even cry out. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from Park Ji-min. She held the spear in her hand as the terrifying energy surged from her body. Gusts of wind swirled from the spear's tip, and she thrust it forward with all her might.
Boom!
A blinding white light shot skyward from deep within the earth. The spear's glow pierced through the ground, shooting straight into the air.
Seconds later, a massive hole suddenly appeared in the thick cloud cover, revealing the dazzling sunlight.
That single thrust had actually pierced a hole right through the sky. Within the spear's beam, the sorcerer had been reduced to nothing but dust, dead beyond any doubt. Park Ji-min watched the sorcerer
vanish completely within the spear's beam and spoke slowly, "It's over. From now on, don't ask me to intervene against enemies of this caliber. Deal with them yourself."
As she spoke, the terrifying aura surrounding her vanished abruptly. Park Ji-min's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her face pale. She pouted and muttered in a pitiable voice, I know.
I want to do it again next time."
The fat man on the roof of Jinshan Temple witnessed this stunning scene. The corners of his mouth curled upward uncontrollably, and he burst into loud laughter.
Puppet Master, did you see that? I didn't even have to lift a finger. That shot was truly earth-shattering. My student truly lives up to my expectations, ha ha ha. Humph, just another good for nothing.
The young man under her control snorted coldly, slowly lowering the gun in his hand and sneering, "But don't get too excited just yet.
I never expected that good for nothing to complete the mission in the first place. He was just a decoy I used to draw attention. My objective has already been achieved." Chui's laughter cut short, and his expression instantly turned grim. "What did you do?" "Hee hee, take a guess." The young man grinned brightly, then his whole body shook, and he plopped down onto the ground. "Damn it!" the fat man cursed under his breath. The puppet master had already released his control over the puppet, which meant his objective had truly been achieved. Suddenly, the temple beneath his feet began to shake violently. Chengyuan Heavy Industries. Two heavily armed thugs were pointing guns at two teenagers, herding them into a cramped storage room. "Get in!" One thug kicked Ji hard, sending him stumbling face first into the room. Ji was about to curse when a loud thud echoed as the heavy metal door slammed shut. "Boss, they're picking on me," Ji said plaintively, looking up at Fan. Fan said nothing, but stood up and began to carefully survey the storage room. The room wasn't too large. A few rusty shelves took up 2/3 of the space, leaving just enough room for two people to lie on their sides. A thick layer of dust covered the floor, and several massive spider webs hung overhead. It was clear the place hadn't been used in years. Seeing that Fan wasn't responding, Ji tried to pull his hands free from the metal blocks, but some kind of mechanism had them locked in place. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. In that case, he'd have to rely on that. He secretly activated the illusionist class rune from the pop-up window, visualizing a chainsaw in his mind. Yet when he opened his eyes, the surroundings were completely empty. How could this be? Ji froze. Even if the materialization failed, wouldn't there at least be a flower? "It's useless," Fan said with a slight frown. "This is a specially made divine sealing lock. It blocks your mental energy flow, so you can't use your rune abilities at all." Ji's face fell. If he couldn't use his abilities, how was he supposed to escape? After surveying the area, Fan sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began meditating. "Boss, aren't you worried?" Ji asked, unable to help but speak up at Fan's composure. "Worried about what?" "That guy with the sad face is going to take us back for experiments." Ji shuddered as he imagined all sorts of cruel human experiments. "The Astrid Guild will come to rescue us." Chapter 26, The Escape Plan. Ji was on the verge of tears. "Boss, it seems like they've all gone to Golden Mountain to wait for something to emerge. Who would even know we've been captured? The sky." He thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out, so he simply closed his eyes as well, letting his mind sink into the mirror-like surface within his head. Everything else looked the same, except the soul mana visualization pop-up now contained pages and pages of small text. Li Gooden, soul mana collected +4. Wang Taiju, soul mana collected +7. Zhang Wei, soul mana collected +6. Ji swiped the touchscreen for ages before reaching the bottom. Every single entry was in red. He was filled with confusion. Who were these people? Why didn't I recognize a single one of them? And with so much angry soul mana, when did I ever offend this many people? Still puzzled, he scrolled to the very last entry, a deep red record. Qinglao soul mana collection +50. This must be that man wearing the blue ghost mask. The name fits him well. When did I ever offend so many people before killing him? Suddenly, the image of him outrunning a gang of motorcyclists flashed through his mind, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "I've finally found you, my benefactors." Ji made a rough estimate. This group had collectively provided him with nearly 400 soul mana points. His progress bar, which had been at only 1/5, had jumped straight to 3/5. What a blessing! Ji had a vague feeling that he'd discovered a shortcut to farming soul mana. Single target damage was too low, he had to go for AoE. As he happily exited the mirror, a thought suddenly flashed through Ji's mind. The Divine Seal could lock down Rune's abilities, but his own abilities came from the system. His heart raced as he secretly activated the illusion skill on the metal block. Instantly, a close-up of a beautiful woman appeared on its surface. Just as he'd hoped. The divine seal couldn't restrict his illusion skill. Overjoyed, G grew even more curious about the origin of the mirror in his mind. This mirror had carved out a space within his mind, granting him power that resembled runes yet didn't belong to rune, along with a mysterious soul mana collection system. But what good was it that he could use the illusion skill? There wasn't a single mirror in this godforsaken place, and the reflective capabilities of the divine restraint in his hand weren't enough to allow him to manipulate it directly. Was he supposed to call in the thugs guarding outside and tell them he wanted to look in a mirror? G calmed down and thought carefully. A mirror? Where could there be a mirror? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered seeing the entire building while under the puppet master's control. Its exterior was almost entirely made of glass with excellent reflective properties, which meant. G's eyes lit up. Boss, I figured out a way to get the Astrid Guild to rescue us right away. Fan opened his eyes and looked at G in confusion. What's your plan? He. G grinned mischievously. You'll find out soon enough, but I have to get out of this room first. Otherwise, my ability won't work from this distance. Fan's eyes lit up. Your ability works? G nodded, gestured toward the outside with his head, and shot Fan a look. Help! Someone help! This metal block is about to explode. A blood-curdling scream echoed from the storage room. The two thugs guarding the entrance turned pale, exchanged a glance, and burst through the door. What the hell are you screaming about? One of the thugs snarled. The metal block in G's hand was gradually turning red, like a branding iron being heated in a fire, as if it were about to explode at any moment. This metal block in my hand just suddenly did this, it's so hot inside. My hand's about to get scorched. G was as frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof, shrieking, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and open it. I'm a precious test subject. If anything happens to me, can you even take responsibility for that? The two thugs stared blankly at the glowing red metal block in his hand, exchanging bewildered glances. What's going on here? We've never heard of a divine sealing lock exploding before. Hold on a moment, I'll check with our superiors, one thug said, reaching for the walkie-talkie at his waist. Suddenly, he heard a whistling sound behind him, followed by a hard object smashing into the back of his head. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out instantly. The other thug looked up at the sound and saw a handsome young man standing coldly behind him, the metal block clenched in his hand. You! He finally snapped out of it, bellowing as he reached for his waist. Thud! Another clean, decisive blow, and this thug collapsed as well. Sigh, just open it when told to. No need to ask for orders. G glanced at the two unconscious men inside softly. Chapter 27, How can one tell if I am male or female? Let us get out of here. They report back periodically. We don't have much time left. Fan didn't even glance at the two men as he said this to G. G thought for a moment, then used his mouth to pull the walkie-talkie from one thug's waist and tucked it under his arm. Crouching low, the two of them inched their way toward the exit along the wall. Outside the storage room lay a long corridor. On either side were rows of tightly shut metal doors, similar in appearance to this storage room. Aside from the two fallen thugs, there were no other guards in the entire corridor. How far away do you need to be to activate your ability? Fan narrowed his eyes, took a quick look around, and asked in a low voice. G paused for a moment before replying, about 10 meters. He hadn't actually tested the full range of his ability, but he remembered scaring Tao back in their rented apartment. The distance from the bathroom sink to the mirror had been roughly 10 meters. Under these circumstances, it was better to err on the side of caution. Fan nodded, and the two moved quietly toward one end of the corridor. Ahead lay a vast open plan office area, filled with rows of desks arranged in neat order. At that moment, however, not a single employee was in sight. Instead, 5 armed thugs stood in different directions, slowly scanning their surroundings. G's eyes lit up. He noticed that the partition between the manager's office and the general office area was made of glass with excellent reflective properties, and the floor-to-ceiling windows of the manager's office were actually the outer glass facade of the building.
G nudged Fan and gestured with his eyes toward the manager's office. Fan frowned slightly, deep in thought.
Now that they knew their target, how are they going to get past the 5 gunmen standing right in front of them? I'll act as bait. You take the opportunity to slip past. We're just test subjects for Shang Xia, they won't do anything to me. Fan pondered for a long moment before speaking softly. Ji shook his head and crouched low, retreating down the corridor they had come from. Seeing Ji actually start to walk back, Fan suppressed his confusion and followed. Ji stopped in front of a narrow wooden door. He held out the metal chunk in his hand and slammed it down on the doorknob. Squeak! With a soft creak, the wooden door swung open slightly, and an indescribable odor hit them. It was a cramped space, cluttered with cleaning supplies like mops, brooms, and toilet plungers. Is this the janitor's closet? Fan froze. What are we doing here? Hiding. Once the thugs realized they'd escaped, they'd surely launch a thorough search. There was no way they could hide in such a conspicuous spot. Just as he was about to speak, Ji tugged him inside and whispered, "Boss, I'll use this walkie-talkie to report that we've escaped. That'll send all the thugs on this floor searching in the opposite direction. Then we just wait here until they leave, and we can get close to the manager's office." Fan's eyes lit up, and he nodded. He had to admit that Ji was far more resourceful than he was. Ji cleared his throat, pressed the talk button on the metal device in his hand, and whispered, "The 2 teenagers on the 50th floor have escaped." Repeat. The 2 teenagers on the 50th floor have escaped. They're heading toward the north staircase. All brothers on the 50th floor, come provide backup immediately. Copy that. We're on our way. Ji felt a surge of joy and let out a smug chuckle. Ha! Wait a minute, number 8, when did you turn into a man? Just then, a puzzled voice came over the intercom. Ji? Fan. It suddenly dawned on them, one of the thugs hadn't uttered a single word the entire time, and they were all fully armed from head to toe, not even a strand of hair was visible. How the hell could anyone have guessed she was a woman? Trouble. Number 8 and number 9 have been taken out. Full alert on the 50th floor. Launch a thorough search immediately, find those 2 at all costs. A man with a deep voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie swiftly issued the order, followed by a series of acknowledgments. Ji could now faintly hear someone running toward them and immediately panicked. Boss, what do we do now? Fan's eyes were fixed intently on the wooden door in front of them. Every muscle in his body was taut as he quickly went on high alert. We'll take it one step at a time. Ji swallowed hard. The other guy had a submachine gun, for crying out loud. If they got hit with a full magazine, they'd be done for. The footsteps grew closer. Fan arched his back slightly, his ears twitching, like a hunter lying in wait, ready to pounce on his prey. Now! Suddenly, his eyes flashed with intensity, and he slammed his body into the wooden door with all his might. Bang! The wooden door flew open. A gun-wielding thug had just run past it. Hearing the noise, he spun around abruptly. Before the door even hit the floor, Fan didn't even glance at him, as if he'd anticipated the man's position all along. With a lightning-fast twist, he hurled the metal block in an arc, smashing it straight into the thug's face. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. The thug's face mask shattered on impact, embedding itself deep into his face, and he collapsed in a heap of blood and flesh. Ji stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. How brutal was that? Even without his powers, Fan was still terrifyingly strong. Run! Fan shouted, seeing Ji standing there dumbfounded. Ji snapped out of it and took off running toward the office area. Only one thug remained in the office area. He paused for a moment when he saw the 2 sprinting toward him, then suddenly raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The submachine gun's muzzle flashed rapidly, and bullets flew toward Ji and Fan at high speed. The 2 dove to the ground simultaneously, rolling under a cluster of desks. You go. I'll handle him. Fan shouted, then swung the metal block in his hand upward. A barrage of bullets struck the block, producing a piercing clang. Fan darted swiftly between the desks.
He glanced at the metal block in his hand. It didn't even have a single bullet mark. Whatever material it was made of, it was incredibly hard. Hearing Fan shout, G gritted his teeth, pushed himself up slightly, and sprinted toward the door of the manager's office. The room ahead grew closer and closer. Just then, the thug who had been grappling with Fan seemed to notice him and suddenly turned, firing a burst of bullets in his direction.
"Get down!" Fan's voice reached G's ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to the floor like lightning. A string of bullets whizzed past his scalp by the narrowest of margins, sending a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Just as the thug was about to fire again, Fan burst out from under the desk, pushed off the desk with both feet, and leaped straight at the thug. The thug, who had been taking aim, was knocked flat to the ground by the impact. The two immediately began wrestling. Fan pinned him down and swung the metal block in his hand, pounding him mercilessly until he was a bloody mess. Just then, G finally ran into the glass room. Chapter 28, Astrid Guild to the rescue. The rune on G's chest flashed, and he quickly activated the illusion skill. "Boss, get in here!" G shouted at Fan. After dispatching the thug, Fan leaped over desks like an extreme parkour athlete, vanishing into the manager's office in a flash. G. Astrid Guild to the rescue. Each character was nearly 5 stories tall, and the final exclamation mark spanned 8 floors. Combined with the striking bright red color, the entire downtown crowd instantly noticed this peculiar building.
By the side of a downtown street, 2 figures stood frozen, staring up at the massive letters, their mouths twitching wildly.
"Your Majesty, what is this?"
The bespectacled man, carrying a long wooden box on his back, gaped wide-eyed, his expression one of utter shock. Beside him, a middle-aged man in a beige trench coat stood frozen for a moment before bursting into laughter.
"Interesting, truly interesting. This is the first time the name of our Astrid Guild has been displayed so brazenly before the public." The bespectacled man opened his mouth, unsure what to say. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. He suspected that if those troublemakers in the Astrid Guild saw the scene, they'd feel as though they'd found kindred spirits. Xing Dao Dao, our 2 young friends seem to be in danger. "Go and give them a hand," the middle-aged man said with a smile.
"But Your Majesty, if I'm not here," the bespectacled man pointed to the wooden box on his back and spoke hesitantly.
"Just come find me once you're done." "What's the matter? Don't you trust my abilities?"
The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and teased with a laugh. The bespectacled man quickly shook his head and replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, please be careful.
I'll wrap this up as soon as possible."
Then, carrying the massive wooden box on his back, he ran toward Chengyuan Heavy Industries. The middle-aged man stared silently at the bright red Astrid Guild help sign, lost in thought.
"Master, look over there. Fuxalai Hotel, room 2102.
The silver-haired girl pointed at the building in the distance and said to the young woman,
"Astrid Guild, help." The young woman raised an eyebrow. Which of the Astrid Guild's juniors came up with this? How brazen.
The silver-haired girl smiled sweetly, narrowing her crescent-shaped eyes as she looked toward Chengyuan Heavy Industries and said softly, "I actually find it quite interesting.
I wonder what kind of person could come up with an idea like this."
The young woman pondered for a moment before saying, "Let us go take a look."
"After all, they're from the Astrid Guild. We should help if we can."
"Yes, master," the silver-haired girl replied, her eyes lighting up.
"Chengyuan Heavy Industries, 51st floor." Hua Gui raised an eyebrow and spoke coldly, "You're telling me you've searched the entire building and still haven't found them?"
"Yes, sir." The voice over the intercom trembled slightly.
"We've deployed all available personnel for a thorough search. I'm confident we'll find them soon."
"Useless."
Hua Gui's face turned ashen with fear.
If the special envoy found out she couldn't even keep track of 2 teenagers, especially given her previous cold treatment of him, she was sure to face severe consequences upon returning to headquarters. She snorted coldly, rising from her chair. Her eyes, hidden behind the mask, flickered as she glanced back at the tightly sealed metal door.
"It should be fine if I'm gone for a while, right?"
She pondered for a few seconds, made up her mind, and walked straight toward the secret door.
50th floor.
G lay back leisurely in his comfortable executive chair, his legs propped up on the desk. Watching the frantic thugs outside searching for any trace of them, he felt thoroughly pleased. At the same time, he noticed lines of small red text appearing on the mirror.
Lia Feng Soul Mana collected +3. Kai Shukuan Soul Mana collected +5. Luhan Soul Mana collected +4. What good people, G thought.
He really wanted to go out and shake each of their hands right then and there, thanking them for their contribution to his soul mana. Fan stood quietly to the side, carefully observing the situation outside the window. Suddenly, a petal drifted in through the ventilation duct, spun a few times in the air, and landed gently on G's nose. G casually brushed it off and tossed it aside, then froze in surprise.
That doesn't make sense.
We're over 50 stories up. Where did a flower petal come from in the ventilation shaft? Just as G was puzzling over this, a seductive figure wearing a rose-shaped mask slowly walked from the hallway into the office area.
My lady.
Several thugs, upon seeing the newcomer, bowed their heads in unison and spoke with utmost respect. The flower ghost, in her high heels, suddenly kicked one of the thugs in the head. The sharp heel pierced right through his skull. The thug's body trembled, and he collapsed limply to the ground, blood and brain matter spilling everywhere, sending a chill down the spines of the other thugs. G's face went pale. The sight of the bloodshed nearly made him vomit.
Fan's brows furrowed as he glared intently at Hua Gu. Bunch of useless fools. You couldn't even find him when he was hiding right in front of you, Hua Gu said coldly.
Then, she slowly turned her head, the rose mask gazing directly in G's direction.
Chapter 29, Farewell. Cold sweat instantly broke out on G's forehead.
He leaped from his executive chair, bracing himself as if facing a formidable enemy.
Interesting. Is that an illusion-type rune?
Flower Ghost narrowed her eyes. From her perspective, the room was completely empty after all. The manager's office was so transparent that no one would think to push the door open and take a look. Flower Ghost swept her right hand, and several red petals shot out like lightning, their speed matching that of a bullet.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
A piercing clang echoed as the petals were deflected the moment they touched the mirror, leaving only a few white streaks on the glass surface.
Hua Gue furrowed her brow slightly.
She knew better than anyone the power of that strike. Its lethality was certainly no less than that of a rifle bullet.
Could this ordinary manager's office glass really block it? Could it possibly be bulletproof glass? One of the teenager's abilities must be related to the mirror.
She quickly came to that conclusion.
In fact, Hua Gu's guess was spot on.
The moment Hua Gu raised her hand, Ji had sensed danger and instantly maximized the glass's hardness, barely managing to withstand the attack.
Hua Gu snorted coldly.
The rune on her calf flickered, and a dense cloud of rose petals suddenly appeared, rushing toward the manager's office. The dense swarm of petals acted like countless blades, relentlessly slicing at a small section of the glass, carving out vast white streaks in the blink of an eye.
Boss, I can't hold out much longer.
Ji gritted his teeth, pushing his illusion skill to its absolute limit. However, there were simply too many petals, all purposefully concentrated on a single area. Under such an onslaught, even a tank's armor wouldn't last long. A massive shattering sound echoed as the entire pane of glass was completely shattered, revealing Ji and Fan before everyone's eyes.
What?
The thug's eyes widened. Until now, they hadn't understood what Flower Ghost meant when she said they were right in front of us. Now, seeing the two appear out of nowhere, they all gasped in unison.
So we've been scrambling all this time while these two were just standing by watching?
The thugs raised their guns in unison, locking their sights firmly on the two teenagers, waiting for Hua Gu's order to riddle them with bullets.
Don't be rash.
That woman is a Tier 3 ability user, Fan said calmly as he watched Ji begin to manipulate the shards of glass.
Ji's hand trembled. A Tier 3 ability user? Doesn't that put her on the same level as Renee?
If she were a Tier 2 ability user, he might still have a fighting chance, but against a Tier 3 ability user, he'd be at their mercy.
Perhaps surrendering outright would give him a chance to survive.
After all, even a severely crippled Renee had been capable of killing him back then, let alone a tier 3 at full strength.
Ah, kind sister, there must be some misunderstanding between us. We just wanted to play a game of hide and seek with our brothers. He spoke awkwardly, his smile looking more like a grimace than a laugh.
Hua Guai stared at him coldly, though inside she was deeply surprised. She had originally assumed the two had used some special method to break the divine restraint lock to activate their abilities.
But now it seemed the divine restraint locks on their wrists were still intact, which meant one of them possessed the ability to be immune to the divine restraint lock? No wonder the envoy wanted to take them back for study.
If that was the case, these two little guys certainly couldn't be allowed to die.
But crippling them should be fine, right?
Don't be afraid, little brother.
Big sister is just joking with you, Hua Gui said with a light laugh, a hint of chill in her voice. Come play a game of rock paper scissors with big sister? G's eyes lit up. Games were exactly what he was best at. Sure. How do we play? Guess if I can kill you with a single punch. What the hell kind of rock paper scissors game is this? Is that how you play it?
G's smile froze on his face for a moment. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Oh? I bet you can't. A cool, clear female voice drifted in. Hua Guai froze, scanning the room. Aside from these men, she was the only woman present. Where had that female voice come from? Bang! A deafening crash echoed from outside the window, followed by the shattering of glass. Every single exterior window in the office area shattered simultaneously. A gale from high above rushed in through the gaps, knocking everyone inside off balance. Amid the gale, a young woman stepped through the window. Her white trench coat flapped in the wind, her long hair billowing behind her, and an invisible aura of authority suddenly enveloped the entire space. Immediately after, a silver-haired girl followed her in. Her eyes, like black gems, scanned the room curiously, as if searching for something. Huh? G froze in surprise. Weren't these the two mysterious women living next door? He clearly remembered the scene back then. The young woman had left him breathless with just a few glances. Are they both ability users? Are they from the Astra Guild? G's eyes lit up instantly, and he hurriedly waved at the two. Seniors. Are you from the Astra Guild? Have you come to save us? The two looked over at the sound. A hint of surprise flashed in the young woman's eyes, then the corners of her mouth turned up slightly as she said calmly, "We're not from the Astra Guild." G's spirits sank instantly, but the second half of her sentence reignited his excitement. But we are here to save you. The silver-haired girl scrutinized G closely, her beautiful eyes flickering as she pondered something. Who exactly are you? Hua Gu stared intently at the young woman, adopting a posture as if facing a formidable enemy. She sensed an overwhelming sense of dominance emanating from her. And this was the 50th floor. How had these two women walked right in through the open air from outside the window? Her eyes swept toward the window, and her brows furrowed slightly. On one side of the window, a pale blue object had appeared out of nowhere, hovering steadily in the air. Was that a block of ice? Before she could figure it out, the young woman turned her head and cast a casual glance her way. Hua Guo's body trembled involuntarily as an invisible fear spread rapidly through her. Compared to the other woman, her mental strength was like a blade of grass in a tornado. That single glance was enough to shatter her completely. Do you really think you're worthy of knowing who I am? The young woman said coldly, her aura radiating sheer dominance. Ji and Fan were both stunned. Had this young woman really subdued the flower ghost with just a single glance? Who exactly was she? Fan's body suddenly jolted as he stared blankly at the young woman. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Master, let me handle this, the silver-haired girl volunteered. The young woman pondered for a moment, withdrew her gaze, and said, "Very well. Her strength is passable at 1 T-hurt for you to gain some experience." Flower Ghost felt her body grow light, nearly collapsing to the ground. Cold sweat drenched her back as she gasped for breath. The silver-haired girl walked slowly toward her, her expression utterly impassive. Make your move. Chapter 30, The Sword Slays the Flower Ghost. A wave of intense humiliation washed over the flower ghost.
Since obtaining her rune, she had never been defeated by a single glance. Yet she knew full well that the woman before her was far beyond her reach. She accepted her fate.
But you
a greenhorn who hasn't even grown a full set of feathers yet, what gives you the right to challenge me? An unnameable fury blazed within her. The flower ghost glared intently at the silver-haired girl before her, the rune on her calf flickering with light. A cloud formed from red rose petals appeared once more, sweeping toward the silver-haired girl like a raging storm.
"Watch out!" G shouted.
He knew better than anyone the power of that petal cloud. It was strong enough to slice through armor in an instant.
If hit head-on, she'd likely be shredded to mincemeat in the blink of an eye.
The young woman raised an eyebrow, tilting her head slightly toward the anxious G, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. Hearing this, the silver-haired girl paused for a moment. Then, a flash of white light erupted from her collarbone. She stamped her right foot, and a thick icicle shot straight up from the ground, freezing more than half of the red cloud. "It's ice-based, as I suspected," the flower ghost muttered, her brows furrowed beneath her mask. Ice-based abilities were her natural enemy. She would have to give this battle her all. The remaining crimson cloud instantly split into 3 streams, transforming into 3 crimson blades that stabbed toward the silver-haired girl from 3 different directions.
The angles were incredibly precise, instantly cutting off all her retreat routes. Not a trace of panic crossed the silver-haired girl's delicate face. She extended her right hand, drew a snow-white longsword from thin air, and gave it a light swing. A crystalline frost dragon shot forth from the blade, its long body wrapping around the girl. The 3 streams of red cloud crashed into the ice dragoness form but failed to leave even the slightest scratch. The frost dragoness body trembled, and instantly a layer of white frost began to spread over the red clouds. The cutting speed of the red clouds slowed visibly, and within a few breaths, they had frozen solid.
What kind of technique is this? Huagu stared at the frost dragon with eyes filled with shock. She had never heard of an elementalist capable of materializing a living creature.
Frost creation.
Amid the howling wind, the girl held a snow-white longsword, her silver hair flowing in the breeze, as she spoke in a calm voice.
G watched, speechless.
Huagu was a Tier 3 mage, yet this mysterious girl held a complete advantage.
Could it be that this seemingly frail girl was also a Tier 3 mage?
Frost creation, Huagu murmured to herself. Then, as if suddenly struck by a realization, she turned sharply to the young woman standing quietly beside her, her eyes brimming with shock.
"I get it. You are." Beep.
Just then, the walkie-talkie at Flower Ghost's waist lit up, and a panicked male voice came through.
"Lord Flower Ghost.
A young man wearing glasses and carrying a wooden box has burst through the main entrance on the 1st floor.
He says he is here to find his junior classmate.
We couldn't stop him at all. He has already fought his way up to the 6th floor." Huaguai could no longer hear what was being said over the walkie-talkie. Her heart had already turned to ashes, and her eyes beneath the mask were filled with despair. The young woman smiled at G and said, "Some people from the Astra Guild have come looking for you."
G's eyes lit up.
He'd finally been waiting for this, and from the sound of it, this senior seemed exceptionally fierce.
"Boss. Did you hear that? The Astra Guild is here."
Fan nodded absently, his eyes darting back and forth between the young woman and the silver-haired girl, lost in thought. The silver-haired girl furrowed her brow slightly. Pointing the tip of her sword at the dazed Huagu, she asked, "Why have you stopped fighting?"
"Fight?" Huagu let out a self-deprecating laugh and pointed at the young woman. "Even if I could beat you, could I beat her? What difference does it make whether I fight or not?"
Just as the silver-haired girl was about to speak, the rune on the flower ghost's calf suddenly lit up.
Boom!
With a soft pop, the flower ghost's entire body exploded into a cloud of rose petals, swept away by the gale toward the building's exterior.
"She is trying to escape."
The young woman watched the flower ghost turn into petals in silence, then spoke slowly. In fact, even before the young woman could speak, the silver-haired girl's eyes had already hardened.
Following the petals swept away by the gale, she actually leaped down from the building in a single bound. "Wait.
This is the 50th floor. Ji was startled to see the girl jump off the building. The young woman replied calmly, "Don't worry, she'll be fine." Outside the building, the gale howled. A crimson cloud hurtled downward along the vertical surface of the skyscraper, with a young girl wielding a long sword close on her heels. With every step she took on the vertical glass surface, a small patch of ice would form beneath her feet, steadying her. The gale blowing upward along the vertical glass made her long silver hair billow like a white cloud. The two figures raced across the glass at breakneck speed, the distance between them rapidly closing. Ha! By the window on the 36th floor, a young man wearing glasses and carrying a wooden box stepped over the thug's corpse. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of two figures darting past, and a look of confusion flashed across his fair face.
We can't let her keep running.
She's south too close to the ground, she'll be spotted.
We have to finish this quickly.
The silver-haired girl furrowed her brow, and the rune on her collarbone instantly burst into brilliant light. Holding her long sword, she traced a white circle in front of her and gave a sharp command. A white beam of light shot out from the circle at blinding speed.
In an instant, the crimson cloud was swallowed by the massive white beam. Amidst the thick ice pillar, a rose-red cloud glowed eerily under the sunlight.
The silver-haired girl's movements didn't falter for a moment. She stomped her foot hard against the glass, propelling herself like a shooting star toward the massive ice pillar. In the blink of an eye, she swung her snow-white longsword several times, then landed steadily on the vertical glass surface.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
Several sword cuts later, the massive ice pillar exploded, shattering into small shards of ice that drifted slowly downward with the wind. The rose-colored cloud itself turned to dust and vanished.
Ha! How come there are snowflakes in the middle of summer?
A passerby on the street rubbed his face and said in confusion.
You're kidding, right? It's probably just water from someone's air conditioner.
The passerby looked up at the sky, where a massive sun hung in the azure expanse, scorching the earth. On a skyscraper he hadn't noticed, the girl quietly watched the falling ice crystals. She sheathed her long sword, her silver hair gently brushing her face in the breeze.
She turned and drifted away. 50th floor. Holy crap, that was insane.
Ji had witnessed the entire process of the silver-haired girl slicing through the flower ghost with her sword, his face filled with shock.
Is this the world of Tier 3 ability users?
Compared to them, he was practically a little lamb.
The girl leaped lightly through the window. Seeing Ji's face full of admiration, a faint blush flitted across her cheeks.
Just as she was about to say something, the electronic chime of the elevator suddenly rang out from the distance.
Ding dong!
The elevator doors slowly opened. A fair-skinned young man wearing glasses glanced around, frowned slightly in one direction, and after a moment's hesitation, walked straight over.
Xingya? It's actually you?
The young woman said in surprise upon seeing the young man strolling out of the corridor. The young man froze. Upon recognizing the young woman, his face filled with astonishment, and he immediately bowed respectfully toward her. Xingya, secretary of the Astra Guild, pays his respects to Her Majesty the Ice Empress and her heir.
Chapter 31, Organization 0. The Ice Empress? Could this young woman actually be the Ice Empress fan mentioned?
Ji couldn't remember how many times he'd been stunned today, but he still stared at the young woman in white with utter astonishment. No wonder back then, just a single glance from her had left me gasping for breath under her overwhelming aura.
Is this what one of the 4 emperors of Huaxia is like?
Fan, however, wasn't he surprised in the least. He had long guessed the identities of the two before him.
You're here. I suppose Zhang Jingyan has arrived as well?
The young woman's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked. His Majesty the Flame Emperor has already set out for Golden Mountain. I am about to depart immediately. I must reach His Majesty's side before that thing emerges.
Xingya glanced at the time and replied.
No sooner had he finished speaking than the entire building began to shake.
An earthquake?
Ji froze. This area of Zhenjiang isn't on the edge of a tectonic plate. Logically, there shouldn't be earthquakes here.
Xingya's expression darkened, while the young woman chuckled lightly. It seems you 1T make it in time. Your Majesty the Ice Emperor, I have urgent business to attend to. I must take my leave. Qingya said anxiously, bowing deeply. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Ji and Fan. Fellow students, I have urgent business to attend to. You can come find us at Golden Mountain. Everyone from the Astra Guild is there. With that, he turned into a blur and vanished from sight. The earthquake grew more violent. Ji stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, but a snow-white hand steadied him. Ji looked up to see a silver-haired girl smiling at him as she spoke softly. My name is Zhao Qixue. What is yours? I'm Ji. Jin Shan. Chui stood on the ground, watching the violently shaking Jinshan temple, his face ashen. Master. Park Ji-min, carrying a metal briefcase, jogged over to Chui's side. Is that thing about to emerge? Chui nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a beastly roar echoed up from beneath Jinshan. Roar! 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 Quickly issue the order, evacuate all non-combat personnel immediately. Chui issued the order calmly, a dark aura spreading through his eyes as an invisible aura of authority radiated from his body. Yes. Park Ji-min replied, then hurriedly turned to evacuate the personnel. The ground shook with increasing intensity. With Jinshan Temple at its epicenter, the entire city of Zhenjiang was experiencing a once-in-a-century earthquake. Shrill air raid sirens echoed across the city. Damn it, an earthquake? This is the first time I've ever experienced an earthquake in my life. It's so exciting. Everyone, quickly leave the buildings and find an open area to crouch down. Don't panic. By the way, did any of you hear something roaring? Throughout the city, police stations that had received orders from higher-ups were methodically organizing the evacuation of residents and calming the public. In an instant, traffic across most of Zhenjiang ground to a halt, particularly in the residential areas near Jinshan. Nearly half of the city's police force had been deployed to this area. Move it, everyone. We received strict orders from above. We must evacuate all residents from this area within 1 hour. Amid the dense crowd, a middle-aged man in a police uniform was shouting at the top of his lungs. His face was flushed red from prolonged shouting, and his voice had grown hoarse. A buzzing sound came from the sky. The middle-aged man squinted and looked up, only to see 3 armed helicopters roaring overhead. His brows immediately furrowed. Damn it, what is going on? Is a large military force on its way here? He muttered to himself. For this operation, he had only been ordered to evacuate the crowd. As for what was actually happening, that was a top-secret state matter. Look! Armed helicopters, someone in the crowd shouted, and the entire crowd instantly erupted into chaos, with panic and unease spreading rapidly. Is there going to be a war? What on earth is happening? We have a right to know. That's right. You have to explain this to us clearly. Watching as the once orderly evacuation line suddenly fell into disarray, with signs of a riot looming, the middle-aged man's veins bulged with frustration. Just as he was about to speak, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. It's all right. Leave this to me. A gentle voice came from behind him, and he felt his inner agitation and anxiety vanish instantly, replaced by a sense of calm. He turned to look and saw a young man in a white robe standing quietly beside him, offering a kind smile. Who are you? The middle-aged man asked, puzzled. The young man in the white robe pulled an ID card from his pocket. Upon seeing it, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and he saluted respectfully. So you're a brigadier general. My apologies for the rudeness. He was utterly stunned. When had there ever been such a young brigadier general? What was a brigadier general doing in this small city? And what was Organization Zero? Why had he never heard of it before? In any case, the rank couldn't be fake. Perhaps this was a state secret, he thought to himself. The young man removed his white gloves and clapped his hands lightly. The rowdy crowd instantly fell silent, all eyes turning to him. Everyone, please remain calm.
Due to tectonic activity, the Earth's crust in the Zhenjiang area will experience brief tremors, but this will be over shortly. Out of concern for your safety, our government has specially deployed 3 armed helicopters to patrol the vicinity. As long as you follow instructions and evacuate, I guarantee that neither your lives nor your property will suffer any loss. The young man spoke gently. His voice seemed to carry an invisible force that dispelled all the crowd's negative emotions, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. After hearing this, the crowd reacted with expressions of "I knew it," and they followed the police in an orderly fashion as they evacuated. The middle-aged man let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to say something to the young Major General, he noticed the man's furrowed brow as he watched the helicopters fly away, his face filled with worry.
Do you think the Astra Guild can really subdue that thing? It's an ancient beast.
Inside the armed helicopter, a middle-aged man with a full beard set down his binoculars, looking somewhat uneasy.
If even the Astra Guild can't do it, then going up there would just be a suicide mission.
A little girl of 7 or 8 pulled the lollipop out of her mouth and spoke casually, "Don't forget, our mission is to prevent that thing from emerging and harming the people. As for how to subdue it, that's not our concern."
Look at that, even a little girl is more mature than you. What have you been doing with your life at your age? Ha 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 ha.
The woman with the long ponytail laughed heartily. The man with the bushy beard shot her a withering glance, raised his binoculars, and resumed his observation.
Golden Mountain.
Violent tremors shook the entire temple, and the golden light within grew dimmer, like a candle flame in a gale, ready to be extinguished at any moment.
Chui watched the temple nervously, swallowing hard.
Suddenly, with a flash, the golden light vanished completely. The trembling earth fell suddenly silent, and immediately afterward, a giant hand burst forth from the mountaintop, crushing the temple to dust with a single blow.
Chapter 32, Zhu Yan.
Immediately afterward, a colossal creature, part ape, part lion, rose slowly from the earth. Vast masses of earth and rock tumbled down from the mountaintop, instantly raising a cloud of dust.
The giant beast threw back its head, its chest heaving slightly, and opened its gaping maw to roar. Roar! 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 Roar!
A massive sonic wave radiated outward from its center, instantly collapsing several small hilltops and flattening vast swaths of forest.
Cover your ears!
Park Ji-min bellowed at the staff behind her, clamping her hands tightly over her own ears.
Even so, the shockwave left her dizzy and disoriented, and they were already at least 5 kilometers from the epicenter.
Inside the helicopter, the 3 watched as the sonic wave spread visibly. The little girl huffed, flung the lollipop in her hand forcefully out of the helicopter, and a massive invisible barrier materialized before them. This barrier stretched a full 6 or 7 li in length.
Behind it lay the residential area of Zhenjiang near Jinshan. The terrifying sonic wave crashed into the barrier and was completely blocked.
That's Xian for you, blocking that terrifying sonic boom with such ease. The man with the bushy beard gave the little girl a big thumbs up.
Xian stuck her lower lip out. See how awesome I am now? Wait, look at that.
The woman with the long ponytail suddenly stretched out her hand, pointing toward the sky. Above them, the clouds seemed guided by some mysterious force, churning violently as they gradually contracted toward the center, actually coalescing into a ring. The ring of clouds began to descend, drawing closer and closer to the ground. Inside the armed helicopter, the 3 watched this miraculous descent of the clouds in utter shock, their jaws dropping so wide you could fit an egg in each.
What kind of ability is this?
The man with the bushy beard rubbed his eyes, double-checking that he wasn't seeing a hallucination.
The clouds actually formed a ring on their own? What's the point of this?
The ring of clouds in the sky began to descend steadily, closing in on them like an iron bucket about to be slammed down onto the ground.
They're trying to block our view of the outside world.
Xian suddenly realized something and cried out in alarm. On another mountain peak, Yun kept his eyes tightly shut, concentrating intently on controlling the cloud energy, while the rune behind him blazed with light.
In his mind, Chui's instructions resurfaced: create a thick fog, like a bucket, to isolate Jinshan from the outside world. Cloud descent.
Yun frowned deeply, uttered a soft command, and formed a mysterious hand seal before him.
A massive ring of clouds settled precisely over the ground, transforming into a wall of mist encircling Jinshan.
No matter how the wind blew, this wall of mist did not budge an inch, as if held firmly in place by an invisible giant hand. Yun's legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his face drained of all color.
"Master, I did it,"
he said softly, the corner of his blood-stained mouth curving slightly upward. Chui stood with his hands behind his back at the colossal beast's feet. The surrounding area was already a wasteland. Seeing this miraculous wall of mist take shape, a look of satisfaction spread across his face.
The colossal beast seemed to sense something. It lowered its head to look at its feet, and there, to its surprise, was a chubby man in black, grinning like an idiot. Its massive right paw suddenly rose and slammed down on the ground with tremendous force. The ground instantly cracked open, sending up a cloud of dust. When it raised its right paw again, a 6 or 7 meter deep palm print was embedded in the earth, yet the pit was completely empty. A dark figure gradually took shape on the other side.
Chui patted his chest in relief, his brow furrowed as he muttered to himself.
"So this is Zhu Yan."
Zhu Yan, seeing that this annoying fat man was still there, was about to make a move when its massive head suddenly snapped up, staring intently in one direction.
Chui, who had been preparing to dodge, froze.
He saw that Zhu Yan's eyes were bloodshot and its face contorted in a hideous grimace, as if enraged to the extreme.
Roar! 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 Roar!
The frenzied roar shook Chui's eardrums to the point of bursting, and he cursed inwardly.
What the hell is wrong with him? Can't he just wait patiently for His Majesty?
After the furious roar, Zhu Yan's massive body crouched slightly, then charged off in one direction like an arrow leaving the bowstring, resembling a monster out of control.
Chui froze, then turned pale. Oh no! That's the direction of downtown.
It wasn't just him. The 3 people in the armed helicopter were also startled. From their perspective, Zhu Yan was now charging toward them like a madman.
Trouble! It's heading for the city.
The man with the bushy beard was the first to react, shouting loudly. Xianxian's face turned pale with fear at the sight of the ferocious Zhu Yan.
She asked timidly, "What should we do? We can't stop it on our own." Downtown? Downtown? What on earth is in downtown that's driving Zhu Yan so crazy?
The woman with the long ponytail furrowed her brow, her mind racing.
If Zhu Yan were to break into downtown, how many lives would be lost? Look behind it.
The two followed the direction of the woman with the long ponytail's hand and saw a patch of night sky closely trailing behind Zhu Yan.
We absolutely cannot let it break into the city.
Chui removed the walkie-talkie from her hand and shouted, "Activate the 7-star exorcism formation."
Roger that. Park Ji-min pulled out an array disc.
In an instant, she formed a series of hand seals, leaving behind several afterimages.
7-star exorcism array, activate.
Upon Jinshan Peak, a massive blue formation suddenly materialized. 7 blinding points of light rose slowly from within the formation, and terrifying energy ripples surged out from them. The 7 points of light slowly formed the constellation of the Big Dipper. A blue starlight sword materialized atop the Golden Mountain, its tip pointing directly at the fleeing Zhu Yan.
The blade trembled slightly, as if ready to strike at any moment. Go!
Park Ji-min bit her tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the array disc. The colossal starlight sword atop Golden Mountain trembled, then shot forward at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, catching up to Zhu Yan in the blink of an eye. Zhu Yan seemed to sense the approaching danger. He slammed his massive palm against the ground, shifting his body slightly to the side, narrowly dodging the starlight sword. Even so, the blade still sliced open his arm. Seeing its first strike had missed, the starlight sword swiftly twisted its blade, trailing a meteor-like trail of starlight as it raced toward Zhu Yan once more.
Zhu Yan roared in fury. This time, he chose not to evade. Blood-red divine power gathered in his hands as he reached out to grasp the starlight sword head-on. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the starlight sword pierced Zhu Yan's palm, spurting a torrent of blood, yet it could not advance a single inch further. Zhu Yan's contorted face twitched violently as excruciating pain surged through his hand,
and an agonized howl echoed across the sky. Its eyes blazed red as it forcibly wrenched one hand from the sword's tip and slammed it against the blade. The sword hummed, and the starlight dimmed slightly. Immediately, Zhu Yan struck the same spot repeatedly with several more palms. With a soft crack, the starlight sword was actually snapped in two, vanishing into thin air.
Chapter 33, Nether Lord vs. Zhu Yan.
Park Ji-min coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale, as he stared in shock at Zhu Yan's figure.
It actually broke the 7-star exorcism formation.
In the darkness of the night, Chui's expression was grim, the darkness in his eyes spreading rapidly.
If the 7-star exorcism formation won't do, then let me have a go at you.
His obese frame instantly erupted with astonishing battle intent. Pure darkness radiated from him, instantly engulfing the entire landscape.
It's getting dark. Xian cried out in alarm.
The night shrouded the armed helicopter as well, and an intense chill sent a shiver down the spines of the three people inside. It's not getting dark. This is the Nether Lord of the Astra Guild's Nether Realm. The woman with the long ponytail pointed at the other two helicopters.
Haven T, you noticed?
Within this domain, our rotors can't turn. The rotors of all three helicopters seemed frozen in place, suspended motionless in the air. Not only the rotors, but the entire armed helicopters appeared embedded in the night, not moving an inch. Witnessing this eerie scene, the remaining two couldn't help but gasp in shock. Within this domain, everything is controlled by its master, the Nether Lord. A single thought from him could destroy our aircraft and kill us all, the woman with the long ponytail continued.
So this is threat level S13's Nether Realm?
It really is extremely dangerous, the man with the bushy beard shuddered. Inside the Nether Realm, Zhu Yan scanned his surroundings warily, his pair of crimson eyes darting about as if searching for something. Suddenly, a massive black flamed axe appeared above his head. The axe was a full 10 meters long, and the black flames burning upon it gave off an intensely chilling aura. Zhu Yan abruptly raised his right arm. Crimson divine power instantly coalesced into a long staff, firmly blocking the giant axe descending from the sky. The fat man wielding the black flame axe raised an eyebrow, and instantly, black spikes shot up from the ground, piercing toward Zhu Yan's head. Zhu Yan roared in fury, exerting all his strength to deflect the 10-meter-long black flame giant axe, then rolled sideways to evade this fatal strike.
Humph!
Chui snorted coldly, clasped his hands together, and slammed them down onto the ground. Wandering souls of the underworld, I summon you in my capacity as Lord of the Netherworld.
I promise you reincarnation after this battle.
Rise, souls. No sooner had Chui finished speaking than a multitude of pale hands scrambled out of the ground one after another. An endless stream of souls answered the call, coalescing into a white, withered beast, neither fully human nor fully beast.
What on earth is that? It's terrifying.
Xian covered her eyes, nearly bursting into tears at the horrifying sight. The white, withered beast let out a silent, guttural roar, then charged swiftly toward Zhu Yan. One by one, ghastly white hands emerged from its body, a truly unsettling sight. A look of disgust flashed across Zhu Yan's eyes. He leaned back slightly, raised the massive red staff in his right hand high above his head, and the tip of the staff transformed into a sharp spike. A whistling sound cut through the air as the red spear was hurled out like a bolt of lightning. The souls at the center of the withered beast's body scattered, forming a void that allowed it to dodge the strike perfectly. In the blink of an eye, the withered white beast was upon Zhu Yan. A tidal wave of souls surged up his limbs and across his body, and the beast opened its gaping maw to bite down. The scene before him resembled a swarm of ants devouring an elephant. Swallowed by the souls, Zhu Yan let out an agonized scream, rolling about in an attempt to shake off the swarm, yet to no avail.
Chui's eyes flashed with determination as he stepped forward, growing taller with every stride.
After 9 steps, his form had swelled to match Zhu Yan's size. The night itself transformed into a cloak draped over his shoulders, and as he raised his right hand high, a black-flamed battle axe materialized once more.
In that moment, he resembled a dark war god. How powerful!
What is that? The bearded man exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the supremely imposing Chui. That is the Nether Lord in his complete form. To be this terrifying, truly worthy of a Tier 4 top-tier powerhouse, the near Emperor Nether Lord. Chui raised the black flame battle-axe high in his hand, and just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A trace of mockery flashed in Zhu Yan's eyes as the souls devoured him. He stomped his right foot violently, sending the tidal wave of souls surging over him flying away, and astonishingly, not a single scratch marred his body. This Zhu Yan actually played a trick. The thought flashed through Chui's mind like lightning, and a chill enveloped his entire body.
Zhu Yan? G's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that the ferocious beast from the classic of mountains and seas? It actually exists? And it's been sealed beneath Jinshan?
The young woman gazed in the direction of Jinshan and nodded.
That's right.
In fact, many of the ferocious beasts from legend actually exist.
This Zhu Yan is even known as one of the 4 great monsters.
The classic of the Western Mountains records, 400 li further west, the mountains are rich in white jade above and red copper below.
There is a beast there, resembling a monkey, with a white head and red feet, named Zhu Yan.
Its appearance portends a great war.
A great war?
Ji froze.
A great war? Great war refers to the outbreak of a major conflict.
It means that the emergence of the Zhu Yan portends an impending catastrophe, Fan explained calmly.
War? Against whom?
The 3 of them froze, then spoke in unison, the divine realm.
The gods, it's the gods again. So, does Chui's mention of protection mean safeguarding Earth from being overrun by the divine realm? But what exactly is the divine realm?
Just as he was about to speak, the young woman interjected, "Let us go. We should see for ourselves what this legendary Zhu Yan looks like."
Wait.
The usually silent Fan suddenly spoke up, and everyone immediately turned to look at him with puzzled expressions.
Your Majesty the Ice Empress, there is definitely something wrong with this Chengyuan Heavy Industries.
It's very likely connected to Zhu Yan, Fan said solemnly, looking at the young woman. The young woman furrowed her brow slightly.
Reminded by Fan, she too sensed something was amiss. Now that Zhu Yan had emerged, Shang Xia had actually left men specifically to guard this Chengyuan Heavy Industries, even deploying large numbers of armed thugs to station on every floor. After all, Shang Xia had always been a secretive organization. What on earth was the purpose of suddenly mounting such a massive operation? Are you referring to that strange door upstairs? G's eyes lit up. Exactly what ordinary company would install such a massive metal door on the top floor, let alone have a Tier 3 powerhouse personally guarding it? Let us go. Take me to see that strange door, the young woman said after a moment's thought. No detail related to Zhu Yan could be overlooked, otherwise, it would spell a catastrophe for all of humanity. Her hand swept over the divine restraint chains binding Ji and Fan's wrists. The metal instantly froze solid, and with a slight tug, the 2 of them snapped the chains apart. Fan led the 3 of them up to the 51st floor, where they found a study. At the bottom of the bookshelf, he fished out an electronic combination lock. Boss, I remember this lock has over 20 digits. You didn't memorize the whole thing, did you? Ji recalled the puppet master unlocking it earlier. His fingers had moved like lightning as he entered the code. He hadn't even had time to get a clear look, let alone memorize it. Fan didn't answer. He paused for a moment to recall the sequence, then rapidly entered the code. After a dizzying series of inputs, a soft click sounded, and a hidden door slowly swung open. Chapter 34, The Severed Tail. The group stepped through the hidden door into a vast chamber. At the far end stood a massive metal door, covered in a dense array of padlocks, as if sealing away the demons of hell, a sight that sent a chill down one's spine. Whoa, it's actually pretty cool in here. Ji felt a chill emanating from the metal gate. She hadn't noticed it the last time the puppet master brought her here, but now she suddenly felt as if she stepped into an air-conditioned room. The young woman let out a soft hum and walked up to the metal gate, examining it closely. Ji dared not speak, quietly slipping over to Zhao Qishue's side and asking in a whisper, "Qishue, is His Majesty the Ice Emperor your master?" Zhao Qishue's beautiful eyes fell on the furtive Ji, and she couldn't help but find it amusing. She nodded. Yes. Then aren't you the next Ice Emperor? G's eyes widened.
He simply couldn't reconcile the porcelain doll-like girl before him with the Ice Emperor who protected Huaxia. Zhao Qixue pursed her lips slightly, leaned close to Ji's ear, and whispered, "Theoretically, yes.
But I hope that day never comes."
Ji felt the warmth on his ear and the faint scent of the girl's perfume. A blush flitted across his face, and he asked, feigning composure, "Why?
Shouldn't the four emperors be quite majestic?"
The methods of inheritance for the four imperial runes are all different. The Ice Emperor's succession involves the current Ice Emperor selecting an heir, forming a master-disciple bond, and then implanting a seed rune into the disciple's body. This seed rune grows as the disciple's spiritual power increases, but it will never exceed tier 4.
Unless the current Ice Emperor dies, the disciple cannot inherit the complete imperial rune and become the true Ice Emperor.
You mean? G's eyes widened.
You can only become the Ice Emperor if your master dies?
Zhao Qixue's face was filled with bitterness as she nodded.
That's right.
In fact, the succession methods for all four emperors are this cruel.
That's why I'd rather never become the Ice Emperor in this lifetime.
Ji was at a loss for words.
The day one ascends to the throne is the day one's master passes away. That was simply too cruel.
The young woman standing nearby raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth, then extended a finger and tapped the metal gate. A vast expanse of frost spread from her fingertip, covering the entire metal door in the blink of an eye. The young woman then tapped the door lightly with the knuckle of her index finger.
Boom!
With a deafening roar, the heavy metal door shattered into ice shards and collapsed instantly.
Ji sucked in a sharp breath. To shatter a door with a single finger, was this the true power of the four emperors?
Everyone turned to look behind the door, where a 3-meter-tall square block of ice stood silently on the ground. Vaguely visible within it was a thick red rope, sealed deep inside and still bearing a trace of blood.
What is that?
Ji stepped forward. A bone-chilling cold radiated from the block of ice, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He pressed his eyes close to the ice and realized it wasn't a rope at all. It was covered in red fur, as thick as the trunk of a 1,000-year-old tree. One end was pointed and barbed, while the other was smooth and flat. The blood had seeped out from there.
This is Zhu Yan's severed tail.
The young woman pondered for a moment before speaking, enunciating each word clearly.
Zhu Yan's severed tail?
The three of them froze, looking at the block of ice once more. It did indeed resemble a massive tail. Rumor has it that when that great deity clashed with Zhu Yan, he severed its tail with a single stroke.
Yet afterward, the severed tail vanished from the ground, likely stolen by someone.
The question is whether the Shangxie organization already existed back then, or if it was acquired by Shangxie after changing hands multiple times in later generations.
If the former is true, then Shangxie's history must be incredibly ancient.
The young woman furrowed her brow. Why would Shangxie leave Zhu Yan's severed tail here? What was their objective? Fan's eyes suddenly flashed with insight as he spoke up. They want to lure Zhu Yan into attacking the city.
Everyone's hearts jolted in unison as all the clues in their minds fell into place.
From the very beginning, Shangxie's intention had not been Zhu Yan himself, but rather to use the newly emerged Zhu Yan to shatter the existing human order. They had begun laying their plans long ago, acquiring this downtown building in advance. As the saying goes, the truly wise hide in plain sight. This allowed them to evade suspicion while luring the newly emerged Zhu Yan into the city. What followed was simple. They only needed to send people to disrupt the Astrid Guild's defenses, leaving them unable to withstand the enraged Zhu Yan. Once Zhu Yan appeared before the public, it would inevitably spark panic throughout society and the entire world, and their objective would be achieved.
No! Hurry to Jinshan!
The young woman pieced everything together in an instant, her face so dark it seemed it could rain. She slammed her palm down on the ice block, shattering it along with the severed tail inside into a fine powder. Immediately afterward, she gave a light wave with her right hand, and a massive ice phoenix coalesced from the air, its form agile and lifelike.
Jinshan, the realm of the underworld.
Surging crimson divine power gathered in Zhu Yan's right palm. His scarlet eyes brimmed with mockery and contempt as his crimson fist struck Chui with lightning speed.
Boom!
A massive shockwave erupted from the point of impact, shattering the night sky. Blinding sunlight poured in, and the darkness receded like a tide. The massive figure of Chui was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing violently into the Golden Mountain, causing the entire earth to tremble.
No!
The nether realm has been breached, the bearded man cried in alarm as 3 helicopters plummeted straight from the sky, the ground rapidly growing larger in their eyes. At the last possible moment, the air beneath them suddenly thickened. The 3 helicopters sank slowly toward the ground, as if they had fallen into a swamp. The rune on the back of Xianxian's neck flashed wildly. Her delicate eyebrows were nearly knitted together in worry, and she didn't let out a sigh of relief until the 3 helicopters had landed safely on the ground, her face still pale with fear.
Xianxian, you're amazing.
The woman with the long ponytail threw her arms around Xianxian, her tears and snot smearing all over her.
Just now, I thought I was going to crash and die, wha?
The man with the bushy beard remained grim-faced as he watched the Nether Lord gradually fade away, his heart sinking rapidly.
That strike had been far too powerful.
Not only had it shattered the Nether realm, but the Nether Lord himself likely wouldn't last much longer.
Who would protect the city behind him? Cough, cough, cough. Chui, in his Nether Lord form, deflated like a punctured balloon.
His body shrank rapidly, the darkness on him gradually fading away, as he coughed up mouthfuls of blood onto the ground.
Damn it, this guy's actually that smart he even knows how to play dead. I'm screwed now.
His face was deathly pale as he raised his head to look at the colossal figure closing in on him. Unable to move a muscle, a wave of despair washed over him.
Roar! 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 Zhu Yan pounded his chest with both fists and roared, as if celebrating his victory.
His blood-red eyes fixed intently on Chui, who lay sprawled on the ground. He let out a savage grin and brought his massive fist crashing down.
Chapter 35, Flames. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Just as Chui was on the verge of despair, a tiny spark appeared before Zhu Yan.
A look of wild ecstasy suddenly lit up his ashen face.
Boom!
The spark suddenly exploded, and a towering wall of fire appeared before Chui, firmly blocking Zhu Yan's punch. This wall of fire stretched from the east to the west, its end invisible to the eye. 100 meters high, it stood like an ancient city wall, its extreme heat distorting the surrounding light, making it seem sacred and untouchable.
Yan! The Flame Emperor! The Flame Emperor has arrived!
The man with the bushy beard was overjoyed at the sight of this miraculous wall of fire.
Roar! 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 Zhu Yan's arm was scorched. He let out a mighty roar and glared furiously toward the east.
From atop the wall of fire in the east, a middle-aged man in a beige overcoat strolled forward. A ball of flame danced in his palm. Without so much as a glance at the enraged Zhu Yan, he walked straight to Chui's side.
Your Majesty, you finally arrived.
Seeing the man approach, Chui was on the verge of tears.
I'm sorry I'm late. Zhang Jingyan ran a hand through his messy hair and said apologetically, Chui, you're amazing. To have held off Zhu Yan for so long, you've done a great service, a tremendous one. As he spoke, he patted Chui on the shoulder, causing the latter to wince in pain. Please stop, Your Majesty.
Every bone in my body is broken. If you keep patting me, I'll shatter into pieces.
Chui managed a forced smile, which looked worse than a cry.
A flash of murderous intent flickered in Zhang Jingyan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and spoke with a cheerful smile. Once I've dealt with Zhu Yan, I'll take you out for a drink.
Cough, cough. Leave it to you, Your Majesty.
Zhang Jingyan rose slowly, gazing expressionlessly at the colossal Zhu Yan. A terrifying aura radiated from him, yet his calm words carried boundless confidence.
Leave it to me.
Zhu Yan's massive body leaned forward slightly, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the middle-aged man before him. His instincts told him this man was dangerous.
Zhang Jingyan clenched his fist, and the flickering flames in his palm instantly died out, replaced by a ball of fire even more intense, enveloping his fist. Let me see just how formidable the 4 great beasts of the divine realm are, he said calmly, gazing at the tense Zhu Yan, before swinging his burning right fist forward with all his might.
A ball of flame larger than Zhu Yan's body erupted with a thunderous roar. From a distance, it resembled a burning meteorite, coalescing into a colossal fist as it charged toward Zhu Yan with overwhelming force. Zhu Yan let out a mighty roar as blinding crimson divine power gathered in his fist. Terrifying ripples emanated from it. This was an attack even more powerful than the one that had shattered the nether realm moments before. It crouched, lowering its center of gravity, and slammed its right hand into the meteor like fiery fist. Boom! The surrounding earth hummed as it collapsed several meters, leaving a massive crater 3 meters in diameter in the barren land. At the center of the crater, a deep ravine lay beneath Zhu Yan's feet. The impact had sent him reeling dozens of meters back, while Zhang Jingyan had retreated only 3 steps. Quite a bit of power, Zhang Jingyan said casually, shaking his hand. Zhu Yan glared intently at the man who had driven him back with a single punch. His crimson eyes gradually brightened, resembling 2 red stars. Roar! 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 It slammed both palms into the ground, causing the entire golden mountain to tremble. Crimson divine power surged across its massive body, an overwhelming killing intent churned, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Black storm clouds drifted in from nowhere, shrouding the sky, with faint flashes of lightning visible within. Boom! Its palms slammed the ground once more, producing a deafening roar. Instantly, a furious gale arose, whipping countless broken tree trunks through the air as sand and stones flew everywhere.
Are you finally getting serious? Zhang Jingyan narrowed his eyes.
The gale made his windbreaker flap wildly, yet he stood as still as a rock.
Zhu Yan, the beast of calamity. Within the thunderclouds, the flickering lightning grew more frequent, accompanied by a deafening crackling roar.
Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and a massive bolt of lightning struck down from the storm clouds, landing directly on the ground where Zhang Jingyan had been standing.
Crack! The lightning carved a deep crater into the earth, but Zhang Jingyan's figure had already vanished, leaving only sparks drifting within it. Just as Zhu Yan was searching the area for him, a flash of fire appeared out of nowhere above its head. Zhang Jingyan, clad in a beige trench coat, leaped out from within it, his expression calm.
Zhang Jingyan held his palm like a blade, and a dazzling flame sword appeared in his hand. He slashed it down fiercely from above Zhu Yan's head, tracing a crimson arc through the air. Zhu Yan suddenly looked up, unleashing a burst of crimson divine power as its menacing fangs snapped toward the flame sword.
Clang!
The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. The massive fangs clamped down on the flame sword with deadly force. A faint smile tugged at Zhang Jingyan's lips as the flame sword in his hand suddenly burst into a blinding blaze and exploded. Boom! 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 A massive fireball exploded in the sky, its terrifying shockwaves tearing a gaping hole in the thunderclouds.
Zhu Yan's ferocious maw was covered in blood as he let out an agonized roar. Zhang Jingyan's figure reappeared from the flames.
2 fiery arms burst forth from behind him. He clasped his hands together, transforming them into a crimson hammer, which he swung directly at Zhu Yan's wounded face. Zhu Yan roared in fury, his claws suddenly lashing out, sweeping through the air with a howling gale as they met the flaming hammer.
5 sharp wind blades sliced the flaming hammer to pieces.
Carried by their momentum, they swept across the top of a small hill, cleaving it clean in 2. The summit slid down the gash, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. This, the man with the bushy beard swallowed hard. The shockwaves had flattened an entire hilltop. The battle before him had completely surpassed his wildest imagination.
Even a fight between gods couldn't be much different from this, could it? Why don't we back off and watch from a distance? Agreed. Second that. Xian and the woman with the long ponytail were also terrified.
The 3 of them immediately took off running toward the rear, afraid of being blown to pieces by the aftershock. Zhang Jingyan raised an eyebrow slightly, snorted coldly, and transformed into a streak of fire as he charged swiftly toward Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan charged head-on toward the streak of fire. His crimson divine power coalesced into a totem one as massive as Chengyuan Heavy Industries itself, carved with countless blood-red veins and shrouded in a murderous aura that pierced the heavens. The totem whipped up a gale and slammed viciously into the streak of fire. The streak of fire in the air suddenly changed course, dodging this earth-shattering blow, and the totem crashed directly into the ground. A deafening roar echoed as bottomless chasms spread wildly from the point of impact, radiating outward like a spiderweb. Wherever they reached, mountains collapsed and rivers changed course. The entire region's landscape was forever altered. Just then, a spark flashed, and another massive wall of flame swept in from Zhu Yan's side, knocking him to the ground. Zhu Yan struggled to his feet, shook his head vigorously, his fur still smoldering with embers, and fixed his gaze on Zhang Jingyan, who hovered in the air.
"Your Majesty! The Book of Seals has arrived." A voice rang out from the distance.
Zhang Jingyan turned to see Qingya riding the gale, a wooden box clutched to his chest, his expression urgent.
Chapter 36, A Sudden Turn of Events. Qingya opened the wooden box in his hands, took out a black scroll, and waited for Zhang Jingyan's orders. However, Zhang Jingyan merely glanced at him before turning back to continue his fierce battle with Zhu Yan. Terrifying explosions rang out in waves, interspersed with Zhu Yan's howls. Your Majesty?" Qingya froze. Wasn't he the plan to cripple Zhu Yan and then seal him away? Why wasn't he this going according to the script? Zhu Yan's totem once again smashed through a mountain peak. By now, it was covered in wounds, yet its ferocious eyes still blazed with unyielding fighting spirit. Wielding its totem, it charged toward Zhang Jingyan once more. Zhang Jingyan's hands traced patterns in the air, paying no heed to the raging Zhu Yan. Just as the massive totem was about to smash into his head, 7 sparks of light materialized out of thin air beside him. Zhu Yan's crimson eyes narrowed sharply. An overwhelming sense of danger instantly engulfed him, and crimson divine power surged through his entire body. The 7-pointed star grew brighter and brighter, transforming into a crimson star in the blink of an eye, then exploding with a thunderous roar. Boom! 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 7 massive fireballs engulfed Zhu Yan's colossal form. The terrifying explosion sent out visible shockwaves, leveling the few remaining peaks in the vicinity. The rocks below vaporized in an instant, and the intense heat scorched everything in its path. The trio from Agency Zero turned around to see what looked like miniature suns rising in the sky. A wave of heat swept over them, and they all swallowed hard. Is this the might of the Flame Emperor? The terrifying explosion gradually subsided. At its epicenter, Zhu Yan lay half kneeling on the ground, covered in wounds and looking utterly battered. One of his eyes had been blown out, and he was already critically injured. "Your Majesty," just as Qingya was about to speak, another flame sword appeared in Zhang Jingyan's hand, and he swung it viciously at Zhu Yan. Only then did Qingya finally grasp Zhang Jingyan's intent. He did not wish to seal Zhu Yan away, but to kill him on the spot. With every swing of the flame sword, a blast erupted. Having lost the ability to move, Zhu Yan barely propped himself up with his totem, his single remaining eye fixed intently on Zhang Jingyan. Zhang Jingyan's expression was impassive. His beige coat fluttered in the wind as he pointed the flame sword diagonally toward the ground and walked step by step toward Zhu Yan. Human. Zhu Yan propped up his shattered body and struggled to utter those 2 words. Zhang Jingyan paused in his tracks and spoke in surprise, "You can actually speak? Then what were you screaming about just now? If not for that." "I've only regained 30% of my power," Zhu Yan said, enunciating each word as if he hadn't spoken in ages. "With just your half-step God-King cultivation." Whoosh! A massive blade of flame sliced through the air, severing Zhu Yan's right arm clean off as blood gushed forth. The excruciating pain made Zhu Yan's body tremble, and he let out another howl. "I thought you were going to say something." "How boring," Zhang Jingyan said indifferently, his expression unreadable as he held the flame sword. "I can help you fight the divine realm." Zhu Yan suppressed the rage in his heart and spoke, enunciating each word clearly. "Oh?" Zhang Jingyan raised an eyebrow. "Now that's interesting. Aren't you a beast of the divine realm? Why would you help us fight the divine realm?" "I was exiled." Resentment. Zhu Yan's tongue seemed to stumble. It took him a while to piece together his thoughts and express himself. "You mean you were exiled by the divine realm, so you hate them?" Zhang Jingyan asked.
Zhu Yan nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a blade of flame sliced straight through his throat. Blood gushed out, and his massive head slid down the clean wound, rolling with a gurgling sound onto the ground. A crimson eye stared fixedly at Zhang Jingyan. Even in death, it never understood why this man had suddenly struck him down.
Sorry, I'm not interested, Zhang Jingyan said casually, glancing at it.
In the distance, a crystalline ice phoenix flapped its wings, breaking through the clouds and flying straight toward Zhu Yan's corpse.
What happened here? Ji exclaimed, looking at the devastated landscape.
Although he had never been to Jinshan, he had seen plenty of photos others had posted, and he found it hard to reconcile the apocalyptic scene before him with the picturesque image of Jinshan. Look over there, the young woman said, pointing to one side of the ruins, where the faint outline of a giant beast's carcass and a man in a beige coat could be made out.
Is that Zhu Yan?
Fan asked, staring at the beast's carcass with some surprise. The massive ice phoenix slowly touched down, and the four of them leaped off its back one by one.
Zhang Jingyan was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer and spoke in surprise. Bai Cheng? What are you doing here?
The young woman chuckled softly.
It seems I was worrying needlessly. I never imagined that our Emperor Yan would single-handedly slay Zhu Yan.
Zhang Jingyan scratched his head sheepishly, a far cry from the domineering demeanor he displayed moments ago when he slain Zhu Yan with his sword. Fan, a new recruit of the Astra Guild, pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of Flames.
Fan bowed slightly and saluted.
Ji, a new recruit of the Astra Guild, pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of Flames. Ji followed suit, stealing a glance at this Emperor of Flames, whose fame shook the four seas. With his messy hair, a beige trench coat stained with grease, and a scruffy beard, he looked exactly like old Wang from next door. Not a trace of imperial majesty to be seen.
So you're Ji? I suppose those words Astra Guild, save us where you're doing?
Zhang Jingyan looked at Ji with a half smile, rubbing the stubble on his chin with one hand. Ahem, the situation was urgent. I had no choice but to resort to that desperate measure.
Ji's heart sank. Was His Majesty the Emperor going to hold him accountable for misusing the Astra Guild's name?
Zhang Jingyan merely patted him on the shoulder and teased with a laugh, Shui was right, you really are a troublemaker.
Work hard at the Astra Guild, you'll like it there. With that, he turned to Fan.
And Fan, with great power comes great responsibility.
Make sure to look out for Ji.
Fan nodded slightly, but a flicker of confusion crossed Ji's mind.
They were all freshmen, so why did it feel as though they'd known each other for ages?
We found Zhu Yan's severed tail in the building protected by Shang Xiat. Bai Qing suddenly remembered something, furrowing her brow as she slowly revealed the secret of Chengyuan Heavy Industries. Ji noticed Zhu Yan's corpse on the ground and walked over curiously.
So this is Zhu Yan. It's terrifyingly huge.
Ji looked at the Zhu Yan's head, which was larger than a human, and sighed, yet it was still beheaded by His Majesty the Flame Emperor. Why are you glaring at me? If you've got the guts, go glare at His Majesty the Flame Emperor. Ji stared at the blood-red eyes, now white as copper bells, and stuck out his tongue.
Go ahead, get back up and beat me up if you can.
The massive eyeball fixed its gaze on Ji as if truly observing him, causing Ji to shudder involuntarily. Just as he was about to say something, Zhu Yan's eyeball seemed to shift ever so slightly. A chill instantly shot up from the soles of Ji's feet to the top of his head, and his face turned deathly pale.
Does this damn thing's eyeball still move even after it's dead?
Just as he was about to shout, a red beam shot out of Zhu Yan's eyes like lightning, piercing straight into Ji's eyes.
Chapter 37, The 3000 Mirror Realms. Boom!
Ji saw a flash of red before his eyes, and a deafening roar erupted in his mind. Zhu Yan's figure slowly materialized, grinning savagely as he walked deep into Ji's mind.
Humans are utterly foolish.
Once I've successfully taken over his body and restored my cultivation, I'll tear that damn fireman to pieces. Just then, Ji suddenly collapsed straight onto the ground, causing those around him to turn and stare.
Ji!
Zhao Qishui cried out in alarm, rushing to his side, her face filled with worry.
What's wrong?
Fan reached out to check his breath and examined his pupils, furrowing his brow slightly.
He seems to have fainted. How could he just faint out of the blue like that? Zhang Jingyan and Bai Qing approached, using their spiritual energy to scan G's physical condition. Bai Qing, too, looked puzzled, strange. He really has fainted. Zhang Jingyan looked at the Zhu Yan's head lying nearby. It appeared no different from before. After a moment's thought, he spoke. This Zhu Yan is a ferocious beast of the divine realm, possessing extremely heavy malevolent energy. Perhaps he was injured by the residual malevolent energy left after the Zhu Yan's death, causing him to faint temporarily. He'll be fine after resting for a while. The others nodded thoughtfully, though a trace of worry still lingered on Zhao Qishui's face. Bai Qing, I need to take Chui back to treat his injuries and won't have time to look after this little guy, so I'll have to trouble you to take care of him for now, Zhang Jingyan said. When he wakes up, tell him that the Astrid Guild starts on September 1st, and he absolutely must make it there. Bai Qing's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said with a half smile, well, my master and I were planning to stay and explore the area for a few more days. Besides, I've been pretty exhausted lately, so I'm afraid. Master, please let me take care of him, Zhao Qishui interjected quickly, sensing Bai Qing's hesitation. Since my apprentice has spoken, so be it. Bai Qing caught a glimpse of Zhao Qishui's anxious expression out of the corner of her eye. A faint smile tugged at her lips as she said with a touch of resignation. Fan, you're coming with me. Zhang Jingyan turned to Fan and said suddenly. All right. The mist shrouding the area around Golden Mountain gradually dissipated, revealing a devastated landscape and mountains rendered unrecognizable. Park Ji-min, accompanied by members of the Astrid Guild, found Zhang Jingyan and the gravely injured Chui, and they rushed back to the Astrid Guild. The turmoil caused by Zhu Yan's emergence had finally come to an end. On top of a mountain peak, three figures clad in white robes looked down upon Golden Mountain. The man with the bushy beard lit a cigarette and gazed hesitantly at the shattered landscape, his brows knitted so tightly they were nearly touching. Sigh, it's been reduced to this. How are we supposed to explain this to the people? Xian pulled a lollipop out of nowhere, popped it into her mouth with a smack, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She scrambled to her feet and began frantically waving in one direction. Lan Xin. Over here. The group looked in the same direction and saw a young man, also dressed in white robes, walking slowly toward them from the distance. Upon seeing the excited Xian, he smiled. It was the same brigadier general who had been calming the crowd outside the battlefield earlier. Tisk, TSK. Women really are creatures who judge by looks. Why on earth is Xian so taken with that good-for-nothing Lan Xin? The man with the bushy beard curled his lip and muttered under his breath. The woman with the long ponytail rolled her eyes and said irritably, have you ever seen a little girl who likes a greasy old man? The bearded man. At that moment, Ji felt like a mere spectator, forced to watch helplessly as the ferocious Zhu Yan invaded the deepest recesses of his consciousness. Every time he tried to resist, a single glance from Zhu Yan was enough to shatter his mental resolve completely. Damn it! How could this happen? If this keeps up, it'll really take over my body. Ji cursed inwardly, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of his body being taken over by Zhu Yan, only to be beheaded by the Flame Emperor. I don't even have a girlfriend. I don't want to die yet. Ji frantically mobilized his mental energy to block the intrusion, but he couldn't stop Zhu Yan even an inch. The two were simply on different levels, even if the other was merely a fragment of a soul. In an instant, Zhu Yan took a step forward and suddenly appeared within the mysterious space inside G's mind. Gazing at the mist-shrouded realm, a look of astonishment flashed across Zhu Yan's hideous face. Spiritual sense transformed into mist. And such a vast expanse of it. Just who is this kid? It stood there dumbfounded for a moment, then burst into maniacal laughter. What a twist of fate! My true form was shattered, yet I've inadvertently taken possession of such a body that defies the heavens. Truly, fate has played a cruel joke on me. Ha 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 ha. Ji watched from the sidelines, utterly baffled. Spiritual sense transformed into mist? Was he referring to the thick fog here? From the way he spoke, it sounded incredibly powerful. Could it be that I'm actually a genius? The more Ji thought about it, the more furious he became. Was he really going to let someone like him get away with taking advantage of his exceptional talent? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The mirror.
He still had that mysterious mirror system.
That mysterious mirror that had granted him the mirror system, bestowing upon him the replication skill and the ability to materialize soul mana. Could it possibly resolve his current predicament?
A glimmer of hope ignited within G's heart.
So what if I'm exposed? What's the point of hiding this mirror when my body has already been possessed?
G steeled himself and slammed his right hand down on the mirror at his feet.
Mirror, mirror, give me some power.
Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from beneath Zhu Yan's feet, and the thick fog filling the space began to churn violently.
Zhu Yan squinted and looked down at his feet. There, on the mirror's surface, several lines of large red characters suddenly appeared. Unauthorized life-form intrusion detected.
Malicious intent confirmed.
Activating the 3,000 mirror realms. In an instant, 6 white chains shot out from the mirror's surface, binding Zhu Yan tightly in a flash. Zhu Yan's heart pounded violently. What was this? A divine weapon?
He had never heard of anyone capable of concealing a divine weapon within their spiritual space. A massive surge of crimson divine power erupted from Zhu Yan's body, but the moment it touched the chains, it was absorbed, unable to coalesce into any form. He roared in fury, straining every muscle in his body, yet the chains did not budge an inch.
A ripple spread across the mirror's surface beneath its feet, resembling a swamp. The chains kept pulling Zhu Yan's body deeper into the mirror swamp, and deep fear appeared in its eyes. Damn it! What on earth is this thing?
A few seconds later, Zhu Yan's head was also swallowed by the mirror. The ripples slowly faded, and the entire mirror's surface returned to stillness, as if nothing had ever happened.
Ji stood by, staring in disbelief.
He walked to the spot where Zhu Yan had sunk and tentatively tapped the mirror with his finger. It felt no different from an ordinary mirror. Suddenly, the silhouette of a roaring beast emerged from the other side of the mirror, causing Ji to plop down onto the surface in fright.
Yet no matter how furiously Zhu Yan pounded the mirror, he could not break free. It was as if he had been sealed into the world within the mirror. Ji sucked in a sharp breath. This mirror was far too eerie. Could it actually seal a living being inside? Was the so-called 3,000 mirror realms behind this mirror? Chapter 38, The Mirror. Kid. Let me out. A voice echoed from behind the mirror, startling Ji. You can still talk even though you're trapped in there? Ji tentatively poked Zhu Yan's head in the mirror with his finger. Zhu Yan opened his gaping maw to bite, but was firmly blocked by the mirror's surface. Interesting.
Ji plopped down on the mirror's surface, leisurely watching Zhu Yan's furious expression, as if he were watching a tiger at the zoo jumping through a ring of fire.
Kid, let me out, and I promise I won't possess you. I'll even give you a great opportunity.
Seeing that intimidation wasn't working, Zhu Yan began to offer bribes.
Oh?
Ji raised an eyebrow, looking intrigued.
What kind of opportunities? Tell me about them.
For instance, the treasure left behind by the Daoxian Divine Emperor, the Taoist lineage from the ancient sacred site of Yaoqi, and my own personal collection spanning 1,000 years.
Any one of these secrets would send shockwaves across the world. As long as I'm let out, all of this is yours.
Seeing Ji's interest, Zhu Yan forced a friendly expression onto his face and coaxed him with gentle persuasion.
Ji listened, completely dumbfounded, and asked in confusion, "What's this divine emperor Daoxian? I've never even heard of him. And the Yao Qi? Wasn't he that place destroyed by Sun Wukong?"
This time, it was Zhu Yan's turn to be stunned.
Who on earth was this Sun Wukong, capable of destroying the Yao Qi? Wait a minute, wasn't he the Yao Qi destroyed by the ancient divine emperor? You've never heard the story of Sun Wukong?
Seeing Zhu Yan's blank expression, Ji eagerly began to explain. The story begins in the Tang dynasty.
There was a monk named Xuanzang, and he.
Zhu Yan listened to Ji recount nearly half an hour of journey to the west before he began to sense something was off. This didn't seem to fit the backdrop of the divine realm at all.
Wait a minute. I'm talking about the Jade Pool in the Divine Realm. What are you talking about? The Queen Mother's Jade Pool?
Ji's eyes widened as he answered matter-of-factly.
Zhu Yan. G's heart sank. Could it be that Zhu Yan wasn't he actually from Earth? Did most of the ferocious beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas originate from the divine realm? And what exactly was the divine emperor Daoxian to the divine realm? Did you just say divine emperor Daoxian? That sounds a lot like the leader of a cult. Is his treasure particularly valuable? G asked in confusion. Humph, just as I thought, an ignorant earthling.
Zhu Yan shot him a disdainful glance and patiently explained, the Daoxian divine emperor was a divine emperor of his generation, the very ruler of the divine realm. If he were to act, he could crush your earth with a single flick of his wrist.
Do you think the treasures he left behind are valuable? Then why didn't he just wipe out Earth directly if he is so powerful?
Of course, it's because of the world barrier. Beings above the rank of divine general cannot enter this universe. Zhu Yan seemed to think of something, his voice trailing off abruptly, then he let out a cold laugh.
Trying to use me to extract intelligence on the divine realm? Haha, you humans must be in a pretty tight spot right now, huh? Seeing his scheme exposed, G's expression changed faster than the turn of a page. He slowly rose to his feet and spoke leisurely. I don't know about humanity's situation, but I do know yours is dire. As if. Just a moment ago you were trying to possess my body, and now you expect me to let you out? If it weren't for wanting to learn more about the divine realm, I wouldn't even bother with you. G rolled his eyes at Zhu Yan and left the mirror space without looking back. It was already dusk. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, and a faint, delicate fragrance filled the room. G slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a clean bed. The furnishings around him were extremely luxurious, and even felt somewhat familiar. A silver-haired girl was sitting in a chair by the bed, dozing off, her body swaying slightly. Is this the Fuxalai Hotel? The room belonging to Her Majesty the Ice Empress and the others?
Ji paused to think for a moment, then realized exactly where he was. He turned to look at the dozing Zhao Qixue. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly with each breath, and her silver hair glowed with a faint golden light in the twilight, creating an indescribable sense of beauty. Ji swallowed lightly. Just as he was about to get out of bed, Zhao Qixue slowly opened her eyes. "Where are you going?" a soft voice asked, causing Ji to startle.
I
need to use the restroom," Ji stammered.
Are you feeling better now?
Zhao Qixue blinked, scrutinizing Ji closely, and let out a soft
Why is there a red diamond on your forehead?
She sat up and placed her delicate palm on the space between G's eyebrows, rubbing it gently. There, a red diamond appeared as if tattooed between G's eyebrows. No matter how much she rubbed it, the color wouldn't fade. It definitely wasn't there before I fainted, but it does look rather pretty. Her silver hair brushed against G's face, and the scent of her perfume wafted toward him. Her face was now almost pressed against his forehead, and through the opening of her low-cut neckline, G could faintly make out a cleavage. His face flushed instantly, and his eyes involuntarily darted toward that spot. Just as he was about to say something, Zhao Qixue suddenly stood up. "You must be hungry after being unconscious for so long. I remember there's instant noodles in the kitchen. I'll go cook some."
Seeing Zhao Qixue get up, Ji quickly turned his head away and asked nonchalantly, "How long have I been asleep?"
"Almost 20 hours, Zhao Qixue's voice came from the kitchen, followed by the clatter of kitchen utensils.
"Where did His Majesty the Ice Emperor go?"
Ji suddenly thought of something and quickly glanced around, his eyes darting suspiciously.
"The teacher went out to buy some things." Ji let out a sigh of relief.
If the Ice Emperor had seen his earlier behavior, he would have been blown to smithereens. Before long, Zhao Qixue, wearing an apron, emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl of steaming instant noodles, which she handed to Ji with a smile.
"Eat it while it's hot." Ji stared blankly at the instant noodles in front of him, a wave of bittersweet emotion welling up from deep within. As an orphan, this was the first time in his life that someone had gone out of their way to cook a meal for him, even if it was just a bowl of instant noodles. Dim sunlight streamed into the room. Behind the steaming noodles lay the girl's expectant gaze. The scene before him was something he hadn't even dared to dream of. In this unfamiliar city, with a girl he'd met only twice, he felt the warmth of home for the very first time.
He scooped up a spoonful of noodles, slowly put them in his mouth, and chewed thoughtfully. Suddenly, 2 clear tears trickled down the corners of his eyes.
Qishue, what are these green things?
Ji fished a clump of green, unidentifiable matter out of the noodles and looked at Zhao Qishue through tear-filled eyes.
I don't know either. I thought it looked pretty in the kitchen, so I put it in. Doesn't it taste good? Zhao Qishue's face instantly filled with disappointment.
Ji took a tearful bite of the mustard and gave a big thumbs up. It's good.
It's so good. Then why are you crying? It's because I'm so moved.
Ji wiped away her tears and began gulping down the noodles, doing her best to avoid letting the wasabi touch her mouth.
Chapter 39, Flowers.
Ji set down her now empty bowl, pulled the last tissue from the 6th pack, and gave her nose a good wipe.
Zhao Qishue's beautiful eyes narrowed into 2 little crescents. You're the first person to eat the food I've cooked. My master Wen Ti let me cook before, but it looks like I've got a knack for it. I'll definitely have to cook for him someday. Cough, cough, cough. Ji started coughing violently. I'm sure your master will love it.
A long time later, Bai Qing opened the front door carrying 2 large bags of snacks. Seeing that Ji had already sobered up, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly.
Your Majesty, the Ice Emperor.
Seeing Bai Qing return, Ji hurriedly stood up from the sofa and spoke respectfully.
No need for formalities. I brought you some snacks. Come on, let us eat.
Zhao Qishue's eyes lit up the moment she saw the snacks in Bai Qing's hands. She hurriedly snatched the bags from Bai Qing and began examining them closely. Potato chips, crispy sticks
There's even spicy beef jerky.
Zhao Qishue's voice rang out with delight, like a child who just received a favorite toy.
Ji was taken aback by Zhao Qishue's reaction and asked in confusion, aren't these all just common snacks?
Zhao Qishue stuffed a handful of spicy strips into her mouth, handed the bag to Ji, and mumbled, because I usually train with my master on Mount Changbai. I rarely come down the mountain, maybe once a year, and these are the only things I can eat when I do.
Mount Changbai? Ji's eyes widened. You mean that snow-capped mountain in Jilin? Zhao Qishue nodded. Ji couldn't help but gasp. Training year-round on the summit of Mount Changbai, was this what it meant to be the Ice Emperor's heir?
That sounded incredibly harsh. Qishue, it's time for us to head back, Bai Qing said suddenly. Zhao Qishue paused for a moment, then slowly nodded and replied obediently, yes, master.
The joy on the girl's face vanished instantly, replaced by melancholy and dejection.
Her beautiful eyes brimmed with reluctance, a sight that tugged at Ji's heartstrings.
Your Majesty the Ice Emperor, why not stay one more day? Tomorrow, I'll take Qishue to the nearby amusement park for some fun.
Being cooped up on the mountain all the time will drive her crazy.
Ji couldn't help but speak up.
Bai Qing pondered for a moment, then sighed softly as she looked at the dejected Zhao Qishue.
Very well.
For all these years, it's been just Qishue and me up here on the mountain.
It's rare to have a friend join us.
Take her out and have a good time tomorrow. We'll set off the day after tomorrow.
Zhao Qishue's eyes immediately lit up with excitement.
She gave Ji a grateful wink and flashed a beaming smile. The next morning, Ji arrived early at the nearest amusement park with Zhao Qishue. As she gazed at the new Century Park, which looked like a fairy tale world, Zhao Qishue's eyes widened in wonder.
Ji, what is that sliding down the track? It looks so thrilling. Ji.
That machine dropping from the sky looks so much fun, let us ride it.
Ji, those spinning chairs up there look amazing, I wanna go.
Ji stumbled down from the swing ride, his legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground, his face deathly pale. His eyes were filled with terror as he watched the energetic Zhao Qishue.
Isn't the kids' play area next door just as fun? Why does she have to go on these death-defying rides? The most thrilling thing I've ever ridden was just bumper cars, for crying out loud. What's wrong?
Zhao Qishue asked with concern when she saw Ji collapsed on the ground.
Nothing, I just... Ugh.
Ji took a moment to catch his breath, then strode resolutely toward the children's play area. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he led Zhao Qixue quickly toward a building.
Mirror Experience Hall?
Zhao Qixue murmured softly as she read the sign hanging there. A mysterious smile spread across Ji's face as he led Zhao Qixue inside.
Pulling back the black curtain, they found a long mirrored corridor.
Large mirrors lined both sides and the ceiling, and walking through it felt like stepping into a world of mirrors, with their reflections everywhere.
This place is kind of fun, but not as fun as the drop tower, Zhao Qixue said, looking a bit bored as she made a few funny faces at the mirrors. Let us go a little further in. I'll show you something amazing. Ji smiled, and the two of them walked deeper into the mirrored corridor.
Beyond the corridor lay a vast space, enclosed by massive mirrors on all sides. Narrow passages emerged between the mirrors, and no matter where one looked, one's own reflection was everywhere, creating a dizzying spectacle.
A mirror maze?
Zhao Qixue read the sign beside her, feeling dizzy from the glare of the lights. Ji turned around, the corners of her mouth curving upward slightly, and snapped her fingers.
Whoosh! The entire space suddenly plunged into darkness, startling Zhao Qixue. What happened? Ji, where are you?
No sooner had she spoken than flecks of blue light drifted past her. A ray of sunlight fell before her, and before she knew it, a bouquet of blue roses had appeared there, swaying gently, pure and beautiful.
Ha! Zhao Qixue let out a soft gasp.
Just as she was about to bend down to pick the blue rose, another beam of sunlight
shone down.
More and more rays followed, and the entire space grew brighter and brighter. Before them, a sea of blue roses had sprung up, densely packed and stretching all the way to the horizon, as far as the eye could see. Above, a few white clouds drifted leisurely across the sky. A gentle breeze seemed to sweep through the sea of flowers, creating ripples of blue. Tiny petals rose with the wind, swirling around Zhao Qixue like a host of blue fairies.
Zhao Qixue stared blankly at the dreamlike scene before her.
She had spent nearly her entire childhood amidst snow-white landscapes, rarely seeing even a single flower, let alone this endless sea of blue blossoms. Standing amidst the sea of flowers, she slowly extended her arm. Blue petals drifted through her palm and floated off into the distance.
What do you think? Do you like this farewell gift? Ji stood beside her and asked with a smile. I do.
A vague, indescribable emotion filled Zhao Qixue's heart.
She gazed at the sea of flowers and said softly, I never even dreamed I'd see a scene like this. Do you think such a beautiful place really exists?
Ji waved his hand to dispel the illusion created by his illusion skill. After a few seconds of contemplation, he spoke with conviction, it does. Somewhere in this world, a place this beautiful must exist.
Zhao Qixue nodded and said earnestly to Ji, thank you. I really love this gift, but I haven't prepared anything for you. A look of regret flashed across her face, and Ji's lips curved upward into a brilliant smile. You already have.
In his mind's eye, a bowl of steaming instant noodles appeared, carrying warm memories that were forever etched in his heart.
Chapter 40, The Acceptance Letter. At the airport security checkpoint. Bai Chang, wearing sunglasses, dragged a rolling suitcase behind her.
Her black hair fell loosely over her shoulders, and her elegant, aloof face drew the admiring glances of the men around her.
Behind her followed Ji and Zhao Qixue.
Ji was dragging two large suitcases and carrying a heavy backpack, gritting his teeth as he struggled to move forward. A hint of disappointment crossed Zhao Qixue's face as she looked longingly at Ji beside her, as if she wanted to say something.
All right, I'll take you this far, Bai Ching said, glancing at the time.
Ji handed the luggage to the two of them, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said breathlessly, wishing your majesty a safe journey.
Qixue, remember to call me when you have time.
I'll come visit you at Changbai Mountain during my break.
Zhao Qixue nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance, and said softly, I'll come find you the next time I come down from the mountain. Ji flashed a bright smile. Just then, Bai Qing seemed to remember something and added. Zhang Jingyan asked me to tell you that the Astrid Guild starts on September 1st. You must be there that day, or you'll lose your chance to join the Astrid Guild. Ji froze for a moment, then nodded, feeling a vague sense that something was off. I'm leaving. Bye, Ji.
The two bid Ji farewell, turned, and walked through the security checkpoint, their figures disappearing from G's sight. G smiled and waved, but a sudden thought flashed through his mind, and his smile froze on his face.
Wait. Where exactly is Astra Guild? How am I supposed to get there?
G called out frantically, but the two were already too far away to hear him.
G's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Was he going to be the first student ever expelled for not knowing where Astra Guild was?
He pulled out his phone and frantically searched for the Astra Guild, but couldn't find a single piece of information about it, as if it didn't exist in this world at all.
A non-existent university? Furrowed his brow.
The Astra Guild undoubtedly existed, but due to its unique nature, it was impossible for it to appear directly in the public eye.
Since he couldn't find its address, how was he supposed to get there? The admission letter.
G suddenly remembered the letter he'd picked up at the health food store earlier. He'd been chased by thugs on his way back, and when he'd taken Fan to a hotel to recover, he'd left it there, never finding the time to open it.
Oh no! I've already checked out, and my letter is still in there.
G rushed out of the airport, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Fuxalai.
Room 2101, is that right?
Let me check for you, the front desk clerk said politely.
After typing on the computer for a moment, he continued, I've found it.
There is indeed a backpack, but I'm not sure if the admission letter is inside. It's in the storage room on the left, you should go take a look.
G breathed a sigh of relief.
Since the bag was still there, the acceptance letter,
G's movements suddenly froze. Right, he'd forgotten to ask about the tuition.
He suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety.
Why did the old man's words sound so reasonable?
No official website, no known address, no idea what the school teaches, and no clue about the tuition.
Could he really have been tricked into attending a diploma mill?
It was midday, and the scorching sun beat down on the streets.
Passers-by hurried along, squinting against the glare.
On one side of the street, a teenager sat on the stone steps with a backpack on his back, holding an acceptance letter in his hands and opening it carefully.
Dear G. It is both an honor and a misfortune to inform you that you have been accepted into the Astra Guild. The 1,000-year-old Astra Guild, guardian of humanity. Upon becoming a student of the Astra Guild, you will join the ranks of those who protect humanity. You must forsake everything you currently possess, including your identity, status, family, and friends. From this day forward, you will become a ghost in the world. None of your deeds for humanity will be remembered by the living. Your achievements will be inscribed on a memorial tablet, and only a very few will remember your name.
Perhaps centuries from now, this history will be revealed to the world, but by then you may no longer be among the living. You may still choose to withdraw. If you do so, please tear up this letter of acceptance, destroy the portal key, and swear that you will never use runes for personal gain or to harm society. The entrance to the Astra Guild opens once every 2 years, and only on September 1st. If you are willing to fight to protect humanity, you must activate the portal key with your mind on that day. It will open the gates of the Astra Guild for you. P.S. Before opening the gates of the Astra Guild, sever all ties to the mortal world.
Principal, Zhang Jingyan.
G read the letter in silence, then stared blankly at the bustling street. The contents of this letter exceeded his wildest imagination. Rather than an acceptance letter, it read more like a threatening note: abandon everything you have to fight for humanity, while they don't even know you exist.
Would anyone really do something so idiotic?
But he had nothing. No loving family, no true friends he could confide in, no one who cared whether he lived or died. Even if he starved to death on the street today, the police would simply treat him as a vagrant, not even a single person to see him off. He was like a fallen leaf lingering on earth, blown away by a gust of wind, leaving no trace behind. So what, exactly, was the meaning of his existence? This wasn't the first time G had pondered this question. For all these years, he struggled to survive alone, constantly asking himself, what exactly am I living for in this world? 19 years, and he still hadn't found the answer, but now, it seemed to be right in his hands.
To protect humanity. The answer sounded good, G thought. He pulled open his collar and looked at the silver rune resting quietly on his chest. Is this why you chose me, too? G slipped the letter back into its case and pulled out a black key.
The key had an odd shape, resembling an ancient artifact, long and large, entirely black, with a faint chill radiating from it as he held it.
Is this the portal key? Chapter 41, Haunted House.
G examined the portal key in his hand closely and muttered, "How is this thing supposed to open the Astrid Guild's gate?
How do I use it? Do I just stick it in the door, shout open sesame, and the Astrid Guild will appear before my eyes?" He carefully put away the admission letter and the portal key.
After all, there was still a month and a half until the start of the semester. There was no point in trying to figure it out now. G slowly stood up and suddenly realized a problem.
With a month and a half left, how was he supposed to survive?
The hotel had already been vacated by the Astrid Guild. He didn't have a single penny on him, and there was no way he could go back to that rundown building.
So where was he supposed to go? Is there any other incoming college student who is worse off than me?
G said with a bitter laugh as he walked down the street. At the very least, he had to find a place to stay. After an unknown amount of time, a small poster caught G's eye, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The month and a half flew by in the blink of an eye. Time seemed like a progress bar being dragged along, and before he knew it, it was already late August. The summer heat was gradually fading, and large groups of students were rushing from their homes to school to begin a fulfilling and wonderful new semester. By now, the crowds at New Century Amusement Park had thinned considerably, yet a long line still snaked out the door of one particular haunted house.
Hello everyone. I'm Xiaoyu, your host. The haunted house we're visiting today has skyrocketed in popularity over the past month and is known as the scariest haunted house in Zhenjiang. Is it all hype, or does it live up to the hype?
Xiaoyu will be bringing you a live stream of the entire experience with two special guests. In the long line, a fashionably dressed young woman was introducing her partner to the camera on her phone.
This is Brother Zhao.
He is the design consultant for the traveling haunted house Tun Yuan Haunted School. Every haunted house he has designed has become a nationwide sensation. He is truly an expert. Today, he'll be giving his review of this haunted house. Brother Zhao's sturdy figure appeared on the screen, smiling as he greeted the live stream audience. Immediately after, Xiaoyu switched the camera to a slender man, introducing him in a sweet voice. This is the famous haunted house enthusiast Li Xiang. He has experienced nearly 1,000 haunted houses both domestically and abroad.
It's truly an honor for Xiaoyu to have him here today.
The slender man forced a smile, then quickly returned to his icy, zombie-like expression. His eyes scanned the haunted house before him, lost in thought. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged from the haunted house and addressed the trio. "I'm Chen Gu, the owner of this haunted house."
"Are you from the Haunted House Club?" Xiaoye nodded and said, "Mr. Chen, I'm Xiaoye. We spoke on the phone earlier."
After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Gu led the three of them through the door of the haunted house. Behind them was a desk with a stack of papers on it. "Everyone, you'll need to sign a liability waiver before entering our haunted house," Chen Gu said kindly, handing them a pen. "Humph," the slender man snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with disdain.
"We're all in the know here. Stop playing games and get straight to the point."
Chen Gu's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, "You might have misunderstood. This waiver isn't just a prop to create a tense atmosphere, it's for your own safety.
You can't enter the attraction without signing it."
Just as the slender man was about to lose his temper, old Zhao took the pen with a smile and signed his name decisively. The slender man hesitated for a moment, but eventually signed it obediently as well. Seeing that the forms were signed, Chen Gu led the three of them down a long corridor while explaining the story's background. This scene is adapted from a true story called The Silent Ghost School. At a school for the deaf and mute built on a mountainside, 6 deaf girls in the same dormitory died under mysterious circumstances.
What exactly killed them?
Rumor has it that every midnight, the sound of fingernails scraping against the wall can be heard from that sealed-off dormitory, and someone has seen a girl hanging upside down in a stall in the women's restroom.
What is the truth behind these events?
Chen Gu's voice seemed to hold a certain magic. The 3 people behind him instantly felt the temperature drop significantly. Xiaoyu pulled a small notebook from her pocket and began scribbling furiously.
Story setting, 8 out of 10. Chenggu glanced at it briefly before looking away. There's one more thing I need to remind you of.
As they reached the end of the corridor, Chenggu suddenly spoke up. If you encounter a particularly dangerous situation inside the haunted house, you must shout at the camera. If there are no cameras nearby, find a place to hide first.
I'll come in to rescue you 20 minutes later. Xiaoye's eyelid twitched. What did he mean by a particularly dangerous situation? Weren't they just here to tour a haunted house? Everyone, please proceed. Chenggu pushed open the heavy iron door.
Behind it lay a pitch-black space, and a chill swept out from within, causing the three of them to shiver involuntarily. Such a show, the slender man muttered, shooting Chenggu a dismissive glance before stepping through the door first. Xiaoyu and old Zhao exchanged a glance and followed closely behind.
BRR, it's freezing. Isn't the AC cranked up way too high in here?
Xiaoyu rubbed her hands together, her phone mounted on her chest streaming live as her eyes darted around the room.
It was a dimly lit corridor.
The faint overhead lights flickered on and off, and long strands of black hair lay scattered haphazardly across the floor tiles. The deep blue walls were extremely weathered, with sharp scratches appearing here and there. Old Zhao stopped in his tracks, running his fingers carefully over a few of the scratches.
He let out a soft hum. The set design is incredibly realistic.
The spacing between these scratches is almost exactly the width of a human finger, and judging by the peeling plaster, they don't look like they were made with a tool.
You mean the boss scratched these out with his fingernails?
Bullshit, the gaunt man said in a sarcastic tone.
The staging here is actually pretty good, isn't it?
Xiaoyu crouched down, scrutinizing the dark stain at her feet, her delicate brows furrowing slightly.
Look at this bloodstain.
Fake blood should be red after it coagulates, but this is deep red. It doesn't look fake.
It even has a faint metallic smell. Maybe it's chicken or pig's blood.
He couldn't possibly have gone out and collected blood from that many people just to set this up, could he? Fed up with the two of them dithering, the slender man turned and strode straight down the hallway. At the end of the hallway was a classroom. The window facing the hallway had been nailed shut with wooden planks, leaving not a single crack, as if someone were afraid something might escape from inside. The slender man peered through the window for a moment, then walked to the classroom door. The paint on the old wooden door had mostly peeled away. He pushed the door open, and a strange odor, carrying a cloud of dust, hit him in the face.
Chapter 42, The Mirror's Terror.
The slender man frowned, shining his flashlight to carefully examine the classroom's furnishings. Unlike a typical classroom, this empty room contained only 13 sets of desks and chairs, all positioned very close to the teacher's podium. A few old books lay scattered on some of the desks.
Huh? Why were all the windows on the sunny side completely boarded up?
Old Zhao glanced around and asked, puzzled. Probably to keep the light out and create a spooky atmosphere, Xiaoyu replied thoughtfully.
That's not right.
Old Zhao pointed to the wall facing the sun.
There aren't any windows on that wall at all.
The two froze and looked over at that wall. Just as Brother Zhao had said, the two wooden planks on that wall were nailed directly to the surface, but because they were symmetrical to the window openings on the other side, one instinctively assumed they were bricked-up windows. The slender man walked over, ripped off a plank, and sneered, "There's a trick to it after all.
These planks aren't nailed on, they're just hung there." The group quickly removed several more planks, revealing a large square mirror behind them.
They continued to take down the planks covering the window area on the back half of the classroom, only to find another mirror.
Mirrors? Why would there be two window-sized mirrors in a classroom?
Xiaoyu frowned, deep in thought.
Look at this.
Old Zhao, who had been shining his flashlight on the books on the desk, suddenly shouted. The two walked over to the desk and saw the bookcase cover covered in densely packed, tiny red writing.
Die. Die. Die.
The crooked, red characters formed a huge death character, which looked incredibly eerie under the dim, yellow light.
Huang Qian, that's the girl's name. Old Zhao pulled another notebook out of the drawer, on which a name was written.
A cheap trick, the slender man said disdainfully. Using meaningless scribbles to stir up fear in ordinary people, I'd have thought better of this haunted house.
How many of us came down here?
Xiaoyu stood beside the two men, stammering with a deathly pale face.
3, of course. What's the matter?
Old Zhao looked puzzled. Xiaoyu slowly raised her arm, pointing shakily at the mirror directly in front of them, and whispered, "Then why are there 4 people in the mirror?"
The two men turned to look at the mirror in unison. 1, 2, 3, 4.
In the reflection, besides the 3 of them huddled together, they could faintly make out the figure of a girl in a school uniform with twin ponytails, standing quietly beside them. The 3 felt a chill run up their spines from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads. The slender man spun around abruptly, but found nothing but empty space beside him. When he turned back to look at the mirror, the girl with the twin ponytails had vanished.
Did you guys see that?
Old Zhao swallowed hard and asked in a low voice.
This mirror must have a hidden mechanism. It's probably like a screen that can project the girl's image according to a preset program.
The slender man refused to believe it and walked straight up to the mirror, tapping the glass surface with his hand.
Impossible. I just checked it, it's just an ordinary mirror. Xiaoyu immediately denied it. Clink.
A sharp sound rang out as the slender man's knock sent a crack shooting through the mirror.
The crack grew wider and wider until the entire mirror shattered into pieces.
I didn't mean to, the slender man paled and hurriedly explained. The next moment, his pupils contracted, and he froze in place. Just as Xiaoyu had said, the mirror was indeed an ordinary one.
However, on the wall behind it, several large characters were written in bright red paint. "You're all going to die."
Xiaoyu and old brother Zhao's faces turned ashen. The handwriting on these characters matched that on the book's cover. It was the same person.
Old brother Zhao suddenly remembered something and pulled out an old photograph from the book. "Come take a look, doesn't this girl look just like the shadow that appeared in the mirror a moment ago?"
Old Zhao pointed to a girl in a white school uniform with twin ponytails and a shy smile.
Xiaoyu gasped. "It's her. It's definitely her. Why did her figure appear in that mirror? Was that really just a trick set up by the haunted house owner?"
Xiaoyu asked, puzzled, as she pulled out her little notebook and jotted down another line.
"Horror level, 9 out of 10. I don't know. I think this classroom is pretty creepy. Let us go check out somewhere else."
Zhao didn't want to stay in this classroom a moment longer and headed straight for the next location.
Xiaoye followed closely behind. Only the gaunt man remained standing amidst the shards of the mirror, his eyes bloodshot as he frantically scratched at his hair. What method? What on earth did he use to create this effect?
By the time he snapped back to reality, he realized the two had vanished, leaving him alone in the dimly lit classroom. He sensed a chill creeping up his spine. The gaunt man stiffly turned his head, and a bolt of lightning seemed to flash through his mind. The mirror, which had been shattered into dust just moments ago, was now perfectly intact on the wall, with not a single shard of glass on the floor. The gaunt man's eyes were fixed on the intact mirror. In the reflection, a pale-faced girl with twin ponytails had her hand resting on his shoulder. The corners of her mouth slowly curled upward, and then her entire face split open from the corners of her mouth, revealing a dense row of teeth.
A ghost. There really is a ghost in this haunted house. The gaunt man's mind was thrown into chaos.
Overcome by extreme terror, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight to the ground.
Just then, a teenager walked in from the adjacent room, smiling. It was G. What a letdown.
All that posturing, and you're such a coward. G muttered under his breath, hoisted the gaunt man onto his back, and headed out through the staff entrance. Ever since he spotted the haunted house's job posting on the street last month, G had resolved to take a summer job here. First, because it came with room and board. Second, for the sake of collecting soul mana. A place like this haunted house, filled with fear and terror, was the perfect spot for him to gather soul mana.
After demonstrating his mirror magic, G was easily hired by Chingu.
Unfortunately, business at the haunted house was slow back then, with barely any customers all day.
With G's dynamic addition to the team, the haunted house's reputation skyrocketed.
It had now become the hottest attraction in all of Zhenjiang, and the soul mana collection count in G's mirror space had already reached 899-1000. Bro Chen, this guy fainted from fear, G called out, spotting Chen Gu sitting in the monitoring room. A wry smile flashed across Chen Gu's face. He ordered someone to carry the slender man out on a stretcher and said, "Go easy on them, kid." "How many is this already this week?" G scratched his head sheepishly and turned to head back to the haunted house set, but Chen Gu called him back. Chapter 43, The Stalls. "You don't need to go in." Both of them fainted from fear. "I'll have someone go in and carry them out." G froze. They've already fainted? I haven't even scared them yet. 5 minutes earlier. Old Zhao, slow down a bit. Wait for me. Xiaodia jogged to catch up with old Zhao, her eyes darting around. Do you think this place is really haunted? Old brother Zhao shook his head and said, there are no such things as ghosts in this world. As they spoke, the two reached the entrance to the women's restroom. It looked as though it had been abandoned for quite some time. Thick cobwebs had formed over the sink. There were no lights inside the restroom. It was pitch black. Bloodstained toilet paper was scattered across the floor, some of it even stuck directly to the ceiling. The owner of the haunted house mentioned the restroom in the introduction earlier. There should be some clues in here, Xiaoyu mused for a few seconds before speaking up. Old Zhao looked a bit peculiar and said awkwardly, Xiaoyu, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go into the women's restroom. Why don't you handle it? Xiaoyu. Seriously, bro? Are you taking this haunted house setup this seriously? If you're scared, just say so. After dithering for a while, Xiaoyu finally mustered her courage, grabbed the flashlight, and walked into the restroom alone. A ticking sound came from somewhere. The flashlight beam hit the stall doors, illuminating several bright red handprints and a few long streaks of blood. This setup really is incredibly realistic, Xiaoyu muttered, wrinkling her nose slightly at the faint, musty smell of the restroom. Apart from the stalls, there was nothing else suspicious about this restroom. The clues must be inside one of these stalls, Xiaoyu thought to herself. True to her reputation as a professional haunted house streamer, she took a deep breath and began to slowly push open the door of the first stall. Squeak, the door creaked open with a piercing sound. Xiaoya leaned sideways, using her flashlight to search inch by inch. An ordinary toilet bowl, ordinary walls, an ordinary floor, everything seemed no different from a normal restroom. Xiaoya's taut nerves relaxed. Most haunted houses like to set up jump scares behind doors, because the moment you open a door, people inevitably feel a sense of fear toward the unknown beyond. However, the owner of this haunted house didn't seem to have set one up here. Xiaoye opened the doors to the next few stalls one after another, finding nothing out of the ordinary. She soon reached the innermost stall. Based on her experience, there was bound to be a jump scare behind this final door, otherwise, the whole setup of this restroom would be pointless. She took a deep breath and flung the door open. The trap she imagined didn't materialize. Just like all the previous stalls, there was no scare mechanism. Huh? She furrowed her brow slightly and stepped inside. Why is there a hole here? On the side wall of this stall was a thumb-sized hole leading to another stall. Xiaoyu rubbed it with her finger for a moment, then pressed her eye against it. Suddenly, a bloodshot eyeball popped out from the other side of the hole, staring intently at Xiaoye as if it were about to devour her alive. How could this be? I just opened that compartment, there was nothing inside. Xiaoye's heart raced, she stumbled back a few steps. Just as she was about to scream, a hand suddenly reached out from behind her and clamped tightly over her mouth. MMMPH, Xiaoyu struggled desperately. As she glanced up, she saw a female corpse hanging upside down directly above her head. Its hollow eyes stared at her, and a pair of deathly pale hands clamped tightly over her mouth. Squeak! The door to the adjacent stall slowly swung open. Xiaoya kicked her legs violently, trying to break free from the hanging corpse's grip. Just then, a familiar voice drifted in from outside the restroom. Xiaoya, how is it going in there? Did you find any clues? Why aren't you saying anything? I know you're blaming me. Should I go in first for the next scene? Looks like a dorm room up ahead.
Let us go check it out together. Xiaoye's body froze, an unprecedented fear gripping her heart.
I'm clearly right here. Who was that who just went out?
Who is standing beside old Zhao right now?
Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed, unconscious. Old Zhao glanced at the Xiaoye beside him, feeling a bit puzzled.
When did she get so pale?
But he didn't give it a second thought and walked straight into the final scene, the sealed-off girls' dormitory. 2 seals were stuck to the dorm door. Without a moment's hesitation, Brother Zhao tore them off and pushed the door open.
It was a 6-person room.
On the left were 2 sets of bunk beds, and on the right was just one. He walked slowly into the room and began surveying the area by the light of his flashlight.
The furnishings all looked normal. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Zhao picked up a group photo from the desk on his right. It showed 6 young women, full of youthful energy, flashing bright smiles at the camera. When Zhao saw Huang Qian in the photo, he couldn't help but shudder, recalling the eerie scene he'd just witnessed in the classroom.
Where did Li go?
He suddenly thought of the other teammate who had been with them. He hadn't seen him since they left the classroom.
Could he have gone out on his own?
He shook his head, banishing the jumbled thoughts from his mind, and began searching carefully for clues. The moment he lifted the blanket on the bed, he gave a start.
Beneath the quilt lay a eerie-looking doll.
Its body was covered in bloodstains, and its bones were twisted in a grotesque manner, as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. When the flashlight's beam swept over its head, a chill ran through Zhao Leo's entire body. Wasn't this the girl from that photo? He hurriedly pulled out the photo and compared the two. The resemblance was startling. It was as if the girl's face had been torn off and pasted onto the doll. Having worked in haunted houses for so many years, this was the first time Zhao Leo had seen such an exquisitely crafted doll.
He found the girl's name on the nameplate by the bed, Wan Jia. He then lifted the remaining blankets one after another, and beneath each one lay a doll identical to the girl in the photo.
Fang Jilan, Lu Wei, Zhao Xiaoxiao, Chen Rong. He kept checking the dolls against the names on the bedside tags. Each doll was in a different condition. Fang Jilan had a deep ligature mark on her neck. Lu Wei's head was swollen, as if she'd been submerged in water for a long time. Zhao Xiaoxiao's lips were black and purple, and Qian Rong's body was covered in knife wounds. When he pulled back Huang Qian's blanket, however, there was nothing underneath.
No doll for Huang Qian? What does this mean?
He furrowed his brow slightly and began to reason carefully. These 5 dolls represent falling to one's death, suffocation, drowning, poisoning, and dismemberment, yet the doll representing Huang Qian is missing.
Does this mean she isn't dead yet?
He was startled by his own thought and immediately shook his head.
No, that's impossible.
The haunted house owner said all 6 girls died horribly.
So why isn't her body here? Could it be her body isn't in the dorm? Chapter 44, Farewell.
His eyes lit up. He felt he'd hit upon the crux of the matter.
Where exactly was Huang Qian's body?
This must be the central mystery of this scene. Xiaoya, there are just some dolls in there, nothing special. Zhao Leo turned his head, but suddenly froze in place behind him. The space was completely empty.
A strange, eerie feeling crept into Zhao Leo's heart, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong.
It felt as if he were the only one left in this vast haunted house set, but he immediately dismissed the thought.
Impossible.
Li Xiang might have left, but Xiaoyu is still live streaming.
She wouldn't have run off and left me here alone. Could she have gone off to explore somewhere else?
Old Zhao snapped out of his daze, still suspicious, and continued searching for clues with his flashlight. Just as the beam swept past a nearby mannequin, his body gave a slight jolt.
Strange. Was this mannequin in this position just a moment ago?
He furrowed his brow.
The head of the mannequin representing Wang Jia was now tilted slightly, its hollow eyes staring straight at Zhao Leo, utterly unsettling.
The haunted house owner must have installed a mechanism inside the mannequin's body. That's a pretty clever touch, Zhao Leo thought to himself. He slowly swept his flashlight over the other mannequins, and sure enough, they all showed some sort of change. Some had a leg sticking out, others had their blankets pulled back, and still others were leaning entirely toward the edge of the bed, as if about to fall out. Suddenly, old Zhao sensed something was off and swept his flashlight back over them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
A chill surged through him, and beads of cold sweat began to form on the back of his neck.
Where had this sixth doll come from? There had clearly only been 5 just a moment ago.
He quickly shone the flashlight on Huang Qian's bed and saw a familiar figure lying quietly there, covered by a blanket, flashing him a deathly pale smile.
Xiao Ye.
Xiao Ye, how did you get up here?
Where's the live streaming phone on your chest?
Old Zhao breathed a slight sigh of relief upon seeing Xiao Ye, but he soon realized something was wrong.
This isn't right.
I didn't see you come in at all just now.
And you, why don't you have a shadow? The dim flashlight shone on Xiao Ye, yet there was not a single shadow on the wall behind her. You're not Xiao Ye. What on earth are you?
Old Zhao's face went deathly pale as he shouted in panic, backing away rapidly. Suddenly, he seemed to bump into something and stiffly turned his head.
There, Huang Jia's doll stood silently behind him.
Her twisted bones made her significantly shorter than old Zhao. She was looking up at him, her hollow eyes fixed intently on him from her deathly pale face.
Whoa!
Old Zhao froze in his tracks.
Impossible.
For the doll to stand up, it would have to be packed with mechanical components.
He just waited, it wasn't much heavier than a regular doll. How could it possibly stand on its own? Thud.
The old dorm door seemed to be pushed by something, emitting a screeching scuff before slamming shut.
The entire room instantly fell into a deathly silence.
Old Zhao violently shoved Huang Jia's doll aside, hurried to the dorm door, frantically turned the doorknob, and shouted, "I'm done.
I'm done. Let me out." But no matter how hard he pulled, the door wouldn't budge.
After struggling for a moment, old Zhao suddenly thought of something and cautiously turned around.
The dim light of the flashlight illuminated the area behind him.
He saw that the 5 dolls had, at some point, lined up behind him. Their pallid faces were utterly expressionless, except for Xiao Ye in the center, whose mouth began to curl upward, revealing a bloody gash that stretched from the corner of her mouth all the way to her ear.
With a snap, Xiao Ye's jaw fell right off, and a crimson tongue, like a snake, writhed wildly. Iya.
Old Zhao had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. He let out a heart-wrenching scream and desperately spun around to try to smash the door open, but he slammed headfirst into it and passed out instantly. A moment later, 2 staff members carrying a stretcher entered the scene, followed by Chengu and Ji.
Why is his forehead swollen?
Ji asked, looking puzzled at old Zhao lying on the floor. He must have hit his head on the door and knocked himself unconscious, Chengu said indifferently, glancing at the dolls lying quietly on the beds. After carrying old Zhao out, the 2 began searching for Xiaoyu. Finally, they found her unconscious in the farthest stall of the restroom and carried her out together.
Strange.
I don't remember this restroom having any scary gimmicks, Ji thought suspiciously as he scanned the surroundings and found nothing out of the ordinary.
The 2 carried Xiaoyu out of the haunted house.
The warm sun shone down on the ground, casting her, the gaunt man, and old Zhao in neat alignment.
A ghost. There's a ghost.
Old brother Zhao jolted awake, flailing his arms and legs as he screamed in terror. Then he realized he was already outside the haunted house, and 2 streams of hot tears immediately began to flow down his face.
Wah, I made it. I made it. Ji watched, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What on earth did you guys go through in there? Why don't I know anything about it? After a while, the other 2 woke up one after another.
They exchanged a brief greeting and hurriedly left, as if they were fleeing from something. Ji shook his head with a wry smile, glanced at the setting sun, hesitated for a moment, then walked straight into the haunted house. Passing through the dim corridor, Ji arrived at the classroom where the skinny guy had fainted earlier. Inside, Chengu was intently reconstructing the scene. "Bro Chen, this might be my last day on the job," Ji said, choosing his words carefully.
Chengu paused for a moment before replying slowly, "School is starting soon?" "Yeah, I've got one more day left. I want to check out a few more places."
Chengu walked up to Ji, patted him on the shoulder, and gave him an encouraging smile.
"All right. Once you're back at school, work hard. If you have nowhere to go during the break, come find me, you'll always be my employee.
He pulled a red envelope out of his pocket and pressed it into G's hand.
Here's a bonus for you. Have a good time for a couple of days before school starts.
G was about to refuse, but seeing the look on Chen Guo's face that brooked no argument, he accepted it with a wry smile.
G bowed deeply to Chen Guo.
Deep down, he was incredibly grateful to his boss for taking him in when he was at his most helpless, giving him a job, and treating him so well on a daily basis. If it weren't for school starting soon, he would have loved to keep working here indefinitely.
Chen Guo nodded with a smile, watching G walk away.
Once G was out of sight, he let out a long sigh.
Ah, I really liked that kid.
Now that he has gone, the haunted house feels so empty, he murmured with a touch of regret.
What do you think, Huang Qian?
In the mirror, a girl with twin ponytails suddenly appeared. She looked in the direction G had left and nodded slowly.
Chapter 45, The Orphanage. We are approaching Danyang Station.
Passengers wishing to disembark, please gather your luggage and prepare to get off the train.
A pleasant female voice rang out.
G, carrying his backpack, slowly rose from his seat. He gazed out the window at the familiar scenery, feeling a bit sentimental.
2 months had slipped by unnoticed.
Returning to his hometown now, it felt as if a lifetime had passed. Before opening the gates of the Astra Guild, sever all ties to the mortal world. G murmured the final line from his acceptance letter. He didn't really have anything to hold on to, but he decided to make a quick trip back home to see the place where he once lived. After exiting the train station, he hailed a passenger tricycle. It wasn't that he lacked money, not to mention the wages he earned from working for a month and a half. Chen Guo had given him a generous red envelope containing 2,000 yuan before he left, but G's upbringing had instilled in him a habit of frugality. Riding in the bumpy electric tricycle, a small, dilapidated building gradually came into view, a rusty iron gate, moss-covered walls, and even the large characters at the entrance had faded beyond recognition.
Changshan Orphanage.
Looking at the familiar surroundings, memories of his childhood inevitably flooded G's mind. He jumped off the tricycle, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and hurried toward the orphanage. Crossing the uneven small playground, he reached the entrance of the low building, where he could faintly hear the sounds of children playing.
Little G.
A delighted voice called out from the side of the hallway. G turned to look, a bright smile spreading across his face.
Auntie Li.
Auntie Li hurried over, gave G a big hug, and then studied him closely.
Little G, you've grown up.
You're much sturdier than when you were a kid.
Auntie Li, you look just as young as ever.
G said with a smile, though a pang of sadness tugged at his heart. In his memories, Aunt Li had always had a head of black hair, but now it was streaked with gray, and the wrinkles on her face were quite pronounced.
You're such a sweet talker. What brings you back today? Aunt Li asked, covering her mouth and laughing.
I'm in college now, and I came back just to visit. Aunt Li paused, her face instantly lighting up with joy.
She clapped her hands and said, "Wonderful.
Our orphanage has produced another college student. Hurry and go see the director, he'll be over the moon when he hears this news." With that, she led G toward the director's office, walking with a spring in her step. The director's office was a cramped little room. The nameplate on the door was barely legible.
Aunt Li knocked on the door.
"Come in," a hoarse voice called from inside, and Aunt Li hurried in.
"Director, look who is here." G stepped inside, feeling a bit shy.
Behind the worn-out desk sat a man in his 60s wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He held a newspaper in his hand, his face crisscrossed with wrinkles and age spots. Upon seeing G, he squinted and studied him closely for a moment.
"Is this little G?" the principal asked tentatively. G bowed respectfully. "Principal, I've come back to visit you." "Principal, G got into college." Aunt Li chimed in with a smile. "Oh?" The principal's cloudy eyes lit up. He walked over to G and smiled. "Excellent. I always thought G had a bright future." "G, you got into a good university, didn't you?"
G remained silent for a moment, then nodded firmly.
"Director, I'm attending the best university."
The director nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly remembering something, he reached into a locked drawer on his desk, pulled out a metal box, and placed it slowly on the table. Gee, even if you hadn't come back today, I would have had to call you back eventually.
You're an adult now, so there are some things I can finally tell you.
The Dean's aged voice rang out, and G's whole body trembled.
Dean, is this about my parents? Countless possibilities flashed through G's mind, and he asked urgently.
The director nodded and spoke slowly. I didn't tell you before because you were too young.
This might be a bit harsh for you to hear.
G's heart raced. Parents, a word so foreign to him.
What kind of people were they?
Why had they abandoned him at the orphanage while he was still in swaddling clothes, forcing him to live a life without a father or mother? He used to hate his parents with a passion.
Whatever the reason, if they had brought him into this world, why wouldn't they take responsibility for him?
As he grew older and his character matured, his hatred for his parents had faded. He now regarded them simply as two strangers.
Yet, hearing the director bring them up again at this moment, he couldn't suppress the surge of emotion within him.
It was one night in '99. I was resting in my office when I suddenly heard the cry of a baby. I followed the sound to the orphanage entrance and saw a man dressed strangely, holding a baby and knocking on the door.
Strange clothes?
Yes. He was wearing something I'd never seen before, like a robe with mysterious patterns embroidered along the edges. Most importantly, he was covered in blood. G felt his heart skip a beat.
Who exactly was this father of his? Was the blood on him his own, or someone else's? G had a vague feeling that his father's identity was bound to be anything but ordinary.
Later, he entrusted you to me, told me your name was G, and asked me to make sure I raised you well.
He also left something for you.
As he spoke, he pushed a metal box across the table.
G swallowed hard and slowly opened it.
Inside was a jade pendant. It was quite large, engraved with a pattern G had never seen before. It resembled two yin-yang fish. It was far more profound and mysterious than that. G held the pendant in his hand with great care. A cool, icy sensation spread through his palm, bringing an inexplicable sense of peace. At the time, he also gave me a night pearl as child support, but all these years I've never had the heart to sell it.
I'll give that to you now as well.
The headmaster produced an exquisite red box. From somewhere inside lay a night pearl, from which a faint glow emanated. It was clearly no ordinary item.
Just as G was about to decline, the director spoke first. Don't refuse. Though I'm old, I know this night pearl is worth a fortune. The money we've spent raising you over the years doesn't even come close to its value. Once you've made something of yourself, just come back and visit us old folks from time to time.
A smile spread across the headmaster's weathered face as he pressed the night pearl into G's hand.
G could only accept it with a wry smile. He also asked me to pass on a message to you.
What is it?
I'm sorry. Chapter 46, Who Are You?
G fell silent, his heart filled with mixed emotions. It seemed there was more to the story of his parents abandoning him all those years ago, and the mystery surrounding his origins had only deepened. Setting aside everything else, the night pearl alone intended as alimony was worth a fortune. Yet no matter how valuable these items might be, none of them carried the same emotional weight as those three words, I'm sorry.
What exactly did you go through?
Even after leaving the orphanage, his mind remained unsettled. He kept speculating about what had happened back then, but he still couldn't make head or tail of it. He tied the jade pendant close to his chest with a red cord and kept the night pearl close to his body. Suddenly, he felt as if he had struck it rich overnight.
Just how much is this night pearl worth? Hundreds of thousands? Millions?
G suddenly became deeply interested in the pearl's value. He secretly resolved to have it appraised by an expert someday. Selling it was out of the question, but perhaps it could lead him to some clue about his parents. Seeing that it was getting late, he found a nearby inn at random and stayed the night. The next day, September 1st, G set off with his backpack toward his final destination, 3rd Middle School.
Classes hadn't started yet, and the campus was deserted.
G wandered slowly around the school grounds, as memories of his hard-fought days there flooded back.
Gee, want to grab dinner on the second floor of the cafeteria tonight? Hey, G, where are you planning to apply after graduation? Look, Jiang Yungying seems to be looking at you. Graduation's just around the corner. Aren't you going to confess your feelings to Jiang Yungying yet?
Ji suddenly recalled Tao's thoughtless words, and that graceful figure reappeared in his mind.
I'm leaving soon. I might never see her again in this lifetime.
Ji shook his head with a bitter smile, then froze in place. There, standing in front of the academic building in her innocent school uniform, was Jiang Yungying, striking various poses. Across from her stood a girl holding a camera, snapping photos of Jiang Yungying non-stop.
Wait, I just said I might never see her again, and here she is? G's mouth twitched. Was this what they called wishing for something and getting it?
Ji Yungying seemed to spot him in the distance as well. She gave a little start, and a delighted smile spread across her face.
Ji, what are you doing here?
Ji Yungying jogged over and asked.
Well, school's about to start, so I thought I'd come back for a look. Ji scratched his head and said with a smile, What are you doing here?
Jiang Yungying pointed to the girl beside her and said, My best friend and I decided to take a photo shoot at our high school before school starts.
We just started shooting when we saw you. Ji gave her a look that seemed to say, Really?
Then, suddenly remembering something, he asked, I thought you applied to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics.
How did it go? Did you get in? I did. Jiang Yungying beamed. What about you? Is your school far away? Far.
Really far, Ji replied after a moment's thought. The two fell into a brief silence, unsure of what to say. Ji was the first to break the awkwardness.
You go ahead and take your photos. I'm going to check out the classroom. Okay. Let us take a picture together when you come out? Sure. Ji turned and walked toward the academic building.
Jiang Yungying watched his retreating figure, standing motionless on the courtyard.
Yungying, what are you thinking about?
Let us keep taking pictures, said the girl holding the camera as she walked over and patted her on the shoulder. Ji climbed 4 flights of stairs. The hallway that once felt endlessly long now seemed to end after just a few steps. Looking down from the 4th floor, he could still see the familiar playground and cafeteria. He wandered around the classroom, found his seat, and sat down. It was still the same seat, but it felt different now. It really is too quiet. Ji stood up with a wry smile, glanced around the room, and his gaze settled on a seat not far away. In his memory, the girl who had once captivated him sat right there, occasionally gazing up at the sky outside the window and turning back to smile. Cut off all lingering attachments, Ji murmured softly, standing quietly for a while, as if deep in thought. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and a blue rose materialized in his hand. He gently placed the blue rose on the desk, where it cast a pale blue halo in the warm sunlight. Just then, Jiang Yungying, who had been daydreaming downstairs, felt a sudden pang in her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she ran straight upstairs. Yungying, where are you going? I'll be back in a bit. Her voice drifted from the stairwell, leaving her friend standing alone in the wind, her hair tousled by the breeze. Inside the classroom, Ji took a deep breath and pulled the black portal key from his pocket. Time to go, he muttered to himself, wrapping his mental energy around the portal key and silently chanting, Astra Guild, open. Suddenly, faint blue sparks began to flicker across the black portal key, growing denser by the second. A mysterious energy pulsed from the device, causing Ji to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Holy crap, is that really how you use it? Blue light shot out from the top of the portal key, and a door made of lightning slowly took shape within the glow. The door was entirely black, with thick bolts of lightning constantly leaping across its surface, as if it contained terrifying energy. There was also a small keyhole on the door. This gate is way too magical, isn't it? G's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. He pinched his thigh to make sure what he was seeing wasn't an illusion. He tentatively inserted the key into the keyhole, keeping a safe distance from the gate, afraid that a bolt of lightning might suddenly strike him. The black portal key slid gently into the hole and began to turn slowly. an ancient, heavy sound echoed out, and the thunder gate slowly opened. Behind it lay a vortex, its destination shrouded in darkness. Ji stared at the unknown vortex before him, took a deep breath, glanced back one last time at the familiar classroom, and resolutely stepped through the door. Ji Qian, Jiang Yungying ran breathlessly to the classroom door, just in time to see Ji's figure slowly vanish into the portal, leaving her frozen in place. Crack! As Ji stepped through, the entire thunder gate suddenly transformed into streaks of lightning and vanished into thin air in an instant. Jiang Yungying stood there in a daze for a moment before slowly entering the classroom. She waved her hand where the thunder gate had vanished, but found nothing. Only the lingering threads of lightning on the floor kept reminding her that everything she had just witnessed was real. What on earth was that? And who is he? Jiang Yungying muttered to herself. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted something. Where she had been sitting, a blue rose lay quietly on the desk. Jiang Yungying walked slowly over and picked up the blue rose. Suddenly, the blue rose began to dissolve into specks of light, scattering in her hand and vanishing into thin air, as if it had never existed. Jiang Yungying stood frozen in place for a long time before speaking softly. Ji, who are you, exactly? Chapter 47, Welcome to the Astra Guild. Ji stepped through the vortex and felt the world spinning around him. He thought he heard someone calling his name, and then he suddenly landed on the hard ground. Ouch, that hurts. Ji rubbed his buttocks, his lips twitching slightly. The moment he opened his eyes, he froze in place. It was the first time he'd seen the sky so close up. Looking up, the deep blue sky resembled a massive dome covering his head. There wasn't a single cloud in sight, only pure, unbroken blue. He slowly got to his feet. Beneath him lay a slate-gray stone slab, and behind him stood a simple, black door. The door was hollow, consisting only of a frame. It bore a striking resemblance to the outline of the Gate of Thunder he had just opened with the portal key, only several times larger. Is this where I came from? Ji reached out skeptically toward the center of the stone door, but found nothing there. He walked to the edge of the stone slab and looked down, letting out a sharp gasp. It wasn't just close to the sky, it was right in the sky. Below, white clouds drifted leisurely, and beneath them lay a bustling human city. Vaguely, he could make out a dense cluster of buildings, looking like grains of sand. The Astra Guild is floating in the air? Ji couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That's right. A familiar male voice drifted softly from behind Ji, startling him so much he nearly fell. Turning around, he saw a young man wearing a Western-style vest, a black tie, and a pair of black glasses standing there, smiling at him. Your senior Qingya. Ji realized who the young man was. He had been the one to rescue him when he was in danger at Chengyuan Heavy Industries. Junior Ji, Qingya turned sideways, gestured for him to follow, and spoke with a smile. Welcome to the Astra Guild. Ji followed Qingya along the long, suspended stone path, occasionally peering down and shuddering. Senior Qingya, are all the buildings in the Astra Guild this thrilling? What if someone has a fear of heights? Qingya explained with a smile, only this area is open air. The other buildings are situated on a massive floating mountain, so you won't see such thrilling views there. The place you just came out of is the gateway connecting the Astra Guild to the human world. It's called the Triumphal Arch. Connecting the Astra Guild to the mortal world? Isn't the Astra Guild in the mortal world? Ji asked in confusion. That's right. The place where the Astra Guild is located is a small world suspended above Shanghai. It doesn't exist within Earth's spatial dimensions. Therefore, from the outside, this place appears completely empty. Shanghai? Are you saying that the bustling metropolis below is the magic city? This is a small world outside Earth? Within 3 minutes of arriving at the Astra Guild, Ji's worldview had completely collapsed. That's right, Qingya nodded. The reason it's called the Triumphal Arch is that those who step through this gate to go on missions usually face life-threatening dangers, so the name Triumphal is meant to convey hope. However, on September 1st every 2 years, it's used to welcome new recruits, which is why the principal sent me here to guide you. Then don't you need to stay there, senior? What if someone else shows up? There are others waiting there to welcome the new recruits. After all, it's a mission with a generous reward. Besides, you're overestimating the number of new recruits at the Astra Guild. Xingya shook his head with a wry smile. The two of them made their way slowly along the openwork stone slabs. Ji could already see the massive floating mountain peak ahead. Towering upon the peak were all manner of structures, glass skyscrapers reaching into the clouds, Japanese-style dojos, and clusters of circular training grounds. After about 3 minutes, the two finally set foot on the floating mountain peak. The first sight to meet their eyes was a vast plaza. Standing in the very center of the plaza was a massive statue of a Qilin, majestic and imposing, its entire body snow-white. Its pair of piercing, spirited eyes gazed into the distance, like a guardian deity. This is the Astra Guild, Xingya explained, pointing to the statue in the center of the square. The Astra Guild is counted among the 6 divine beasts alongside the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and soaring serpent. Rumors say the Astra Guild is bloodthirsty, but in truth, it is benevolent. Those it kills are all guilty. The ancient text Mao records, the symbol of the Astra Guild is truly the Qilin, occupying the central position and governing the Wu Dai. It is, after all, a benevolent beast that governs through the virtue of earth. The Astra Guild guards the central lands and kills to protect what it safeguards. This is the very purpose for which our Astra Guild was founded. So this is the Astra Guild. Ji scrutinized the imposing colossus before him, his thoughts stirring. Killing to protect it truly is a benevolent beast. The two walked around the statue and continued inward. Ji's sharp eyes caught sight of several dark-skinned foreigners, and he couldn't help but ask in puzzlement, does the Astra Guild have international students? Those aren't international students, Xingya smiled. They are students of the Astra Guild. There are only 2 schools on the entire planet dedicated to opposing the divine realm. The Astra Guild recruits from across the entire hemisphere. You could call it a joint school. It doesn't belong to China, but half the students here are Chinese. Students from the Astra Guild come from the entire hemisphere? Ji was taken aback. He hadn't realized he was attending an international school. But why haven't we seen many people along the way? There are many reasons for that. First, as I just mentioned, the Astra Guild admits very few freshmen. Ji did a quick calculation and said, with a recruitment scope covering the entire Asian region and admissions held every 2 years, that should be no fewer than 3,000 students, right? 3,000? Xingya nearly choked on his drink. He shot Ji a glance. Care to guess how many freshmen we had last year? Never mind, you'd never guess. Last year's freshman class had only 17 students. 17? Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. How could there be so few? First off, the Astra Guild only recruits young people with runes. Xingya held up a finger. You have to understand, there are only 361 recorded abilities worldwide, and most of those runes are still dormant. Among the remaining rune users, if you exclude the elderly, those who joined evil organizations like Shangxie, and those too cowardly to oppose the divine realm, how many are left? Ji was speechless. By that calculation, it was actually quite impressive that the Astra Guild managed to recruit so many new students every 2 years. Xingya held up a second finger. Second, the mortality rate among Astra Guild students is extremely high. But someone will explain all that to you during the freshman orientation, so I won't go into detail here. The final reason, Yuan, is that Astra Guild students aren't flowers in a greenhouse. Every year, there are strict requirements to complete a certain number of missions, otherwise, they can't earn enough credits. Right now, about half the students are out on missions, so naturally, there aren't many left on campus. Chapter 48, A Love Interest? Going on a mission? It sounds a bit like a secret organization, Ji thought to himself. The two walked to the inner part of the square, where a massive display screen stood in the center, covered in densely packed small text. C-rank mission, investigate the cause of the loosening of the Divine Realm Seal in the depths of the Cape of Good Hope Strait. Reward, 2.5 credits. Class A mission, assist members of Agency 0 in eliminating the upper evil envoy Poison Lord. Reward, 12 credits. Class B mission, track down the Divine Realm spy who fled to Cambodia. Reward, 5.5 credits. S-Class mission extremely dangerous. Locate and eliminate the Purple Shao Divine General who has broken free from the Divine Realm S seal.
Reward, 30 credits.
Below the display screen, small groups of people were chatting.
Upon seeing Qingya and Ji approach, they gathered around them.
Qingya, are you bringing a new student to register? A burly black man asked heartily, staring at Ji with interest.
Yeah. Are you guys heading out on a mission?
Qingya greeted each of them in turn, as if they were old friends. Yeah, otherwise we won't earn enough credits this semester and I'll have to repeat the year. The young black man said with a wry smile, then gave Ji a big hug.
Hey, freshman, welcome to the Astra Guild.
It was Ji's first time being embraced so warmly by a black guy, and he was a bit flustered.
Thank you, thank you. The people around them burst into laughter. Little brother, go ahead and speak Chinese, we all understand it.
A guy who looked Arab said with a smile, leaving Ji completely baffled.
Wait, bro, where on earth did you learn Chinese? After saying goodbye to the group, Ji couldn't help but ask, Senior Qingya, why is everyone speaking Chinese? Qingya raised an eyebrow and replied matter-of-factly, this is China. Of course they speak Chinese.
Ji scratched his head. Something didn't quite feel right, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it.
As they walked, Qingya pointed out the layout of the Astra Guild to Ji.
A quiet building came into view, bearing 5 large characters, new student reception.
Stepping inside, they saw 2 figures standing by the reception desk.
Junior brother Yun, Qingya said with a smile upon seeing the man in white.
Senior brother Qingya. Yun's eyes lit up. Why are you here helping with the new student orientation? You shouldn't need the credits anymore, right?
The two exchanged a brief hug.
Qingya gave a wry smile.
His Majesty has disappeared again, who knows where he has gone. I've got nothing to do at the academy, so I figured I'd take on a little task to keep myself busy. Being a secretary is really great, you get to be by His Majesty's side all the time.
Yun looked envious as he turned to Ji. Junior, I'm Yun, a junior. Astra Guild is pretty cool, isn't it?
It's way more impressive than I ever imagined. Ji said with a smile. To be honest, he had once imagined what the Astra Guild might be like, but no matter how hard he racked his brain, it couldn't hold a candle to the real thing. Just then, a girl walking beside Yun approached, carrying a briefcase. She was a Russian girl with long, flowing blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, fair skin, striking features, and a figure so stunning it left Ji staring in awe. Having spent his whole life in a small town, Ji had never seen such a voluptuous and beautiful Caucasian woman before. His eyes involuntarily drifted to certain areas, and he was secretly stunned.
Is this the true power of the warrior nation? They're so impressive in every way. This is Natalia. She'll be your classmate from now on.
Yun grinned as she introduced Natalia to Ji, giving him a sly wink.
Little bro, it's not that I didn't give you a chance, I just couldn't let those black guys snag a beauty like this. Hello, I'm Natalia. Natalia extended her hand graciously, a radiant smile lighting up her exotic face.
Ji swallowed hard and took her delicate, pale hand.
Hello, my name is Ji.
Natalie's eyes kept curiously scanning Ji, especially the red mark between his eyebrows, which kept drawing her gaze involuntarily. Ji, that mole on your forehead is really pretty, Natalie said, her eyes refusing to look away.
A mole?
Ji froze for a moment, then recalled the red diamond-shaped mark that had appeared on his forehead after subduing Zhu Yan. He had once speculated that it was a mark left on his body when Zhu Yan had possessed him, but since its appearance, his life hadn't changed in any way, so Ji had simply ignored it.
Thanks, Ji said politely, rubbing the mark somewhat puzzled. Natalie's soul mana collected +1. A small line of pink text flashed across the mirror's surface, sending a shiver down Ji's spine. What's wrong, Ji? Natalie blinked, asking with concern.
I'm fine, Ji said with an awkward smile, though a tidal wave of emotion was crashing inside him.
Pink? If I'm not mistaken, pink represents love, right? Could she have fallen for me on our very first meeting? Is this love at first sight?
Natalia hesitated for a moment before speaking, a bit shyly. Gee, I heard the Chinese food at the cafeteria here is delicious, but there are a lot of dishes I don't know the names of.
Could you take me there?
Gee. Yun and Xingye stood nearby, their faces frozen in shock, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg.
No way. I swear I was just casually setting them up, and Natalia's already asking him out? Do all Russian beauties like innocent guys like G?
Yun kept eyeing G, his face full of suspicion.
Well, sure.
It was G's first time being asked out to dinner by a girl, especially a top-tier beauty like Natalia, and his heart couldn't help but race.
Natalia flashed a delighted smile and handed him a slip of paper. Here's my WeChat. Be sure to contact me.
Watching Yun and Natalia walk away, Xingye looked at Ji with a strange expression and said slowly, I never would have guessed you were such a ladies' man.
Ji was instantly embarrassed. Am I? How come I didn't know that? The two walked to the new student reception desk. Ji pulled out his ID and completed the registration. The receptionist handed him a document folder as well. Your dorm is 304-1. Your room key is already inside, along with your ID, a specially designed smartphone, and a bank card. Ji was taken aback. They're even giving out phones?
Astra Guild students are often out on missions, and since Astra Guild is located within a small world, regular cell phone signals don't reach there. Plus, this phone has a lot of special features, you can explore them yourself later, Xingye said with a smile, seemingly sensing his confusion.
So, do I not have to pay tuition? Ji suddenly realized something. Chapter 49, The Monument Forest. Tuition?
Xingye paused, looking at Ji intently.
You might have a misunderstanding about the Astra Guild. Unlike ordinary schools, the Astra Guild's purpose is to train people capable of protecting Earth. Do you know how high our annual mortality rate is?
Everyone here is a hero protecting Earth. Why would we charge tuition?
On the contrary, we provide annual student grants. Grants?
G's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands together excitedly.
How much? Xingye's lips curled into a faint smile as he held up a finger.
1 million a year in US dollars. Ji felt his heart skip a beat.
Stammering, he asked, 1 million US dollars? That's nearly 7 million yuan, isn't it? Seeing Xingye nod, Ji couldn't help but gasp. He'd never even seen 10,000 yuan in his entire life, and now he'd have 7 million a year. No wonder everyone at Astra Guild was so generous with that income level, they'd be considered millionaires in the real world. Don't rush back to the dorm just yet.
There's south one more place I need to take you, Xingye said.
Where?
The Monument Grove, Xingye replied casually. Every new student must visit the Monument Grove once after arriving at the academy.
It's a mandatory requirement. Monument Grove, the name sounded familiar to Ji. Wasn't this the place mentioned in his acceptance letter as recording 1's achievements?
He didn't ask any further questions, quietly following Xingye as they made their way toward the rear of the academy. The Astra Guild was situated on the mid-slope of a floating mountain peak. They walked along a main road out of the academy's complex. The surroundings grew increasingly desolate, and they eventually turned onto a narrow path that gradually led them toward the mountaintop. After walking for about 20 minutes, a garden of black stone monuments came into G's view. The entire mountaintop was barren, devoid of even a speck of greenery. Only rows of black stone monuments stood densely packed, resembling a dark forest. Standing before the forest of monuments, Ji felt a wave of desolation and bleakness wash over him. His mood seemed to be tinted by the vast expanse of black, growing increasingly heavy. He slowly approached a black monument, gently placing his palm against its surface, and a chill surged through him. In 1867, Li Ran, the 40th Ice Emperor, single-handedly blocked the emergence of 6 divine generals within the Changbai Mountain divine realm. After slaying 4 of them, he died a heroic death. Ji murmured the words softly, his heart trembling slightly. Though he didn't know the exact rank of the divine generals, the S-rank mission he just completed made it clear that each one was extremely dangerous.
Mount Changbai, wasn't that where Zhao Qishue cultivated? Why did every ice emperor throughout history have to stay there? Was it related to the Divine Realm seal?
He looked down at the base of the stele, which mainly chronicled Liranus' achievements and messages left by his friends. He turned his head and continued walking inward. In 1936, the 43rd Thunder God Wang Xinggang and the 42nd Wind Ancestor Qin Zhou joined forces in the Bermuda Triangle to block the Divine King Fuqiu, dying heroically in battle. In 1957, Zhang Chengfeng of the Astrid Guild was surrounded by the Divine Realm and died a heroic death. In 1973, Zhang Jianguo of the Astrid Guild was beheaded by a divine servant while covering his teammates' retreat and died a heroic death.
In the year 2000, Xiaoling Jun of the Astrid Guild took advantage of a weakening seal on the Divine Realm to infiltrate it alone.
He successfully abducted the third concubine of General Sihai, providing the outside world with a wealth of classified information about the Divine Realm. He was discovered by General Sihai and died heroically in battle. Ji froze, sensing something odd had crept into the text. He shook his head. It must have been a trick of the light.
He scanned the horizon.
Countless black stone tablets covered the entire mountaintop, and every single person inscribed here had died a heroic death. Not a single one had lived out a natural life.
Is this the final resting place of the Astrid Guild? Ji stared at the forest of black steels before him, standing motionless on the ground.
Perhaps one day, there would be a stele of his own here, inscribed just like all the others, died heroically in battle.
Did he regret it? He didn't know.
But he knew that someone had to do certain things.
Leaving a monument inscribed with "died a heroic death" here was better than dying in obscurity. Wasn't that the very reason he'd chosen to join the Astrid Guild? If his own monument were to appear here one day, what would it say? Would he have been killed by a divine servant, a divine general, or perhaps even a divine king?
It wouldn't be so bad if he could snag one of the divine king's concubines, either. A faint smile touched his lips.
From the moment he entered the Astrid Guild, a thread of fear had lingered in his heart. What would his future hold? Would he truly die at the hands of the Divine Realm?
Now, that fear had vanished completely, for this grove of monuments had clearly given him the answer. This was his final resting place. This must be what the Astrid Guild wanted to show all new recruits. Only by facing fear head-on can one better embrace it. Ji turned around and strode out of the grove of steels. A shackle in his heart had been broken. His mind was clear and his spirit refreshed.
Made up your mind?
Qingya watched as Ji walked out of the grove with a smile, his entire demeanor having subtly shifted, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly.
Yeah, I've made up my mind, Ji nodded with a smile. Not bad. Qingya's eyes were full of admiration.
When I first came here years ago, I almost wept myself.
You're doing much better than I did.
Ji scratched his head sheepishly and said, I'm all alone. There is nothing to be afraid of. Qingya patted him on the shoulder and said, the moment you joined the Astrid Guild, you were no longer alone.
All right, the formalities are done.
You can explore the academy on your own. I'll be heading out now.
Oh, right. Qingya seemed to remember something.
There is a freshman orientation in the auditorium at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Make sure you go.
After seeing Qingya off, Ji didn't think twice and headed straight for the dorms. After all, this was where he was about to live, and he was filled with curiosity. 10 minutes later, Ji stood dumbfounded in front of a cluster of luxurious villas, his face a picture of shock.
This is the dorm building?
Detached villas stood on the lawn, each a 3-story, fully furnished property with its own garden. Ji had seen similar ones in advertisements. Each one was priced at over 10 million. He swallowed hard, his whole body buzzing with excitement as he quickly checked the numbers on the doors.
301, 302, 303, 304.
Ji pulled the key card from his briefcase and gently swiped it over the sensor on the doorknob.
Beep.
As the electronic sound rang out, the villa's front door slowly swung open.
Holy crap, it really is a dorm.
His eyes sparkled with excitement as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. He was greeted by a massive entryway, where a small Astrid Guild statue sat on a pedestal.
Ji changed into his slippers at the entrance and walked inside excitedly. Ha!
Blessed with good fortune, surrounded by romantic opportunities, and a faint purple aura emanating from your destiny, you have the aura of an emperor. In the luxurious living room, a young man dressed in a blue robe, with delicate features and a long hairpin in his hair, looked at G and spoke in surprise. Chapter 50, You're doomed by love, your days are numbered. Hello, I'm G. Is this room 304? G asked cautiously upon seeing the youth, who exuded an air of ancient elegance.
Oh, that's correct. My name is Duanmu. I live in room 2. Duanmu set down his divination tools, stood up, and bowed respectfully.
G stared blankly for a moment, then mimicked the gesture.
Looking at the table covered with tortoise shells and bamboo sticks, he asked in confusion, "Are you doing a divination?"
I'm just bored here, killing time. Duanmu smiled, gathered the scattered items on the table, hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively.
Ahem, if I may ask, have you been particularly popular with the ladies lately?
He immediately waved his hand and explained earnestly, I'm not prying into your personal life, it's just that this divination pattern is so strange that I had no choice but to ask. G pondered for a while before speaking slowly.
I've noticed it too. I used to be a total magnet repellent when it came to the opposite sex, but now there are actually girls. But how did you figure that out?
Duanmu explained with a wry smile, I arrived early. With nothing else to do, I used the art of chi observation to examine the energy in the other 2 rooms, which allowed me to deduce your personalities.
The art of chi observation? G's eyes widened. Isn't that just superstition? That's right.
I see a faint purple aura rising from room 1, which indicates that the person living there possesses the aura of an emperor.
But strangely, a red aura is faintly overshadowing the purple one, and it's actually growing stronger.
Duanmu paused for a moment before continuing, judging by the rate of growth, I estimate it began between 1 and 2 months ago.
It's now reaching the point where it could lead to romantic entanglements.
If it continues to grow at this rate, it will cause serious trouble.
Whoa! G gasped. 1 to 2 months ago? That's right after we subdued Zhu Yan.
So that red mark really is up to no good.
Are there any side effects? G asked urgently.
Of course there are, Duanmu replied solemnly. Right now, you're merely at a stage where women are easily drawn to you. If you let it keep growing, within a month you'll face a romantic calamity. Everything will go wrong because of women. Within half a year, you'll definitely die at the hands of a woman.
Die at the hands of a woman?
G never in his wildest dreams imagined that one day he would die simply because he was too popular with women.
For some reason, an image of his own tombstone suddenly flashed through his mind.
2018, G of the Astrid Guild died by suicide after being poisoned by a fanatical female admirer due to his overwhelming popularity with women.
No. Absolutely not. Master Duanmu, what should I do? G asked anxiously.
Duanmu frowned, pacing slowly around the room. After a long moment of contemplation, he said, the only option now is to use mystical methods to seal off your romantic fortune. With my abilities, achieving this shouldn't be difficult, but it will also seal off your other forms of fortune. Your luck may take a turn for the worse in the future.
G grimaced. He was just going back to his dorm. Why did it suddenly feel like terminal cancer, where they have to remove the tumor along with the organ?
Alright, as long as I don't die of a broken heart, I'm willing.
He gritted his teeth and agreed. Seeing G nod, Duanmu pulled out a sheet of yellow paper and a cinnabar brush from his bag.
He gathered his energy for a moment, then began to draw meticulously on the paper.
G stood to the side, not daring to breathe a word, afraid of disturbing Master Duanmu as he drew the talisman. Duanmu's expression was solemn, his breath slow and steady.
Vaguely, one could see a blue rune glowing beneath his wrist.
About 3 minutes later, Duanmu set down his brush and exhaled a long breath.
Before him, the yellow paper covered in chaotic lines now faintly shimmered with a blue glow, appearing incredibly mysterious.
It's done. Duanmu folded the paper, tucked it into a small silk pouch, and handed it to G.
You must keep this pouch on your person at all times.
It can only partially suppress the leakage of your fortune. Some will still slip through. It's fine for now, but if you Haven T found a way to resolve your romantic entanglements within a year, it won't T be able to protect you. Ji took the pouch, tucked it close to his body, and sincerely thanked Duanmu. Duanmu smiled and waved his hand. We're classmates. No need to be so formal. Oh, right. Ji suddenly remembered something and asked, did you also sense the energy of room 3 just now? What kind of person is he? Ji felt a tinge of curiosity about this roommate who hadn't appeared yet. Judging by the energy, she should be a woman, and not from China. She has a bold and outgoing personality. Duanmu replied. A woman? Not from China? Ji suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected the dorms here to be co-ed. Did that mean he'd be living with a girl? Duanmu sensed Ji's thoughts and reminded him with a smile, don't get too excited just yet. This is only a temporary dorm assignment. In a couple of days, we'll be reassigned based on the formation of combat teams. Ji froze, looking at Duanmu in confusion. What do you mean? Students in the Astrid Guild are required to form 3-person combat squads starting in their freshman year. Once a squad is formed, it cannot be changed unless a member dies. Dorm assignments will be rearranged after the squads are formed. The goal is to foster teamwork among members starting from daily life, so the current dorm assignments are all temporary, Duanmu explained patiently. So that's how it is. Ji realized with a start. Forming 3-person teams? The first image that popped into Ji's mind was Boss Fan. No question about it, he had to latch onto that big shot's coattails. Just then, the villa's front door slowly swung open again. The two of them turned their heads in unison toward the entrance, anticipating the arrival of a foreign beauty. Hey! Baby, a short, stocky woman with dark skin emerged from the entrance hall, dragging a suitcase behind her. Her eyes lit up when she saw the two of them, and she waved her plump little hands excitedly, speaking with a voice as hoarse as a drake's, full of enthusiasm. Ji. Duanmu. In that instant, Ji fully appreciated the human touch of being able to form their own group and rearrange their dorm rooms, and his heart began to sing the praises of this wise and great school. Babies. I'm Nadia from Africa. I love China, and I love you all. Ji and Duanmu exchanged a glance, their eyes meeting dozens of times in an instant. Ji, is this the exotic beauty you were talking about? Duanmu, heaven is my witness, I only said bold foreign woman. I never even mentioned anything about an exotic beauty, okay? Ji, you go entertain her. Duanmu, you go yourself. You just took my talisman, now it's time to pay it back. Nadia, hello. I'm Ji, and this is Duanmu. He told me he really loves African beauties. Ji steeled himself, stood up, and introduced them stiffly. Duanmu's face instantly turned ashen. Chapter 51, The Date. Oh Qingyu baby. Thank you. Nadia flashed Duanmu a flirtatious glance, sending a shiver down his spine. After getting to know each other for a while, Ji felt that Nadia really did have a great personality. Although she looked like a little tank, she radiated positive energy and was very lively. Ji suddenly remembered something, pulled the note Natalia had given him earlier out of his pocket, and hesitated. If Natalia had previously shown interest in Ji because of the Zhuyin imprint, then now that his romantic prospects were sealed, should he still go to the dinner? After pondering for a while, Ji decided to send a friend request anyway. After all, they were classmates who would be fighting together in the future. Even if it wasn't for romance, simply having a meal together was perfectly normal, wasn't it? Almost the moment Ji sent the invitation, Natalia accepted the friend request, and the two began chatting. After a while, Ji slowly stood up and said apologetically to the two of them, "Sorry, someone invited me to dinner. We'll talk when I get back tonight." Duanmu's expression froze. He jerked his head up to look at Ji, and their eyes met once more. Duanmu, that girl from before asked you out to dinner? Ji, that's right. Duanmu, what about me? Ji, of course you're going to eat with our wonderful roommate. Duanmu? Oh Qingyu baby, looks like it's just the two of us for dinner tonight. Seeing that G had a prior engagement and was leaving, Nadia flashed Duanmu a flirtatious glance. Ahahaha, sure, sure. Duanmu smiled cheerfully on the surface, but inside he was deeply regretting having drawn that talisman for G. Fated to fall for someone? You deserve it. G, just you wait. The sun was setting. With no clouds to block it, the dusky sunlight bathed the entire asteroid guild, turning the floating mountain peak golden. For the first time, the sunset appeared so clearly before G's eyes. Standing on the pale golden plaza of the asteroid guild, he quietly savored the tranquility and peace. G. Natalia's voice drifted softly from afar, and G turned to look. There she was, Natalia, walking toward him with a smile, dressed in a pale blue gown. Her long golden hair cascaded over her delicate, fair shoulders. Her exquisite features were flawless, and her pale blue eyes fluttered as she looked at G like a princess stepping out of a fairy tale, breathtakingly beautiful. G swallowed hard, feeling a sudden surge of nervousness. Without the blessing of the peach blossom, what possible reason did he have to attract such a beautiful young woman? Have you been waiting long? Natalia's demeanor seemed unchanged as she asked, a touch of embarrassment in her voice. G waved his hands quickly, smiling. No, I just arrived myself. The two walked side by side along the twilight path. G didn't know what to say for a moment, and they fell into a brief silence. G, why did you come to the Astra Guild? Aren't you afraid of the divine realm? Natalia broke the silence first, asking curiously. G paused, then gave a wry smile. Of course I'm afraid, but I feel that my worth lies here. My worth is here? What do you mean by that? Natalia mulled it over for a long time but still couldn't quite grasp it. I'm an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage. I'm average looking, average at school. I have no family in this world, nor any particularly close friends. If I had to use one thing to describe my value to society, it would be a fallen leaf. A fallen leaf? Detached from the group, drifting with the wind, the soil is my destined resting place. And even if I vanished from the world, no one would care. G sighed softly. After a long moment, he said firmly, I don't want to be a fallen leaf. That's why the Asteroid Guild is where I realize my worth. Though it remains unknown, at least I've protected it. I'll become a commemorative stone in the monument forest, rather than rotting away in the soil. Natalia blinked, her pale blue eyes fixed intently on G, and a radiant smile suddenly bloomed on her face. G would never be a fallen leaf. You are the light that protects humanity. Every single person in the Asteroid Guild is a light. G looked into Natalia's earnest eyes, scratched his head sheepishly, and asked, What about you? Why did you come to the Asteroid Guild? Natalia placed her hand on the collar of her shirt and slowly pulled it down, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. A deep cleavage appeared before G's eyes. G's face flushed instantly. Most of her snow-white cleavage was exposed, and just then, a blue rune appeared on her left breast. It gives me strength. Those with strength should protect those without, so I came. As dusk fell, a faint blush crossed Natalia's face, and she spoke earnestly. What a pale rune, no, what a huge rune. Ugh. You're way more innocent than I am. G mustered all his strength to tear his gaze away from a certain spot, swallowing hard. Are all girls from the warrior nation built like this, you know? Natalia adjusted her collar just as a six-story cafeteria came into view. Though called a cafeteria, it was essentially a grand hotel, offering dishes that catered to the culinary preferences of nearly the entire hemisphere: Chinese, Western, Japanese, Korean, and specialty dishes from various other countries. To cater to the tastes of students from across the hemisphere, this cafeteria employs nearly 200 chefs. The fast food options are mainly on the first 3 floors. The 4th floor is for hosting banquets, the 5th is the Sky Restaurant, and the 6th has luxury private rooms. Where would you like to go? Natalia explained the layout to G before asking. The Sky Restaurant? That sounds nice. G hesitated for a moment, then chose the 5th floor. The two walked through the hall and chose a booth at the very edge. G quietly looked down from the side and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Gee, why don't you order some Chinese food?
Natalia handed the menu to Ji, quietly leaning on the table, her eyes fluttering as she never took her gaze off him. I'll have the Peking duck, Yangqing Lake hairy crabs, and some braised pork knuckles." After a quick scan of the menu, Ji's heart skipped a beat, but then, remembering that he earned 7 million a year, he boldly started ordering. Most of the items were things he'd only heard of but had never actually eaten. This was finally his chance to indulge his culinary curiosity.
Natalia, I want to ask you something. Do you think there's anything different about me compared to this afternoon?
After hesitating for a moment, Ji finally asked the question. After all, he had returned to his usual state of being completely unattractive to the opposite sex.
It seems there is. Natalia tilted her head and thought for a moment.
This afternoon, I kept feeling like something was drawing me to you, but that's gone now.
Still, I prefer the G I see now, kind and genuine. Chapter 52, The Opening Ceremony.
Cough, cough, cough. Ji suddenly started coughing, his face flushing slightly. To be honest, this was the first time a girl had told him so directly that she liked him, and he couldn't help but feel a little proud.
What's the big deal? I can charm girls just fine without the Julian mark, okay? A variety of dishes were brought out one after another. Natalia, sitting nearby, widened her eyes in amazement as she looked at the diverse array of delicacies on the table. Gee, are all these edible? Natalia's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yeah, it's all edible.
With that, G picked up a piece of tender roast duck, placed it on a thin wrapper, dipped it in a bit of sauce, wrapped it around some side dishes, and handed it to Natalia.
Ah! This is so good!
Natalia took her first bite, and a flavor she'd never experienced before exploded on her taste buds. She shuddered and exclaimed in surprise. She then devoured the feast on the table like a whirlwind, leaving G both amused and exasperated.
Slow down, I'm not trying to steal your food.
No, spit out the crab shell, you can't eat that.
Huh? You're eating the leftover bones from the pig's trotter? Where did the bones go?
As night fell, the two of them left the cafeteria, rubbing their round bellies. Natalia let out a belch, completely unconcerned about her image.
I never imagined Chinese food could be this delicious. Thank you, G. I really enjoyed my meal today. Natalia's south eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she smiled at G. It's my first time eating such delicious food too. Burp, G nodded with satisfaction.
Those 2,000 yuan were well spent.
I should head back now. Let us eat together again next time. Bye.
With that, Natalia stood on her tiptoes and gently planted a kiss on G's cheek. A faint blush spread across her face in the moonlight. Before G could say a word, she turned and ran off without looking back. G stood in the courtyard, his face flushed, his heart pounding.
On the mirror-like surface in his mind, several lines of pink text flashed across the screen. Natalia Soul Mana Collection +3, Natalia Soul Mana Collection +4, Natalia Soul Mana Collection +5. She couldn't really have fallen for me, could she?
The thought suddenly flashed through G's mind.
Could it be that Duanmu's seal had failed? Had it never truly sealed off his romantic entanglements?
Filled with doubt, he slowly made his way back toward the dormitory.
The next day,
the three from dorm 304 arrived at the auditorium early, and G once again experienced firsthand what it meant to have deep pockets. In the massive auditorium, large enough to hold hundreds, only a handful of people occupied the front row. The podium was lined with all sorts of advanced presentation equipment, and a 10-meter-long banner bore several large characters. Astrid Guild 2018 Freshman Orientation Ceremony. G scanned the crowd and noticed that the majority were Asian, followed by black people, and then white people.
G.
Natalia spotted G, smiled, and waved, then pulled out the chair to her right. When everyone saw Natalia actively inviting someone to sit beside her, they all turned to stare at G in unison, their gazes filled with curiosity, indifference, and even murderous intent.
Indeed, Duanmu stared wide-eyed as G took a seat beside the beautiful white woman, making no attempt to hide his hostility. Is that it? You're just going to sit with that beauty? And leave me behind? Today, Duanmu was dressed in a white long-sleeved robe. His tousled long hair was pinned diagonally to his head with a hairpin, and a few strands of black hair fell across his handsome face, making him a strikingly elegant young man. However, at that moment, a short, stocky, dark-skinned little tank was tugging on his hand, excitedly leading him toward a seat. Duanmo's face was ashen, his expression one of utter despair. The whole scene was a painful sight to behold. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and the last few students were trickling in and taking their seats. G spotted Fan among them and waved excitedly at him. Fan's lips curled into a faint smile, and he gave a slight nod. Ahem, everyone's almost here, so let us get started. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the stage. A portly man with a charmingly guileless smile bounded up the stairs. It was Chui, whom they hadn't seen in days. Chui's eyes swept the room briefly. Spotting G's resentful glare, he tactfully pretended not to notice and began speaking with a cheerful smile. The autumn air is crisp and clear, and the fragrance of osmanthus fills the air. Today, we gather for the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Ahem, sorry, I grabbed the wrong one. Let me start over. Chui had been reading from his cue cards for a while when he suddenly realized something was off and quickly switched to a different one. The audience below. Ahem, ahem. To all the freshmen of the class of 2018, on behalf of the faculty and students of Astra Guild, welcome you all. This opening ceremony was originally supposed to be presided over by the principal, but due to certain circumstances in North America, the principal is currently away from campus. Therefore, I, your dean of students, will be presiding over it. G raised an eyebrow. This guy was actually the dean of students at Astra Guild? Though, judging by his greasy hair, shiny face, and short, stocky build, he certainly fit the role of a dean. Astra Guild was founded 1,000 years ago by a sage. At that time, the Divine Realm had just overlapped with Earth, and the Divine Realm ordered an attack on Earth, which was then backward and ignorant. At the critical moment, 5 sages descended to the mortal realm. With their immense power, they blocked the Divine Realm's assault and sealed the entrance. The Light Saint, leader of the 5 saints, carved out a microcosm in the heavens, summoned the suspended mountain from thin air, and established it atop the peak, designating this place as the Astra Guild. At the same time, he recruited commoners with special powers from across the land to enlighten all beings. For 1,000 years, the Astra Guild has remained true to its original mission. The audience listened with rapt attention, their hearts filled with longing. They couldn't help but regret being born 1,000 years too late to witness the light sage who founded the Astra Guild. Chui then spent another half-hour recounting the glorious achievements of the Astra Guild, how generation after generation of its students had turned the tide and saved the world. Though you may have heard rumors, I must emphasize this, the mortality rate among Astra Guild students is extremely high. Chui's expression suddenly turned grave. Your immediate seniors, the current sophomores, can you guess how many have died over the past 2 years? A look of deep sorrow crossed Chui's face. He raised a hand and said hoarsely, 5. Not that 5 died, but that only 5 remain. There were originally 17 of them. Every single one's name and face is deeply etched in my memory. Now most of them have become black memorial stones, standing in the grove of monuments atop the mountain. Even though G had braced himself, hearing such a terrifying mortality rate still made him gasp. It was as high as 70%. How many of us will be left 2 years from now? Will I still be alive? G couldn't help but stare into space, lost in thought. Chapter 53, the test begins. I'm not saying this to discourage you, but to instill a sense of urgency. In the missions ahead, you must cherish your own lives. Since you've come here, there isn't a single coward among you. Each of you is a treasure of humanity. You absolutely must not take your lives for granted. Chui practically roared these words, his eyes already bloodshot. Alright, that concludes today's opening ceremony. Dismissed. As if he suddenly exhausted all his strength, Chui slumped and said, classes begin officially tomorrow. This afternoon, there's an entrance practical test that will determine your future group assignments. You must take it seriously. The crowd below hadn't yet recovered from the oppressive atmosphere and left the auditorium in silence. Boss.
G stepped out of the auditorium and ran straight toward Fan. Seeing G jogging toward him, Fan stopped and smiled slightly.
G, it's been a while.
From being chased by motorcycle thugs to fighting the Blue Demon together, and from their life or death battle against the Puppet Master to their escape from Chengyuan Heavy Industries, the two had faced life and death situations countless times, forging a deep bond. Fan's attitude toward G had changed completely.
Boss, where have you been these past 2 months? G asked curiously. I've been here the whole time. G was taken aback. Fan had been living at the Astra Guild for a month and a half. What had he been doing here? Oh.
G didn't press the matter, a gleam flashing in his eyes.
Boss, I heard everyone is forming 3-person combat teams. Can I be on your team? Sure. Fan didn't hesitate for a moment.
Though I heard there are restrictions on the team assignments, it's not entirely up to us.
Apparently, it has something to do with this afternoon's combat test. So there was a chance they might not be able to form a team together?
G furrowed his brow slightly, wondering what exactly this afternoon's combat test would entail and what the team-up rules were.
Let us wait until this afternoon is over and see, G said with a wry smile.
Back in the dorm, under Duanmo's mix of threats and enticements, G had no choice but to tag along as a third wheel as the two headed to the cafeteria for lunch. G still remembered Duanmo's murderous glare, as if refusing would result in him suffocating her in bed in the middle of the night. But with her in tow, he felt Duanmo's posture had straightened considerably. She was just using her status to bully him. Why did she always roll her eyes at him?
After enjoying a pleasant lunch, the afternoon quickly arrived.
Freshman of the class of 18, I am Chen Che, the examiner for this practical test. In front of the dense forest flanking Suspended Mountain, a middle-aged man with a crew cut stood with a cold expression, speaking in a harsh tone as if every person present owed him 1,000,000 yuan.
The test is simple. The 18 of you will enter the dense forest behind me from different directions.
Several tokens are hidden within this forest.
The more tokens you collect within the allotted time, the better your score will be.
During this process, upperclassmen on assigned missions will enter the forest to hunt you down. Once you are deemed unable to continue fighting, you will be immediately eliminated, and the tokens you've collected will be discarded on the ground.
Rankings will be determined by the order of elimination. The first to be eliminated is last, and so on.
Among those who remain after the time limit, rankings will be based on the number of tokens held. The top 3 in this test will receive 2 credits, those ranked 4th through 10th will receive 0.5 credits, and there are no rewards for those ranked below 10th.
Finally, there are several rules you must follow.
First, you may not attack one another. Second, you may not collude with others or give away tokens you have obtained. Third, the 3 of us examiners will be monitoring each of your performances at all times via surveillance equipment.
Any form of cheating is strictly prohibited.
After the buzz-cut examiner finished explaining the rules, everyone began preparing with eager anticipation.
A battle royale, G mused.
The rules weren't complicated, but the challenge was significant.
First, this dense forest covered a vast area. Everyone entered from different directions, so it would be difficult to encounter others during the initial phase. Even if they did, it would be nearly impossible to form a team of 5 or more within the allotted time. Second, these upperclassmen were likely all at least second tier in strength.
The odds of winning in a one-on-one fight were slim. Team battles were the way to go.
That meant the very beginning would be the most dangerous time.
For a prodigy like the boss, with his off-the-charts combat prowess, getting separated from the group wasn't a concern. Even if he couldn't win a fight, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Of course, that was assuming the upperclassmen he encountered weren't prodigies themselves. All in all, this test is half skill and half luck. Next, line up in order of your student ID numbers and head to these designated locations to prepare. The test officially begins when you see the red signal flare go off. The buzz-cut examiner pulled out a map and passed it around for everyone to look at.
This isn't good.
G furrowed his brow slightly.
His student ID number was far from the boss's, so whether they could meet up was entirely up to fate. After a long while, everyone took their positions one by one.
G looked around, nothing but trees as far as the eye could see.
Moreover, these trees were ancient, each one incredibly thick and sturdy.
Their dense foliage blocked out the sunlight, casting the entire forest in dim light, reminding G of the primeval forests he'd seen on TV.
Boom!
A signal flare rose slowly into the sky, bursting into a massive red firework display that was strikingly vivid.
It started. G took a deep breath, found a direction based on his memory, and took off running.
Outside the dense forest, several young people who had been laughing and roughhousing saw the red signal. They exchanged glances, and mischievous grins spread across their faces.
We've waited 2 years finally, it's our turn to catch someone else. Damn it, I still remember how Chingya was the first to eliminate me back then. This time, I'm going to be the first to eliminate this bunch of noobs. Ha ha ha, let us go easy on them. After all, there are juniors.
Hearing this, the group turned to look. There stood Yun, dressed in white, smiling as he spoke, looking every bit the gentle scholar.
Yun, we're doing this for their own good. We need to give them some motivation.
Otherwise, when they run into those beasts from the divine realm in the future, those guys won't go easy on them. A burly Mongolian man patted his shoulder and said earnestly,
You're right. Yun pondered for a few seconds before slowly nodding.
Fellow juniors, don't blame your senior for being ruthless. He raised his head slowly, and a vast expanse of dark clouds instantly enveloped the vast forest. At that moment, G was struggling to make his way through the forest. The ground was uneven and littered with branches and vines, and with the dim light, it was extremely difficult to navigate.
Ha! It was perfectly sunny just a moment ago, why has it turned gloomy?
As the light grew dimmer, he suddenly looked up at the sky and said doubtfully,
Chapter 54, A Little Talent Show.
He shook his head immediately. This wasn't something he should be worrying about right now. His gaze swept to the side, and his movements suddenly halted. There, hanging from a branch beside him, was a dark golden token, but it was a full 4 meters off the ground.
Are they expecting me to climb up and get it?
G raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. At the same moment, the illusionist class rune flickered in the mirror within his mind. A long bamboo pole materialized in his hand. With a gentle flick of the pole, the dark gold token fell to the ground. G jogged over to pick up the token, blew the dust off it, and read the words Astrid Guild inscribed upon it.
The first token secured.
A flicker of delight crossed G's eyes as he prepared to continue tracking forward, when a faint scream suddenly echoed from directly ahead.
Whoa! That was fast. G's whole body tensed.
The sound wasn't particularly close, but he decisively ran off in the opposite direction.
After a bit of scrambling through the underbrush, G found another token in the grass.
He stuffed it into his pocket and was about to set off again, feeling quite pleased with himself, when a voice drifted lazily from behind him.
How many have you found?
Just 2. G froze, then spun around abruptly. A burly black man emerged from behind a tree, grinning widely, his pearly white teeth reminding G of a certain brand of toothpaste.
G's mind raced.
He was certain this man hadn't been among his 18 classmates just moments ago. He's here to hunt us down. He fixed his gaze on the pursuer before him, took a deep breath, and suddenly took off running at full speed. The black pursuer froze in place. Judging by the earlier tension, he thought a fight was about to break out, so why was G running away so decisively?
Running? Do you think you can get away? Just let me eliminate you.
Just as G was sprinting, the figure closed in at breakneck speed, appearing right behind him in the blink of an eye.
G's hair stood on end.
Without a second thought, he threw himself face first onto the ground. A pale blue ripple swept past his scalp, slamming into the towering tree nearby and leaving a deep gash in the trunk. G sucked in a sharp breath, scrambled to his feet, and held out a palm.
Wait. HM? Got something to say?
I'll show you a talent, just let me go.
Let me see what this talent is first. If it's good, I'll let you go.
The black pursuer wore an amused expression. This was the first time he'd encountered something so interesting. G flipped his hand, and a mirror half his height materialized in his palm, causing the pursuer's eyebrows to arch.
A manifestation type ability. Interesting. I'll put on a little movie for you. G cradled the mirror in his arms and activated his illusion skill. Suddenly, the mirror's surface displayed a scene so alluring it made one's blood boil, and the black pursuer's eyes went wide. The female lead in the mirror was scantily clad, with only a few strips of fabric covering her private parts, revealing large swaths of fair skin that sparked endless imagination. She flashed the black pursuer a sweet smile and batted her eyelashes at him, then slowly slid her fingers downward, seemingly about to pull away the last veil of modesty. The black pursuer swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on her without blinking. Suddenly, the mirror's surface burst into a blinding golden light, like a sun in the dim forest, radiating a dazzling glare. The black pursuer clapped his hands over his eyes, dropped to one knee, and shook his head frantically, as if trying to shake the golden light from his mind. G seized the opportunity and took off running. Just then, the pursuer, still clutching his eyes, stomped his foot violently. A blue ripple several times larger than before rippled out from beneath his feet, instantly sweeping across the area. It shook the surrounding trees violently, uprooting them by a good length from their roots. G felt as if someone had struck his leg with a heavy club. The impact sent him tumbling halfway through the air before he crashed heavily to the ground. Damn it, that almost blinded me. The black pursuer slowly got to his feet, squinting as he surveyed his surroundings. He quickly spotted G lying on the ground and strode over with a menacing glare. Kid, that move was way too brutal, looks like I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson. Blue ripples spread across his palm as he grinned savagely at G. Wait a second. What now? I'll put on another little performance for you. Bullshit, I don't want to see your performance. The black pursuer shuddered at the word performance, then said firmly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a mirror reappeared in G's hand. Without a second thought, the black pursuer immediately closed his eyes and turned away. He waited for a long moment, but the golden light he imagined never appeared. He cautiously turned his head back and found that G had already run far away. A surge of anger instantly welled up inside him. Playing games with me? He crouched slightly. A blue ripple flashed beneath his feet, and his entire body shot forward like a bolt of blue lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was behind G, swinging a punch. Sensing the danger, G pushed off with his right foot, twisting his body mid-air. Like a magician, he produced a large mirror from his chest, and a blue light flashed across its surface. Clang! A dull thud echoed as a massive force surged from the mirror directly into G's body. He flew backward like a kite whose string had snapped, slamming into the tree trunk behind him. Ugh! The black pursuer clutched his fist, his mouth twitching wildly. What was that mirror made of? How could it be so hard? G coughed as he stood up, placing his hand on his pocket. His entire being unconsciously slipped into a state of absolute calm. He had prepared thoroughly for this test. Since escape was impossible, he would face it head-on. He pulled a metal box from his pocket and hurled it forcefully into the sky. The black pursuer frowned slightly. Suddenly, the lid of the box flew open, and several blurry shadows darted out, vanishing into the shadows. The empty metal box then clattered to the ground. Clang! G stared coldly at the black pursuer, his expression impassive, giving the black pursuer an indescribable sense of unease. He pushed off the ground with both feet and charged straight at the black-clad pursuer, displaying a fearless, death-defying stance. The black-clad pursuer raised an eyebrow. A faint blue ripple spread across his hands as he shifted his feet slightly apart, one hand forward and the other drawn back, assuming a standard combat stance. The distance between them was closing rapidly. A machete materialized in G's hand, flickering with flecks of blue light, and he swung it fiercely at the black pursuer's side. The black pursuer calmly sidestepped, dodging the fierce blow, then transformed his palm into a blade and slashed straight for G's neck. Just then, G suddenly ducked his head. A sharp mirror spike, its color blending seamlessly with the surroundings, sprang from his collar and shot toward the black pursuer's face. Chapter 55, Mind-to-Mind Connection. The black pursuer's pupils contracted sharply. His hand, still in midair, reached out to grab the mirror spike. Blue ripples erupted from his palm, instantly shattering the spike into dust. But that wasn't the end of it.
Mirror spikes hidden on both sides of the tree trunk suddenly shot out, one aimed at the back of his neck, the other at his throat. The surface of the mirror spikes constantly shifted to match the surrounding environment, making them nearly impossible to detect amidst this dense forest. The black pursuer felt a chill surge through his heart, his eyes narrowed, and he let out a fierce roar. Centered on him, a terrifying shockwave rapidly spread out, knocking the two mirror thorns in the air away and, of course, G along with them. G felt as if a massive hammer had struck his chest with brutal force. His internal organs shook violently, sending his entire body soaring several meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. A flush suddenly spread across his face, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Even so, his extremely calm eyes remained fixed on the black pursuer. For some reason, a chill crept into the heart of the pursuer as they locked eyes. The black pursuer looked around warily, fearing that a mirror spike might fly out from some corner to take his life. The look in that kid's eyes didn't suggest he'd hold back at all.
Wait, where was the machete in his hand?
The thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Without a second thought, he leaped sideways. A cold, gleaming machete came crashing down from above, grazing his hair as it plunged deep into the mud. Cold sweat trickled down his nose as he finally pieced together the entire sequence of events. The kid had actually deduced his weakness from the previous two shockwaves, that wide-range shockwaves could only be emitted horizontally. From the very beginning, the hidden mirror spikes had merely been a distraction. While he was focused on dealing with the spikes emerging from his collar, the boy had tossed his machete high into the air. Then, when he released the wide-range shockwave to blast everything away, the machete plummeting from above became the true killing blow.
What a deep scheme, what a meticulous plan. It's like he's a completely different person. Did the AI take over? The black pursuer couldn't wrap his head around it. It wasn't just him. The three examiners monitoring the entire forest were equally puzzled. This kid's state is quite interesting.
He is like a completely different person from that shameless guy we saw earlier, remarked the examiner on the left, who was holding a cup of coffee, as he watched G on the monitor with keen interest. The buzz-cut examiner sitting in the middle seemed to recall something and suddenly said, "Look at his right hand, it's been twitching unconsciously.
I've seen this before during my overseas research.
It's a physiological reaction that occurs when the most gifted mental arithmetic prodigies in all of Europe and America perform precise calculations in their minds.
This state is known as mental clarity. Are you saying he is in that state right now? Can he apply that terrifying computational power to combat?"
The female examiner on the right exclaimed in surprise, her eyes then flashing with intensity. Judging by the angles at which those two mirror daggers appeared just now, someone without advanced control abilities would find it nearly impossible to block both simultaneously, let alone anticipate the lethal follow-up strike hidden behind them.
The landing points were exceptionally precise.
Such sharp, tactical insight certainly doesn't belong to a teenager who has never studied martial arts.
A natural-born battlefield commander.
The examiner on the left slammed his fist on the table in excitement, gazing at G as if he were a priceless treasure. The man with the crew cut furrowed his brow slightly and spoke slowly, "Don't get too excited just yet. He can't maintain this state at all times."
Do you remember when the pursuer's first attack knocked him down? He hadn't entered this state yet.
It wasn't until the second time, when the pursuer demonstrated a speed he couldn't match and struck him heavily, that he entered the mind-spirit connection state.
This suggests. So it means he only enters the mind-spirit connection state when his subconscious perceives his situation as extremely dangerous? The female examiner raised an eyebrow thoughtfully.
If that is the case, he is certainly unsuitable for a commander role. Commanders typically remain in camp issuing orders to others, their personal safety isn't threatened, so he'd be unable to enter the mind-spirit connection state at all.
He'd be well suited as a squad combat commander. What is his rune ability?
It's a completely new rune capable of altering the physical laws of objects with reflective properties.
The Academy rated it C78. Then how did he just materialize things out of thin air just now? The examiner on the left flipped through the documents and remarked curiously. That's not surprising.
The characteristics a rune manifests depend on the user's mastery of it. It appears to be an ability that spans the enhancement, materialization, telekinesis, and illusion schools.
The Academy's rating is too low, it's at least AB class.
The buzzcut examiner made a note on the file and spoke calmly.
Give him the blue bamboo stick. In that instant, the black pursuer felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee.
The boy gave him a terrifying sense of danger. If he let his guard down for even a moment in a fight with him, he'd be dead. Just as the two stood at a standoff, a voice drifted lazily out of the forest. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. G and the black pursuer both startled inwardly. The voice was so close to them, yet they hadn't sensed it at all. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a youth clad in a yellow haori, a katana hanging at his waist, stepping out of the woods with a smile. His geta made no sound as they touched the ground. He seemed like a ghost. The youth's black hair was tied with a deep red cord, falling naturally to his waist, with a few strands swaying in the air, giving him an ethereal air. His narrow eyes curved into crescent moons as he looked in G's direction.
A Japanese person? G curiously studied the youth before him.
He recognized that face, especially those distinctive narrow eyes, but since the boy had been wearing civilian clothes earlier, he assumed he was Chinese.
How did he get here without making a sound? Is he here to help me?
A flurry of questions flashed through G's mind.
Could you open your eyes while you're talking?
The black pursuer stared at him for a long moment before finally managing to say. The boy flinched, tilting his head slightly to look at the black-clad pursuer. A smile still hung on his face, but it made the black pursuer's skin crawl.
What's wrong with this year's freshmen? Why do they all give off such a terrifying vibe? I suggest you leave right now.
I came out here to save someone, not to fight, the boy said softly.
Save someone? Don't you think you should ask me if I agree before you try to save him? The black-clad pursuer found it somewhat amusing. You're here to save him, yet you have the nerve to tell me to get lost?
I think you might have misunderstood, the boy said calmly, his voice devoid of any emotion.
I'm not here to save him. I'm here to save you. Chapter 56, Yuan. Save me? The black pursuer's eyes widened. Although he admitted he'd been cowardly just now, claiming he'd come to save him was going too far. Didn't he have any pride? Ha ha, that's quite a bold claim. Don't blame me if I take you both out.
With that, he pulled 5 spindle-shaped steel blades from his pocket and said menacingly. A gentle breeze ruffled the youth's hair at his temples. His narrowed eyes betrayed no emotion, neither joy nor anger.
He lightly rested his hand on the knife at his waist, watching the arrogant black pursuer in silence.
A ripple of energy rippled through the black pursuer's hand, and the 5 steel shards shot out like cannonballs, propelled by immense kinetic energy. The boy's body bent slightly forward. Gripping the scabbard's opening in the hilt firmly with both hands, he pressed the blade close to his side and stared intently at the hilt with narrowed eyes. G suddenly felt that this scene looked familiar.
Wait a minute, isn't this Yukio Tachibana's drawing / from SNK?
An invisible aura radiated from the boy's feet, causing his loose strands of hair to move of their own accord, even without a breeze. Drawing the sword without a sword, Iato. The youth murmured softly. In an instant, he left an afterimage on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he drew his sword and swung a fierce crescent-shaped slash. The 5 steel darts, brimming with unmatched momentum, were effortlessly severed by that flash of steel, and the immense kinetic energy they carried instantly dissipated.
Click.
The long blade had already returned to its sheath, leaving behind a soft click. Drawing, swinging, and sheathing the sword, the entire process flowed as smoothly as clouds drifting across the sky, dispelling the pursuer's lethal strike in the blink of an eye.
That's so cool. G's eyes widened.
He hadn't even managed to make out the movements of drawing or swinging the sword, but the slow, controlled motion of sheathing it was truly impressive.
#@%.
The black pursuer was also speechless, uttering a slang phrase no one could understand. Foreigners really are pitiful in a situation like this, they can't even say holy shit. The look in his eyes toward the youth had already changed. If that move had been aimed directly at his neck just now, he wouldn't have had time to react before his head would have rolled.
Is his ability acceleration?
Combined with martial arts, that's a truly troublesome ability.
The black pursuer snorted coldly, adopting an air of so what?
He turned without looking back and walked away with extreme arrogance.
No way.
Dealing with a cunning and treacherous G was already enough for him. If he had to face a teenager who could decapitate him at any moment, he might really end up dying here today.
I'll let them off the hook. Ahem, thanks.
G watched the pursuer strut away, his lips twitching slightly.
He walked over to the boy and held out a hand. My name is G.
The boy narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving upward, and extended a hand of his own.
My name is Yuan.
G paused slightly. The boy's hands were covered in thick calluses, most likely from sword training. Given that he was about the same age as G, to possess such exceptional swordsmanship, even if his abilities allowed him to move faster, those fluid, seamless sword techniques could only be achieved through day after day of diligent practice. After shaking hands, Yuan tucked both hands into his wide sleeves and spoke with a smile. G, how many tokens do you have? G pulled 2 tokens from his pocket and smiled wryly.
I've only managed to get 2.
Lord G, you'll have to work harder then. Yuan pulled a string of tokens from his sleeve at a glance. There were 8 or 9 of them, clinking and clanking as they jingled.
This. A deep sense of defeat welled up in G's heart.
It wasn't that I couldn't get any, it was simply that I'd only come across 2 along the way.
Suddenly, Duanmo's words came back to him. What has been sealed isn't just your romantic fortune, it's your personal luck too. You might have some really bad luck from now on.
Great.
So this is what it's like to be a non-chieftain? Gee, let us stick together from here on out.
We'll split any tokens we find along the way, Yuan suggested. G immediately agreed with both hands and feet. Yuan's combat prowess was terrifying. He was likely on par with the boss, and he was a solid ally to rely on. Plus, he might just be able to salvage some of G's unlucky fortune. Sure enough, the two had barely taken a few steps when they stumbled upon a token.
After some back and forth, G picked it up. Gee, look, there's another one over there.
Huh, I think I stepped on a token.
Huh? There's a token lying on the ground over there. It must have been left by someone who got eliminated. We're really lucky today.
Gee. In just over 10 minutes, Yuan had picked up 10 tokens. Every time he found one, he'd smile broadly and wave it at G, making G suddenly feel an urge to draw his sword and kill himself.
Why? Can the gap between people really be this wide? And what else with that smile you flash at me every time? You're doing it on purpose to rub it in, aren't you?
G ranted furiously in his mind, secretly labeling Yuan as a scheming villain, all smiles on the surface, but with a heart as black as ink. Sure enough, anyone with those squinty eyes is a monster, no matter how you look at it.
Boom! An explosion suddenly rang out from the 2 o'clock direction.
Both of them froze in their tracks and exchanged a glance.
Shall we go, G?
G paused for 2 seconds before speaking slowly. Let us go check it out.
There are 2 of us. Even if we can't win, we should at least be able to run.
Yuan nodded, and the 2 crept quietly toward the source of the explosion. However, only Yuan was truly silent. Every time G's feet touched the ground, they made a creaking sound.
How do you manage to walk without making a sound?
G asked in a low voice, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead.
It's simple.
Just practice more, Yuan replied nonchalantly. The sounds of battle grew closer and closer to the 2 of them.
Unlike the silent skirmish between G and the black pursuer, the fighting here was extremely intense, effectively masking G's footsteps.
Peering from behind a tree, G saw that a clear path had been cleared through the woods before him. On one side stood a pursuer clad in purple, looking composed. On the other were a battle-ready, bald-headed boy and a timid young girl.
Both were classmates from the same year, and judging by their appearance, they were both Chinese.
The bald boy's clothes were in tatters, and his body was covered in wounds.
He let out a loud roar and charged at the purple-clad pursuer with fierce intensity.
The purple-clad pursuer rolled his eyes, looking thoroughly exasperated. With a flick of his finger, a stone wall suddenly rose from the dirt in front of the bald boy.
I think you should take a break.
You've been charging around like you're trying to kill yourself for so long your shouting giving me a ringing in my ears.
The purple-clad figure tapped his ear inside.
The bald youth didn't slow down for a moment. Clenching his right fist, he slammed it violently into the rock wall.
Boom!
The instant his fist struck the wall, a burst of fire erupted from his fist, and the violent explosion blasted a huge crater right through the rock wall.
He shook out his hand, tilted his head back haughtily, and shouted, "I, Wu Di, will never admit defeat." Chapter 57, The Trap. Invincible?
The man in purple paused, then chuckled, "Nice name."
There was only one opponent? Seeing the situation, GS mind raced.
If they join forces, they'd have a 4-on-1 advantage. If that bald-headed boy could hold out this long alone, it shouldn't be too hard for the 4 of them to take down the man in purple. G winked at Yuan and pointed a finger at the man in purple.
Yuan hesitated for a moment, then wrote a few words in the dirt with his finger. Wait for the right moment. Open field.
Sparks flew continuously from Wu Di's hands, accompanied by crackling explosions. His defiant eyes locked onto the man in purple as he charged once more. The man in purple pressed his hand to his forehead.
Was this guy crazy? Never mind.
Plans or no plans, he'd take out this bald guy first. A yellow rune flashed on his neck, and a giant stone hand suddenly burst from beneath Wu Di's feet, slamming the charging Wu Di off the ground. Wu Di lost his balance and plummeted straight down from the air. Flames suddenly erupted from his palms, and his entire body shot toward the man in purple like a rocket.
The man in purple raised an eyebrow.
Several spikes of earth shot up from beneath his feet, aiming for Wu Di's face.
Yet Wu Di, still in midair, showed no intention of dodging, allowing the spikes to pierce his body. Oh no!
The man in purple's pupils contracted. This was supposed to be a test. He absolutely couldn't let these younger students get seriously hurt. But who would have thought this bald man wouldn't even flinch or dodge, acting as if he had nothing to lose? If those spikes hit him, he'd be crippled at best. Just as he struggled to pull the spikes back, Wu Di in the air suddenly transformed into a swarm of butterflies, fluttering away from him and soaring into the sky.
This, an illusion.
The man in purple, being highly experienced, didn't hesitate to petrify the skin around his vital areas. At that very moment, a terrifying explosion erupted from behind him.
Boom!
The man in purple was sent flying in a disheveled heap, though fortunately, the petrified skin absorbed most of the impact, sparing him from serious injury. At that moment, Wu Di was grinning smugly at him, wisps of blue smoke rising from his hands, looking every bit the triumphant little man a sight that made the man in purple seethe with frustration.
Nice work, Wang Rui.
Wu Di gave a thumbs up to the girl standing nearby, whose presence had been virtually non-existent.
It was you.
The man in purple suddenly turned to look at the frail girl he'd been ignoring all along, his brows furrowed.
Strange.
He wouldn't normally make such a rookie mistake of overlooking others.
Was this also part of that girl's ability? Besides creating illusions, could she also lower her own presence?
Just as he was lost in thought, a yellow figure descended from the sky, landing as lightly as a feather right in front of him. At the same moment, the long sword in his hand sliced through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages, and pressed firmly against his neck.
You're out. Yuan smiled warmly at the man in purple and said calmly. This.
The man in purple's heart raced.
Everything had happened too quickly. The opponent had perfectly seized the moment he was distracted, delivering a fatal strike he hadn't even had time to activate his petrified skin. It wasn't just him, everyone present looked completely dumbfounded. Had this teenager really eliminated the pursuer so easily?
The man in purple swallowed hard, then suddenly shouted in a rage toward a certain direction, "Yun.
What about the decoy we agreed on? He's got a knife to my throat, and you still won't step in."
A figure in white slowly emerged from the woods, a wry smile on his face.
It's not that I didn't want to save you. He was just too fast. I didn't even have time to warn you.
Someone else had been hiding in the shadows.
Everyone's heart sank instantly. Especially Wu Di, his face ashen. So he'd been fighting me all this time just to lure others into a trap? Yun, if you don't take them all out today, I'm going to share your stash of booze with old 3 and the rest of the guys until it's all gone. The man in purple looked thoroughly annoyed as he threatened loudly. Damn it, getting eliminated by a senior 2 years ago was bad enough, but now I'm getting taken out by a freshman? Where am I supposed to hide my face? Ahem, I'll do my best. Yun gave an awkward smile and turned to shout into the woods, "Stop hiding. Your camouflage is terrible." Ji emerged from the woods with a grimace, scratching his head sheepishly. The ambush failed. Huh? There's actually someone here? Yun was taken aback, his face lighting up with surprise. Ji? 4 of you, huh? Freshmen, come at me all together. Yun cleared his throat, scanned the group, and flashed a shy smile. G's mouth twitched. Man, saying the most domineering thing with the most harmless expression, he's a real schemer. Be careful, he's tier 3, Yuan frowned slightly, warning them. Tier 3? Wu Di whipped his head around to stare at Yun, a fierce battle intent blazing in his eyes. G's heart skipped a beat. He faced a tier 3 head-on before and knew full well the gap between tier 3 and tier 1. It wasn't something sheer numbers could make up for. The examiner's room. This is getting interesting. The examiner on the left chuckled softly, watching the monitor with keen interest. A genius commander with a mind-mind link, a peerless swordsman, a walking artillery piece, and a girl specializing in illusionary control. Just how far can this lineup push Yun? The female examiner weighed their combat capabilities in her mind, a faint smile curving her lips. The buzz-cut examiner narrowed his eyes, tapping the table slowly with his knuckles, and said indifferently, "That depends on the commander's ability." How much time is left until the test ends? 8 minutes and 56 seconds. They probably won't last that long. The examiner on the left shook his head slightly, speaking with a hint of regret. Not necessarily. The buzz-cut examiner fixed his gaze firmly on Ji and spoke slowly. 8 minutes and 56 seconds left. Yuan pulled a watch from his sleeve and checked the time. So he's just a tier 3. I'm not scared. Wu Di snorted, the sparks in his hands flaring to life as he charged at Yun with reckless abandon. Wait, don't charge in. Ji watched in horror as Wu Di charged off on his own. How could you be so reckless? Who gave you the guts, Fei Liang? Quick, pull that idiot back, otherwise, a 3-on-1 fight is even more dangerous. Ji shouted anxiously. At the same time, Wu Di had already charged up to Yun. Extremely unstable energy fluctuations overflowed from his palms. He thrust both hands forward, and a fierce burst of fire surged directly toward Yun. Yun stood quietly on the ground with a smile on his lips. Suddenly, a gale swept out from behind him, directly blowing the violent explosion back. Holy shit! The wind, swirling with raging flames, slammed into Wu Di. He cursed under his breath and ran backward without looking back, but how could he possibly outrun the wind? Just as the fiery whirlwind was about to engulf Wu Di, a figure clad in a yellow haori flashed across the ground like lightning. One hand gripped the hilt of a sword, and he drew it in a flash. North Star Art, Furious Whirl. Chapter 58, Just an Ordinary Entrance Exam? The long sword danced through the air, whirling with a gale as it charged straight toward the fiery whirlwind. The two gusts collided mid-air, sending surrounding leaves swirling into the sky. Yet the gale generated by the sword's aura merely slowed the fiery whirlwind's momentum before being blown apart. Get over here! Just then, a massive mirror materialized out of thin air and was driven forcefully into the ground by Ji. He shouted to the two people ahead. The two quickly took cover behind the mirror. The group strained with all their might to brace it against the oncoming fire whirlwind, which was deflected skyward along the mirror's slanted surface. The scorching flames had no effect on the mirror whatsoever. Once the gale had passed, Ji finally let out a sigh of relief. If he hadn't dematerialized that completely heat-resistant mirror, they would likely have been wiped out. Don't be reckless.
Tier 3 power isn't something any of us can withstand alone, Ji said seriously to Wu Di. He wasn't joking. If Wu Di had charged in blindly again, they really would have been wiped out. Wu Di knew he'd been reckless, but he still gave a cold snort and said nothing more. We don't know his abilities yet, so we'd better be cautious. We should focus on hit and run tactics.
As long as we can drag this out until the exam ends, we've won. G's mind raced, and he unconsciously entered a state of mental clarity.
Seeing everyone huddled behind the mirror, Yoon pointed upward.
The dark clouds hovering over the forest began to churn, with faint flashes of lightning flickering within. He can actually control the weather directly. Wu Di's eyes widened in shock. Trouble. G's expression turned grim. Spread out.
The four people behind the mirror scattered in different directions. Immediately afterward, a massive bolt of lightning struck the mirror, shattering it into pieces, which slowly vanished.
You react pretty quickly, Yoon said with a chuckle.
He flickered his fingers slightly, and the lightning in the sky began to gather once more.
Crack! Another massive bolt of lightning struck.
Ji, who was still running, felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end and quickly dove to the side. The ground beneath his feet was instantly blasted into a huge crater.
Losing his balance, Ji rolled on the ground.
He scrambled to his feet and shouted, "We can't let him drain our stamina any longer.
Attack his physical form directly."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a menacing blade of light traced a crescent arc, slashing toward Yoon's waist with lightning speed.
Yuan had somehow slipped behind him and launched a fatal strike. North Star Art, Crescent Moon.
The blade sliced through Yoon's body without the slightest obstruction, yet no resistance was felt. Yoon's body was cleaved in two by the strike, dissolving into a thick mist that dissipated into the air.
Was this a mist-based illusion? Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. I'd been expecting this.
Yoon's voice drifted down from the sky. He stood atop a whirlwind, hovering steadily in the air, his white robes fluttering in the wind.
Wu Di's lips curled into a grin. He has taken to the skies? Just what I wanted.
Blinding flashes of fire shot from his palms. Wu Di's hands were like twin-barreled cannons, firing furiously at Yoon. He was practically a human anti-aircraft battery. Faced with such a fierce barrage, Yoon's expression twitched slightly. The whirlwind beneath his feet suddenly shifted direction, tracing a zigzag path through the air to dodge every single attack.
Alright, I'm done playing with you guys. Otherwise, my prized collection of wine will end up in someone else's hands.
Yoon descended slowly from the sky, smiling as he spoke.
Wind rises.
Standing atop a distant rock, his expression grew serious. He raised both hands gently, as if cradling something. A vortex slowly took shape in the distant forest, spinning faster and faster, growing stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it had grown as large as a building. A massive suction force swept up the broken branches and fallen leaves around it. A tornado was slowly forming.
Holy crap, is this for real?
Watching the unparalleled gale grow larger and larger, Ji swallowed hard. One idea after another was crushed in his mind. If this kept up, they'd all be wiped out. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Wang Rui, her face deathly pale. Seizing upon her as if she were his last lifeline, he said anxiously,
"Wang Rui, what exactly is your ability?"
At this moment, the abilities of the three of them posed no threat to Yoon. His mirror couldn't be controlled freely in such a storm. Wu Di's explosions couldn't hit Yoon in the air, and Yuan certainly couldn't jump up into the sky to attack him.
Their only hope lay in Wang Rui's ability.
Wang Rui paused for a moment, then replied, "I can lower my own presence and create simple illusions for others."
Illusions? Can you hold him for a few seconds? Ji asked urgently. No, I just tried it. A tier 3 user's mental power is too strong. I couldn't even last a second. Wang Rui's voice grew fainter, and a look of fear crept across her face.
The hope that had just flared up in Ji was instantly shattered. He clenched his fists in frustration.
Was this really going to end in a total wipeout? Wait.
Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Yoon in the distance. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and his expression grew strange. Listen to me, everyone. I have an idea. The group gathered around G, struggling to steady themselves against the howling gale, yet their eyes slowly began to glow. Clouds surge. Yun pressed his palms together. The dark clouds in the sky began to swirl slowly, and a black edge actually broke away on its own, connecting with the rotating tornado on the ground.
A massive amount of dark clouds was instantly sucked into the tornado.
He stared intently at the black tornado and softly uttered two words.
Thunderborn. Flash after flash of lightning appeared on the surface of the tornado, accompanied by terrifying claps of thunder.
Gale force winds howled, thunder crashed down. The entire scene resembled the end of the world. Candidates in distant corners looked up, their mouths twitching wildly.
What on earth was happening over there? Wasn't this just a regular entrance exam? Examiner's room.
Whoa, Yun really went a bit overboard there, the examiner on the left said with a wry smile.
He is practically uprooting the trees. It's just an entrance exam, after all.
It's not really like him, but you can't blame him. His abilities are just so flashy. The female examiner paused, accidentally letting her true thoughts slip, then quickly corrected herself. Ahem, what I mean is, with an ability like weather manipulation, it's hard not to make a spectacle of it.
You're right.
It looks scary, but it's not actually very useful, the buzz-cut examiner remarked calmly.
Yun is soft-hearted, after all. He has already started going easy on them. It remains to be seen if these kids can tell. Sigh, I don't want it to be like this either. Why don't you just surrender? I'll treat you to drinks when I get back. Yun looked at the terrifying lightning tornado and sighed softly as he addressed the group. Oh? Is that so?
G flashed a bright smile at Yun.
Chapter 59, Three-Color Positioning.
Since you insist on this, don't blame senior brother for being ruthless. His expression hardened, and the lightning tornado immediately began moving toward them. Chaotic bolts of lightning struck the ground from time to time, leaving deep craters in their wake.
Senior brother, why are you staying so far away from us? G's lips curled slightly into a half-smile. Yun's heart skipped a beat, but he spoke calmly. Do you think I'm afraid of you?
Senior brother, if you had placed the tornado right in the middle of us from the start, we wouldn't have lasted this long.
But you placed it in the forest hundreds of meters away from us.
Although the spectacle is terrifying, it has caused us almost no harm.
Therefore, I've made a bold guess.
G paused, then continued, this ability is a weapon of indiscriminate destruction.
If it gets too close to you, you'll be caught in the blast as well.
So it can't be too far or too close, it has to hover within that small area.
And with the gale's influence, you can't ride the wind into the sky.
Which means that as long as we get close enough to you. G had barely finished speaking when Yin immediately turned and ran deep into the forest without looking back, while the lightning tornado behind him slowly closed in on them at the same speed.
Ruoi! G suddenly shouted. Wang Ruoi's pupils seemed to turn into a vortex as she stared intently in the direction Yun was running. At the same moment, Yun's figure faltered for half a second.
In that brief instant, Yuan's figure burst forward, chasing Yun at breakneck speed. Unable to fly, Yun's speed was no match for Yuan's. Within a few breaths, she was caught up with and forcibly intercepted.
All right. I've used up most of my mental energy. I surrender.
Yun said with a laugh, panting heavily.
Ding! A crisp sound echoed from the distance as a signal flare shot into the sky, blooming into a blue firework in midair. The entrance exam was over. G let out a sigh of relief and plopped down onto the ground.
His nerves had been stretched to the limit just moments ago, and now that he relaxed, he felt completely drained.
Not bad. You actually managed to spot my weakness.
Yun walked over to G with a faint smile on his lips and helped him to his feet.
G gave a wry smile. Thanks for going easy on me, senior. It's just a shame to waste your prized collection. What do you mean, going easy? I even used my ultimate move. Yun raised an eyebrow. Besides, isn't drinking more fun when everyone's in on it?
G paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile.
This test is now over.
Trainees who haven't been eliminated, please hand over your tokens for registration. Once everyone had returned to the waiting room, the buzzcut examiner, accompanied by 2 other examiners, began checking the number of tokens each person held. Only 8 of the 18 stood up, and G was among them. He glanced at the others and noticed that Fan, Natalia, and Duanmu were also there. Judging roughly, Yuan and Fan likely had the most tokens, though he wasn't sure exactly who had more. G had no intention of competing with these 2 heavyweights, just not getting eliminated was good enough for him. After a while, the buzzcut examiner stood up with the tally sheet in hand and reported the results in a measured tone.
First place, Fan, 16 tokens.
Second place, Yuan, 15 tokens.
Third place, Sehanok, 12 tokens. Fourth place, Natalia, 10 tokens. Fifth place, Duanmu, 9. Sixth place, Wu Di, 8. Seventh place, G, 7. Eighth place, Wang Rui, 5. Well, they were mostly familiar faces. G counted on his fingers. Aside from himself, there was only one Cambodian he didn't recognize. Fan sat quietly to the side, his expression as cold as an iceberg, as if he hadn't won first place himself. Yuan, meanwhile, wore his ever-present smile, squinting as he studied Fan, seemingly deep in thought. Based on each of your performances, abilities, and overall strength, we've categorized you into groups. I have 3 different colors of bamboo sticks here. Red represents primary damage dealers, long-range combat, and team leaders. Yellow represents secondary damage dealers, control abilities, and assassination capabilities. Blue represents team support, combat command, and logistical capabilities. You must form teams of 3 before tomorrow's team combat training session. Each team must include all 3 colors. It is crucial to note that this grouping will stay with you for life. It cannot be changed unless a member dies. The crew cut instructor said solemnly, and the female examiner began distributing the bamboo sticks to the trainees one by one. It was finally about to begin. Wondering what color he would be, G started to feel a little nervous. G, blue. The female examiner checked the trainee records and handed him a thin blue bamboo stick with a blank expression. Blue, just as I expected. G's heart instantly settled. Given his current abilities, he was indeed unsuited to be a primary combatant, at least until he acquired his next replication skill rune. No matter what, the next rune has to be lethal. Fighting with mirror shards is just too exhausting, G sighed softly to himself. In truth, the replication skill he coveted most was Fan's ability. Although he didn't know its exact grade, its terrifying destructive power had G deeply tempted. Unfortunately, that rune was in his eyes. He couldn't exactly gouge out the boss's eyeball to replication skillet, could he? Boss, what color are you? After leaving the waiting room, G immediately walked over to Fan. Red. Fan pulled a red bamboo stick from his pocket and said casually. G held up his blue bamboo stick and exclaimed excitedly, Boss, we can team up now. The corners of Fan's mouth turned up slightly, and he nodded decisively. We're still missing a yellow stick. Do you have anyone in mind? G pondered for a moment, and just then, Natalia walked straight toward him. G, what color is your stick? Natalia batted her eyelashes, her beautiful pale blue eyes brimming with anticipation. I'm blue. Boss and I have already teamed up, so we're still missing a yellow one. G's eyes lit up at the sight of Natalia. Natalia shook her head dejectedly, pulled a red bamboo stick from behind her back, and said with a wry smile. Well, looks like we can't team up then. I'll go find someone else. With that, she shot Fan a resentful glance and turned to leave. Wait, was that a hint of jealousy? G's mouth twitched slightly. He must be overthinking it. Besides Natalia, I thought I saw Duanmu had a blue stick too. Who else could be yellow? G frowned deeply. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of wooden clogs echoed from the distance. The 2 turned to look and saw Yuan, dressed in a yellow haori, walking slowly toward them. He pulled a yellow bamboo stick from his sleeve and spoke with a smile. Everyone, want to form a party? Chapter 60, The Trio. Ding dong. The doorbell rang.
G set down the luggage he'd been halfway through packing and opened the dormitory door. There stood Fan, dressed all in black and carrying a black suitcase. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his handsome face as he quietly looked at G.
Boss.
G's face lit up with a bright smile as he stepped aside to let Fan in. After the groups were assigned that afternoon, the trainees began arranging their own dorm room assignments. Duanmu, Wu Di, and Wang Ruoi formed one group, while Natalia and two other international students were assigned to another group and had already moved out.
Now, room 304 was left with only G, sitting alone in an empty room. Boss, Yuan hasn't arrived yet. You can pick between rooms 2 and 3 first.
Fan came to an abrupt halt, his eyes darting back and forth between the two rooms, filled with endless conflict and struggle, a pained expression on his face.
Is this decision paralysis? G was taken aback, unable to help but find it amusing. Ahem, I'm staying in room 1. Why don't you take the one next to mine? G suggested tentatively.
Fan's eyes lit up. He looked as if he'd been saved.
He shot G a grateful glance and hurried into room 2.
A few minutes later, the doorbell rang again.
Yuan walked in silently, carrying a small duffel bag. He gave the two of them a slight bow, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons.
Ji Hui Fan, I look forward to working with you both. Ji and Fan exchanged a glance, then mimicked his bow.
We look forward to working with you too.
At that moment, Ji felt a surge of excitement. By latching onto two powerful figures at once, his future was now secure. Guys, I just saw there's flour and vegetable filling in the kitchen fridge. Since I'm here today, I'll make some dumplings to celebrate the formation of our trio. Ji suddenly felt his future was incredibly bright and high spirits. He volunteered to cook.
That sounds good.
I haven't had a chance to try Chinese cuisine yet.
Yuan wore an expression of keen interest.
I know a thing or two about making dumplings. I'll help you chop the filling. Fan pulled a brown apron out of nowhere, tied it on with practiced ease, and followed Ji into the kitchen. Ji pulled a stainless steel bowl from the cupboard, poured in some flour, rolled up his sleeves, and began kneading the dough with great enthusiasm. Fan, meanwhile, took out two kitchen knives and a cutting board and began chopping vegetables. He stared intently at the vegetable in front of him, holding it down with one hand while gripping the knife handle with the other. He began slicing it inch by inch, with the distance between each slice almost exactly the same. It took him nearly 10 minutes just to slice this one piece of vegetable. Ji stared in disbelief at the segments of Chinese chives on the cutting board. Not only were they all exactly the same length, but they were even angled at the exact same angle on the board, so perfectly aligned it was almost unsettling.
His eyes widened as he stammered, "Boss, you don't have OCD, do you?"
Fan looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, tilting his head back haughtily and ignoring Ji's question. This is an interesting way to chop vegetables," Yuan suddenly chimed in from the side, running his fingers through a few of the pieces. The perfect arrangement instantly looked as though a cow had taken a bite out of it, becoming utterly hideous. Fan's massive frame trembled. He stiffly turned to face Yuan, a blaze of fury burning in his eyes.
You! Yuan tilted his head slightly, smiling broadly as he met Fan's furious gaze. The air between them grew thick with tension. Ahem, boss, you've cut these really well.
I'll just use them to mix the filling for now, Ji said with a nervous laugh, his cold sweat nearly breaking out as he hurriedly dumped the chives from the cutting board into a bowl. Fan snorted coldly, suppressing his anger, and walked over to Ji's side to start making dumplings. He used chopsticks to pick up a suitable amount of filling, placed it into a clean dumpling wrapper, and carefully pinched it into a perfect shape, every angle adhering to the golden ratio, making it a sight to behold. The only flaw was that it took him 10 minutes to make just one dumpling.
Ji's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he gently placed the 20-second dumpling he'd made onto a plate.
Just then, Fan finally picked up his second batch of wrappers and began wrapping them with the utmost care.
Wait, didn't you say you were here to help me? You've only made one dumpling in all this time?
Finally, just as Ji was placing the 67th dumpling onto the plate, Fan finished his third work of art.
Wait.
Just as Ji was about to put them in the pot, Fan suddenly called out to him. Frowning, he gently adjusted the orientation of the dumplings, spending a full 20 minutes arranging them on the plate into a blooming chrysanthemum before he finally stopped, satisfied.
Gee. Boss, I was wrong. Please, don't ever set foot in the kitchen again. I'm begging you. I'll kowtow to you.
Just then, Yuan tapped the table lightly. The dumplings on the plate shifted in unison, and the blooming chrysanthemum instantly turned into a withered one.
Oh dear, that was an accident, Yuan said casually, giving Fan a half smile. It's over. This scheming bastard is out to get the boss.
The thought flashed through G's mind.
You are asking for it. Fan's eyes were practically overflowing with murderous intent.
The golden rune in his left eye flickered faintly, and the kitchen knives seemed to be gripped by invisible hands, hovering before Fan with their blades pointed at Yuan, ready to strike at any moment.
The smile on Yuan's lips grew even broader.
One hand rested on the long sword at his waist, and a few strands of hair at his temples moved of their own accord, as if he were about to draw his blade at any moment.
Want to fight? Stop it. Everyone, stop it. Ji, caught in the middle, couldn't take it anymore and shouted, if you want to fight, go outside. Don't ruin the dumplings I worked so hard to make.
He scooped up the plate of dumplings from the table and held them close to his chest, saying with a hint of regret.
You're right. We can't waste GS dumplings.
During the practical training session, I'll personally test Fan's skills as the top-ranked student.
Yuan's smile slowly faded as he released his grip on the knife handle. Fine, I'll be waiting.
Fan replied coldly, waving his hand to return all the kitchen knives to their places.
Only then did the tense, confrontational atmosphere dissipate.
She finally let out a sigh of relief, but as he looked at the two heavyweights before him, he felt his future was still shrouded in uncertainty and fog. It seems having too many big shots on one team isn't such a good thing after all. There is no room for two tigers on one mountain.
After a while, the dumplings began to float to the surface.
Ji scooped one out, made a small slit in it, and the aroma of the dumplings quickly filled the room.
They're just about ready.
Ji nodded with satisfaction, scooped the dumplings out one by one, and carried several plates out of the kitchen. At that moment, Fan and Yuan acted as if nothing had happened, sitting upright on either side of the dining table, their eyes fixed intently on the dumplings in G's hands.
Gulp. Someone swallowed, and G's lips curled into a faint smile. He raised a wine glass, the fine wine leaving a crimson trail in the glass. Cheers?
Cheers.
Chapter 61, The Origin of Runes. The next day, during the rune theory class.
The history of runes is so ancient that their exact origins are lost to time, but our researchers have uncovered some clues in ancient texts, said a tall female teacher at the lectern, pushing her glasses up her nose as she continued. 1008 years ago, runes did exist, but they were extremely rare, only 1/10 of their current number, and their danger level was generally below Class A.
It wasn't until the divine realm opened a passage to Earth, plunging the world into chaos, that the number of runes suddenly skyrocketed.
One after another, individuals possessing high-risk runes emerged like mushrooms after rain, becoming the main force in the fight against the divine realm.
What are your thoughts on this? The female instructor adopted a thoughtful expression, waiting quietly for the students' responses. It feels like a biological defense mechanism?
Seeing that no one had answered for a long time, Wang Rui spoke timidly.
The female instructor's eyes lit up, and she gave her an approving look. Go on.
Wang Rui gathered her thoughts and spoke slowly. When organisms are invaded by external viruses, they trigger their self-defense mechanisms, producing large numbers of white blood cells to fight the viruses.
I feel this is very similar. Very good. The female teacher nodded.
Ancient texts record that the world we live in has a core like a control room that governs all the rules and order of this world. Legend has it that it takes the form of a giant tree connecting chaos and reality, known as the World Tree. All runes originate from this World Tree. Our researchers speculate that the divine realm's attack on Earth is also aimed at this World Tree. Runes are, in essence, forces that control the world's rules just like the World Tree. When the World Tree sensed the threat from the divine realm, it immediately released a massive number of runes, harnessing human power to fight against the divine realm.
This is the root cause of the current situation. The World Tree.
G didn't react much after all. His worldview had already collapsed when he first arrived at the Astra Guild.
Teacher, then why didn't the World Tree release all the runes at once? Why did the runes have to lie dormant? An international student suddenly raised his hand and asked curiously. That's a good question, the female teacher nodded gently.
We speculate that the runes are part of the World Tree. It can release some runes to humanity, but if it were to give up all of them, it would be severely weakened. Therefore, after a rune host dies, the rune returns to the World Tree on its own to nourish it, until the World Tree no longer needs its power, at which point it is released back into the world.
This cycle continues.
G looked pensive as he traced a single character on the tabletop with his finger.
Yi.
A grass radical at the top, the character for world in the middle, and the character for tree at the bottom.
Wasn't this the World Tree?
It turned out everything had been right in front of him all along, yet he hadn't noticed. So, a rune isn't a power meant to satisfy selfish desires or bully the weak, but rather,
for protection.
G blurted it out involuntarily, his thoughts drifting back to his conversation with Chui on the train. He felt as though all the confusion he felt at the time had suddenly cleared away.
The female instructor glanced at G and gave him an approving smile. That's right. The purpose of rune is to protect the World Tree, to protect humanity, and to protect everyone around us.
Natalia looked at G, the corners of her mouth curving upward slightly, a gleam in her eyes.
Afternoon, combat training.
The 18 freshmen were divided into groups of 3. The buzzcut instructor's gaze swept over each group, lingering for a long moment on G's group. A barely perceptible smile flickered across his icy face.
Now that you've been divided into groups, I'll assign you numbers in order. The person standing next to you right now is your comrade. Your partner. Someone you can trust with your life. From this day forward, whether it's through fire or water, even if it means certain death, you must face it together. Do you hear me?
The instructor's resonant voice echoed out, and all the groups below answered loudly. Only Fan and Yuan exchanged a glance before snorting in unison.
G. Instructor, is it too late for me to switch groups now? QAQ.
Next, to improve your teamwork, you must familiarize yourselves with every one of your teammates' abilities. The 3 of you in each group should find a place to discuss this by any means necessary. Dismissed. No sooner had the buzzcut instructor finished speaking than G felt 2 surges of overwhelming fighting spirit welling up from either side of him. He swallowed hard and silently took a few steps back.
Fan, please go ahead.
Yuan smiled as he rested his hand on his long sword, shifting his weight downward, his yellow haori fluttering in the breeze. Fan turned his head expressionlessly, a burst of golden light erupting from his left eye. Swords, spears, and halberds flew from the walls of cold weapons on either side, swirling around him.
Just what I wanted.
The other trainees were drawn to the spectacle and gathered to watch. The crew cut instructor raised an eyebrow but made no move to stop them. After all, he had said, by any means necessary.
Besides, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Fan's gaze sharpened.
A long spear trembled slightly as it shot toward Yuan like lightning, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle.
Mirror heart, clear flow, contract slash. Yuan maintained his draw stance until the spear's icy glint was just half a meter from his eyes.
Then, in an eerie motion, he shifted sideways to the right, dodging the spear's tip.
Clang!
A razor-sharp blade of light sliced through the center of the spear, snapping it in two with a crisp snap and leaving a smooth, mirror-like cut. Fan's fingers twitched slightly, and the spearhead spun violently in midair, stabbing toward Yuan's back as he remained in his slashing stance.
Humph! A chill swept over Yuan's back.
He gave a soft snort, then swept the scabbard in his left hand backward, knocking the spearhead away and driving it deep into the ground.
Go! Fan barked softly.
The weapons before him shot toward Yuan like arrows, completely cutting off all his escape routes. Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Just as he was about to swing his sword, he felt a slight tremor in his hand. The long sword was actually trying to slip from his grasp.
You've taken control of my blade?
Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. He gripped the hilt tightly with his right hand to prevent it from flying away, but even so, continuing his sword techniques would likely be impossible. The trainees around them began to whisper among themselves. Yuan's entire prowess rested on that single blade. Now that Fan had restricted it, his chances of victory seemed slim.
In the blink of an eye, several weapons were upon him.
He decisively released his grip on the long sword and charged straight toward them.
Chapter 62, The Battle of the Two Heroes.
Amidst the crowd's gasps, Yuan leaped lightly into the air, dodging the attacks of two weapons with an incredibly deft maneuver. His now empty hands spun gently. Swordless style, Willow's shadow. His hand touched a Tang sword. It was as if a magical force flowed through his palm. The whistling blade seemed to sink into quicksand, and he grasped it effortlessly.
North Star Art, Raging Wind.
The moment he gained control of the sword, he swung it in a wide arc around him. The blade's energy unleashed a gale, sending all the surrounding weapons flying. His yellow Haori fluttered in the wind as Yuan landed steadily on the ground. He held the Tang sword loosely at his waist, his posture mirroring the way he gripped his Japanese naginata. The entire sequence unfolded too quickly for the onlookers to fully grasp Yuan's movements, yet such a spectacular turnaround still drew cheers and applause from the crowd. Yuan's Japanese katana spun through the air, as if guided by an invisible force, and landed straight into Fan's hands.
What a fine blade! Fan examined the sword closely.
It was light yet substantial. The snow-white blade boasted the most perfect curve, and the edge glinted coldly in the sunlight, evoking the image of a winter stream, chilling yet vibrant.
What is this sword called? Fan asked. Do I have to tell you? The instructor said we should get to know everything about our partners. Snow White. Snow White. Fan's eyes lit up. What a name!
With that, he tossed Snow White back to Yuan. Yuan reached out and gently grasped the hilt, furrowing his brow slightly, looking somewhat puzzled.
It's a part of you.
Use it to fight me, Fan said calmly.
Yuan stood silently on the ground.
After a long moment of silence, he smiled.
All right, then I'll return your sword to you.
He swung the Tang sword in his hand and hurled it straight at Fan, but the sword stopped midway through the air, hovering steadily in place.
A golden light flashed in Fan's left eye.
He raised his right hand and clenched it lightly.
Yuan's Haori transformed into a python, violently coiling around his body and tightly restricting his movements.
At the same time, the suspended Tang sword slashed toward Yuan's head at a speed twice as fast as when he had previously controlled the other weapons.
Whoosh!
The Tang sword sliced through the air, creating a whistling sound as it transformed into a blurry black shadow, its trajectory impossible to track.
Yuan, bound by the Haori, didn't hesitate.
He pushed off the ground with both feet and leaped sideways to meet the terrifyingly fast Tang sword. With a soft thud, the Tang sword narrowly grazed Yuan's body, slicing through the Haori wrapped around him. Yuan landed and crouched low, then burst forward at astonishing speed toward Fan.
So fast!
Fan's pupils contracted sharply. With a sudden tug of his right hand, the Tang sword that had missed Yuan flew back at high speed from behind, attempting to catch up to Yuan as he sprinted at full speed. The Tang sword was extremely fast, but it had spent too much time turning in midair. It would take at least another second to return to Fan's front.
Yuan, however, needed only half a second. North Star Art, Instant Flash. Hakuheim left its sheath.
Yuan left an afterimage in the air as a blade of light, pure as snow, sliced through the air and struck toward Fan's neck like lightning.
Clang!
The slender snow-white blade came to a halt at Fan's throat, its razor-sharp edge barely grazing his skin.
Yet the smile on Yuan's face froze.
Before his eyes, a tiny piece of metal hovered, just a hair's breadth away from piercing his eyeball.
This battle ends in a draw. The onlookers held their breath, eyes wide and unblinking, terrified that one of them might fall in the next second. Wait, what happened to getting to know your teammates?
Especially G. His palms were already clenched into sweaty fists, his heart pounding. Both of them were his teammates. No matter which one lost, it would be a complete disaster. A draw was already the best possible outcome.
Clap, 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 clap.
The buzzcut instructor walked over from a distance, clapping his hands. His eyes were filled with approval as he looked at the two of them.
Not bad.
Both of you have reached a masterful level in combat awareness, fighting techniques, and the application of your abilities. Therefore, I've decided to award each of you 2 extra credits. The smile on the buzzcut instructor's face gradually faded, and his voice turned cold.
But you were wrong from the very beginning.
Your abilities, your blades, are not meant to be turned against your own teammates.
Look at yourselves. Did you intend to kill your own teammates? Each of you will have 5 credits deducted.
Suddenly, he turned and pointed at G.
And you.
Watching your teammates slaughter each other without lifting a finger, you'll have 3 credits deducted as well. G was caught in the crossfire. Great, the semester had barely begun and 3 of them were already in negative credit territory.
Those 2 rivals still had the 2 credits from the top 3 reward, while he only had 0.5.
Fan and Yuan slowly lowered their weapons, exchanged a glance, and remained silent. After this commotion, the other trainees scattered to familiarize themselves with their teammates' abilities, leaving the atmosphere in GS group awkward.
Ahem, you two, shall we get to know each other? G broke the silence first, speaking cautiously. We've already done that, Yuan and Fan said in unison, exchanging a glance before snorting coldly and turning away. Oh no, these two are so aloof. G suddenly felt an immense weight of pressure on his shoulders.
After hesitating for a while, he spoke up. All right, I'll start by giving a general overview of my ability and how I use it. My ability is to alter conditions that trigger reflexes. G briefly explained his ability, then looked hopefully at Fan. Fan paused for a moment before saying, My ability is unknown. I guess I can manipulate objects.
Unknown ability?
Yuan chuckled softly and said casually, You don't have to say if you don't want to, or you can just say you don't have an ability.
You.
Fan glared at Yuan, about to explode, but G hurriedly stopped him. Ahem, the boss's ability is indeed unknown, and it seems to be sealed by something.
Yuan raised an eyebrow, then fell into deep thought. Then what is your ability? Fan asked coldly.
Yuan spread his hands, flashing a harmless smile.
I have no ability. Fan couldn't take it anymore. The rune in his left eye began to flicker as he snarled, Do you want to die? Oh? With just you?
G looked up at the sky in despair. This team was probably beyond saving. Just as the two were on the brink of a confrontation, the instructor in the distance gave them a casual glance. The golden light in Fan's eyes vanished instantly, and Yuan slowly lowered his hand from Snow White's shoulder.
My ability is acceleration.
Yuan offered the remark casually, his trademark smile in place. Afterward, the 3 exchanged glances, none of them speaking, as silence fell.
Chapter 63, The First Mission. Late Autumn.
Crimson leaves drifted down outside the window. G finally jolted awake from his drowsiness, watching the history of Western mythology professor speaking eloquently at the lectern only for sleepiness to wash over him once more. 2 months had passed since the start of the semester, and they were already a third of the way through several required first-semester freshman courses, including rune theory, maintenance, and use of hot weapons, history of Western mythology, history of Eastern mythology, history of the divine realm, introduction to tactical command, and practical combat training. G's favorites were maintenance and use of hot weapons and introduction to tactical command, the former because he got to handle guns, and the latter simply out of personal interest. Although G's performance with cold weapons in the combat training classes was average, his marksmanship ranked among the top in the class. The most unfortunate thing was that his soul mana collection had made almost no progress over the past 2 months. Even though he was just a hair's breadth away from the next level, he simply couldn't seem to gather enough.
Gee. I'm so bored.
A note slid over from the desk in front of him. Natalia winked at him and flashed a smile.
G's lips curled up slightly. He added a line to the note and slipped it back. Me too. Why do we even have to take a class like history of Western mythology? It's completely useless for defending against the divine realm.
I heard it's because some parts of mythological history are actually true, and they're all related to the divine realm.
Ji pondered the answer Natalia had passed back. Was it just like Zhu Yan in Huaxia? Speaking of Zhu Yan, Ji couldn't help but feel a headache coming on again. Over the past 2 months, he had entered the mirror-like space in his mind several times to ask Zhu Yan about his romantic troubles, but Zhu Yan had only looked at him with a cold smile, and he hadn't been able to pry a single useful piece of information out of him. Ji, I heard we're now qualified to go out and accept missions. Seeing that Ji hadn't replied for a while, Natalia handed him another note. We can already go out and accept missions? Ji was taken aback. The Astrid Guild had a rule that new recruits couldn't go on missions until they were recognized by the Academy. 2 months had flown by in the blink of an eye. Had he actually already been recognized by the Academy? Are there any restrictions? Ji replied after a moment's thought. Apparently, we can only take on the lowest level C rank missions, and we need to be accompanied by a senior student. Sure enough, even though his abilities had been recognized by the Academy, there were always bound to be some issues on his first mission. Having a senior student along would be a good thing. I'll go back and discuss it with my partner, my arch-rival, and see if we can pick a mission. Ji pondered for a moment before writing. Be very careful. I've heard the mortality rate for first-time missions is high. Make sure you come back safely. Natalia passed the note back, her clear, autumn water eyes flashing as she looked at Ji, filled with concern. Ji nodded slightly, held up the note, pointed it at Natalia, and mouthed silently. You too. Natalia understood Ji's lip reading and smiled radiantly. Can we take a mission? In the dorm, Fan, who had been meditating, raised an eyebrow and slowly opened his eyes. Has this day finally come? Yuan, wearing flip-flops, approached silently. Ji grimaced and said helplessly, my current credits are 2.5. Even if I take a C rank mission, it'll only bring me back to where I was at the start of the semester. You can imagine the life of a workhorse I'll be leading from now on. Fan and Yuan both paused, turning their heads in unison as if they hadn't heard a thing. Then why don't we just take a B rank mission? Fan said casually. Good idea. Yuan, unusually, agreed with Fan. Guys, B rank missions are meant for tier 3 ability users, you know? You two are powerhouses, but I'm just a lowly tier 1 ability user. First time missions have restrictions, we can only take C rank ones. Ji began to feel grateful for the Academy's rule, otherwise, these two troublemakers would VE charged straight for a B rank mission, and he'd probably end up as a tombstone the moment he set foot outside. Fan rose from the ground at a leisurely pace, brushed off the wrinkles in his clothes, and walked straight toward the door. Boss, where are you going? To check out the missions. Fan's voice drifted back. Yuan, smiling broadly, tucked his hands into his sleeves and sauntered after him. Why were other teams so harmonious, while his own felt like a living hell? What happened to team cohesion? Ji sighed softly. C rank mission, assist Agency 0 in eliminating a core member of the Shangxie Society. Reward, 2 credits. C rank mission, investigate the cause of the loosening seal on the Bermuda Divine Realm. Reward, 2.5 credits. C rank mission, escort an important item from Egypt to Hazardous Materials Management Facility 113. Reward, 3 credits. Ji filtered through a few C rank missions and fell into deep thought. Ding! Team 9 has accepted the C rank escort mission. Detected that Team 9 is a rookie squad and assistance mission is being automatically assigned to you. An electronic beep sounded from the computer. Ji froze and whipped his head around. He saw Fan silently withdraw his hand from the mouse, acting as if nothing had happened. Wait, I didn't even finish reading it. How did it get selected? Ji was baffled. Had his assignment already been decided for him? Ji, do you really need to read it? Of course you picked the mission with the higher credits. Yuan said with a smile, looking as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Their opinions actually aligned once again? Ji felt like he must still be half asleep. Ding! Unit 08051 Yun has accepted Team 9, South Support Mission.
Mission details have been sent, please check your inbox.
You? The Tier 3 senior from the entrance exam?
G quickly recalled the name, and his heart finally settled. With a Tier 3 member on the team, the chances of encountering insurmountable danger were significantly reduced. The three of them heard notification sounds on their phones. The mission details had arrived.
G skimmed through them. There were over 50 pages.
The mission starts in 3 days, and we need to submit a leave of absence request before heading out. Finally, I won't have to sit through that Western mythology class.
G's eyes lit up.
Since the Astrid Guild focused on practical training, credits earned from missions accounted for a significant portion of a student's total.
Theoretically, as long as you completed enough missions, you could graduate without attending any theory classes. Students taking leave for missions was a common occurrence. The body of an Egyptian pharaoh?
Fan murmured in surprise as he read the mission overview carefully.
The pharaoh's body?
G froze, glanced at the mission description again, and widened his eyes.
Why do we have to escort the pharaoh's body? Does that mean the corpse might come back to life? Chapter 64, Mirror Blade. Ding dong. The doorbell rang.
A middle-aged man in a logistics department uniform stood quietly outside the door, holding a large box.
Is this the dorm for Team 9?
The man glanced at the note on the box and asked. G froze for a moment, then nodded slightly.
The RD department has finished the custom weapons they made for you. Please take them. G's eyes lit up.
He quickly signed for it and carried the large box back to the living room.
Every new recruit in the Astrid Guild is given one opportunity to have the RD department custom build a weapon to their specifications.
A month ago, G and his two teammates had submitted their requests and filled out a thick stack of preference questionnaires. Now, a month later, on the eve of their first mission, it was finally ready.
Boss! Yuan! The weapons are here, he shouted into the room.
Fan came running at the sound, still in his pajamas and rubbing his sleepy eyes. Yuan strolled downstairs at a leisurely pace, holding a Japanese teacup, with his snow-white blade never leaving his side. G pulled 3 black boxes out of the crate.
The big one is for the boss, the medium one is mine, and Yuan, why is your box so tiny?
G stared at the box, which was barely the size of half a palm, a strange look on his face.
Yuan gave a mysterious smile, gently opened it, and inside lay a silvery white ring. Its design was ancient, and the craftsmanship was far beyond that of ordinary jewelry. A ring?
G suddenly realized something, his eyes widening like copper bells as he stammered, This isn't the inventory ring that Teacher Sure from the Divine Realm mentioned, is it?
This isn't the inventory ring. It's a replica made by the Astrid Guild S&D department based on the Divine Realm's inventory ring. Its storage space is very small. Fan took the instruction manual out of the box and shook his head.
Yuan carefully slipped the ring onto his finger. It wasn't too big or too small, it fit his finger perfectly. He placed his hand over Snow White. The silvery ring flashed, and Snow White vanished into thin air. Yuan smiled with satisfaction. I have Snow White, so I don't need any other weapons, but carrying her around in crowded places is too conspicuous. That's why I asked the RD department to create an item that would allow me to carry Snow White with me.
You can actually do that with it. If I'd known, I would gotten a ring too, G thought, feeling a pang of regret. Fan opened the suitcase-sized box in front of him. Inside, 18 small metal spheres were neatly arranged, each about the diameter of a coin. The rune in his left eye flickered slightly. The 18 spheres rose one after another, circling around Fan. With a gentle wave of his hand, they spread out in unison, transforming into 18 throwing knives that spun rapidly through the air, their cold gleam piercing the air. Wow, that is so cool. G's eyes immediately lit up with stars. My ability loses some of its lethality when there are no objects nearby to manipulate, so I requested a set of compact, portable weapons. Fan's expression remained impassive, though his eyes betrayed his fondness for the set. Ahem, finally my turn. G rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his excitement as he opened his own box. Inside lay a pink makeup mirror. G's mouth twitched violently. What was this? Why was it so different from everyone else's weapons?
Suppressing the urge to smash it, he grabbed the mirror, turning it over and over in his hands. He couldn't find anything special about it, and his face turned ashen.
G, try using your ability to control the mirror. Yuan studied the manual carefully before speaking.
G froze for a moment, then slowly activated his illusion skill, letting out a soft gasp. This makeup mirror wasn't actually a mirror at all, but rather a stack of several extremely thin, unidentified metal plates. One by one, the diamond-shaped metal plates as thin as cicada wings floated up and hovered steadily in the air.
1, 2, 12, 13. G's eyes lit up. 13 metal plates with excellent reflective properties. Just how powerful would they be with his ability's enhancement?
Under G's control, a metal plate flew toward the door, encountering almost no air resistance. A blue glow flashed across its surface. It had already been enhanced for sharpness and hardness. A barely perceptible click sounded as the metal plate effortlessly sliced through a rock, leaving an incredibly smooth cut.
So sharp. G was thrilled. Try pressing this again. Yuan handed G the case of the makeup mirror, revealing a small metal button on the side. G pressed it gently, and the pink casing quickly transformed, turning into a knife handle in the blink of an eye. This is... A thought flashed through G's mind, and he immediately commanded the 13 metal plates to snap into the handle one by one. Instantly, they formed a slender blade, reflecting G's excited face. It can even assemble into a knife. G's breathing quick into a weapon like this would greatly boost his combat effectiveness. From now on, I'll call you Mirror Blade, he murmured to himself. 3 days later, in front of the Arc de Triomphe. Senior Yun. G spotted the familiar figure in white and waved enthusiastically. A smile touched Yun's lips as he waved back. It's been 2 months. You guys are about to head out on a mission, too.
Yuan, wearing a haori, smiled and gave a slight bow, while Fan nodded impassively in greeting. Senior, I feel much more at ease with you here, G said with a smile.
Fan and Yuan both raised their eyebrows simultaneously. What's that supposed to mean? Am I not someone you can rely on?
Yun shook his head gently and said, I'm just your supervisor here to prevent any mishaps. I won't directly interfere with your mission, so you'll still have to rely on yourselves.
But don't worry too much. I've looked over the mission brief. It's not too difficult. I'm confident you'll be able to handle it. Yun's words put G at ease.
With you saying that, I'm reassured.
Alright, we'll discuss the specifics of the mission on the way.
For now, let us go through the triumphal arch to the mortal world. Yun walked to the stone slab on the side of the triumphal arch and gently swiped his finger across it. A blue star map projected from the slab. From its outline, it resembled the landmasses of an entire hemisphere.
Senior, what is this? G asked curiously.
The triumphal arch is the passage connecting the Astrid Guild to the mortal world. The Astrid Guild has only this one gate, but there are quite a few gates in the mortal world. In China alone, there are 36 gates. Our mission location is in Guizhou, so we need to link this gate to the one closest to the mission site. As he spoke, Yun selected a point on the star chart, and it burst into light. Faint flashes of lightning began to dance across the massive black stone gate, growing in number, while a swirling black mist slowly took shape at its center. This resembles the gate that opened when we used the portal key to come to the Astrid Guild, G thought to himself. Alright, let us go, Yun said with a smile, then strode into the triumphal arch, his figure vanishing into the mist. The three exchanged glances and followed closely behind.
Chapter 65, Dawn Rune.
As they passed through the black mist, G felt the world spinning around him, as if he were drifting through the void, and he landed lightly in another place. It was an ordinary wooden hut, completely empty with not a single piece of furniture inside. A thick layer of dust covered the floor, and large spiderwebs hung in the corners. It looked as though no one had lived there for quite some time.
G looked around in bewilderment. Had they really gone from the Astrid Guild to Guizhou? Yun walked up to the door of the cabin and pushed it open gently.
The old wood immediately let out a piercing screech that made one's hair stand on end. This teleportation point hasn't been used in a long time, so it's a bit worn out, but it's still good enough for teleportation, Yun explained.
One by one, they stepped out of the cabin.
A vast expanse of green came into view. The cabin was perched on a mountainside, surrounded by endless rolling green hills.
The three of them stood there in a daze. Having grown up in a concrete jungle, when had they ever seen such natural scenery?
Ji took a deep breath, gazed at the white clouds drifting lazily overhead, and couldn't help but sigh.
The scenery is truly beautiful. It would be nice to come here to retire someday. What a pity.
Yun's body trembled slightly, but he didn't respond. Everyone present knew full well that the idea of retirement had nothing to do with them. They would die in battle, not grow old in the mountains.
Senior, how are we going to get back after we finish the mission?
We weren't given a portal key this time. Ji suddenly realized something and asked in confusion.
A portal key is a portable teleportation gate.
They're extremely difficult to create, so they're only used for specific missions or during freshman orientation.
After this mission is over, we'll return to this teleportation point and open the gate back to the Astra Guild from here.
Yun pushed aside a wooden plank to reveal a stone slab slightly smaller than the Astra Guild's triumphal arch, but keep in mind that these portals in the mortal realm are all subsidiary portals.
They can only connect to the Astra Guild's triumphal arch and cannot teleport between each other. You'll need to remember this when you go on missions on your own in the future.
The three nodded in unison. Yun walked over to the side of the log cabin, lifted a dust-covered blanket, and a four-wheel-drive vehicle appeared before them. Usually, after each mission ends, someone is assigned to drive the vehicle back to the vicinity of the teleportation point. The keys are kept in a recess under the chassis. Yun reached under the chassis, fumbled around for a moment, and pulled out a set of car keys.
G's eyes lit up.
He had been taught how to use various vehicles during Astra Guild training and had even obtained a driver's license, but he had never actually driven on the road before.
Senior, let me drive. G volunteered.
Yun smiled as he handed the key to G, saying, "Get in first.
We'll discuss the specifics of the mission on the way." V-room.
The SUV's engine roared to life as it slowly made its way up the mountain road. Ji gripped the steering wheel nervously, with Yun in the passenger seat and Fan and Yuan in the back.
Tell me, how much do you know about this mission? Yun asked in a probing tone.
At noon today, a helicopter carrying the Egyptian pharaoh's sarcophagus will arrive at Lupanshui Military Airport. Our mission is to escort this important item to the 113 Hazardous Materials Management Facility near Guiyang.
Fan gave a concise overview of the mission. Is there anything special about this Egyptian pharaoh's sarcophagus? Ji asked, finally voicing the question he'd been holding back for a while.
He was a power user in life, Fan said matter-of-factly. And this rune is quite unique. It hasn't dissipated even 200 years after his death. It still exists on his corpse.
Ji raised an eyebrow.
Even so, that doesn't justify shipping it all the way from Egypt.
Why has it been classified as hazardous material?
Rumor has it that before he died, this Egyptian pharaoh received a revelation from the rune that it would become a beacon of hope for humanity in the future.
He left a will stipulating that his remains must be transported to China 200 years later. The dawn of humanity. Judging by his words, it seems he knew long ago that the rune would not fade away. Ji mused. I've heard rumors about this before.
Yun suddenly spoke up. During his lifetime, this pharaoh was known as the King of Light, possessing boundless magical power. The notion of the dawn of humanity shocked the entire academic world, and countless rune researchers traveled to Egypt to investigate, yet they discovered nothing.
What exactly was his rune? Ji couldn't help but ask.
Yun pondered for a moment before speaking slowly.
A 0, the dawn rune. A 0? Isn't the highest rank in each tier supposed to be number 1? When did number 0 come into existence?
Recalling what he learned in his rune theory classes, Ji asked in confusion.
That is correct. The highest rank in each tier is indeed number 1.
However, due to the dawn of humanity legend and its various peculiarities, the Astra Guild specifically classified it separately, assigning it the rank of number 0, signifying both the beginning and the end.
Yoon replied.
Upon hearing this, Ji suddenly understood. 1 hour later, Lupanchui Military Airfield.
Ugh.
The SUV had barely come to a stop when Yoon was the first to bolt out, vomiting violently.
Fan's face was ashen, his mouth twitching uncontrollably as if he were struggling to hold something back. Hey, my driving isn't that bad, is it?
Ji said, sounding a bit guilty, suddenly pointing at Yuan, who looked completely unfazed.
Look at Yuan, he is totally fine.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yuan stumbled, staggering toward the grassy area behind them. Cough, cough, Ji pretended nothing had happened and strode toward the gates of the military airfield. Click, click, click. The sound of a weapon being chambered came from behind the gate. Ji froze instantly, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead.
That sound, it's an M416, isn't it?
As an expert on firearms, Ji immediately recognized the source of the sound and stood where he was, not daring to move an inch. Yoon walked unsteadily over to Ji's side, pulled out his ID, and after a moment, the gates of the military airfield slowly swung open. The IDs issued by the Astrid Guild are quite useful, they can get you military assistance, but keep in mind they won't work at lower levels, Yoon explained.
Ji nodded.
It's useful at the high-level military ranks, but if you try to use it to tell city management officers that you're protecting the earth, no one in their right mind would believe you. The four of them drove slowly through the gates. After a few turns, a massive helipad came into view, with a huge black van parked beside it.
Yoon glanced at the time and looked up slightly. They should be here soon.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hum of a helicopter echoed from the sky, and a large helicopter came into view, its powerful winds whipping their clothes into a fluttering frenzy.
Chapter 66, he wanted to get some fresh air. Holy crap, are helicopters really that loud?
Ji squinted, covering his ears tightly with both hands as the massive helicopter slowly touched down on the helipad. The rotors gradually slowed to a stop. Two men in Astrid Guild uniforms stepped out of the black van and carried a massive sarcophagus out of the helicopter.
The coffin was carved entirely from an unidentified stone, standing nearly as tall as a person.
It bore a lifelike carving of a pharaoh, his hands crossed over his chest and his eyes slightly open, as if gazing up at the sky.
So this is the coffin of an Egyptian pharaoh? It's so impressive. Ji examined the coffin with curiosity and couldn't help but exclaim.
Two members of the logistics team loaded the sarcophagus into the black van, securing it firmly in the center with sturdy straps, then activated the van's built-in anti-theft alarm system. We're counting on you all for this escort mission, one of the logistics team members said, stepping out of the van and bowing slightly to the four of them.
Don't worry, we'll drive ahead to clear the way for you.
Ji smiled and jingled the car keys in his hand, causing the hearts of the three behind him to sink instantly.
Ahem, I'll drive this time. Before Ji could refuse, Yoon snatched the keys from his hand and strode straight toward the SUV. Ji, Fan and Yuan, well done. Afternoon.
The dense jungle stood timelessly between the mountains, like a green curtain that soothed the soul. At that moment, two cars were driving steadily along the rugged mountain road.
Three of a kind. I can't beat that.
The back seat of the SUV had already been flipped up, revealing a space large enough for three people to sit. Ji's face was plastered with sticky notes, his expression filled with despair.
What the hell kind of hand is this? I've been playing all afternoon and the best I've got is a jack.
Ji slammed his last remaining card of 4 and a 5 onto the ground and howled in anger.
Fan remained impassive, silently sticking a note to Ji's forehead before shuffling the deck. Oh my, it's the landlord again.
Yuan said with a smile after drawing a few cards.
He turned over the landlord's 3 cards, an ace and 2 twos.
Ji looked at his hand, where the highest card was a queen, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably.
He felt an urge to tear Duanmue's strategy notes to shreds.
You have at least 3 sets of bombs in your hand. Fan's mind raced through the calculations as he said calmly to Yuan.
Oh? How did you figure that out? Yuan raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of amusement and skepticism.
Fan shot Ji a glance and replied calmly, I'm confident G1T draw any high cards.
Ji? A human calculator, a lucky charm. What on earth possessed this unlucky guy to suggest playing cards with them? Forget it, forget it. Ji ripped the note off his face and said in frustration, Senior Yun, how much longer until we get there? Yun glanced at the route and did a quick calculation. We have to avoid the main roads with heavy traffic, and we can't take the highways with toll booths, so we won't get there until at least tomorrow morning. Ji froze. Then where are we going to sleep tonight? We'll sleep in the car, of course. We need to avoid going into the city as much as possible. This Egyptian pharaoh's sarcophagus is no joke. If someone in the city actually tries to tamper with it, we're in big trouble. Yoon said matter-of-factly. Ji sat down sheepishly. This mission wasn't quite what he imagined. The life and death battles he envisioned hadn't materialized. Was the mission really just about sitting in the car and playing cards? Night fell. Ji stepped out of the car, stretched his stiff body, and glanced around at the pitch-black forest, unable to suppress a shiver. If anyone is planning to steal the coffin, nighttime is the best opportunity to strike. Yun said earnestly to the three of them, so I suggest you take turns keeping watch in the train car, staying alert for any potential danger. Wait, spending the middle of the night in a train car with the body of an Egyptian pharaoh? Ji, who watched plenty of mummy movies, swallowed hard. This was way too intense, wasn't it? I'll take the first watch. Ji spoke up quickly. It wasn't too late yet, so if the three of them took turns, they should be able to switch shifts before midnight. Then I'll take the middle watch, Yuan said indifferently. I'll take the last watch. After dividing up the duties, they ate a quick snack, and Ji stepped into the dark carriage. There were no lights inside the car, only the faint green glow of the alarm system fell upon the pharaoh's sarcophagus. The lifelike stone carvings exuded an eerie, chilling aura under the green light. Ji shivered and sat quietly in the corner, afraid that any noise might wake the mummy inside. May the great compassionate and merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva protect me. Ji's eyes were fixed intently on the sarcophagus as he silently prayed to himself. The entire compartment was deathly quiet. No mummy, no resurrection. Everything seemed perfectly normal. As time slowly passed, Ji could no longer resist the wave of drowsiness washing over him and dozed off. Thud. Ji jolted awake, every muscle tense. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, but the area had once again fallen into a deathly silence. What was that sound just now? Ji remained on high alert for a long while, but nothing happened, as if it had all been a figment of his imagination. Just as he was about to lower his guard and sit back down, the knocking sound rang out again. Thud, thud. It wasn't a hallucination. Ji sprang up from the floor and, with lightning speed, pulled the compact mirror from his pocket. The mirror blades flew out one by one, circling around him. He cautiously opened the train car door a crack and scanned the outside warily, but didn't see a single soul. No one? Ji furrowed his brow slightly. He had definitely heard a knock just now. Knock, knock, knock. Ji's hair stood on end as he whipped his head around to look at the pharaoh's sarcophagus, its eerie green glow casting a chilling light over the coffin. This time he heard it clearly. The sound was coming from inside the sarcophagus. Has he really risen from the dead? Ji's back was already soaked with cold sweat. The situation was simply too bizarre. Knocking sounds coming from the pharaoh's coffin in the middle of the night? Are you trying to get some fresh air? Pharaoh, don't scare me like that. I'm here to protect you. Ji swallowed hard and stammered. Wait a minute, an Egyptian pharaoh wouldn't understand Chinese. Can you speak English? Ji ventured tentatively, but the sarcophagus fell into silence. Ji waited for a full 10 minutes, yet the knocking never resumed, nor did a mummy suddenly leap out of the coffin. It was as if everything that had just happened had been a dream. What should he do? Should he notify his teammates? But given the situation, he couldn't just leave the coffin unattended. What if someone tried to tamper with it in the meantime? What if the mummy suddenly jumped out? After a moment's thought, Ji pulled out his Astrid Guild-issued phone and sent a text message. I think the pharaoh might want to get some fresh air. What should I do? Waiting online, urgent. Chapter 67, Under Attack. Ding.
The sound of an incoming message rang out inside the SUV, and Yuan and Fan's phone screens lit up simultaneously. The three of them jolted awake from their slumber. Fan picked up his phone and glanced at it, his expression turning strange. In the humble little G and his big brother's group chat, G had sent a message tag to all members. I think the Pharaoh might be trying to get some fresh air. What should we do? What the hell? Yun felt like he might not be fully awake yet. What kind of nonsense was this? Something has happened. Fan and Yuan exchanged a glance and said in unison, immediately opening the door and rushing out of the vehicle toward the black carriage. What? You guys actually understood that? Yun was taken aback, then followed them out. Squeak. The carriage door swung open slowly. Inside, G stood with the mirror blade hanging at his side, staring intently at the coffin with a look of intense vigilance. What is going on? Fan reached into his pocket, gripping a few metal spheres, and asked. Yuan said nothing, but a ring on his finger flashed, and Snow White materialized in his hand. There's a knocking sound coming from inside, G whispered, pointing at the Pharaoh's coffin. A knocking sound? The three of them furrowed their brows slightly. Yun pondered for a few seconds before asking, Are you sure you didn't mishear it? I'm certain, G shook his head decisively. It knocked 3 times. Under everyone's gaze, the Pharaoh's sarcophagus lay motionless in the carriage, showing no signs of disturbance. The mystery surrounding this artifact has yet to be unraveled. No one knows what might happen. I will report this to the Academy. Everyone must be on high alert from now on. Yun nodded and said earnestly. I'll take the next watch. Yuan was about to speak when a streak of light fell from the sky. A small purple tower rapidly expanded in midair, with mystical runes flickering across its surface. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the group's heads. A divine realm artifact. Scatter quickly. Yun's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. At the same time, a blinding light erupted from Rune, and a violent gale suddenly swirled, crashing into the small tower. G and the others didn't hesitate, scattering quickly. Protect the coffin. Fan reacted first as he ran, a golden light blazed from the rune in his left eye. The doors of the black carriage seemed to be pushed shut by an invisible hand, slamming shut as the heavy locks on them clicked into place. Divine realm intruders. Where are you hiding? G's mind raced. The mirror blade shattered into 13 fragments that shot skyward, and a blinding light rained down from above, illuminating the dark forest as if it were broad daylight. Amid the light and shadow, a figure clad in a dark robe hovered in the air, standing upon a long sword, and looked down at the group with indifference. He is in the sky. G shouted. At that moment, the sky darkened. Thick, ominous clouds gathered overhead, and lightning crackled. The purple magical artifact had transformed into a towering structure, looming over Yun's head. Radiance swirled around it, and a vast formation began to take shape, enveloping Yun within its embrace. Mystic stage, do you think you can trap me? Yun's white robes flapped in the howling wind. A flash of white flickered in his eyes as he pointed a finger toward the sky. Crack! Several bolts of lightning, as thick as water barrels, struck the top of the purple tower with ferocious force. With each strike, the tower shook, and the formation flickered between light and dark. Just then, another dark figure darted out of the woods like lightning, moving at incredible speed as it charged straight toward the black carriage. Fan and G had their attention fixed on the sky by the time they noticed, it was already too late. The dark figure had reached the carriage and was reaching out a hand toward the interior. North Star Art, Void Flash Skill. A yellow figure suddenly appeared beside the carriage, followed by a flash of snow-white blade light that expanded rapidly before the Shadow's eyes. The Shadow's movement halted. An escape scroll shot out from his chest, transforming into a small white sword to meet Yuan's blade. Clang! As the two collided, Yuan felt a tremendous force surge from the small sword. Overwhelming sword intent surged into his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward. Humph! The shadow snorted coldly, ran a hand over the black carriage, and the massive carriage vanished into thin air. It's an inventory ring.
G realized immediately.
This wasn't a cheap imitation like Yuan's, which could only hold a single blade. It was a genuine divine realm inventory ring, capable of swallowing the entire coffin in carriage whole. Several throwing knives sliced through the air, piercing straight toward the dark figure with a faint whistling sound. After stowing the carriage, the shadow immediately pulled out another escape scroll, gently tapped it against his body, and swiftly sank into the ground. 3 throwing knives missed their mark entirely. Only one grazed his waist, leaving a deep gash and slicing off a large patch of fabric.
Ah!
The shadow let out an agonized scream as his entire body vanished into the earth.
Escape scroll.
During practical training, their instructor had thoroughly introduced them to various magical artifacts of the divine realm. Among them, the escape scroll was particularly versatile, capable of imbuing all manner of spells directly into the paper, making it extremely quick to use. However, such escape scrolls could only be inscribed with low-level spells. This escape scroll was one such item. Once activated, it allowed the user to move freely underground, making it a powerful tool for escape.
Damn it!
G and the others looked absolutely livid. By now, the pagoda suppressing Yun had been shattered. The man in the dark robe, riding his flying sword in the sky, saw that the mission was complete. He propelled his sword into a streak of light and flew off into the distance without looking back. Yun snorted coldly, soared into the air on the wind, and gave chase at top speed, quickly leaving a parting remark before he went.
With a divine realm powerhouse from the mystic stage intervening, the mission's threat level has risen dramatically. This is beyond your capabilities. Return to the academy immediately and do not get involved any further.
Watching the 2 streaks of light streak across the sky, one ahead and one behind, the trio fell into silence.
The evening breeze blew, refreshing their spirits. Our first mission has failed just like that?
She stood there in a daze for a moment before speaking slowly.
Let us go. Senior Yun is right.
The mystic stage is equivalent to a tier 3 ability user. It's beyond our capabilities. Ji walked over to the SUV, but Fan and Yuan remained standing in place, gazing at the horizon.
Ji, are you okay with this? Yuan suddenly spoke up.
Ji froze.
Okay with it? How could he be okay with it? Having the cargo they were escorting snatched right in front of them, suffering such a failure on their very first mission. Who would be okay with that? I'm not okay with it, but G is right. Continuing the mission is too dangerous. Fan cut G off, then turned and walked into the forest. You two go back. I'm going to take a little stroll.
Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, I'm starting to miss udon noodles. I was planning to stop down for a meal anyway during this mission.
Gee, you go back first. I'll be back once I've eaten. Chapter 68, Paramount. Come on, do you really think I'd buy such a lame excuse?
G was at a loss for words.
Wait a second.
G suddenly spoke up.
The two of them froze in their tracks.
Fan slowly turned around and said, his face expressionless.
If you're trying to stop me, then maybe.
No, I don't think this mission is as dangerous as Senior Yin made it out to be.
G said earnestly. There were 2 attackers just now.
Only the one who engaged Senior Yun was at the mystic stage, while the one who stole the coffin wasn't particularly strong.
Fan and Yuan's eyes lit up. That's right.
If that person had also been at the mystic stage, there would have been no need to sneak around.
He could have easily taken out the 3 of them and then teamed up to deal with Yun. But instead, he planned from the start to steal the coffin while they weren't looking. He only used 2 escape scrolls the entire time and hadn't shown any real strength himself. Look, our mission is to escort the coffin, not to hunt down a mystic stage, so all we have to do is find the rat who stole the coffin and take it back. Fan echoed G's words.
Exactly, and that mystic stage is currently being hunted down by Senior Yun, so he won't pose a threat to us anytime soon, G added with a smile.
Fan furrowed his brow slightly. But we don't have any leads right now. Where are we supposed to look? Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. When I was fighting that guy just now, I got a clear look at his face. I'll definitely recognize him if I see him again. Not only that.
G smiled as he walked over to where the shadow had vanished, picked up the half-torn piece of clothing Fan had cut off, and pulled out a card from it.
Paradise?
Fan stepped forward and read the words aloud softly.
Yuan's eyes lit up.
This must be a membership card for the bar.
We can start our investigation from here.
The gloom in all three of their hearts vanished instantly. They exchanged glances, the corners of their mouths curving upward slightly.
Now that we have both a motive and a clue, our first mission isn't over, it's only just begun. A brilliant smile spread across G's face. Paradise. It was already midnight, yet the entrance to paradise remained brightly lit. Dazzling light shone out from within as young men and women of all kinds came and went, enjoying the pleasures of nightlife. An SUV pulled up slowly at the entrance of the ballroom.
3 young men stepped out, drawing the admiring glances of the women around them. Most of the attention was focused on the young man dressed in black. With his handsome features, tall, straight posture, and the air of a noble prince, his star-like, deep eyes tugged at every woman's heartstrings.
At the same time, the handsome Japanese youth also drew numerous glances.
Clad in a yellow haori, his long black hair tied at the waist, a few strands of hair framed his sunlit smile, and his crescent-shaped eyes captivated countless people.
As for the black sheep among them, well, let us just skip that. Boss, why do I feel like everyone is staring at me? G asked, looking a bit uneasy.
You're imagining things, Fan replied casually, his aloof demeanor causing a few women to scream. With the coffin stolen, they paid no heed to the warning to avoid entering the city if possible. They drove straight onto the main road and raced all the way to the address written on the card. The 3 of them walked into the ballroom. The deafening music and screams made them all frown. On the dance floor, countless men and women were writhing to the DJ's beat, freely displaying their youth and beauty. In such an environment, the trio stood frozen at the edge of the venue, momentarily at a loss for what to do.
Boss, have you ever been to a bar before?
What did you say?
I said, have you ever been to a bar?
Fan shook his head. G looked at Yuan with hopeful eyes, and Yuan remained silent for a few seconds.
I have, but only to kill someone. G. Never mind then. G grabbed a waiter, pulled out the card, and asked loudly, do you keep records of every member's basic information? Where can I see them? The waiter gave him a wary look. Who are you? We're from the Astra Guild. We protect Earth. You're crazy. The waiter rolled his eyes and walked straight ahead.
Suddenly, a sharp throwing knife blocked his path.
Fan's expression was icy as he spoke calmly. Answer his question.
The waiter swallowed hard and said nervously, that's all confidential information.
Only the boss has access to it. I don't know anything, I swear. Which one is the owner?
The waiter pointed shakily toward the center of the dance floor.
The one in the red dress, that's our owner. Fan silently withdrew the throwing knife.
The group turned their gaze toward the center of the dance floor, where a stunningly sexy woman in a red leather jacket was swaying to the music, surrounded by several men who couldn't take their eyes off her curvaceous figure.
Holy crap, the bar owner is a total bombshell. G's eyes widened.
He'd always assumed places like this were run by sleazy middle-aged guys. This was a real eye-opener.
What's next? Kidnap her? Fan asked calmly.
G's forehead creased with frustration.
Dude, we're just here to investigate, not to kidnap anyone. That's going way too far, you know? Boss, only you can win over a beauty like that. If you become the bar's patron, we'll definitely get our hands on the membership list. G patted Fan on the shoulder, giving him a look that said, I've got faith in you. Yuan stood nearby, smiling silently.
Fan furrowed his brow slightly.
But I don't know how to pick up women. Just be yourself. With your charisma, the colder you act, the more you'll pique her interest.
Seeing an opportunity, G hurriedly flattered him.
All right, I'll give it a shot. Fan pondered for a few seconds, then strode into the dance floor.
As Fan entered the dance floor, everyone turned to look at him. His icy demeanor clashed sharply with the sizzling atmosphere of the dance floor, yet despite this, nearly every woman's eyes sparkled. "Handsome guy, wanna dance with me?" A heavily made up, curvaceous beauty stepped in front of Fan with a smile, her voice full of allure. But before she could finish her sentence, Fan pushed her aside with one hand, not even glancing at her. "Sorry, you're blocking my way," he said indifferently. "You." The woman stood frozen for a moment, pointing at Fan and stammering you for a while, unable to speak, her face filled with disbelief. The crowd parted to make way for Fan. The sexy owner, dressed in a red leather jacket, furrowed her brow slightly, looking at Fan with confusion as he walked straight toward her. "Do you need something from me?" "Sorry, can I be the host of this place?" Chapter 69, My Love Life Is This Terrifying. The bustling dance floor instantly fell into dead silence, while G, standing on the sidelines, covered his eyes in despair. "Oh heavens! I told you to act normal. I didn't mean this normal." The owner stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. "I'd never seen anyone hit on me like that before. It's kind of interesting, but I'm not falling for that." Her smile faded, and she waved her hand. "Security, take him away." Several burly security guards surrounded Fan, their expressions menacing. Fan frowned, about to say something, but then saw G frantically gesturing at him from the sidelines. After a moment's hesitation, he obediently followed the security guards off the dance floor. "Why didn't you let me finish?" Fan asked G after they'd come down. "Boss, if you'd kept going, she would called the cops, okay?" G sighed softly, shifting his gaze to the smiling Yuan. Yuan's smile froze, and she said, "I don't like girls like that." "Yuan, this isn't about whether you like her or not. It's time for you to make a sacrifice for the team. The boss's wife isn't into Fan's style, so I think you've got a really good shot. But I still. Besides, don't you want to win over the boss's wife to prove you're better than the boss?" G looked him straight in the eye and played his trump card. Yuan's eyes lit up. He nodded slightly, smoothed his hair, and silently made his way toward the dance floor. The dance floor had returned to its earlier frenzy beneath the flashing lights. A youthful revelry was in full swing. Just as the landlady was dancing at the height of her excitement, a figure suddenly pressed against her back. "Who's there?" The landlady turned around, clearly annoyed. There stood Yuan, his handsome face almost touching hers, a warm, sunny smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He looked just like the boy next door. "Who are you?" the landlady asked, raising an eyebrow. "Allow me to introduce myself," Yuan said softly, bowing slightly. "My name is Yuan. I think you look a lot like someone." "Oh? Who?" "Someone I'm in love with." G was instantly speechless. "You're actually using such a cliché line? But at least it's way better than what the boss came up with. Maybe this will work." The shopkeeper eyed him up and down, then asked doubtfully, "Japanese?" Yuan nodded politely. "Get lost. I hate Japanese people the most." "Yuan? Great, another bust." G sighed in resignation. These two really are wasting their good looks. Yuan returned sheepishly and spread his hands in a carefree gesture. "It's not my fault. At least I'm way better than Fan Kuan. So what do we do next? Tie her up?" Fan paused for a few seconds before suggesting again. G's mouth twitched slightly. "Boss, what about me?" "You?" Fan and Yuan were both shocked. "Who gave you the guts?" "G, what's the matter? How terrible must my image be in your eyes? To salvage my reputation and teach these two clueless big shots a lesson, I'm going all out this time." "Ahem, boss, hold this for me." G pulled the silk pouch Duanmu had given him from his chest and spoke earnestly, "You must keep this safe for me, or else things will get very serious." Though Fan didn't understand what G was up to, he still solemnly tucked the pouch away. "Now, it's time to show off some high-level moves." G smoothed out his clothes, used his illusionist class ability to materialize a bouquet of roses, and walked straight toward the dance floor. Under the dazzling lights, a young man held a bouquet of roses and walked toward the dance floor with deep emotion. Suddenly, the eyes of every woman in the bar turned toward G in unison, and a strange sensation welled up within them. This man, average build, ordinary looks, exuding an air of poverty from head to toe, yet why am I blushing and my heart racing without even realizing it? The feeling was both unfamiliar and familiar. In that moment, all the men around them paled in comparison. G had become the sole focus of their world. From the youngest at 16, since the bar's youngest customer was 16, to the oldest at 45, the cleaning lady, every woman blushed in unison, and 4 words sprang from the depths of their hearts. Loveatsite. Of course, this included the bar owner as well. The moment she laid eyes on G, she was captivated, her gaze growing dreamy.
He is the one I've been waiting for.
In the dead silence, G slowly walked onto the dance floor, his clear eyes gazing deeply at the bar owner. I don't know your name, I don't know who you are, but I have to say 3 words to you: I'm sorry. From the very first moment I saw you, I couldn't help but fall in love with you.
My heart is aching with longing, and I'm burning with impatience.
I ran 10 blocks away to buy you this bouquet, just to have a chance to stand before you and express my feelings.
Will you give me a chance?
The landlady stared at G in a daze, completely spellbound.
After a few seconds, she finally snapped out of it.
A blush spread across her cheeks as she clutched the hem of her dress tightly and stammered.
Why, yes. I can. Oh, object, a shrill voice rang out.
From a booth in the back of the room, a wealthy young lady dressed in an expensive long gown and sparkling jewelry suddenly leapt to her feet, striding over to G's side and gazing at him with deep emotion.
Forget her. Be with me. Everything I have is yours.
I won't let you steal my dream guy, another female voice rang out as a stunningly curvaceous beauty charged forward, shouting loudly.
No way, he is the only one for me.
If you keep fighting over him, I'll throw myself in front of a car right here today.
I'll see who dares to steal my man. Hey, big guy, will you be with me, please? QAQ.
All the women in the venue surged forward like mad, surrounding G completely. At the same time, G noticed rows of pink messages scrolling across the mirror in his mind.
Li Yen Soul Mana collected +3. Zhang Lingling Soul Mana collected +3. Zhao Runan Soul Mana collected +4.
G stood there frozen in shock. He expected his romantic prospects to be strong. He figured that as long as he could win over the boss's wife, he'd be set, but he never imagined it would be this intense. He actually managed to seduce their wives and kids right in front of them.
Men all over the world were stunned. Honey, you. That kid actually dared to seduce the boss's woman.
Brothers, let us take him down.
Daughter. Don't go over there.
Several burly, tattooed men leapt to their feet, smashed the glass bottles in their hands, and charged at G with murderous intent.
Security.
Protect my man, the boss's wife screamed frantically, throwing her arms wide to shield G.
Where are the bodyguards? Stop them. Who dares touch my man? I'm the Asian boxing champion. Chapter 70, Mirror Pupils.
The entire bar instantly split into 2 factions, one group of men ready to beat up the pretty boy who cuckolded their friend, and a group of crazed women standing in front of G to shield him from everything in the name of true love. Everyone grappled with one another, plunging into a chaotic brawl. At that moment, red and pink data flashes alternated in G's mind. The version update progress bar shot up like a rocket, approaching 1,000 points in the blink of an eye. For the first time, a genuine look of shock appeared on Fan's face, while Yuan's eyes widened so much that the whites of his eyes were barely visible.
What do we do now? Yuan asked, bewildered. Save him, of course.
Fan grabbed a broken wine bottle nearby and charged into the crowd. Yuan's ring flashed, and gripping Snow White, he joined the fray.
After a while, the two finally fought their way to G's side. By then, G was completely dazed.
There's a back door over here, the landlady pointed in the opposite direction of the crowd. Protected by Fan and Yuan, 2 fierce warriors, they finally broke through the encirclement and escaped into a secluded alley.
That was terrifying.
G gasped for breath, his face still pale with fear. He never would have dreamed that one day he'd be hunted down for cuckolding someone.
And not just one, but a whole bunch of them. My romantic troubles are actually this terrifying. If I hadn't sealed away my romantic entanglements, I might really have been done for. Thanks to Duanmu. I don't even know your name yet.
After recovering from the shock, a blush flitted across the landlady's cheeks, and her eyes, as clear as autumn water, gazed at G as if they could speak.
No need to rush on the name. Actually, there is something I'd like to ask you to help with. G scratched his head and said, somewhat sheepishly.
Just tell me, my love.
Whatever you ask, I'll grant it.
The landlady replied shyly, even throwing him a flirtatious glance. G felt an electric current run through his body. He shuddered involuntarily, his gaze drifting toward the landlady's voluptuous figure.
Slap.
G mentally slapped himself across the face. You're heading straight for the abyss, brother.
Can I take a look at your our Bar S membership information? G stopped mid-sentence, realizing it sounded a bit off, and rephrased it. Fan and Yuan rolled their eyes in unison. How come we never realized you were such a shameless G before? Of course. What S mine is yours?
The landlady was over the moon when she heard G say ours, and immediately pulled her phone out of her pocket.
Well, all the membership details are right here. Take a look, my love. Whatever trouble you're in, I'm willing to help you.
The landlady swiped through her phone a couple of times, handed it to G, and said earnestly.
G passed the phone to Yuan.
Hearing the word my love made him shudder again, but he forced a smile that said, don't worry, I love you.
It's him.
Yuan suddenly spoke up, and Fan and G's eyes lit up instantly.
Finally, a lead. It was worth the risk of snatching that pouch. G felt a sense of relief. There's an address on it. Let us go.
Yuan handed the phone back to the landlady and turned to run toward the SUV. Just as G was about to follow, a delicate hand tugged at the hem of his shirt. He stiffened and turned his head to see the landlady with tear-filled eyes, her face full of reluctance.
My love, where are you going? I'd follow you to the ends of the earth.
G paused for 2 seconds, took the silk pouch from Fan's hand, and pressed it tightly against his chest.
Do you still feel the same now? The landlady froze.
It seemed the man before her hadn't changed, yet the surging love in her heart had suddenly vanished, replaced by an inexplicable sense of emptiness.
Regardless, thank you.
G sincerely thanked the landlady, then turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation, leaving the bewildered landlady alone in her confusion. In the evening breeze, G suddenly felt he had a real knack for being a cad. Sitting in the passenger seat, G suppressed his excitement and delved into his mind.
Soul mana collection complete. Proceed with the update? Yes, no. Without a moment's hesitation, G clicked to update. Mirror system upgraded to version 2.0. Ability mirror eyes activated. Replication skill, slot 2 activated. Ability illusion skill upgraded to LV2. Ability mirror eyes upgraded to LV2. Replication skill ability illusionist class upgraded to LV2. Seeing the system messages scroll across the mirror's surface, G froze for a moment, then burst into wild joy. He actually gained another ability. Could it be that every system update unlocks a new ability? That is absolutely amazing. G couldn't wait to click on the newly appeared Mirror Eyes ability, and a pop-up window immediately appeared. Mirror Eyes, Perfect Mimicry, Perfect Memory. Note 1, Mimicry is only effective for physical movements. Note 2, prolonged use may cause irreversible damage to vision. Level 2. Comment, it's you. Gymnastics flower. G began to carefully study every word. This ability description was unusually concise. It seemed to say nothing, yet it seemed to say everything. At first glance, it seemed pretty useless, but upon closer inspection, G's eyes gradually brightened. He seemed to have figured out how to use this ability. This ability is powerful. It's insane. Though the comment is as cheeky as ever. G secretly activated mirror pupil, observing his own eyes in the mirror.
At first glance, nothing seemed different, but upon closer inspection, he realized his pupils were clearly reflecting everything before him, as if a mirror were embedded within them.
He scanned his surroundings with mirror pupil.
The shape of every cloud, the position of every pebble, it was all imprinted in his mind like a movie, ready to be replayed whenever he closed his eyes. Not only that, but every single movement Fan made while driving was perfectly dissected in his eyes. If he wanted to, he could mimic them down to the last detail. This was just for recording driving. What if he used the mirror eyes to record Yuan's swordsmanship, the firearms instructor's shooting technique, or even the fighting style of a world martial arts champion? G sucked in a sharp breath, his heart racing.
He struck gold again.
Just then, his eyes suddenly began to ache, and the image before him started to blur.
G immediately deactivated the mirror eyes.
His pupils instantly returned to Yuan's original state. The bonuses of photographic memory and perfect mimicry had vanished.
A single use lasts no more than 10 seconds.
G glanced at the time and silently noted this characteristic. This ability had one flaw: it could only mimic physical movements, not special abilities.
But that made sense. If it could mimic rune abilities too, he'd be invincible. Chapter 71, All for Nothing. G, what are you grinning about? Yuan saw G's expression in the rearview mirror and asked, puzzled.
Oh, we're almost there. I'm just a little excited, G said awkwardly, clearing his throat.
He refocused his attention on the mirror.
As expected, all his abilities had been upgraded to Tier 2.
Don't ask, just know that his power had skyrocketed.
But when his gaze fell on the Soul Mana Collection bar, his smile froze. The version upgrade progress bar had stretched out significantly.
Yuan's original upgrade requirement was 1,000 points, but now it had skyrocketed to 5,000. A 5-fold increase? G's expression darkened.
It seemed advancing to Tier 3 wouldn't be possible anytime soon. Just as he was agonizing over this, Yulong Bay came into view.
Yulong Bay Residential Complex. G and the others stood furtively outside the complex gates, surveying the layout.
Every gate here is manned by security guards, the walls are topped with high-voltage fences, and there are cameras everywhere. Sneaking in won't be easy, Yuan said after a quick assessment of the situation.
Fan frowned deeply.
It was the middle of the night. It was practically impossible for the three of them to tag along with someone else to get in.
What should they do?
That's not a problem, G said with a smile.
He felt like he was the team's MVP tonight.
He found a secluded corner of the wall and used a shard of mirror blade to block the camera. The shard was currently displaying the previous footage, so no one would suspect a thing. Then, the illusionist class rune flickered faintly in his mind, materializing a long ladder that he leaned against the wall. Problem solved, G said with a smile. His abilities might not be particularly powerful, but they were incredibly practical.
The trio climbed the ladder into the complex and quickly located the address they remembered.
402, this is the place, Fan said softly. G swallowed hard, causing the mirror blade to hover beside the door, while Yuan gripped Snow White in his hand, ready to draw it at any moment. Seeing that the two were prepared, Fan's left eye rune flickered slightly. To their surprise, the door's lock clicked open on its own, and the door swung slowly inward. Yuan darted inside like lightning, with G and Fan close behind. Under the dim moonlight, the empty house was deathly quiet. They searched the bedroom, study, and bathroom one by one, but found nothing. The Divine Realm spy who had stolen the coffin had already vanished without a trace. The three returned silently to the living room, falling into a heavy silence. In truth, they had anticipated this outcome. Once such a spy had completed their mission, unless they were foolish, no one would return to this public residence. But this was their only lead, and they had to try it regardless.
What do we do now? Yuan asked softly.
Fan suddenly stood up and began rummaging through the cabinets. Since he lived here, he must have left some trace behind.
We're not completely out of hope.
G also rose silently and joined the search. The eastern sky was beginning to lighten.
The three of them, their faces marked by deep dark circles under their eyes, slumped back onto the sofa. After a thorough all-night search, they still had no valuable leads, which made them wonder whether a human or a ghost had actually lived here.
It's dawn.
We should leave, Yuan said, watching the first rays of sunlight in the east as he slowly stood up. Ji climbed wearily off the sofa and yawned. Let us find a place to rest for a bit first, then we'll figure something out. Emerging once more from the corner, the three wandered aimlessly down the street, their figures slowly fading into the morning sun. The mountains of Chongqing. A streak of purple light sliced across the sky, followed closely by a figure clad in white. Gildas Yun, you've chased me all the way from Guizhou to Chongqing. Still not ready to give up? The man in the dark robe, riding his sword, looked grim. The prolonged flight had drained his spiritual energy, yet Yun clung to him like a leech impossible to shake off. The Astra Guild and the Divine Realm are mortal enemies. I will kill you on sight, Yun said calmly, riding the gale beneath his feet. The man in the dark robe snorted coldly, suddenly halting his flight. He stopped fleeing and fixed his piercing gaze firmly on Yun. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. He formed a seal with one hand, channeling his spiritual energy. Yun also halted, folding his arms across his chest as he waited with interest for the man in the dark robe to make his move. Primordial Sea subduing seal. The man's spiritual energy surged with a peculiar rhythm as his hands swiftly formed a seal, which he then thrust forward with all his might. The colossal spiritual energy stirred the Tao of heaven and earth, and a massive, mystical hand seal crashed toward Yun like a tidal wave, its momentum unmatched. A seal technique. This is the first time I've seen it. Yun's lips curled slightly upward, and the dark clouds swirling above his head erupted with blinding lightning. Several spherical bolts of lightning burst from the clouds, their terrifying thunderous energy condensed within, causing the electrical charges across the entire region to go haywire. The spherical bolts of lightning met the sea-subduing seal without a hint of flourish. The thunder within them erupted with a thunderous roar, turning the entire sky blue, and the mighty sea-subduing seal was instantly obliterated. Yun gave a light wave of his hand, and three more spheric lightning bolts shot out from the clouds, heading straight for the man in the dark robe hovering on his sword. The man in the dark robe furrowed his brow slightly, reached behind him, and pulled out a wooden box containing 7 small swords, each no thicker than a toothpick. Big Dipper sword formation, activate. He cast a spell onto the small swords, and the 7 blades soared into the wind, rapidly expanding in size. Sparks of spiritual light flickered across their surfaces clearly. These were no ordinary weapons. The 7 flying swords charged toward the ball of lightning, forming a complex sword formation under the man's control as they shot straight into the sky. The 3 balls of lightning exploded the moment they made contact with the 7 flying swords, yet the sword formation met no resistance whatsoever, charging straight into the clouds. As long as this cloud remains, you can unleash lightning endlessly. I will destroy this cloud. Let us see what you have left to oppose me, the man in the dark robe sneered. Within the inky thunderclouds, the 7-star sword formation blazed with intense light. Endless streams of blue sword energy furiously sliced through the dark clouds, tearing a massive hole in them in the blink of an eye. Oh? Is that so? Yun raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. By now, the dark clouds had been completely obliterated by the sword formation. Just as the man in the dark robe was basking in his triumph, his expression froze. Above the spot where the dark clouds had been, a larger, thicker mass of clouds had appeared out of nowhere, hovering like a dome that covered the entire sky. This. The man in the dark robe's face turned ashen, and he activated the sword formation once more. After a moment, this cloud was also destroyed, but another massive cloud appeared to hover above it. You might as well save your energy. Just now, I deployed 33 layers of thunderclouds across the sky, and my ability to summon clouds is incredibly fast. You could keep slashing at them until next year and still not finish. Yun spoke leisurely, his eyes brimming with mockery. The man in the black robe nearly spat out a mouthful of blood as he glared at him with fury. Fine. Since you can't destroy the clouds, I'll just kill you directly. A look of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he stepped onto his flying sword and closed in on Yun like lightning, the 7-star sword formation swirling around him. Chapter 72, Fading. Yoon raised an eyebrow.
A violent gale erupted beneath his feet as he retreated at an even faster pace. At the same time, he flicked his sleeves, sending a blizzard of extreme cold hurtling toward the man in the black robe. The man in the black robe gritted his teeth and charged forward. The sword formation shattered the icicles mixed within the blizzard into fragments, but he still couldn't catch up to Yun. Not only that, but while the sword formation could block the icicles, it couldn't block the extreme cold. The freezing temperatures, nearing -20 degrees, left him stiff as a board.
Damn it!
The man in the black robe finally lost his temper, cursing furiously. He couldn't break through Yun's formation, couldn't close the distance, and was being frozen to the bone by the blizzard. What the hell was the point of this fight? You forced my hand, the man in the black robe said viciously, biting down hard on his tongue until it split, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Unleash the spirit-transforming black art. Instantly, the spiritual energy surging within him exploded, and his body began to swell like a balloon, bursting through his black robe. The rampaging spiritual energy shot skyward, causing the heavens and earth to tremble.
Yun's expression finally turned grave.
He knew this spirit-unleashing, mystic transforming art. It was a technique divine realm cultivators used to fight for their lives at the brink of death.
With this boost, his combat power would at least double. Wind arise.
Yun spread his arms wide, a flash of white rapidly spreading through his eyes.
In an instant, a violent gale erupted, swirling around the man in the black robe. Clouds surge. Thunder strikes. 33 layers of thunderclouds were swept into the tornado, with ferocious lightning swirling within. Black-blue light surged, leveling the green mountains beneath his feet. It was the same technique he used during the practical exam at the start of the semester, the only difference being that this time, the scale was 5 times greater. Truly earth-shattering. Astrid Gildes Yun, we at the Tianji Bureau have long had intelligence on you. Your abilities are formidable, but you have one massive weakness: you'll be swept up in it yourself. As long as I get close to you, you're as good as dead. Seeing Yun unleash this move, the man in the black robe burst into maniacal laughter, his expression one of absolute confidence in victory. He frantically channeled his spiritual energy, causing the giant sword beneath his feet to swell in size. 7 flying swords intertwined around him, forming an impenetrable shield. Go!
The man in the black robe roared, charging toward Yun like lightning, his speed a world apart from before. Mighty spiritual energy mingled with sword chi, crashing toward Yun like a meteor. Under such an assault, even a mountain peak would be pierced clean through.
Yun stood motionless in midair, showing no intention of dodging.
Seeing his expression part smile, part scorn, a chill ran down the man in the black robe's spine. A world-shattering thunderstorm tornado barreled straight toward the two of them. The terrifying thunder it contained roared in the wind, and just a single glance was enough to fill one with despair.
How is this possible? He intends to take me down with him.
The man in the black robe's pupils contracted sharply. However, there was no time for him to think further. The thunderstorm tornado struck the space between them and exploded with a thunderous roar. Boom! 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 Endless lightning danced through the air, and the massive explosion leveled several mountain peaks. The thunderstorm raged for a full 2 minutes before slowly subsiding. In the sky, a figure, its features utterly disfigured by electricity, plummeted straight down, and the faint scent of roasted meat wafted through the air. The dying man in the black robe, seeing Yun standing there unscathed, looked as though he had seen a ghost, his eyes widening like copper bells.
Your intelligence was false.
Yun walked up to him with a smile, shaking his head gently.
Not exactly. My ability does indeed harm me as well, that is indeed my weakness. Then you. Earthlings may not be able to cultivate, but there is one thing you cannot comprehend or even imagine: science. Yun pointed to his white robe. I don't wear this robe because I like white. It's the brainchild of the scientists in the Astrid Guild S&D department. It allows me to emerge unscathed from a thunderstorm. Don't get too full of yourself, divine realm cultivator. Earthlings' methods are beyond your wildest imagination. Yun brushed the dust off his clothes and walked away nonchalantly without looking back.
The man in the scorched black robe gaped slightly, muttered a single phrase, then his head lolled to the side dead as a doornail.
Intelligence, you betrayed me. Welcome to the morning news.
According to our reporter,
A once-in-a-millennium thunderstorm struck the deep mountains surrounding Chongqing at 5 a.m. this morning.
Not only that, but there are signs of other natural disasters, including tornadoes and blizzards. According to a drunk eyewitness, two immortals were seen fighting in the sky.
Is this a rare natural phenomenon, or the result of some unknown force? Our reporter will continue to bring you updates.
In the steam-filled bathroom, the sound of the television echoed. The drowsiness in the eyes of the three teenagers who had the place to themselves vanished instantly as they stared intently at the screen.
Do you think this is? G swallowed hard and spoke softly.
It has to be him, Fan said without blinking, without a hint of hesitation.
G gasped.
I told you he was holding back during the practical test.
Look at that thunderstorm photo, it's practically the end of the world.
Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. He actually chased all the way to Chongqing. I wonder if that mystic stage guy is dead.
Yes, definitely dead. Who could survive a thunderstorm like that?
G said matter-of-factly. In any case, we didn't manage to retrieve the coffin.
Fan spoke flatly, and the bathroom instantly fell into silence. Drip, drip.
Water droplets fell slowly from the ceiling, striking the water's surface before them, the sound grating on their nerves. Once we've rested, let us set out to find Senior Yun, Ji said, breaking the silence first.
Without any leads, searching aimlessly would be pointless. The people of the divine realm weren't fools, they likely already sent the coffin back to the divine realm.
This mission was a complete and utter failure. Fan's expression remained unchanged, but his fist clenched tightly beneath the water. The calm surface suddenly churned, as if it were about to boil over.
Boss, it's not our fault. Who knew a mystic stage powerhouse would suddenly show up to steal the item? G spoke up to comfort him. Using your powers to vent your emotions is truly pathetic. Yuan glanced at Fan and said coldly. G's heart sank. Oh no. Say that again?
Fan whipped his head around, his left eye blazing with golden light as a murderous aura erupted from his gaze. The churning water suddenly churned violently, like the sea during a typhoon, sending up wave after wave of towering surges.
I said, you're wasting your own power, you coward. Yuan's expression remained unchanged, each word a dagger to the heart. Boom!
The bathwater boiled violently, and a wave twice their height slammed into Yuan, instantly draining more than half the water from the tub. Yuan's ring flashed, and Snow White appeared in his hand. With a gentle twist of the scabbard, he deflected most of the wave, though some water still splashed onto his arm. Suddenly, Ji and Fan's eyes widened in unison. Yuan furrowed his brow, following their gaze to his arm, and his pupils contracted sharply. There, on his left shoulder, the black rune had actually faded. A bolt of lightning struck Ji and Fan's minds. His rune was actually fake. Chapter 73, Yuan, the Powerless One. Yuan, with his astonishing combat prowess, was actually a powerless one. In their minds, the scene from their first practical training session resurfaced. Yuan had spread his hands wide and spoken with a smile. I have no powers. At the time, the two had thought it was just a joke, but now, witnessing this scene. Yuan, Fan stood frozen for a moment, about to speak. Whoosh! A flash of white light streaked past, and the slender blade of Snow White was already pressed against Fan's neck. The sharp edge sliced a small cut into his skin, and a trickle of blood seeped out. Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, the smile that had always graced his face vanished, replaced by overwhelming rage and pure murderous intent. He really wants to kill me. Fan looked into Yuan's eyes, and the thought suddenly flashed through his mind. My mother died when I was 3. My father left me this Snow White and then hanged himself, going to heaven to reunite with my mother. I wandered the streets of Japan, begging while clutching Snow White. As I grew older, I began investigating the cause of my mother's death. I found the notebook she had left behind. That was when I first learned of the Divine Realm and the Astra Guild. My mother was a member of the Astra Guild.
She died a heroic death defending the people of Tokyo.
From that moment on, I longed for the day when I too could possess a rune, join the Astra Guild, and avenge my mother. I waited 13 years.
During those 13 years, I scoured every kendo dojo in Japan, seeking out masters and stealing their techniques.
I resorted to every dirty, despicable means to gain power.
Yet even by the time I turned 18, I still hadn't received my rune.
To find a lead on the Astra Guild, I joined the Japanese underworld, using my swordsmanship to kill for them.
Eventually, through their intelligence network, I finally tracked down the legendary messenger of the Astra Guild.
I begged him desperately to let me join the Astra Guild, but he told me they only recruit those with rune abilities. Even when I held Snow White to his throat, he wouldn't budge. Later, I drew a rune on my own body and, relying on the speed I'd honed since childhood, pretended to be a rune user.
2 years later, I ran into him again. He told me he'd report my case. 2 months later, I finally received my acceptance letter. I risked everything for this one chance. I will become the strongest in the Astra Guild. I will defeat you with your extraordinary talent as a non-rune user. You, fan, what gives you the right to possess such talent? Since you possess such talent, why don't you shoulder the responsibility that comes with it? Do you even deserve this power? Yuan looked as if he had lost his mind.
Snow White in his hand lunged forward once more, coming within a hair's breadth of severing Fan's artery. Blood dripped down the blade of Snow White.
Yuan! Are you trying to kill him? Ji roared.
Only then did the madness in Yuan's eyes recede slightly, replaced by a hint of composure.
Yuan took a deep breath.
A flash of light erupted from the ring on her finger, and Snow White vanished into thin air. Fan's tense body suddenly relaxed, yet he remained motionless, his star-like eyes fixed quietly on Yuan.
Don't follow me.
Yuan walked out without looking back, leaving behind a single, icy sentence.
Tick, tick.
As Yuan's figure vanished from their sight, Ji hurried over to Fan's side and asked with concern.
Boss, are you okay? I'm fine.
Fan replied softly, weariness evident in his brow as he gazed in the direction Yuan had left, lost in thought.
Boss, please don't be angry.
I believe. Ji hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up in Yuan's defense.
I'm not angry. Fan cut Ji off immediately. He and I are the same kind of people. I understand how he feels.
It's just that I'm a bit worried about how the Astra Guild views him.
Ji's eyes widened. How could the Astra Guild know? Didn't he manage to sneak in successfully? Have you forgotten the Sky Eye?
Fan pointed toward the sky and said calmly, the Sky Eye is the Astra Guild's watchful eye. They only issue acceptance letters after thoroughly investigating a candidate's background and abilities. I'm afraid the Astra Guild has long been aware of his plan, which he thought was flawless.
But boss, why does the Astra Guild only recruit students with runes? I'm sure there are plenty of highly skilled martial artists on Earth, right? Like the sweeping monks of the Shaolin Temple, why not let them fight against the Divine Realm too? Fan sighed softly. The Astra Guild only accepts young people.
The people you mentioned are certainly formidable, but most of them are already quite old. Furthermore, the potential of martial arts is limited.
No matter how hard they train, they can't break the laws of physics like a rune can.
The Astra Guild actually has a few highly skilled martial arts experts as guest members, but at best, they can only hold their own against Tier 3 ability users.
Sending them to fight against gods? That's a suicide mission.
Ji pondered this carefully. It made perfect sense. Sending martial artists to go head-to-head against flying swords was a losing battle. Not to mention, once the enemy summoned their sword, he wouldn't even be able to catch up.
Then why did the Astra Guild still accept Yuan?
Ji muttered to himself.
Astra Guild, the headmaster's office. Your Majesty, you're finally back.
Xingya, who was cleaning the room, bowed respectfully upon seeing the arrival and said with a wry smile. Those lunatics at Atom Guild Academy wouldn't let me leave no matter what.
What a hassle.
Zhang Jingyan, his hair a mess, grumbled as he flopped onto the sofa, sprawled out in a most un-imperial manner. Qingye seemed well accustomed to this. He picked up the documents on the desk and handed them to Zhang Jingyan.
Zhang Jingyan raised an eyebrow.
Qingye instinctively withdrew the documents, opened them himself, and said,
Your Majesty, you've been away for quite some time.
This year's freshmen have already been divided into groups, and some have already gone out on missions.
Oh? Read them to me.
Qingye adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and began reading out the members of each group, along with their respective roles.
Group 9, Fan, Yuan, G.
Zhang Jingyan let out a soft as if something had occurred to him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
This grouping is interesting. Your Majesty, isn't this Yuan the Japanese boy you recommended?
Qingye suddenly remembered something and asked.
Quite right.
A flash of nostalgia crossed Zhang Jingyan's eyes as he rubbed his beard with his right hand and said with a smile, There aren't many people left who dare to hold a knife to my throat.
Your Majesty, what did you say? Qingye's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, nothing. This boy is quite interesting. Though he lacks a rune, I believe in his potential. Zhang Jingyan brushed it off nonchalantly.
Qingye hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Your Majesty, the Astra Guild has a rule, anyone without a rune.
Chapter 74, The Tokyo Youth. Zhang Jingyan snorted coldly, cutting Qingye off mid-sentence. Qing, you're such an ag. You're just too rigid. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. If you're so capable, why don't you resurrect the predecessor who made those rules and have him beat me up? Right now, I'm the principal, this is my turf, and I call the shots. As he spoke, Zhang Jingyan found himself humming along to the rhythm of Zhou Dong's song. Qingye was at a loss for words. He simply couldn't stand Zhang Jingyan's tone and silently slipped out of the principal's office. Once the door was firmly shut, Zhang Jingyan suddenly fell silent and slowly closed his eyes. 2 years ago, Tokyo. Torrential rain poured down. In an alleyway in Kabukicho, a youth clad in a black haori stood in the rain. Rainwater dripped down his hair, and his eyes shone as brightly as stars. An envoy from the Astra Guild? The boy's voice trembled slightly. Pink neon lights from across the street spilled into the dim alley, casting a glow on Zhang Jingyan's face. His gaze shifted away from the sign for the free escort agency and settled on the boy before him. 15 or 16 years old, with calluses on his hands and a raw, primal energy about him, he must have killed many people. What's this about? Zhang Jingyan asked indifferently, holding his black umbrella. I want to join the Astra Guild, the boy blurted out, clenching his fists and his face brimming with hope. Zhang Jingyan furrowed his brow slightly but said nothing. Splash, splash, splash. Rain poured down from the sky, pelting the stone pavement of the alleyway and the boy's body. I want to join the Astra Guild, the boy repeated loudly once more. Where did you hear that name? Zhang Jingyan's icy voice cut through the air. The boy couldn't help but shiver, yet his face showed not a hint of retreat. My mother was a member of the Astra Guild. She is dead, and I want to carry on her legacy and protect it. The boy's shoulders trembled slightly as he spoke with all his might. Rain mixed with tears streamed down his cheeks, and his youthful face was filled with determination. Zhang Jingyan shuddered and said slowly, What was your mother's name? Mai Inoue. My mother is Mai Inoue. The boy's eyes brimmed with pride. It was her. An image of a slender figure with long black hair instantly flashed through Zhang Jingyan's mind, and his pupils contracted slightly. Oh my, Xiaoyan, you'd better work hard, or Troy the Chubby will leave you far behind. Xiaoyan, your senior has had a baby. Look at his photo, isn't he adorable? Xiaoyan, I'm coming back this time to make udon for you. Are you excited? A gentle face appeared before his eyes, her smile like winter sunshine, dispelling the gloom in his heart. Senior Mai, is this boy your child? Zhang Jingyan looked at the boy's expectant gaze, though he couldn't actually see it, and shook his head slowly but firmly. No. Why not? The boy began to tremble all over and shouted loudly. The Astra Guild doesn't accept students without a rune, Zhang Jingyan said coldly. Icy rainwater trickled down the boy's neck onto his chest.
His chest heaved violently as a surge of resentment and anger welled up within him.
I'll say it again.
I'm going to the Astra Guild, the boy said, clenching his teeth and enunciating each word clearly. Through the rain dripping from the umbrella, Zhang Jingyan quietly watched the boy's flushed face. I'll say it again, the Astra Guild does not accept students without a rune.
The calm voice echoed through the alley. Whoosh!
With a soft sound, the blade flashed like a white ribbon, piercing through the rain in the blink of an eye and pressing against Zhang Jingyan's neck. Splash, splash, splash. The rain grew heavier, and raindrops the size of beans fell onto the slender blade, producing a pleasant tinkling sound. Zhang Jingyan stood in the rain, holding his umbrella, his body not moving an inch, his gentle eyes quietly fixed on the boy before him. Why aren't you dodging? The boy asked viciously.
You want to kill me. You're a good kid.
Bullshit, the boy roared. The blade in his hand, snow white, advanced another fraction of an inch, leaving a faint trail of blood on Zhang Jingyan's neck.
I've committed countless evil deeds.
Over the years, I've helped the Yakuza kill who knows how many people. You'd better agree to my demands, or else you really will die.
The boy's roar echoed through the rain.
A savage expression crossed his face, and his beast-like eyes fixed intently on Zhang Jingyan. Zhang Jingyan remained silent, merely extending the umbrella in his hand slightly to shield the boy's head. Rain pelted against the large black umbrella, making a pattering sound. You, the boy opened his mouth viciously, as if to say something, but the words wouldn't come out.
Rainwater trickled down Zhang Jingyan's hair, splashing onto his trench coat, as he spoke softly. Your mother would be heartbroken to see you like this. He knows my mother.
The boy's whole body shook, his face contorted with pain and struggle. He howled at the sky, his youthful face streaked with tears.
Click. With a soft click, Snow White was sheathed by the boy. He gave Zhang Jingyan a deep, lingering look before walking away without looking back. 2 years. What?
The boy paused, tilting his head slightly as if he hadn't heard him clearly. In 2 years, when you come of age, I will return to this place.
If by then you have earned my approval, you may join the Astra Guild.
You, the boy froze, about to speak, but was cut off by Zhang Jingyan. There is one more condition: leave the extreme path, focus on your training, and stop killing people. After saying this, Zhang Jingyan gave him a deep look, tossed the umbrella toward the boy, and then, as a flash of fire flickered across his body, he vanished entirely. 2 years, 2 years, the boy instinctively caught the umbrella, standing dazed on the ground, his face lighting up with wild joy. In 2 years, I will definitely join the Astra Guild. He clenched his fists and vowed silently.
Amid the morning glow,
Yuan stood on the rooftop, gazing at the rising sun, lost in thought. The memories from 2 years ago remained as vivid as yesterday. Now, he had become a member of the Astra Guild, exactly what he had longed to be back then.
He had done it. So what if he didn't have a rune?
With the swordsmanship he had honed through relentless training, he could still protect what his mother had once protected.
Squeak!
The iron gate to the rooftop slowly swung open. Yuan remained motionless.
Didn't I tell you not to follow me? He said coldly. Fan and Ji exchanged glances. Ji spoke first. Yuan, so what if you don't have special abilities? You're way stronger than anyone else in the Astra Guild right now. You're my idol. You're like Roronoa Zaro from One Piece, Zenitsu Agatsuma from Demon Slayer, and Kenpachi Zaraki from Bleach. Don't compare me to that idiot Kenpachi. Ahem. Anyway, you're my idol. You chose to protect Earth despite lacking power, and you've become the strongest in our class. I'm not the strongest.
Yuan slowly turned around, pointed a finger at Fan, and said calmly, he is.
Chapter 75, Time to Believe in the Esoteric. Fan fell silent for a moment before speaking softly, You're strong. I acknowledge that. Boss, if you can't speak properly, just shut up.
Ji was on the verge of tears.
Acknowledge me? What gives you the right to acknowledge me? Someone as gifted as you could never understand how I feel. You're wrong.
Fan walked forward expressionlessly, his eyes fixed intently on Yuan. I was indeed exceptionally gifted once I had a mother who loved me and a bright future ahead.
Then an illness took everything from me.
4 years of excruciating pain. My mother spent our entire fortune on my treatment.
In the end, I chose to take my own life. Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted.
I fell to my death from the hospital roof, but having suddenly gained powers, I crawled out of my own grave a few days later, completely free of pain. I thought it was divine mercy, but, on the very day I jumped, my mother was killed by an evil puppet master while trying to borrow money for me. The extraordinary gift you speak of was bought with my future, the 4 years of mockery and suffering I endured, and my mother's life.
If I could, I'd give up everything to have my mother safe and sound.
Fan spoke matter-of-factly, while Yuan stood frozen in place.
Yuan, we're the same kind of people.
Ji sighed softly. Yuan had actually wanted to share his own sad little story, but since these two big shots were each more tragic than the last, he decided it would be better not to make a fool of himself.
As for what you said earlier about responsibility matching one's abilities, I've never shirked it. You'll come to understand that in time.
Fan walked over to his side, looked him in the eyes, and said earnestly.
Yuan remained silent. The resentment and indignation in his heart had vanished completely.
For the first time, he felt a sense of respect for Fan. I apologize for what happened earlier, Yuan said suddenly. A faint smile touched the corner of Fan's mouth as he gave him a light pat on the shoulder.
It's dawn. Let us go find Senior Yun and head back to the Astra Guild. Wait a minute. Ji suddenly popped up, grinning.
Just now, I suddenly thought of a way to find the coffin.
Whoosh.
Fan and Yuan whipped their heads around, waiting for Ji to continue. Since we have no leads, then, it's time to put our faith in the occult.
Ji pulled out his phone, found Duanmu's number, and said with a smile. Metaphysics?
The two of them looked at him strangely.
Fan pondered for a moment before asking, you mean Duanmu from Team 10?
I heard his abilities have something to do with divination, Yuan added after a moment's thought.
Exactly, Ji nodded.
Given the situation, they really had no choice but to give it a try. The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement.
Daddy, it's your son on the phone. Daddy, it's your son on the phone. Dad. Hello?
Under the disdainful stares of Wu Di and Wang Ruoi, Duanmu answered the call without batting an eye.
Divination? Duanmu raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in his eyes.
My rates are quite steep.
What? No money? If you don't have money, who is going to get a reading from you? Ugh, fine. I'll give you a reading, okay? Just don't mention the land deposit to me. Hanging up the phone, Duanmu let out a long sigh. What a terrible choice of friends. Who was that?
Wang Ruoi's bell-like voice rang out, her clear, watery eyes gazing curiously at Duanmu.
Gee. He said they're having trouble with their mission and asked me to cast a divination. Duanmu rolled his eyes. Trying to get a free read? Put.
Wang Ruoi covered her mouth and giggled, while Wu Di scowled and slammed his fist down on the table, startling Wang Ruoi across from him.
Damn it, I want to go on a mission too. No way.
The divination says we shouldn't go out right now.
We'll talk about it next month. Duanmu said firmly.
Ignoring Wu Di's grumbling, Duanmu walked into his room, settled his mind for a moment, and pulled out his divination rods. The rune on his wrist glowed.
Click.
As the divination pattern appeared, Duanmu wore an interested expression as he began to interpret it.
Let me see what you're really up to.
As he studied it, his expression changed, his eyebrows gradually knitted together, and his face grew grave. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, hurried into the living room to grab his phone, and dialed the number immediately.
Hello, G. You figured it out? I knew you were the best. Listen to me. Duanmu's expression was grave.
Because you're carrying my sealed pouch, I can't divine your omen.
I can only use Fan's omen to locate what you're looking for.
What you're looking for is in the southwest, between the mountains, beneath the water.
But Fan's divination is very bad. I've calculated that he'll face a deadly peril on this journey, a peril from which there is no escape. Listen to me. Forget about the mission. Return to the Asteroid Guild immediately, and don't go anywhere for the time being. G's whole body trembled. He remained silent for a long moment before hanging up the phone. What? Did you find it? Yuan asked curiously. G's face was ashen. He opened his mouth to speak, then shook his head. We can't go. Why? Fan's brows furrowed slightly. Duanmu said that if we go now, the boss will face a deadly peril, a peril from which there is no escape. Ji took a deep breath and said solemnly. The atmosphere on the rooftop froze instantly. I propose we abandon the mission and contact Senior Yun directly to return to the Asteroid Guild. Ji raised his hand first and said resolutely. Yuan pondered for a moment, then raised his hand as well. There's no need to take risks. Let us go back to the Asteroid Guild, he said, narrowing his eyes. Fan glanced at the two of them. A warm feeling welled up inside him, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he nodded helplessly. If I'm in danger, you might be too. We really can't take that risk. G's heart finally settled. Yuan had been worried that the boss wouldn't accept defeat and would insist on charging ahead, so to prevent that from happening, he hadn't even mentioned where Duanmu had said the location was. The three of them got in touch with Yuan, agreed on a meeting spot, and drove off in the SUV. Duanmu, didn't you already warn them? Why do you still look so worried? After hanging up the phone, Duanmu continued to pace back and forth in the room, sighing constantly with a worried expression. Wu Di couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Warnings, if it could be avoided with just a warning, would it still be called the fatal sign? Duanmu said with a bitter smile. He sighed softly and looked up into the distance. The fatal sign, its fate. Wang Ruoyi's face had gone deathly pale. She'd always gotten along well with Ji and the others, and now she was filled with anxiety. What should we do? Should we tell the mentors and have them go rescue him? It's no use. Duanmu pondered for a long time. That brat Ji has strange luck, maybe he could be the wildcard we need. Chapter 76, Mudslide. Guiyang looks pretty nice. Inside the SUV, Ji pressed his face against the window, curiously surveying the city outside. The three of them had been here for quite some time, but most of that time had been spent worrying about the mission. Now that they put their burdens aside, they finally had the chance to appreciate the beauty of this mountain city. Fan drove with his eyes fixed straight ahead, while Yuan sat in the back seat with his hands tucked into his sleeves, his eyes half closed. It was hard to tell if he was asleep or just resting. The place Yun mentioned seems to be in the next city over. It'll take at least 3 hours to get there, Ji said as he activated the navigation. 3 hours might not be enough. It's about to pour, Fan remarked casually. Ji glanced out the window. Dark clouds had enveloped the city at some point, and the scene looked truly ominous. I'm going to catch some sleep. I'll let you take over when I wake up, Ji yawned, addressing Fan. Fan's mouth twitched slightly, as if recalling a painful memory. No need. I'll drive. The boss is the best. Ji reclined his seat slightly and lay back comfortably. They hadn't slept all night, and the moment he closed his eyes, he drifted off into a deep sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when Ji slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window, torrential rain was pouring down. Dense sheets of raindrops pounded against the glass, producing a clattering sound. Looking out through the thick curtain of rain, he could vaguely make out the surrounding rolling mountains. There was no trace of Guiyang left. Suddenly, the SUV came to a slow stop. Ji looked out the window and saw that the road ahead was blocked by fluorescent tape, and not far away, he could see a collapsed mountainside. Looks like there's been a landslide up ahead. We can't go this way. Fan furrowed his brow and said calmly. Let me see, there's a small path here, we should be able to go around it. Ji switched to a different route and said. Fan glanced at the route and turned the car around, heading up the mountain. Rather than a small path, it was more like a muddy country road barely wide enough for the SUV to pass.
winding its way up the mountain and extremely difficult to drive. Although G trusted Fan's driving skills, his heart still sank. They were now halfway up the mountain, with a steep cliff on one side and no guardrails along the road.
Boss, take it easy.
G swallowed hard, unconsciously gripping the handlebar, his eyes fixed on the cliff below.
Fan said nothing, just drove with intense concentration.
Through the rearview mirror, G saw that Yuan had also clenched the handlebar at some point.
It had to be said, Fan drove as steady as an old hand. The massive SUV made it halfway up the mountain without a hitch. Crack!
A menacing bolt of lightning sliced through the sky, and torrential rain poured down from above, drenching the mountain. Suddenly, the soil at the mountaintop shifted slightly and began to slide, gathering speed and mass as it rolled downhill.
Rumble!
The muffled sound reached the three of them. G jerked his head toward the mountaintop and saw massive chunks of collapsed rock rolling down the slope with overwhelming force.
Landslide, he shouted, his eyes wide.
Fan and Yuan whipped their heads around, their faces turning pale in unison.
Damn it, we're right in its path. Get out of the car. Run to the side.
Fan reacted with lightning speed, decisively abandoning the SUV, flinging open the door, and leaping out.
Yuan and G followed close behind.
The massive landslide transformed into a torrential flood, sweeping away trees and houses in its path as it raced toward the three of them. Just as it was about to engulf them, a golden light flared from Fan's left eye. He reached out a hand and struggled to manipulate the mudslide. The forward momentum of the front section slowed slightly, but the rear section surged even more violently, colliding with the front and breaking free from Fan's control. Fan grunted, stumbled, and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, this brief pause bought them time. The safe zone was just a stone's throw away.
Boss!
G saw Fan stumble and immediately froze behind the other two, with no time to dash into the safe zone. Just as G was about to turn back, Yuan had already darted forward like a phantom. Don't look back, I'll go, his voice carried through the downpour. A flicker of hesitation crossed G's eyes, but he then sprinted toward the safe zone with all his might. At his speed, he couldn't possibly save Fan, he'd only slow Yuan down. In the blink of an eye, Yuan was at Fan's side, grabbing his collar and racing toward the safe zone at breakneck speed.
In an instant, the mudslide had reached them, poised to engulf both men.
Yuan took a deep breath, flung Fan with all his might into the safe zone, and then leaped lightly into the air.
Yuan! G shouted.
13 mirror blade shards shot skyward from his pocket, assembling into two small cubes that flew toward Yuan like lightning. Yuan moved like a dragonfly, lightly tapping one foot on a cube before floating effortlessly toward the second one, with the raging mudslide raging right beneath his feet. Just then, a gale swept in from the distance, knocking Yuan off balance and causing him to slip off the second cube. Yuan was like a kite whose string had snapped, drifting straight toward the mudslide.
Oh no!
G's pupils contracted sharply.
True to form, Yuan quickly adjusted his posture mid-air.
He planted one foot on a piece of driftwood in the mudslide, avoiding a direct plunge into the torrent, though he was still swept downhill by the raging mudslide. Vaguely, G saw the yellow figure fluttering like a butterfly atop the mudslide.
Hurry down the mountain, he's still alive.
Fan struggled to his feet and sprinted down the slope. G followed close behind.
At the foot of the mountain,
Fan and G were gasping for breath, rain mixed with sweat streaming down their cheeks. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and they were on the verge of collapse. They had charged down from the middle of such a high mountain, having already exhausted every ounce of their strength.
He must be around here. Fan didn't pause for a moment, quickly scanning the surroundings. Yuan!
G shouted at the top of his lungs, but his voice was soon drowned out by the pounding rain.
The two ragged teenagers searched frantically.
G used his illusionist class ability to materialize a giant megaphone, shouting Yuan's name as he scanned the area. Through the curtain of rain, he caught a faint glimpse of a yellow figure pinned beneath a fallen log.
Yuan!
G's eyes lit up, and he sprinted toward the log.
Boss! Over here!
G ran closer, recognized the figure, and immediately bellowed through the megaphone.
He hurried to Yuan's side and forced the log aside.
Just then, Fan arrived, running as fast as the wind.
He is alive, just unconscious. Fan checked Yuan's condition and breathed a sigh of relief.
G materialized a large black umbrella and held it over the three of them.
Let us find a place to shelter from the rain first. Chapter 77, Deep in the Mine.
Fan nodded, hoisted Yuan onto his back, and looked around for a place to take cover.
There's a cave, G said, holding the umbrella and pointing to a cave on the mountainside. The two carried Yuan into the cave.
Though they called it a cave, once they stepped inside, they realized it was an abandoned mine shaft. The shaft was about 2 people tall, supported by internal struts, with tracks laid out on the ground. Judging by the dust-covered lamps on either side, it had been abandoned for quite some time. The rune of the illusionist class flickered in G's mind, and a burning torch materialized in his hand. After advancing to the second tier of the illusionist class, he could now materialize objects through his imagination, even elements like fire. With the torch in hand, Fan set Yuan down, loosened his soaked clothes, and began examining his injuries.
1 broken bone.
The rest are just superficial wounds.
How did he manage that?
The more Fan looked, the more astonished he became.
To be swept up in a mudslide and hurled down the mountainside, yet suffer only such minor injuries?
A soft groan sounded, and Yuan slowly came to. He looked around in confusion before regaining his bearings.
Where am I? He asked softly.
G pointed upward. It looks like an abandoned mine shaft.
Yuan struggled to pull himself up from the ground.
G hurriedly supported him, speaking with concern.
You've broken a bone. Don't push yourself. It's just a rib. I'm used to it, Yuan waved his hand dismissively. The two didn't say much. They had seen the gruesome scars on his body before. Who knew how many severe injuries he had endured?
This minor injury might truly be nothing to him.
The car's gone. What do we do now?
G looked out at the torrential rain and sighed helplessly. The rain showed no signs of letting up, and faint rumblings of thunder could be heard in the distance. The three of them were trapped in a mine shaft deep in the mountains, unsure of what to do.
Let us wait for it to stop.
Fan remained impassive as he sat down on the ground. Yuan's gaze drifted toward the depths of the mine shaft, his brow unconsciously furrowing as he lost himself in thought.
Something's off about this mine shaft, Yuan's voice suddenly rang out in the silent cavern.
G's hair stood on end. He stiffly turned his head toward the dark depths of the cave and swallowed hard.
We're trapped here right now. Tell me, telling ghost stories isn't a good idea?
There's a breeze over there, Yuan said calmly, pointing toward the depths of the cave. Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He scooped up a handful of dust from the ground and let it fall. To his surprise, the dust drifted slightly toward the entrance.
A breeze? How could a breeze be blowing out from the depths of the mine? Had they hollowed out the mountain, turning this place into a railway tunnel?
A flurry of thoughts raced through G's mind, but he dismissed them one by one. For one thing, the mine shaft sloped downward. It was impossible to have dug back up to the surface from the other end.
What was down there? We're just standing here anyway. Let us go take a look. Yuan set off toward the depths of the mine.
G was about to say something, but when he saw Fan get up and follow, he swallowed his words.
The light from the torches illuminated the mine.
The three of them walked for what felt like an eternity, yet the tunnel still showed no sign of an end. G glanced back and saw that the path they had come from had also vanished into darkness.
What kind of place is this? Why was it abandoned? Unable to bear the eerie silence, G asked. Yuan paused in his tracks, pointed ahead, and said, "We'll find out soon enough."
G looked ahead and saw that the mine shaft suddenly widened, as if opening onto a vast, open space.
That's not right. How could a place like this appear inside a mine?
G thought, puzzled, a vague sense of unease creeping into his mind.
Strange. What's wrong here?
G began searching his mind for the source of this feeling when, suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. Just as he was about to speak, Fan clamped a hand over his mouth and pointed to the left front. G followed Fan's finger and shuddered, his heart sinking. There, parked ahead,
was a familiar black van, the very truck they used to transport the coffin. There was no mistaking it, the Astrid Guild's emblem was still visible on the side. Without a moment's hesitation, G instantly dispelled the torch he had materialized, plunging the entire space into darkness. If the missing truck was here, did that mean the Divine Realm cultivator who stole it was here as well? Keeping the torch lit under these circumstances would be a sure path to death. "This is the place Duanmu predicted," Ji said in a low voice, enunciating each word clearly. Just moments ago, he had pinpointed the source of his unease. Duanmu's divination had foretold southwest, between the mountains, beneath the water. This was indeed the southwest. The mine shaft lay nestled among the mountains outside, a torrential rain was falling, and they were currently beneath the water. Damn it! How did we end up back here again? In the darkness, G's expression was grim. Fan and Yuan fell silent simultaneously. Fan spoke softly, "It's up to us. We can't put all our faith in the divination. Since we're already here, we can't just abandon the mission." Ji opened his mouth to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. True enough. Since the stolen coffin was right before their eyes, they absolutely couldn't pretend not to see it. From the moment they became members of the Astrid Guild, danger had been ever present. "There's no one here for now." Yuan had already scoured the area and returned to their side, speaking in a low voice. "No one? Perfect opportunity." G's eyes lit up. "I'll stay here and keep watch. Yuan, hide in the shadows and be ready to act. G, you go carry the coffin out." Fan paused briefly, then had a plan. G's mouth twitched slightly. Carrying a coffin, it just sounds creepy. Fortunately, he worked in a haunted house before, so his nerves weren't too weak. Steeling himself, he charged into the carriage. Zzzt. A small spark materialized in G's hand, faintly illuminating the carriage. The interior looked much the same as before. The pharaoh's coffin still lay quietly on the ground. Just then, G suddenly realized a serious problem. He couldn't possibly carry that stone coffin on his own. The coffin was made entirely of stone and weighed at least 300 kilograms. He couldn't budge it even an inch with all his strength. How was he supposed to carry it? Footsteps. "Everyone, take cover." Fan's voice suddenly rang out, and the atmosphere among the three of them instantly grew tense. What should I do?" G paced frantically. The footsteps echoing from the mine shaft were growing closer and would soon reach this chamber. G. Hurry! Fan urged again. Damn it, the mission requires Rune's corpse, not this coffin. As long as I carry the body away, it'll be just the same. Chapter 78, The Portal. G steeled his resolve, casting his fear to the winds. He shoved the coffin aside, closed his eyes, hoisted it onto his back, and leaped out of the carriage. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed into the space. A snap of the fingers sounded, and a white orb of light hovered at the ceiling, casting a soft glow. The space finally revealed its true form, a massive circular altar, with 9 ancient stone pillars standing at its edges. In the center of the altar was a hexagonal stone platform, and at that moment, the carriage was positioned between the platform and one of the pillars. Hiding at the bottom of the van, G stole a glance at the newcomer. The face bore a striking resemblance to the photo on the landlady's phone. It was the black-clad figure who had stolen the coffin. Where were the boss and the others hiding? G scanned the area but saw no sign of the two. The thief Lu Sanchue glanced at the time, smoothed out his clothes, and wore a beaming smile. Hee, finally I can return to the divine realm. Earth is interesting, but the women here just don't compare to the female cultivators at the Red Sleeve Pavilion. TSK, I really miss them. Lu Sanchue licked his lips, a lecherous gleam flashing in his eyes. A silver light flashed from the inventory ring on his hand, and several crystals the size of pigeon eggs appeared on the stone platform in the center, each one shrouded in a mist of spiritual energy. So those were the spirit stones of the divine realm? G recalled the knowledge he learned in the history of the divine realm. Spirit stones were the hard currency of the divine realm. Not only could they be used for trade,
but the vast amounts of spiritual energy they contained could also be harnessed for cultivation.
However, these few were of much higher quality than the images he'd seen in class.
Spirit stones were divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. The ones in his hand were at least middle-grade spirit stones, Ji thought to himself. It's about time, Lu Sanshue muttered to himself. He inserted the spirit stones into the grooves of the stone platform. A crimson token appeared in his hand, which he thrust forcefully into the very center of the platform. Instantly, a mysterious ripple emanated from the platform. The spirit stones on it cracked open simultaneously. Their spiritual energy had been completely drained, leaving only stone debris.
Teleportation array, activate.
Lu Sanshue formed hand seals and pointed at the stone platform, causing it to tremble. Dust and stone fragments fell from the platform's surface as runes lit up one after another. A black dot suddenly appeared above the platform, growing larger and larger until, in the blink of an eye, it expanded to the size of a door.
A teleportation array.
Not only Ji, but Yuan and Fan, hiding in the shadows, were also startled. There are few points where the divine realm borders Earth, and they are all guarded by dedicated personnel. However, occasionally, divine realm cultivators of lower cultivation levels do slip out. Most of these cultivators belong to the same organization, whose purpose is to gather intelligence on Earth while seeking ways to break the seal from this side. These practitioners are scattered across the globe, and teleportation arrays serve as a means for them to travel long distances, allowing them to shift directly from one location to another. This is also the reason why divine realm spies are so difficult to capture.
However, setting up a teleportation array is an extremely complex process. Establishing one in 2 locations simultaneously requires at least a year, and each activation consumes immense energy. They are not used unless absolutely necessary. There is actually a teleportation array here? Where is the other end of this array?
Ji suppressed his astonishment and began to speculate. Just then, a figure emerged from the black hole. It was a burly man, standing a full 2 meters tall, with bronze-colored skin and a stern expression, his entire body radiating explosive power.
Welcome, Lord Gajiang.
Lu Sanshue bowed respectfully, his eyes brimming with reverence. Gajiang sized him up from head to toe before speaking with a stern expression. You are Lu Sanshue?
Is everything ready? It's all ready. We've just been waiting for you to take it away, Lord. Lu Sanshue chuckled. Lord, once this mission is complete, will I be able to return to the divine realm? Gajiang nodded slightly.
Any assassin who makes a significant contribution may return to the divine realm. That is the rule of the Shadow Pavilion.
Do you have any objections? No.
I wouldn't dare, Lu Sanshue replied with wild delight, his tone utterly deferential.
Gajiang gave him a cold glance. Where is it?
Lu Sanshue led Gajiang to the black van and pointed at the pharaoh's coffin.
It's right here.
The two were now less than 2 meters away from Ji, who held his breath, not daring to make a single sound.
My lord, this is a small token of my gratitude.
Please look out for me on the journey back to the divine realm. Lu Sanshue quietly slipped a bag of spirit stones into Gajiang's hand, smiling obsequiously.
Gajiang's eyebrows arched slightly.
He took the spirit stones without a flicker of emotion, weighed them lightly in his hand, and let a satisfied smile spread across his face.
Not bad. Well done.
Thank you. Before Lu Sanshue could finish, a large, dark gold hand suddenly reached out and tapped him lightly on the head.
Smack!
Lu Sanshue's head split open like a watermelon, and a mixture of red and white fluid trickled down his body. Gajiang gave the headless corpse a slight nudge, and it collapsed to the ground. If you want to return to the divine realm, just reincarnate back there.
Let me take the credit for this. Gajiang sneered coldly.
Ji, standing beneath the carriage, stared wide-eyed at the blood and brain matter pooling on the ground. His stomach twisted violently, and he nearly vomited on the spot.
Are all people from the divine realm this ruthless?
Gajiang staggered up to the hearse, opened the coffin to take a look, and his smile froze on his face.
Where is the stuff? Are you messing with me?
A look of rage flashed across Gajiang's face. He roared and stomped his foot on the vehicle.
Crash!
The entire van erupted in a deafening roar as all four tires burst simultaneously, sending the massive vehicle plummeting straight downward. G's pupils contracted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he clutched the mummy and rolled out of the way at top speed.
Who? Enraged, Gu Jiang keenly sensed G's movement and leaped out of the van.
There, a young boy lay on the ground, clutching the mummy, gasping for breath.
How amusing you actually managed to get it out for me. Heaven has shown mercy. Gu Jiang completely ignored Ji, turning his gaze to the mummy. The anger on his face vanished instantly, replaced by loud laughter. He then shifted his gaze to Ji and said with a cold smile, "Since you've done me a favor, I'll let you die quickly." With that, a dark golden light erupted from his hand, transforming into a massive millstone that crashed down toward Ji. North Star Art, Sumeru Slash. Whoosh! A peerless blade of light suddenly slashed out from behind him, landing on his neck without the slightest resistance. A hint of joy flashed across Yuan's face as he raised his blade. However, the snow-white blade sharp enough to sever a hair penetrated only half a fingernail's depth before becoming firmly lodged in his muscle. Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. What kind of body was this? How could it be so hard? Gu Jiang's movements halted. He turned his head slightly and gave the stunned Yuan a cruel smile. Chapter 79, Desperate Situation. Just then, Ji leapt to his feet, clutching the mummy as he retreated several steps, surrounded by 13 shards of the mirror blade. The rune of the illusionist class flashed in his mind, and a black pistol appeared in Ji's hand. The second-tier illusionist class allowed Ji to materialize objects with far greater precision, a qualitative leap compared to the first tier. Ji quickly raised the gun, took aim, and fired 3 shots in rapid succession at Gu Jiang's head. Bang! 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 Gu Jiang snorted coldly, stomping his foot hard on the ground to create a crack. A divine form faintly materialized behind his massive frame, blocking all the bullets. Squeak! Just then, the black van suddenly stood upright, its massive, multi-ton body crashing down toward Gu Jiang. Gu Jiang snorted disdainfully. A dark golden glow flashed on his right hand as he raised his arm with a mighty swing, driving a massive fist into the van's undercarriage. Clang! Gu Jiang's fist struck the undercarriage with no frills whatsoever, producing a deafening roar. The massive van began to crack inch by inch from the undercarriage, then flew out entirely. Gu Jiang didn't flinch or step back, as if he'd just knocked away a pillow instead of a truck weighing several tons. This guy is at the mystic stage and the most troublesome type, a physical cultivator. Fan stepped out from behind the pillar and said gravely. G's heart sank. A mystic stage was equivalent to a Tier 3 ability user. Although all 3 of them now possessed combat power surpassing Tier 2, they still didn't stand much of a chance against a mystic stage. Especially one who had refined his own flesh into a magical artifact? We don't stand a chance. Ji, take the Pharaoh's body and get out of here. Yuan and I will hold them off. Fan said calmly. Haha, do you two ants even think you're worthy of fighting me? Gu Jiang scoffed as if he'd heard a joke. It seems you still haven't realized the gap between us. With that, his Dharma form once again enveloped his body. Surging spiritual energy coursed through every part of him, and the sheer pressure alone left the 3 of them struggling to breathe. Thud! Gu Jiang stomped the ground violently, leaving several afterimages in his wake as he closed the distance to Ji in the blink of an eye. So fast. The 3 felt their vision blur as a massive fist hurtled toward Ji's head like a meteor. If that hit landed, the outcome would be far worse than what happened to Lu Sanxue. Yuan was the quickest to react. She drew her sword, by Shueji, in an instant and unleashed her fastest draw and slash technique, the icy blade cutting directly toward Gu Jiang's arm. No sword seize, Iato. Suddenly, 2 hands burst from Gu Jiang's back. One, shrouded in a dark golden glow, reached out to grab Snow White's blade, while the other struck Yuan's chest with lightning speed. A dull thud echoed as Yuan was sent flying by the punch, a deep fist mark appearing on his chest. Meanwhile, the hand Gu Jiang used to hold his sword merely dripped a few drops of blood. Almost the instant his fist struck Ji, the mummy in Ji's hands suddenly jerked. The mummy's head shot forward, blocking Gajiang's punch and taking the full brunt of the blow. Ji was sent reeling backward dozens of steps by the immense force, crashing to the ground. Ha!
Gajiang's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly surprised that his finishing move had been blocked by this kid. It wasn't just him. Ji also stared at the mummy beside him in utter bewilderment.
That definitely wasn't his move. How had the mummy suddenly appeared in front of him? Could it be, it came back to life?
Ji shuddered, but regardless, the mummy had saved his life.
Yuan! Are you okay? Ji hurried over to Yuan's side. Yuan coughed up blood in great gulps, struggling to his feet, his face contorted. Cough, I'm okay.
Dude, your chest is practically caved in.
And you call that okay? Ji looked worried. Fan's brow was furrowed.
The enemy had severely wounded 2 of them in just 2 seconds. At this rate, they'd really be wiped out right here.
Ji, take him and the mummy and get out of here fast.
Fan's left eye suddenly burst into a blinding golden light as he stared intently across the river and roared. Ji's whole body jolted, suddenly realizing something. He whipped his head around.
Boss! You!
Before he could finish, Fan clenched his hand into a fist and yanked violently. 2 massive stone pillars suddenly began to tremble, then shot up from the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust.
Hurry! Fan roared again.
The golden light in his left eye burned wildly, and a single tear of blood trickled from the corner of his eye. He had already pushed his mental energy to its absolute limit. Yuan, I have fulfilled the responsibility that comes with my power. He cast one last glance at Yuan and said calmly.
Boom! The 2 massive stone pillars floated to the entrance of the mine shaft and crashed down with tremendous force.
Their sheer weight easily pierced the ground, perfectly blocking the entrance to the altar and the mine shaft, trapping Ji and the others on the other side.
Boss!
Ji screamed hysterically, 2 streams of hot tears sliding down the corners of his eyes. Yuan, cradled in his arms, stared blankly at the mine entrance, as if her soul had been stolen, still reeling from Fan's words.
Inside the altar. Interesting.
Sacrificing yourself to save your comrades, I admire that. Gujiang observed the scene with keen interest.
So, after I kill you, I'll go out and kill everyone else, so they can join you down there.
Is that so? Seeing that Ji and the others had escaped safely, the smile on Fan's lips vanished in an instant.
He then turned to Gujiang with a blank expression. You, 1T be able to do it.
Suddenly, he pulled a throwing knife from his pocket and stabbed it into his left eye with lightning speed.
You! Gujiang was startled by this action, then froze in place.
The throwing knife pierced the eyeball of his left eye. Blood gushed wildly from the corner of his eye. His face contorted in agony as he fought desperately to suppress a scream of pain. After piercing his own eyeball, Fan pulled the knife out despite the excruciating pain. The socket of his left eye had become a pool of blood. A gash had torn open the eyeball, and a golden rune shone within.
The rune was entirely shrouded in golden light.
Upon closer inspection, one could see that its surface was crisscrossed with black lines. At that moment, the black light flickered, forming an incredibly profound formation that sealed away the vast majority of the rune's power. From the moment Fan's eyeball shattered, a supreme, overwhelming power filled the entire space.
What is this? Gujiang's body shook violently, his knees buckled uncontrollably.
His eyes were filled with deep terror. Had it not been for years of physical training, he might have collapsed to the ground right then.
The golden rune flickered within Fan's eye sockets.
Covered in blood, Fan stood silently on the ground, his expression cold and impassive, like a demon. Gujiang gazed at the youth before him, in whom holiness and evil coexisted, and finally could not hold himself up any longer. With a thud, he fell to his knees.
Fan slowly extended one hand, pointing it at Gujiang. Chapter 80, I wish.
I wish for you to lose all your cultivation, your strength reduced to that of a child.
Fan's calm voice echoed across the altar. Gujiang, kneeling on the ground, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood.
His spiritual energy visibly dissipated into the air, and his cultivation plummeted from the mystic stage. Finally, a crack appeared directly on his spiritual root, completely severing his path to cultivation. At the same time, his burly frame began to shrink violently. His solid muscles twitched incessantly, and within a single breath, he had become a withered, frail figure. The once invincible mystic stage cultivator had now been utterly transformed into a powerless mortal.
Impossible. This can't be.
Gajang's emaciated arms frantically groped his body, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief, his voice trembling. Just then, Fan's voice drifted over.
May you be plagued by endless ailments and unceasing inner demons.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than all manner of spots and tumors began to erupt all over Gajang's body. Itching and excruciating pain struck him simultaneously. His withered hands frantically scratched at his skin, drawing up pools of blood and pus.
Ugh! He screamed for a long while, then vomited a mouthful of black blood.
Immediately afterward, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and his internal organs began to suffer various ailments. Not a single inch of his body remained healthy.
But it wasn't over yet.
Through the haze, he saw Lu Sanshui transform into a malevolent specter, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on him as he grabbed hold of his head.
Why are you killing me? Why?
Behind him lay a vast mountain of corpses, all the people he had once killed. Each wore a hideous, snarling expression, as if they were about to devour him alive.
Give me back my life. I merely stood in your way. Why did you kill me? Give me back the lives of my wife and children.
It hurts, it hurts.
Why are you flaying me and tearing me apart? Endless inner demons overwhelmed Gajang's mind and spirit.
His mind and body were simultaneously subjected to the most agonizing curse in the world. He wanted to kill himself, but he couldn't.
I'm willing. I beg you, put me out of my misery.
No sooner had Fan uttered those 2 words than Gajang let out a blood-curdling scream, rolling around in a pool of blood as he pleaded desperately.
I am willing, for your heart to stop beating and your soul to dissipate. Fan hesitated for a moment, then altered Yuan's original tragic vow.
Gajang, struggling in the pool of blood, shuddered violently, then fell limp to the ground.
His soul had already dissipated, a faint smile of relief still lingering on his lips. Fan could no longer hold back.
He collapsed weakly to his knees, coughing up blood in great gulps. The golden rune within his left eye slowly faded, melting into his shattered eyeball. Forcing the seal open to use his power, even if it took only 3 tragic vows, had drained all his mental energy. His body had already begun to break down.
Is this the end for me? He muttered to himself. Thud. His entire body collapsed into the pool of blood.
He slowly closed his eyes, and just before losing consciousness, he faintly heard a deafening roar.
Boom!
The 2 stone pillars at the entrance to the mine shaft suddenly exploded. Large chunks of rock tumbled to the ground, and 2 familiar figures emerged from the cloud of dust.
Cough, cough.
That TNT sure packs a punch. G coughed a few times and shouted, "Boss.
We're here to save you." The 2 entered the altar and froze in their tracks at the scene of utter devastation before them. Boss.
G's pupils contracted sharply as he rushed over to Fan's side and shouted.
He is still breathing, but his condition is deteriorating rapidly.
Yuan's face was pale as he placed a finger to Fan's nostrils to check his breath, then examined his injuries.
Yuan's body trembled, his expression grim.
Just then, an unhealthy flush spread across his face, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood.
His life force has faded. There is no saving him now.
He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said hoarsely. G stood frozen in place, his eyes seeming to lose focus as he muttered to himself.
How is this possible? He is the boss. He can't just die like this. Yuan looked at the dying Fan and fell silent. Yuan, I've done what befits my abilities.
As Fan's gaze and tone from when he spoke those words flashed back into Yuan's mind, he clenched Snow White tightly in his hand, a look of resolve spreading across his face.
You've done it, but I haven't.
Yuan staggered to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on the portal atop the stone platform. Clutching Snow White, he moved slowly toward it.
Yuan! What are you doing? G noticed Yuan's movements and shouted.
Yuan's tattered Haori fluttered slightly, his blood-stained, long hair hung in disarray over his shoulders as he advanced slowly yet resolutely, his eyes shining like stars.
To do what I must.
Yuan replied calmly, though I don't know what method he used to kill Mystic Stage, I won T lose to him.
If he could go down with Tong Xian, so can I. Tong Xian is dead, but there are many more behind that gate. I'll go kill a few right now and avenge him.
Ji stood frozen in place, then roared, "You're going to your death.
Besides, the boss isn't dead yet, he is still alive. There's still hope."
Yuan seemed not to hear him. Dragging his battered body, he slowly crawled up the altar. Just as he was about to touch the portal, a knife hilt flew toward him from a distance.
Thud.
The hilt struck Yuan on the back of the head. Exhausted and at the end of his strength, he had no chance to defend himself. He felt darkness wash over him and collapsed straight to the ground. "I'm sorry, I can't just watch you go to your death," Ji whispered. He carried Yuan over to Fan S' side, his mind racing.
The boss isn't dead yet. I have to find a way to save him. I have to save him. A way, what on earth can I do? Life force fading, life force fading.
Ji's hand trembled slightly. He paced back and forth in front of the two men as if in a daze, his eyes bloodshot. Just as he was sinking into despair, a hand rested on his shoulder.
"Who's there?"
Ji spun around abruptly, materializing a pistol in an instant and pressing it against the stranger's forehead with lightning speed. Upon seeing the figure, his pupils contracted violently. His eyes widened, and his heart skipped a few beats. There, standing crookedly behind him, was the mummy from the pharaoh's sarcophagus, one hand resting on his shoulder.
Its bandage-wrapped body looked utterly eerie.
Facing this scene straight out of a mummy movie, Ji forced himself to suppress the urge to fire, his tongue stumbling over his words.
You're actually alive."
The mummy slowly extended its other hand, pointing tremblingly at its own chest, then at Ji.
"What does that mean?"
Ji froze.
Could it be that it's taken a liking to me?
The mummy kept tapping its chest. Suddenly, one finger pressed hard, tearing open a slit in the bandages.
A pale golden rune appeared on its chest. "You mean you're giving it to me?" Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 81, Son of Light.
The mummy seemed to understand Ji's words and nodded slowly.
"Wait a minute, aren't you an Egyptian pharaoh? How did you understand my Chinese?" Ji was taken aback.
The mummy extended a finger again and touched Ji's chest. A bolt of lightning flashed through Ji's mind.
He is pointing at my mirror system. He knows my ability?
After the version update, the slot for his newly added replication skill had remained empty all this time.
How did this mummy know that? Who exactly is he?
Ji suddenly recalled the knocking sound he heard at the very beginning of the escort mission.
Was he trying to communicate with me back then?
And the fact that he just blocked a punch from across the river for me, it wasn't a figment of my imagination either.
Moreover, this rune is quite unique.
It hasn't dissipated even 200 years after his death. It still remains on his corpse. Rumor has it that before this Egyptian pharaoh died, he saw a revelation from the rune. It foretold that this rune would become a beacon of hope for humanity in the future, and he left a will stipulating that his remains must be sent to China 200 years later. The rumors surrounding this dangerous artifact suddenly echoed in Ji's mind. He suddenly pieced everything together and pointed at himself in disbelief.
Has this rune remained intact for 200 years just to wait for me? The mummy nodded slowly once more.
This pharaoh, rumored to possess boundless magical power, had foretold everything that would happen 200 years ago and even knew that Ji possessed the replication skill.
What exactly was the power of this rune? Was the dawn of humanity he spoke of referring to Ji himself? Can this rune save my companions? Ji suddenly asked. Upon receiving the mummy's affirmation, Ji placed his hand on the pale golden rune without a moment's hesitation and activated the replication skill.
Rune Dawn rune detected.
Proceed with replication skill? Yes, no. Note, this rune has a 100% compatibility rating with you. No waiting period is required for this replication skill.
Below these lines of text, a 00 progress bar appeared.
Ji didn't hesitate for a moment and selected yes.
Instantly, the pale golden dawn rune appeared in the second replication skill slot.
Replication skill. Dawn rune, unknown. Level 2. Comment, long time no see, old friend.
G didn't bother reading the skill description. The moment the replication skill succeeded, fragments of memories that weren't his suddenly flooded his mind.
What are these?
G clutched his head in agony as the jumbled memories churned his mind into chaos. In the vision, a massive fissure opened in the sky, from which swarmed a host of divine soldiers and celestial deities. Wielding countless magical artifacts radiating spiritual light, they charged forth with overwhelming might.
Four figures stood erect, suspended in the air.
Though their faces were blurred, each figure resembled a towering mountain, standing firm before the divine soldiers and generals, facing off against millions of deities with just the four of them. The scene shifts to the crest of the clouds, where a mountain suspended in mid-air slowly rotates.
Layers of formations have been laid upon it.
Suddenly, a sword cleaves through the void, carving out a small world, and the floating mountain slowly flies into it. The scene shifts again to a celestial palace shrouded in ethereal mist. A middle-aged man clad in a star-patterned Taoist robe, radiating the essence of the Tao, stands atop the palace holding a mirror as he gazes into the distance. After a soft sigh, the mirror in his hand transforms into a streak of light, entering the body of an infant.
Numerous other scenes flashed through G's mind.
He jerked his head up. Some of these visions contained the methods for using the Dawn rune.
G immediately activated the rune.
Countless golden specks of light appeared around him, like a swarm of golden fireflies, emitting a soft, sacred glow. He held out both palms, and the golden specks converged into his palms, coalescing into a pure ball of light, dazzling and brilliant. G hurried over to Fan and Yuan, pressing the ball of light from his palms into their bodies. A golden halo instantly swept over their entire bodies, with specks of light dancing across their skin, healing the wounds both inside and out. Fan's faint breathing no longer weakened, it gradually stabilized, and the wounds on Yuan's body began to heal.
G breathed a sigh of relief. The healing power of the Dawn rune was among the best of all runes.
Yuan's injuries wouldn't be a problem, but Fan, he can only keep him alive for now. The rest would require treatment back at the Astra Guild. He had already sent a message to Senior Yun, who was now rushing here at full speed. Yu-Ji was about to say something to the mummy when he froze in place. At that moment, the mummy's body had turned to dust, its white bandages scattered on the ground. Its mission was complete, and it had finally vanished from the world. Ji swept his gaze over the altar, a flash of resolve crossing his eyes.
Yuan, you're right. Those with power should shoulder the responsibility that comes with it.
He turned and strode toward the stone platform at the center of the altar. The golden specks around him grew more numerous and denser. The dim altar was now shrouded in a pale golden glow, as if the Dawn rune had arrived.
I used to be the weakest of the three.
I couldn't help in battle at all. I could only perform support tasks.
Whoosh! Golden flames ignited from G's body. Strands of golden thread spread out from his chest, weaving into a pale golden robe. The aura of the Dawn rune swirled around him, purifying all sin and evil in the world.
At this moment, he was like the son of light.
Now I possess power, and I've come to understand certain things.
In his mind's eye, Ji suddenly appeared atop the mirror imprisoning Zhu Yan, his golden eyes gazing coldly down at the raging Zhu Yan below.
Kid! Have you come to your senses? Let me out. Ji said nothing.
His right hand slammed down on the mirror's surface beneath him. A ripple suddenly spread across the mirror, and his hand actually pierced straight through into the 3,000 mirror realms.
How could you?
Zhu Yan stared at Ji in shock as his right hand, shrouded in golden light, reached out straight toward him. Zhu Yan tried to struggle, but he couldn't evade it at all. He watched helplessly as Ji extracted a strand of blood-red spiritual energy from his body.
You can actually draw out my spiritual energy. Who exactly are you?
Zhu Yan roared, sensing a sliver of his spiritual energy vanish. His massive body slammed against the mirror's surface once more, yet he remained firmly sealed in place. Outside, a blood-red thread of spiritual energy appeared in G's hand. He suddenly clenched his right fist, forcibly drawing the crimson energy into his body.
When he opened his eyes again, Yuan's originally golden irises had transformed into red vertical pupils, demonic and eerie.
I can only temporarily boost myself to tier 3. This is my limit, G said indifferently. He took another step forward. His pale gold sacred robe fluttered behind him without a breeze, and his aura surged higher and higher.
Yuan, leave what you couldn't accomplish to me. Leave the revenge for our leader to me.
Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped directly into the black portal, his murderous words echoing across the altar.
Scum of the divine realm, I'm coming for you. Chapter 82, Claire. Europe, an abandoned office building. Listen up, everyone from Atom Guild Academy.
If you don't want your precious freshmen slaughtered, retreat 10 miles away. A bald, burly man, a large sword slung over his shoulder, stood on the rooftop, bellowing in English. At that moment, the military had set up a tight cordon around the abandoned office building. Several armed helicopters circled overhead, while tanks and armored vehicles were stationed on the ground. Furthermore, the bald man's spiritual sense had already detected 12 snipers lurking in the shadows. On the ground, several men in black trench coats wore grave expressions.
Principal, let me go.
Those inside are the future of our Atom Guild, a young man spoke anxiously. He had long golden hair, and his handsome face was framed by deep blue eyes that shone like stars.
Peter, it is precisely because they are the future of the Atom Guild that we cannot intervene.
The white-bearded headmaster sighed softly.
The strongest one in there is merely a Tongshin-level cultivator. Any one of us here could easily crush him, but we cannot. Half an hour earlier, this group from the Divine Realm had taken advantage of the new students' entrance exams. Using a magical artifact, they had teleported all the new students to this location and were now holding them hostage, demanding that they open a seal of the Divine Realm. Both the Atom Guild and the Astrid Guild are organizations dedicated to opposing the Divine Realm. However, unlike the Astrid Guild, which possesses a small world to hide in, the Atom Guild's academy is built beneath London, leaving it vulnerable to exploitation by the Divine Realm. Upon learning that their new recruits had been abducted, the entire Atom Guild Academy was enraged, and all of its high-ranking combatants gathered here, the lowest ranked among them being Tier 4 ability users. But, are we really going to agree to their demands and break the seal here? Peter frowned.
The headmaster glanced at the abandoned building and snorted coldly.
They're underestimating the Atom Guild's true strength. Do they really think capturing a new recruit will bring us to our knees? How naive. Inside the building,
a cold-eyed man stood at the window, taking in the expressions and demeanor of the crowd below.
His icy gaze was filled with madness. Lord Mogo, isn't this too dangerous?
The man in green shivered as he looked down at the murderous atmosphere below.
Mogo shot him a glance and snorted coldly.
If it were the Astrid Guild, I certainly wouldn't dare do this, but the Atom Guild Academy, ha. Lord, they still show no signs of retreating. A bald, burly man descended from the rooftop and spoke respectfully to Mogo. Mogo furrowed his brow and turned, walking slowly toward the central hub of the formation.
Li Ping, how is the 7 slaying sword formation coming along?
Beside the formation, a man with a lecherous gleam in his eyes grinned and said, "Rest assured, my lord.
The 7 slaying sword formation is fully set. As long as they dare take a single step into the building, they'll never make it out alive."
With that, he leaned close to Lord Mogo's ear and pointed at the sealed Atom Guild freshman beside them. "My lord, just look at these Western women from Earth, every single one has a scorching hot figure.
And that fair skin, not to mention their looks, TSK. We don't have anything like that in the Divine Realm. Why don't you pick one?" Mogo's eyes turned cold as he slapped Li Ping across the face.
This blow channeled the spiritual energy of the mystic stage, sending him crashing into the wall.
"Don't you know what we're doing? You have to be thinking about women at a time like this? Useless." Mogo's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell.
Among the sealed Atom Guild freshmen nearby, several of the timid ones had already wet themselves in fear. Only a blonde girl remained composed, her calm eyes constantly surveying the surroundings. "Claire, aren't you afraid?" a girl beside her asked in a whisper, her voice trembling slightly.
I'm not afraid. The people from Atom Guild Academy will definitely save us.
Claire shook her head and said with conviction.
Just then, Mogo seemed to have heard her words.
He slowly turned his head and walked toward her with a cold smile.
Someone among the freshmen swallowed hard, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense.
Haha, they can't save you, Mogo said mockingly as he lifted Claire's chin with one hand. Let me tell you the truth, I don't need them to break the seal at all. The seal beneath this building has already been eroded by more than half.
In just 10 minutes, we'll be able to return to the divine realm.
So, you're completely worthless. When we evacuate, we'll use your severed limbs and blood as a gift for Atom Guild Academy.
Now, are you scared?
Hearing these words, some of the freshmen began to tremble uncontrollably, their eyes filled with despair and fear. I'm not afraid, Claire said firmly, looking Mogo in the eye. From the moment I decided to come to Atom Guild Academy, I was prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice.
Mogo's brow furrowed, his expression darkening.
He grabbed Claire by the hair and slammed her violently against the wall.
Thud!
A torrent of blood streamed down Claire's cheeks. Her lips twitched in agony, her delicate face smeared with blood. Only her deep blue eyes remained as clear as water.
Damn it, I'll ask you one more time, are you afraid? Mogo growled. No.
Thud, thud, thud.
Mogo held Claire's head down and slammed it against the wall again and again.
The freshmen around them closed their eyes, unwilling to witness such a bloody scene. Master, she looks like she is about to die, Chingy swallowed hard and whispered.
Mogo snorted coldly, tossed the half-dead Claire onto the ground, and walked over to the stone platform with a sour expression. Why isn't Gujang here yet? Hasn't he gotten the item? That good for nothing. Mogo glanced at the spirit stone embedded in the edge of the platform and cursed under his breath. The spiritual energy will only last another half incense stick's worth.
If he doesn't show up soon, all our efforts will be for nothing.
His gaze swept over his subordinates, and the others fell silent as if struck by lightning.
They knew this master's temper all too well. When he was in a bad mood, it was best not to provoke him, lest they lose even the chance to be reincarnated. Meanwhile, they failed to notice a shadow gliding silently across the corner of the concrete wall.
Outside the building,
Peter was pacing anxiously, while the other instructors, though their faces were as cold as ice, showed not a trace of impatience.
Principal, they're ready. They can move at any moment.
The principal nodded slightly, a ruthless gleam flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to give the order, his brow suddenly furrowed.
Ha! What is that?
The Divine Realm seal is about to open, and Lord Gujang hasn't returned yet, the bald man said, glancing at the time.
Mogo sensed something was amiss. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke decisively. Forget about him. We're retreating first.
Oh, and kill all these students first. He licked his lips, his whole body buzzing with bloodlust. The freshman huddled in the corner trembled. Just then, Claire, covered in blood, struggled to her feet and spoke in a hoarse voice.
No, don't kill me. Kill me. Mogo gave a cruel smile.
A blood-red spear materialized in his hand as he slowly walked toward Claire. Just then, a youth clad in a pale gold robe stepped out of the teleportation gate, radiating murderous intent.
Chapter 83, Instant Kill. G emerged from the teleportation gate.
Seeing the students bound in the corner and Claire, beaten to the brink of death, his brow furrowed slightly.
Kidnapping? Scum, just as expected. Who are you? Where is Gujang? Mogo asked warily upon seeing G.
G said nothing, silently sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from them, 1 at the Tongshan level, and 3 at the Qianjun level.
The Thousand Jun realm is the second tier of cultivation in the divine realm, corresponding to Earth's second-tier rune users.
However, in a head-on clash, rune users would struggle to defeat a Thousand Jun cultivator, as rune abilities at this stage lack significant offensive power. Conversely, a Thousand Jun cultivator can easily overwhelm a second-tier rune user through physical prowess and magical artifacts. If this is the case for Tier 2, Tier 1 is even worse. Until runes are developed to Tier 3, ability users will find it difficult to stand a chance against cultivators.
He's dead.
G, having entered a state of mental clarity, spoke coldly, like a soulless machine. The expressions of the cultivators in the room darkened. They exchanged glances and simultaneously drew their magical artifacts.
A greenhorn who dares to barge in alone? Another gift for the Atom Guild. Mogo sneered.
G's crimson eyes fixed on them coldly. The illusionist class rune flickered in his mind. Snow White materialized in his hand. His body sank slightly as the power of the dawn rune coalesced around him. The next moment, his pale gold robes left a trail of afterimages in the air as G appeared before Li Ping in the blink of an eye.
North Star Art, Sumeru/.
Everyone felt a blur before their eyes as a streak of snow-white blade light, resembling a slender crescent moon, gently swept across Li Ping's neck. Li Ping's eyes widened, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Immediately afterward, he saw the room spinning wildly, and within it, his own headless body. Blood gushed forth as Li Ping's head rolled to the ground. Li Ping, a 1,000-gene realm cultivator, was killed in a single stroke. The expressions of the remaining three changed instantly. Imogo stared at the composed youth as if facing a formidable enemy. That strike had been too fast. By the time he reacted, it was already too late to save him.
However, he didn't care about that.
After all, he was merely a lowly 1,000-gene cultivator. One less person returning meant one less person to split the rewards. It was just that the youth's speed made him a bit wary. G gently sheathed Snow White, suppressing a faint sense of unease, and turned his gaze toward the remaining three. Although Zhu Yan's spiritual energy had temporarily boosted him to Tier 3, his chances of victory against 4 opponents simultaneously were still slim. By catching them off guard and instantly eliminating the weakest one first, the pressure would be significantly reduced. Earlier, when facing Gu Jiang, Ji had used his mirror pupil replication skill to mimic Yuan's first sword technique. Bolstered by the Dawn Rune and Zhu Yan's spiritual energy, he had unleashed a burst of speed faster than Yuan's, allowing him to take out one opponent in an instant. However, the remaining three were now on guard. The same tactic would likely not work. The bald giant roared, drawing the greatsword from his back. Powerful spiritual energy surged, enveloping his body in a warm, earthy glow.
Earth-splitting sword technique, second form, Mountain Calamity.
Spiritual light danced across the blade in his hand, clearly a magical artifact as he swung it with blinding speed. A faint, shadowy image of a mountain seemed to crash toward G. G's expression remained unchanged. He extended a single finger, and surging Dawn Rune power coalesced at his fingertip, transforming into a golden thread that shot toward the illusory mountain.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed.
The golden thread merely touched the mountain's shadow, yet it crushed the mighty mountain, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. The giant broadsword in the bald man's hand couldn't withstand even a single touch from the golden thread. It shattered into pieces on the spot. The bald man himself spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. G's eyebrows arched slightly. He had simply extended that finger instinctively, following the image from his memory fragments, never expecting its destructive power to be so terrifying. However, the cost was significant. After unleashing that finger strike, the Dawn Rune light particles surrounding G dimmed considerably.
Still, being able to instantly kill another opponent made it worth it. Quite interesting.
To have killed 2 of my subordinates in succession. Mogo stood to the side with his hands behind his back, watching his men die horribly without the slightest intention of intervening. Qingyi, the only remaining 1,000-June realm cultivator on the field, looked extremely grim. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. A small green vial suddenly appeared in his hand. Forming a seal with one hand, a green formation slowly materialized beneath G's feet.
Midday Midnight Azure Gale Array, activate.
Several esoteric runes flickered in the air, and countless sword gales coalesced into a vast azure formation, trapping G within.
G's expression grew grave. This was his first encounter with a divine realm formation, and he dared not let his guard down for even a moment.
Array patterns flickered across the small green vial as sword chi from the Ziwu Qinggang array shot out, piercing toward G from all directions, leaving no blind spots. G instantly calculated the trajectories of all the sword chi in his mind. 13 mirror blade shards shot skyward, their surfaces glowing blue as they spun rapidly around him. The mirror fragments, as thin as paper, were so sharp they seemed capable of slicing through space itself with a single, gentle sweep. They severed vast swaths of the sword chi in two. The 13 mirror blade fragments formed a ring around Ji, creating an impenetrable defense. Not a single one of the countless sword chi projectiles could breach the barrier before him. The small green vial in his hand was the array's focal point. Ji's crimson Zhu Yan eyes pierced through the flow of spiritual energy in an instant. A mirror blade fragment streaked through the formation like lightning, cleaving the small blue vial along with the man in blue in two. The Ziwu Qinggang formation dissipated abruptly. At that moment, all 3,000 June realm cultivators were dead. Even the man in blue, who had held Ji back the longest, had lasted no more than 30 seconds. The students of Atom Guild Academy surrounding them were utterly stunned. The youth cloaked in light seemed like a war god, shouldering all their hopes. It wasn't just them. The Atom Guild Academy combatants lurking in the shadows, ready to strike, were also dumbfounded. Who exactly was this youth? He stepped out of the teleportation gate and effortlessly killed 3 people in a row. Should they even bother to attack? Unscathed, Ji took a deep breath and glared coldly at Mogo. The combat prowess of the mystic stage was far beyond what Qianjun could match. Even if those 3 had all been resurrected, Mogo would need only one hand to crush them to death again. Impressive! Mogo clapped lightly, his eyes brimming with astonishment. You're not from Atom Guild Academy, are you? To possess such combat prowess at your age, even in the divine realm, such a genius is a rare sight. Too bad. I hate geniuses the most. Mogo's expression changed in an instant, and he let out a savage, cold laugh. The blood-red spear in his hand hummed and began to twist slowly, transforming into a massive, crimson serpent. The serpent flickered its tongue, and a thick, metallic stench poured from its mouth, causing Ji to wrinkle his brow. Scum, die! Ji roared, black lightning coalescing on his right arm. Threads of energy coiled around it as a black demonic hand slowly took shape. Chapter 84, Battle against Mogo. The Tier 3 illusionist class had reached the level Reni had attained before his death. This highly dangerous rune finally revealed its terrifying true nature. Ji charged forward like lightning. His black demonic right hand, shrouded in a blinding flash of lightning, slammed viciously down toward the blood serpent's head. The roar of thunder was like 1,000 birds chirping in unison. The blood serpent dared not block the blow head-on. It twisted its body to dodge the strike, then transformed into a red rope that bound itself around Ji. Ji snorted coldly. His pale gold robe burst into golden light, and the power of the dawn rune suddenly radiated out from him, sending the blood serpent flying. Not only that, but the moment the dawn rune touched the blood serpent, it let out a piercing screech, and its body formed from congealed blood began to rapidly dissolve. The dawn rune is the light of dawn, capable of dispelling the night and heralding the break of day. It possesses an innate ability to suppress dark and evil entities. This. Mogo's pupils contracted sharply. Had one of his most powerful moves been broken so easily? He had no time to think, for Ji's demonic right hand was already upon them, interwoven with bolts of thunder, its might unmatched. A blood-red shadow flashed, and Mogo vanished from Yuan's sight, narrowly evading the punch. What kind of light is that? Mogo's figure reappeared on the other side, his eyes filled with shock as he roared. A scorched mark appeared on his cheek, the result of the lightning from the demonic right arm that had just grazed him. That single strike had already drained nearly half of his spiritual energy. Mogo was known as the Blood Demon in the divine realm precisely because of his blood spirit demon arts. Not only could he corrupt others' cultivation, but he could also generate blood spirits to aid him in battle, making him an extremely formidable opponent. But the golden light emanating from this youth seemed to be his nemesis. The slightest touch caused the blood spirits to dissolve instantly. Not only that, but he was actually using thunder. That, too, was a nemesis of demonic beings. Ji's lips curled into a faint smile as the power of the dawn rune surged, enveloping his entire body. At the same moment, a golden flame suddenly appeared in his left hand. The golden flame radiated boundless light, utterly sacred. Unlike the scorching heat of other flames, it felt remarkably gentle, like the warm winter sun, sweeping away all fatigue and darkness. Go! G flicked his finger lightly, and a golden pillar of fire burst forth from his palm.
At that very moment, an unprecedented sense of danger gripped Mogo's heart.
Without a second thought, he slashed his palm, causing blood to gush forth and coalesce into a shield.
Boom!
The blood shield vanished the instant it touched the flame. A beam of golden light shot out from the abandoned building, illuminating the descending night as if it were dawn.
PR. Principal, what was that beam of light? Holy light? Peter watched the scene in shock, stammering as he asked. Such a sacred aura, who on earth is inside there? The principal's eyes were also filled with astonishment as he muttered to himself. At that moment, several instructors nearby hurriedly spoke up. Principal, shouldn't we charge in now?
The principal pondered for a moment, then nodded repeatedly.
Charge the formation.
Hearing this, the instructors of the Atom Guild shuddered, unleashing a variety of abilities as they sprinted toward the abandoned building. Just as they were about to burst inside, 7 massive black swords suddenly hovered around the building, and ancient, mystical runes flickered across its surface.
The principal raised an eyebrow. The 7 slaying sword formation? A mere trifle.
Inside the building, a battered Mogo stood with difficulty, gasping for breath. If he hadn't used blood demon disintegration the moment the golden flames broke through his blood shield, he might have been reduced to ashes by now. G held golden flames in his left hand and black lightning in his right, his crimson eyes coldly fixed on Mogo, as if seeing right through him.
Lucky me, I've actually run into a mystic stage opponent I completely outclass.
Mogo shuddered as a fear he hadn't felt in countless years welled up inside him.
No, this is hopeless. If this keeps up, I'll really die. Kid, you've got some skill, but I don't have time to play with you right now.
Here, take these hostages.
Let us call it a day.
With that, he transformed into a streak of crimson light and hurtled downstairs at breakneck speed.
Whoosh!
A streak of pale golden flame shot out, carving a fiery path in front of Mogo. The blazing wall of fire startled him into a sudden halt.
Kid! Don't push your luck. No one who angers me, Mogo, ends up well.
Mogo swallowed hard and said with feigned bravado. G said nothing, walking slowly toward him with a large cluster of dawn runes, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. I admit I've lost this time, but I advise you not to push me too far. If it comes down to it, we'll both go down together. You don't come any closer. I just remembered I've got a few treasures left in my inventory ring. I'll give them all to you.
I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please spare me.
Mogo's voice grew fainter and fainter, his posture increasingly humble, his voice trembling. G walked up to him, looking down on Mogo from above, the golden flames in his hand flickering slowly.
Spare you? How could I face you on? How could I face the boss? And how could I face the indomitable spirits enshrined in the monument forest of my Astra Guild? When you invaded Earth and slaughtered the innocent, did the word spare ever cross your minds? Those who harm my brothers shall die. Those who offend my China shall die. You wanted to return to the divine realm, didn't you? Then reincarnate your way back. G lightly tapped his head with his left hand. The golden flames instantly engulfed the terrified Mogo, reducing him to a handful of ashes. I forgot to tell you I'll be making my way to the divine realm sooner or later. Don't let me run into you again after you've been reincarnated.
G waved his hand, dispelling the flames and the demoness right arm, and spoke calmly as he looked at Mogo's ashes.
The newcomers in the corner stared wide-eyed, still reeling from the shock of G's killing of Mogo. G's figure was now deeply etched into their minds. How could someone who looks the same age as us be this powerful? Boom!
A buzzing sound came from outside the window. Out of nowhere, a colossal hand appeared, smashing down on the 7 slaying sword formation and shattering it in an instant. Immediately afterward, a swarm of figures appeared in the air, flying toward the abandoned building. G suddenly thought of something and hurried toward the corner where the new students were gathered. The golden flames in his hand flickered slightly, instantly reducing the magical artifacts binding them to ashes.
Idol! That was so cool. Did the Academy send you to save us? Can you save Claire? She is almost dead. A girl looked at G with tears streaming down her face.
Claire, slumped lifelessly at her side, had lost too much blood and was now barely clinging to life. G gathered specks of dawn rune in his palm, transforming them into a soft glow that he pressed against her wound.
In the blink of an eye, the bleeding stopped. She shouldn't be in any immediate danger now, G said in somewhat broken English.
Only then did he realize that he seemed to have been transported directly to a Western country.
Did that count as illegal entry?
He quickly glanced at the portal. It had shrunk considerably and was becoming unstable, as if it were about to vanish at any moment.
Chapter 85, The Legend of the Light Knight. I have to go.
G bowed his hand toward the grateful freshman and walked toward the portal without looking back, his pale gold robe fluttering in the wind with the utmost elegance, leaving the freshman staring in awe. Claire slowly climbed to her feet. Just as she was about to say something, G had already vanished behind the portal.
Crack!
The spirit stones on the stone platform, having exhausted their energy, shattered simultaneously.
The black portal vanished abruptly, and the entire building fell into silence.
He is so handsome, a girl couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Yeah, I wonder who he is. He is clearly about our age, yet he is so strong. He looked just like a knight of light just now. He is my idol now. A knight of light. Someday, I'm going to become as strong as him. I wonder if we'll ever see him again.
Just then, the elite warriors of Atom Guild Academy arrived one after another. Seeing the 4 corpses lying on the ground, they looked on in astonishment. From the shadows in the corner, a man emerged slowly, like a phantom. An Eastern youth, radiating golden light, stepped out of the teleportation gate, killed these 4, and saved the students. He briefly explained the situation to everyone.
Eastern? A youth?
The principal pondered for a moment, then shook his head slowly. I've never heard of such a prodigious youth from the East. The rescued freshman nearby began chattering excitedly, and the name Light Knight was passed around constantly. Soon, all the powerful members of the Atom Guild had memorized that name. Regardless, he is a benefactor of our Atom Guild. Should we ever have the chance to meet him again, we must repay him handsomely, the principal said, looking at the rescued freshman with emotion. The Light Knight Peter murmured to himself, a deep respect for this mysterious youth welling up within him.
If fate ever brings us together again, I will definitely become his brother. The mountains of Guizhou, at the altar.
G slowly stepped out of the teleportation gate. The Zhuyan pupils in his eyes faded away, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him.
Cough, cough, cough.
G collapsed to the ground, a far cry from his earlier carefree demeanor. Forcing the use of Zhu Yan's spiritual energy to elevate his rank had placed an immense strain on his body. Zhu Yan's spiritual energy carried a bloodthirsty and savage aura. If an ordinary person were to use it in this manner, they would easily be corrupted by it and descend into madness. Fortunately, the Dawn Rune possessed the power to purify the mind, allowing him to remain lucid.
Not only that, but another cool, soothing force was shielding him from Zhu Yan's mental corruption.
G pulled the jade pendant from his chest, his eyes filled with confusion.
This pendant actually had the ability to ward off mental attacks. Father, what exactly did you leave me?
G shook his head slightly. He would think about these matters later. Being able to avenge the boss this time made a few days of exhaustion worth it. Just as he looked up, Yuan was sitting on the ground, staring at him blankly. Their eyes met, and the entire altar fell into silence.
Lord G, did you just fight your way back from the other side? Yuan asked in disbelief.
Yuan had just woken from unconsciousness when he saw G stride out from behind the door, clad in a pale golden robe and still covered in large patches of blood.
He was utterly stunned. Aren't you a support? Aren't you a weak, first-tier ability user? And you just calmly fought your way back from the other side?
I was just curious to take a look inside, but it turned out there was nothing there. G paused, then said with a chuckle. He couldn't let the fact that he possessed the Dawn Rune be exposed. It was tied to his replication skill, not to mention the fact that he forcibly elevated his cultivation level using Zhu Yan's spiritual energy. After all, the illusionist class had existed before he joined the Astra Guild, and with its many concrete type abilities, he could get away with it. But the infamous A0 was a different story. Anyone with a bit of curiosity could expose him with just a little investigation.
But I see you're wearing a golden robe. Ha ha ha, Yuan, you just woke up, your eyes must be playing tricks on you. Yuan.
Just then, a gale swept in from the mine entrance. Yuan, clad in white, landed on the ground riding the crest of the wind and spoke anxiously.
Where is the mystic stage? Ji and Yuan exchanged a glance and gave a helpless, wry smile.
They briefly explained the situation to Yuan, but Yuan didn't mention a word about Ji emerging from the teleportation gate, which made Ji breathe a sigh of relief.
Fan took down the mystic stage all by himself? Yuan's eyes widened. How is that possible?
He immediately checked Fan's condition, his expression grave.
Something's very strange about him. We need to get back to the academy right away. Astra Guild. Beep, beep, beep.
In a white room, Fan lay quietly, connected to various sophisticated medical devices. His breathing was steady, as if he were asleep.
Outside the huge glass window, Ji looked anxious. Dr. Chen, how is the boss doing?
Dr. Chen, in his 40s, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his eyebrows tightly furrowed.
Strange, so strange.
It's as if something has drained his life force. All his organs have withered. Logically, he should be beyond saving, yet there's a form of energy I've never seen before, slowly repairing his body and keeping it in a delicate balance.
I've never encountered such a bizarre situation.
I dare not jump to conclusions. We must convene a panel of experts.
Upon hearing this, Yuan cast a deliberate or perhaps unintentional glance at Ji.
Back at the altar, he too had suffered severe injuries, yet when he awoke, most of his wounds had healed. This made him unable to help but draw parallels with Ji. Just like Fan, Ji is no ordinary person either, he thought to himself, narrowing his eyes as he studied Ji closely. Yuan's brow was furrowed, and his eyes were filled with guilt as he looked at Fan. If only he hadn't insisted on chasing that Tongxian, the three of them might never have faced this danger. Senior Yuan, this isn't your fault, Ji comforted him.
The boss isn't an ordinary person, he'll be fine.
Yuan sighed and shook his head, looking dazed.
This is my failure. I need to go apologize to the teacher.
Ji watched Yuan's retreating figure, preparing to say something, but the words never left his lips.
The principal's office. Bang!
The door slammed open, and Chui stormed into the office, his eyes wide with fury.
Zhang Jingyan. What exactly are you hiding from me?
Zhang Jingyan, who had been sipping coffee, nearly choked on it.
He looked at Chui with an innocent expression. What's gotten into you?
Humph. Chui snorted coldly, slamming both hands down on the desk.
Leaning forward slightly, he lowered his voice. Tell me the truth. Have you activated the end plan? Chapter 86, The Eighth End. Zhang Jingyan's expression darkened. He dropped his carefree demeanor and looked at Chui with gravity. How do you know about end?
Chui's expression stiffened, and he said with feigned toughness, that year when I helped you break into the archives, I didn't just sit there doing nothing. I accidentally stumbled upon the files related to the end plan.
Accidentally? Zhang Jingyan raised an eyebrow.
With that kind of accidentally, you've probably read through nearly all the classified documents by now. Chui's massive frame trembled.
Is that what I'm here to talk about? Just tell me if the end has been activated.
Zhang Jingyan stared at him for a long moment, then sighed helplessly, his expression softening. You fat bastard, if it were anyone else, I'd have killed them long ago.
This matter concerns the future of humanity. You must not let this leak out under any circumstances.
Seeing that Zhang Jingyan had relented, Chui nodded frantically, waiting quietly for him to continue.
The end is not just the name of a plan, it's also the name of a type of rune. A type of rune? Chui didn't understand Zhang Jingyan's first sentence. That's right. Above S rank, there is another category of runes.
They have many names, the runes of creation, the runes of the end, and the runes of the source.
Above S rank? Chui's eyes widened. Wasn't TS rank the absolute pinnacle of ability?
And yet there were even higher level runes beyond that.
Didn't you read the files? What exactly did you look at? Zhang Jingyan shot him a withering glance. There are 9 end runes in total. Each exists only in legend, and each possesses the power to destroy a civilization. From the dawn of human civilization until now, only 3 end runes have ever appeared in China. They are the 3rd rune of the end, time, the 7th rune of the end, annihilation, and then their S. And then there's the one in Fan Si, right? Which rune of the end is that? Chui suddenly spoke up, a realization dawning on him. I knew it. That kid's ability couldn't be simple. There's no way it's just basic telekinesis.
Zhang Jingyan glanced at him and traced 2 strokes on the desk with his finger, a horizontal and a vertical.
The 8th end, grief S vow. Chui stared blankly at the number 8. The ends, the creation marks, the primordial marks, they had actually appeared, right here in their Astra Guild. Doesn't that mean our Astra Guild now possesses the power to destroy the world? Chui's eyes sparkled as he pondered. It's not that simple.
The end rune is far too powerful and easily spirals out of control. The 2 that appeared before drained their hosts dry precisely because they went haywire. Neither host lived past 25. That's why I used a sorcerer to seal off 99% of that end mark's power, to prevent Fan from being drained. So right now, his abilities are limited to simple telekinesis. Only as his own strength grows will we be able to gradually lift the seal. The End Project is, at its core, a plan to cultivate individuals possessing the End Mark and develop them into ultimate weapons.
We humans desperately need this kind of power.
Seals all over the world are becoming unstable. We won't be able to hold out much longer. Zhang Jingyan finished explaining the End Project in one breath, leaned back in his chair, and lit a cigarette.
Chui pondered for a moment before asking, does he know about this himself? Of course, Zhang Jingyan replied calmly.
Otherwise, how do you think he managed to kill that Tongshin cultivator this time?
So that's how it is. So the mark of the end drained his spiritual energy and life force. But if that's the case, how did he survive?
Chui realized the truth, then fell deep in thought. Zhang Jingyan glanced at him, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly.
You'll have to ask that student you picked up in Danyang.
That little guy has quite a few secrets of his own.
But there's no need to ask. Who doesn't have a few secrets?
It's enough for us to know they're all members of the Astra Guild.
Gee. Chui felt his brain was spinning. How come this year's freshmen were one more mysterious than the next? Zhang Jingyan blew a smoke ring, scratched his messy hair, and sighed softly.
Although Fan's life has been saved, his depleted spiritual energy shows no signs of recovery.
Right now, he has nothing more than a vegetable. Can't even our Academy's medical facilities handle this? No. Zhang Jingyan shook his head and walked to the window. Only the Atom Guild Academy can handle a case like this. The Atom Guild.
Then I'll take him to Europe myself.
No rush. His physical functions haven't fully recovered yet. Wait until the exchange team leaves in 2 weeks. You'll lead the group.
Chui paused, then chuckled. So it's that time of year again for the exchange and sparring between the 2 academies.
Time really flies.
Don't tell the other 2 students in Fan's squad about the mark of the end just yet, at least not now.
Zhang Jingyan suddenly remembered something and cautioned, since they're part of the same squad, it's only a matter of time before they find out. But they're still too weak right now. Knowing about this won't do them any good. Got it. Atom Guild Academy?
Ji blinked, staring at Chui, whose flabby flesh jiggled before him.
That's right.
Chui casually picked up an apple from the coffee table, took a big bite, and mumbled.
You should know there are 2 academies on Earth dedicated to opposing the divine realm, right? Our Astra Guild recruits from the east, while Atom Guild Academy recruits from the west. Though the 2 academies are far apart, they're closely connected. So that's where we can save the boss? Exactly. I want to go too. Ji volunteered. Chui shot him a look and said calmly, what's the rush?
It's not just you, half of the Astra Guild's students are being sent to Europe as part of an exchange program. To be honest, you and Yuan have already been pre-selected.
You're going whether you like it or not. Ji grimaced.
Great, he'd been completely set up again.
So what exactly is this exchange program for? Ji asked. An exchange program? Of course, it's for exchanging ideas. Chui looked at Ji as if he were an idiot. Except this exchange isn't just verbal, it involves physical exchange too. What's physical exchange?
It means dragging all of you out to fight, to see which academy's students are stronger.
Chui explained the essence of the exchange in the simplest terms possible.
On top of that, the Temple of Life at Atom Guild will be opened. It's a huge opportunity for you guys.
The Sanctuary of Life?
Legend has it that it's a sanctuary left over from the era of the European gods. Inside is a sacred spring that not only strengthens the body and cleanses impurities but also significantly boosts mental power.
It's practically a gas station for men and a beauty salon for women. Chapter 87, Bad News. They actually have something that good? If you soak in it every day, wouldn't you become invincible? G's eyes widened. Nothing's that good. Chui shot him a glance.
This fountain of life appears only once every 2 years, and each person can bathe in it just once. It has no effect the second time.
That's why I said this is your opportunity.
Ji sat down, his spirits dampened, while Chui slowly stood up, preparing to leave.
Oh, right.
Even though you didn't complete the mission this time, you did kill a mystic stage and destroy a teleportation gate, so I'm awarding each of you 10 credits. Chui suddenly remembered something and said with a grin.
G's eyes lit up.
This meant his credits would jump from 2.5 to 7.5, equivalent to completing 2 C rank missions.
That was a total win.
After seeing the fat man off, Ji immediately collapsed onto the sofa, not wanting to move a single finger. The aftereffects of forcibly advancing his rank weren't over yet. This state of total exhaustion would last at least another 2 or 3 days. It seemed he couldn't just casually plunder Zhu Yan's spiritual energy next time. Ever since the replication skill completed Dawn Rune, his mind had been filled with scattered memory fragments.
He still hadn't fully processed them all. Among these fragments were some applications of the mirror, including the ability to extract spiritual energy to enhance his own powers.
Ji immersed himself in his thoughts and began to examine his latest gains. First, he opened the Dawn Rune pop-up window. Previously, due to the flood of memory fragments, he hadn't had time to read the ability description, but even now, at a glance, it was still a complete mystery.
The ability description says unknown? What's going on here?
Ji fell into deep thought. Despite having possessed the mirror for so long, this was the first time he'd encountered an ability that even the mirror couldn't decipher, and the comment below was also quite intriguing. Long time no see, old friend.
Old friend? Had Dawn Rune been replicated by the mirror's replication skill before? Or was it originally part of the mirror itself? Regardless, this Dawn Rune was definitely no ordinary item.
The world had rated it as 0 based on the Egyptian pharaoh's prophecy, but in reality, no one had ever evaluated its abilities, so that rating didn't reflect its true power. Since there was no description, he could only rely on the fragments of his memory to use the ability, and those fragments were disjointed, covering only a limited range of applications.
The Dawn Rune has 4 main characteristics. The first is its absolute dominance over dark, evil, and impure entities, a fact evident from the effortless slaughter of Mogo.
In reality, against any other mystic stage opponent, Ji would not have been able to win so easily, yet Mogo's cultivation method happened to clash head-on with the Dawn Rune, proving utterly defenseless.
Second is the all-around enhancement of the user.
During the battle with Mogo, Ji used the Dawn Rune to boost his speed, and with the blessing of the pale gold robe, his other abilities were also enhanced. Third is its destructive power. As a force that pierces the darkness, the Dawn Rune inherently possesses formidable destructive power. Whether it was Ji's single finger strike that instantly killed the bald giant or the gushing golden flames, both were absolutely terrifying abilities.
Finally, there is its healing capability.
Ji had never encountered another rune user with healing abilities, so he couldn't judge the Dawn rune's true tier, but the mere fact that it managed to keep Fan, who was certain to die alive, proved it was extraordinary. From this perspective, the Dawn rune is a trinity of attack, support, and healing, and this is before Ji has even fully mastered its use. He struck gold. Ji watched the Dawn rune slowly rotating on the mirror's surface, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was the greatest reward of his mission. In addition, the information in his soul mana collection bar had refreshed significantly, mostly showing black and deep red entries.
Mogo Soul Mana Collection +4, Mogo Soul Mana Collection +5. Mogo Soul Mana Collection +50. The remaining 3,000 Gene Realm cultivators had each contributed 50 soul mana points to him before dying. Now, the soul mana collection progress bar read 2345000. The once empty bar had finally shifted a bit, though the next version update still seemed a long way off. But there's still room for me to improve, Ji thought to himself. Setting aside Dawn rune as a trump card for now, illusionist class, illusion skill, and mirror pupil had all become second-tier abilities, receiving comprehensive upgrades. He needed to expand his martial arts repertoire before setting out. After all, mirror pupil had only learned a single sword technique so far, leaving plenty of room for improvement. But that would have to wait until the side effects subsided. Ji hugged his pillow and fell into a deep sleep. 3 days later. Martial arts class. Full of energy, Ji stood in the lineup and scanned the area. Most of his classmates were nowhere to be seen. Ji. Duanmu squeezed in next to him and whispered, "How's Fan doing?" Ji shook his head with a wry smile. He is still unconscious. Chui said they're taking him to Atom Guild Academy for treatment. By the way, you're in the exchange team too, right? Duanmu nodded. I just got the notice this morning. It's not just me, Wu Di and Wan Ruoi are going too. Why so few people? Ji asked, gesturing at the scattered students. What else could it be? They're all out on missions. Duanmu pursed his lips, thinking of Wu Di back home, who was always clamoring to go on missions, and it gave him a headache. A sharp whistle sounded. Instructor Chen, dressed in combat gear with a crew cut, walked over slowly. He scanned the students, pausing briefly on Ji and Yuan. Just come back alive. Instructor Chen gave Ji a light pat on the shoulder, tossed out that casual remark, and walked away without looking back. Ji's body trembled as he stared silently at Instructor Chen's retreating figure. You probably don't know this yet, but this morning, every member of Squad 11 was killed in action. The previously chattering crowd suddenly fell silent, and everyone turned to look at Instructor Chen in unison. Shock, fear, grief, a myriad of emotions flashed across their faces. Ji's pupils contracted sharply. The entire squad sacrificed? Wait, wasn't he Squad 11? At the same moment, Duanmu, standing beside him, shuddered violently. His eyes went blank, and his lips trembled slightly. Nadi. That lively, optimistic little black girl, is she dead? Ji looked at the dazed Duanmu, his heart twisting in agony. Hey! Baby! Babies! I'm Nadia from Africa, I love China, I love you all. The figure of the chubby, dark-skinned girl appeared before them once more, a sunny smile lighting up her face. She may not have the looks of an angel, but she had the heart of one. For the past 2 months, Duanmu had gone to great lengths to avoid meeting Nadia. Every time he went out, he consulted the I Ching, dodging her like the plague. If only this chubby little girl would stop clinging to him, he thought. Now, his wish had come true. But why did his heart ache so much? Chapter 88, The Sacrifice. Xingyu, baby, it's been so long. Baby, have you been avoiding me? No one is going to have lunch with me tomorrow. Xingyu, baby, will you join me? 2 silent tears slid down Duanmu's cheeks, leaving ink-like stains on his blue robe, while his delicate features contorted with anguish. They were ambushed by the divine realm. Every last one of them fought until the very end. They were heroes. I want you to channel this grief and fear into motivation. Only by growing stronger can you protect yourselves. Only then can you avenge your fallen comrades. Also,
their memorial stones have already been erected in the memorial grove.
Everyone can go pay their respects after class.
A flash of anger crossed Instructor Chen's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, speaking with a strong, resonant voice.
Duanmu, Ji opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Duanmu gently wiped away his tears. His disheveled sideburns fluttered in the wind as he stared blankly into the distance. Ji, I don't want to go to class anymore. I think. Alright, I'll go with you. Ji guessed his thoughts and answered without hesitation. Duanmu looked at him and managed a faint smile.
Duanmu turned around, silently bowed to Instructor Chen, then swept his sleeve and walked away, with Ji close behind. Instructor Chen watched the two of them openly skipping class, saying nothing, but letting out a soft sigh. Walking up the path to the mountaintop, a solemn grove of memorial stones came into view. The last time Ji had visited the grove was at the start of the semester. Back then, he had merely followed the Astra Guild's regulations, paying his respects to the stones to recognize his place in mission. Now, he had come to pay his respects to a friend who had fallen in battle. Passing by row after row of pitch-black steels, the two came to a halt before a brand new monument. In 2018, Astra Guild's Nadia was ambushed by 3,000 Gene Realm warriors while attempting to save a teammate and died heroically in battle.
Duanmu read the inscription softly, a haze of mist once again welling up in the corners of his eyes.
He bent down and placed the white flower in his hand before the monument. The autumn wind howled, sweeping up fallen leaves and sending them swirling through the air.
I'm sorry. Duanmu stared at the pitch-black monument, remaining silent for a long moment before speaking in a hoarse voice.
He could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably.
No matter how well he could foresee the future, no matter how mature and steady he seemed, he was still just an 18 or 19-year-old boy. Ji said nothing.
She silently crouched down and placed the white flower in her hand at the base of the monument, her eyes filled with resolve.
Hold on tight. Leave your vengeance to me. I will slaughter every last one of those scum from the divine realm.
At the same time, a murderous glint flashed in Duanmu's eyes. He clenched his fists and shouted at the top of his lungs.
What bullshit about it being inauspicious to go out? What bullshit about calculating the mysteries of heaven? Duanmu, you're nothing but a cowardly, self-preserving turtle. The mysteries is meant to outweed our enemies, not to save your own skin.
Where is your passion and fighting spirit?
Why did you come to the Astra Guild? Was it to watch your comrades die one by one? Damn the divine realm.
I, Duanmu, will overthrow you sooner or later.
Duanmu's face was twisted with rage, veins bulging. The once elegant, classical-looking youth had vanished.
He gasped for breath, wiped away a tear, and walked out of the monument forest without looking back.
Ji saw this and hurried after him, shouting, Where are you going? To accept a mission to slay a god. Duanmu said resolutely, his blue robe billowing in the autumn wind, filled with murderous intent. Ji stopped in his tracks, watching Duanmu's retreating figure, a faint smile curving his lips.
Look at him, he is going to overthrow the divine realm for your sake. Ji rubbed the inscription stone pressed against the ground with his hand and said with a smile, You still won, admit it, but he has fallen for you. Go with peace of mind, leave the rest to us. Though he didn't know if this change was good or bad for him, at least the Duanmu of now looked more like a warrior of the Astra Guild. Ji glanced at the time and slowly made his way down the mountain. Runes and hot weapons are our most effective tools against the divine realm. I won't be teaching you how to use runes, but in my class, you must master the use of the vast majority of hot weapons. When Ji rushed back to class, a beautiful female instructor dressed in a leather bodysuit was already up front, speaking at length. She held a submachine gun in her left hand and a sniper rifle in her right, looking dashing and poised. I've already covered the basics of hot weapons in previous classes. Different guns have different characteristics, so today we'll focus on the most difficult type of firearm to use, the sniper rifle. The beautiful instructor hoisted the sniper rifle onto the platform and began disassembling it at lightning speed. A flurry of parts flew from her hands, and the nearly 2-meter-long sniper rifle was reduced to a pile of components in less than 10 seconds. The students watched in awe, and the beautiful instructor's lips curled into a slight smile. To use a sniper rifle, you must first understand its structure.
Maintaining and caring for a sniper rifle is extremely tedious. If you can't get to know it inside and out, I advise you to give up on using it. The function of every part was covered in the theory class. Today's focus is on familiarization and assembly.
I'll demonstrate it once for you now. How much you retain depends on your aptitude. The beautiful instructor cracked her neck, her hands moving with lightning speed as she swiftly assembled the dense array of parts on the table. A sniper rifle slowly took shape. At that moment, if anyone had been watching G's eyes closely, they would have noticed his pupils clearly mirroring the female instructor's movements. He had already activated mirror pupil. Bang! The final part was assembled, and the heavy sniper rifle landed on the platform. At the same time, G abruptly closed his eyes. The process had been lengthy, and his eyes were already starting to ache. Alright, did you get a good look? Now go over there and pick up your parts, assemble them yourselves. The beautiful instructor said with a smile, looking down at the stunned crowd.
Scared by my skills, are you?
That's right, she was simply showing off her skills this time, establishing a towering image of herself in the students' minds. When the students were at a loss, she would then reluctantly and with a heavy heart step in to teach them again. As it turned out, this teaching method yielded exceptionally high results. The students grimaced as they collected their parts, a barrel in one hand and some unidentifiable component in the other, looking completely bewildered.
Did you see that clearly? Nope. What was the first thing she picked up again? No idea. G, however, had eyes of steel.
Moments earlier, he had used his mirror pupil to record the entire assembly process performed by the beautiful instructor. Now, every movement was etched perfectly into his mind. After collecting his parts, he strode quickly to his station, took a deep breath, and set his hands to work.
Chapter 89, The Unassuming Gun Genius. One by one, the parts danced through his palms, leaving trails of afterimages in the air.
G's movements were incredibly smooth. His assembly speed was in no way slower than the beautiful instructor's.
The entire classroom fell deathly silent.
A dozen pairs of eyes stared intently at G's fluttering hands, as if they'd seen a ghost. The beautiful instructor's eyes nearly popped out of her head.
She hurried over to G's side to scrutinize his movements closely. Perfect, absolutely perfect.
Every single part was assembled with pinpoint precision. The sniper rifle he was assembling seemed to transform into a work of art. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, a sight that soothed the soul.
Why does this technique feel so much like my own? Thud. The heavy sniper rifle landed on the table. G snapped out of his concentration, his whole body trembling. When did the instructor get right in front of me? Why does the atmosphere feel so strange?
Under the gaze of a pair of piercing eyes, G couldn't help but shiver.
Have you played with sniper rifles before?
The beautiful instructor's eyes sparkled with intensity as she stared intently at G, as if she wanted to devour him whole.
No, not really. Then how did you do it?
I just watched you assemble it a moment ago, and I.
Cold sweat poured down G's face. Was he standing out too much? He only meant to test his mirror pupil ability.
The gazes of his classmates suddenly turned strange.
You just watched and figured it out? Why didn't I notice anything?
I see. The beautiful instructor fixed her gaze on G's eyes, as if she had already seen right through him, and spoke with a smile.
G's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Did she figure out I have the mirror pupil ability? You are a firearms prodigy.
The beautiful instructor placed one foot on the desk, her gaze intense as she pointed at G and declared with certainty.
G? Should he admit it or not?
He knew full well that this was purely thanks to the mirror eyes. It had absolutely nothing to do with his own talent.
But if he didn't admit it, wouldn't the mirror eyes be exposed?
So you figured that out, G said with a few forced laughs.
The female instructor's mouth twitched slightly. He's just going to admit it? That seems a bit shameless. An excellent sniper needs talent. Such people are one in a million. I never thought I'd come across one today.
The beautiful instructor lowered her foot, her eyes never leaving G, as if afraid he might run away. "From now on, you're my disciple, Chen Shanshan.
Report to me every day, and I'll teach you how to use a sniper rifle."
Ji froze in his tracks.
When did I ever say I wanted to learn how to use a sniper rifle?
"Instructor Chen, I feel like a sniper rifle might not be very effective against high-level cultivators in the divine realm." Ahem, Ji hesitated for a moment before speaking diplomatically.
He wasn't wrong.
Sniper rifles were highly effective against enemies below the Thousand Jun realm, but against cultivators at the Tongshan realm and above, their threat was quite limited. First, cultivators at this level possessed sufficiently powerful divine sense to track the trajectory of a sniper bullet. Second, even if a standard sniper bullet hit its target, it was unlikely to inflict fatal damage.
Besides, given Ji's current strength, who below the Tongshan realm could possibly stop him?
A sniper rifle didn't seem to be of much use. Chen Shanshan gave him a deep look and said calmly, "An ordinary sniper rifle is naturally useless, but don't underestimate the power of science.
In any case, stay here today. I believe you'll change your mind."
With her having put it that way, Ji naturally wouldn't refuse. Besides, he was quite curious to see what kind of sniper rifle Chen Shanshan would teach him to use.
After class, Ji sat quietly in his seat.
Chen Shanshan smiled and waved at him before turning to walk out of the classroom.
The two wandered around for a while before finally arriving at an unremarkable building. The Astrid Guild was vast, with numerous buildings. Ji had never been here before. At the entrance, an old man was lazily reclining in a rocking chair.
When he saw Chen Shanshan approaching with a young boy, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
"Shanshan, what is this? I found a talented kid.
I'm taking him to Armory number 6 to have a look." Chen Shanshan's tone carried a hint of respect.